allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
Welcome to day 2 of the Estoril Classics here from the fabulous Circuito Estoril, just kilometres away from Lisbon and near the coast of Cascais. The largest casino in Europe is based just down the road from this circuit. Hopefully, at no point today do we have to gamble across slick and wet tyres. The weather apps are telling us different things. The skies, well, they're looking a little bit foreboding. But we are going to go racing in just a few moments here at the event that has been a staple of the historic racing scene since it was founded in 2017. The combined efforts of the Portuguese Race Ready organisation and Peter Auto have made this a highlight of the calendar here at the Circuito Estoril. We're very excited to be bringing you day 2 of the action, a full day of racing. We're going to be with you for the next 9+ hours, bringing you racing from across the decades, answering some questions of, well, what if the 70s Le Mans grid came to Estoril? How about the Formula 1 cars of the 70s and 80s returning to Estoril? We start the day, though, with the hypothetical, what if the Porsche Carrera Cup was around in the middle 1960s? It might look something like this. This is the 2 Litre Cup, one of the most fabulous spec racing series that anyone has ever conjured up, and I am very glad to be joined this morning in the commentary box, myself, Adam Weller, along with Kieran McGinley. It's day 2, Kieran. Day 1 was a lot of fun, but now we're on for a little more variety, some new grids joining us and some second races to bring as well.
Absolutely, a full day worth of racing on the cards here. Very much looking forward to this one, and some fantastic and fabulous names to highlight across the day's racing as well. Very much ready to be back, raring to go, and we're straight into racing. There's no messing about this morning.
No, absolutely. The formation lap already almost completed. Let's run you through some of the grid for this. The 2 Litre Cup for the early pre-66 Porsche 911s. Built to FIA Appendix K regulations. It's Marino Franchitti and Dario Franchitti. There's a lineup. On pole position in the number 64 car, Kyle Tilley and Oliver Bryant. That will also be a strong pairing. Starting from second position, Vincent Kolb and Max Moritz in third place. Jürgen Rudolph in fourth in the 757 car. He is a solo driver. Christian Kuhl in fifth place, also a soloist. Stephen Edwards in the 27 to be joined by Matt Neal. Frederick Diagigio in 7th place. Evgeny Kareev and Phil Quaife lining up 8th position in the 11 car. Stephen Koenig and Philip Koenig in 9th place. And Philip de Crane will round out the top 10 on this fabulous grid of cars that's running towards the start line right now. So we'll have to cut it at the top 10 for the time being, but if anybody emerges from further back on the grid. We will, of course, tell you all about it. So it's Marino Franchitti versus Kyle Tilley at the sharp end of the order. Kyle Tilley, who has experience in IMSA racing, has raced in the NASCAR Cup Series, going up against Marino Franchitti, who, of course, was a stalwart in 2000's American Le Mans Series competition. So it's a bit of a clash of expat Englishmen or British people in America in German cars, and it looks like it's going to be Marino Franchitti that takes the early lead. Kyle Tilley on the outside line, though, in the wonderfully prepared number 60 car, trying to hold on around the outside, but I think it will be Franchitti that takes an early lead. Marino and Dario working together here in this 90-minute race that has just gotten started, but it is actually Tilley that has made it through. He was on the outside at turn 1. I didn't think he was going to have a run out of the first corner, but it is the number 60 car that leads, some moving and shaking a little bit further back as well. I believe Stephen Edwards may have lost a couple of positions there in his distinctive car. In fact, it should be Matt Neal that's starting the number 27, so we'll see where Matt shakes out. He's 6th place according to the timing screen, so the British touring car legend, the 3-time British touring car champion, is right there and in amongst it as well. Let's have a look and see. There's some very interesting 2-3 wide situations going into Parabolica Interior there. Hopefully everybody made it through without contact, but the first blow of the day goes to Kyle Tilley. The Franchittis perhaps not going to have it all their own way, Kieran.
No, maybe not today, as there is the number 100 as well. That's Antonio Simoes, who started from 12th place, really punching the weight now up into, I believe that was 8th place at the last timing line in the number 100, easily trying to look for moves there, and there's a move going down the inside there. It's all sorts of great action all across the field. Christian Cole, who started in 5th place, is hanging on to 5th place right now, but he's got Matt Neal behind him. Now you'd have nicer problems than having a touring car legend right on your tail.
Exactly that. It's a scenario that can only really come to you in Peter Auto events such as these. The 2 Litre Cup always attracts incredible grids. Some of the grid sizes we've had over the years in this series at Spa is really beggars belief. There's Christian Cole getting his 1-lap update. I'm sure he's aware that there's precisely 4 cars and no more ahead of him at the moment, but that information gets more and more useful as the race goes on. I think Matt Neal might be circumnavigating him around the outside, though, into turn 1. There's his 2nd place car then in the hands of Marino Franchitti. Dario will be lacing up those boots and getting ready to take over. I would imagine they will go for the equality method here and go 45 minutes each in the car. The pit stop window is from minute 35 through 55. Pit stops will go for 2 minutes in this race, so there will be a nice 20-minute pit window for them to utilize, and we'll see who goes early, who goes late. I imagine if you're someone like Stephen Edwards, perhaps you might want the touring car legend you've brought out to play to do the heavy lifting before you hop in the car. We'll wait and see how they all split it, though. Of course, it depends, doesn't it? There's differing philosophies with split Pro-Am lineups as to whether you want more track time or whether you want to try and get your hired gun to do as much work as possible. One driver who's made up great progress all the way up to 12th position already is Stengel, who started right at the back of the grid. Johannes Stengel started 13th actually, but on my timing screen at least he showed that he'd made up a few places extra. I think Stengel might have dropped to the rear in the first few corners and has then managed to get himself back up into the top dozen there or thereabouts. So some interesting moving going further back, of course, and in that first lap you can quite easily gain 5 places, but you can also quite easily lose 5 places.
Oh, without a doubt. We've got a great scrap going on for 5th place here. Matt Neal in the 27 car coming up against the number 11 of Phil Quaife as they make their way down the start-finish straight. Phil Quaife all over the back of Matt Neal there. You see Phil Quaife looking for a move now down the inside in the number 11, heading away down in towards turn 1. Who is going to be later on the brakes? It's Phil Quaife who's later on the brakes. Gets the move down the inside. Phil Quaife finds himself now up into 5th place. He might be able to grab another one here because the 757 is right in front of him. That's Jürgen Randolph as they head their way through in towards turn 2. There might be a chance to get P4 here for Phil Quaife. He'll look for a move up the inside but decides against it going in towards Lamy corner, but still gets a move up the inside, manufactures it, finds himself the space. Only problem is now he's going to be on the outside of Curva VIP, but looking at Phil Quaife and how up for this he is, he won't mind that one bit. Look at this now, on the outside, onto the curbs, gives him the inside line for turn 5.
Yeah, Phil Quaife, if you go back 20 years, was racing regularly, of course, in Porsches. I believe he did some Carrera Cup GB, also in British GT. The 757 car has the high ground, though. Rudolph holds on to the position for the time being. Jürgen Rudolph in the 757 car. And he's got, as you said, Quaife behind him. He's also got Matt Neal with him as well. A very interesting trio going on here. Quaife maybe getting the nose slightly cut there, was trying to get to the inside line. Matt Neal looking eager in 6th position. And the question is, once Quaife gets by, can he stay ahead? Of course, arguably, if you get past at Ganshow, that's one of the worst places you can make a move, because then that long main straight is just a couple of corners away. And while it's less of a factor here in these identical cars, there's still the fact that you're going to be towing your competitor down the straight and towards that long braking zone at turn 1, and that may invite them to make a move. But two exceedingly strong driver lineups here at the sharp end of the order as the top two break away from Max Moritz in 3rd place. Marino and Dario Franchitti. I think most of you watching will know their CVs. Of course, Dario, an IndyCar legend, a 4-time champ, a driver who really knows his way around just about anything, had a good career cameoing in sports cars as well simultaneously in America. And of course, Marino was a full-time sports car driver at the arguable zenith of the American Le Mans series. Kyle Tilley alluded to his NASCAR tenure, but he's also a regular racer in LMP2 cars and things of that nature. And then Oliver Bryant, sharing that number 60 car in 2nd place with Kyle, has raced just about everything over the years. Another driver who was in the kind of Cup / early GT3 days of British GT, racing a Morgan with Keith Allers, and has done everything there is to do since then, the Le Mans 24 Hours, and had a great tenure as a historic driver as well, of course. One of the most formidable historic drivers out there, always a contender at the RAC TT event within the Goodwood Revival in the mighty Cobra, and we'll see whether or not he can change the course of the race once he gets behind the wheel. Once he gets behind the wheel, though, Kyle Tilley might well be leading, because at no point in this race has he been more than a second back from the... well, he is leading the race at the moment, of course, but at no point has he been more than a second clear of Marino Franchitti. So yes, he might be leading, but the question is, can Franchitti try and get by? And then Oliver Bryant has the gentle Sunday morning task of trying to keep Dario at bay. No Sunday morning drives here, that's for sure. The top two teams are going to be going for it here. Phil Quaife has moved himself up into 4th place, got past Jürgen Rudolph there. Matt Neal needs to try and get past as soon as he possibly can. He doesn't want to lose too much time here and let Phil Quaife get further up the road. In doing so then, Phil Quaife has just set the fastest lap of the race, so 2 minute 8.336, lapping half a second quicker than Kyle Tilley
on that last lap. So now Phil Quaife has got a bit of clean air. He can do a job now to try and close in. He's got Max Moritz right up ahead of him. 1.2 seconds was the gap towards the line. And yes, Marino Franchitti can hand over to Dario Franchitti at the tail end of this race, who we saw Dario, if you missed the race yesterday for the Endurance Racing Legends, my goodness, the pace that Dario Franchitti had at the end of that race to grab the class victory on the final lap. He had about 20 odd seconds to make up in not a lot of time, but boy, did he scythe through that gap.
Yeah, not only was it a 20-second gap, but it was a 20-second gap held by Steve Brooks, who is regarded as a very good historic racing driver. He was in his Celine S7R, while Dario Franchitti was in Joe Macari's Maserati MC12, the ex-JMB racing car. I feel like they would have been some decision makers from 20 years ago that would have been ruining the fact that they never had a factory contract at Maserati, waiting for Dario Franchitti all the way back in 2004, 2005. They'll be going, we didn't know he was that good in a GT car, but he was absolutely spectacular. Set the fastest time of the race overall. And bear in mind, there were a couple of LMP2 and LMP1 cars out on the circuit as well. That is absolutely no mean feat. Meanwhile, Phil Quaife, talking of no mean feat, has closed up to Max Moritz in almost no time and is now challenging for third position towards the back of shot there. Just got to look at them almost going side by side through the penultimate corner of the lap. We'll see how they're looking out of the final turn. They are side by side for third position. Phil Quaife will have the inside line into turn one, therefore. The top two still close together, but it's side by side for third place. And let's see if Quaife can outbrake Max Moritz. Certainly with the pace advantage he has shown so far this morning, you'd expect him to be braver on the brakes. He is brave on the brakes. Is it too brave? Oh, maybe just slightly, but he just about got to the apex, and it doesn't affect his corner speed too much. He does move up to third place, and while that is going on, Matt Neal has also moved up into fifth place, so he will be next on the radar for Max Moritz, who is now down to fourth place.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's Phil Quaife now up to third. He is lapping quicker than the leaders at the moment, or at least on that lap he wasn't, because he was battling with Max Moritz there. But we'll wait and see now. Again, Phil Quaife has a little bit of clean air. Let's see what he can do with this there. Someone who was running very good at the early stages of this race, Christian Cole, has come into the pit lane, which dropped all the way down the order. Meanwhile, though, Max Moritz is not done with this battle as we head our way down in towards the parabolic interior then, as Phil Quaife gets later on the brakes, kicks the back end out for good measure with the late braking display, and keeps a hold of that third place. So Max Moritz then not going to let this go. As well as that as well, the number 100, Antonio Simoes, is now up into sixth place, having started from 12th on the grid, and is starting to close in on this battle as well. He's got past Jürgen Rudolph going into these stages, but Rudolph, you see, just in that background there, wants that position back, just can't find the move at Gancho there. Phil Quaife now, it will be a sort of head down moment now. He'll know he's got clean air ahead of him. He needs to make good use of it and set some quick lap times to catch the leading pair.
So it's Rudolph down to seventh position, isn't it, at this juncture? We've had Antonio Simoes, who started 12th position, excel himself up into sixth place in the 100 car. Just to clarify then, there are multiple colours on your graphics here on the live stream. That is to denote the three classes of this category. We've got the elite class, which is for pairings you'd both consider professional, and Matt Neal is one of the elite drivers, but he's under pressure here from Simoes, who is absolutely on it this morning and really seems to have that car hooked up. A 208.972 is his best lap of the race. One of very few drivers to have found his way into the 208 so far in this race. Matt Neal is under pressure. Now, the elite category is for two drivers considered to be, well, elite professional drivers, and that's the Frankittis and Tillian Bryant that are the only two cars in that class. The gentleman elite, effectively a Pro-Am class. That's what the likes of Matt Neal and Stephen Edwards are in. And then you've got the pure gentleman driver class. Now, Simoes is listed as a gentleman driver, but he's right on the tail of Matt Neal at one time, one of the best touring car drivers in the world, and I don't think there was ever really a point before he decided to step back from racing that he wasn't considered one of the best touring car drivers in the world. He hasn't lost an iota of his pace, and yet here is Simoes challenging him and really making this battle for 5th place interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jürgen Rudolph as well, right behind them both. This squabbling that they've done has allowed Rudolph to close back in, but we'll see here if Simoes fancies to move down the inside at Gancho. It's not tried the Phil Quaife move this time around, but very close to the rear bumper there of Matt Neal was Simoes then, as we make our way out of Gancho then. Simoes seems to have lost a bit of momentum there, a little bit of time to the car ahead of Matt Neal. And that's allowed Jürgen Rudolph to close in gradually through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. There we see our two leaders pass through. Again, less than a second separates them. That's been the case for the entire race so far. It is Kyle Tilley who is ahead of Marino Franchitti as they make their way now down in towards the first corner. And I just crept over 1 second there, just very briefly, and very briefly indeed.
I will say, in the case of Simoes, perhaps the gentleman label is a generous one, because he has had quite extensive experience in this car. I believe his first appearances in 2 Litre Cup date back to 2018, so he knows the car well. And not only that, but if you go back to the middle 1980s, he was netting top 5s at the Formula Ford Festival and events like that. He's gotten past Matt Neal off camera in the first sector of the lap, so I imagine into turn 1 he finally got the move done. So up into 5th place has gone Antonio Simoes, and that might explain a little bit of his performance then. Quite a decorated driver over almost 40 years at this point, and we're really seeing some of that potential. Tried to go through the single-seater ladder initially, jumped out of most racing in the 90s, but has been fairly consistently in historics and some saloon car racing in more recent times. And Simoes up to 5th place already, leading the gentleman drivers classification, and really making life hard for some drivers with a very, very decorated resume indeed.
Very much indeed, and Phil Quaife is absolutely flying right now. It's just set the fastest lap of the race, so 2-minute 8.114. He's very much closing on Carl Tilley and Marino Franchitti as they make their way through in towards the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, as our leaders pass their way through now. Max Moritz then will have Simoes behind him, I would think, shortly, because Simoes has just set the fastest sector time in class with 62.2 seconds through the second sector. So now he'll look to try and close in on Max Moritz up ahead of him. We see the remnants of that battle just in the background of your shot then. There's the top 4 going through. Max Moritz 4th in that queue, and then there is Simoes in 5th place. Does Matt Neal have a good run down the start-finish straight? I don't think he's close enough, but look at this, Jürgen Rudolph now on the back of Matt Neal, just filling those mirrors there with of Matt Neal in towards turn 1. But a good 3-car scrap right now for what is 5th place overall.
Yeah, very interesting battle going on at the moment. Your point regarding Phil Quaife's pace, one has to wonder how long it's going to be before Quaife is right there with them. Where will he be, or where will the car be by the time he hands the baton over to Evgeny Kirev, who of course we've seen have impressive performances here at the Estoril Classics previously. Won a race overall last year in his Maserati MC12 in the Endurance Racing Legends. And great to see more of him on Sunday here in this race. And Phil Quaife is certainly a formidable co-driver for him. But Jürgen Rudolph, to your point a few minutes ago, he has been overtaken a few times, but at no point has he gone, okay, fine, I've lost a position then. He has been rooted to the rear of Matt Neal ever since the pass was made.
Absolutely. Not letting Matt Neal go anywhere, which is great to see as they now make their way towards the bottom of Gancho then, with 71 minutes left on the clock. The pit window opens in about 16 minutes time, and that will allow our drivers, if they are sharing a car, to make the driver change. If they're solo drivers, it's a case of meeting the minimum pit stop time regardless. As we see our battle here for 5th place overall make their way through in towards the final corner at the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. It looked like they almost ran a little bit wide through that final corner. I wonder if Matt Neal could take an advantage of that one. He seems closer than he did last time around down the start-finish straight.
That might be Oliver Bryant watching on there from the pit wall. The top two, though, through the first corner. And, of course, Jürgen Rudolph himself, while I've been talking driver CVs, I should acknowledge Jürgen Rudolph as well, is primarily a historic racer. But I think the key for him is the fact that he's a historic racer that I don't think would want to be seen in anything other than a Porsche. He's pretty dedicated to the bit, be it his Porsche 910 that I believe he brought along here last year. He has some slightly newer 911s as well. He's raced in a 964 occasionally in the Youngtimer events at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. He's a driver that has a good amount of experience wheeling Porsches, and that may well explain his pace as well. And of course the thing is for Rudolph as well, he is a solo driver, so this race really could come to him in terms of maybe challenging for an overall podium and certainly a gentleman driver class win by the end of the day, because he will have that pace consistently across the race. And Antonio Simoes, of course, handing over to Pedro Bastos Rosende later on. It remains to be seen whether Pedro will continue the momentum that Antonio has had from 12th on the grid. But in the case of Jürgen Rudolph, we can pretty much expect that speed to stay with him and the car for the duration.
Absolutely, as our lead pair make their way through in towards the S's. Meanwhile, Phil Quave right behind him again last time around. Fastest lap of the race, 2:08 flat there for Phil Quave as he makes his way through in towards that final corner. Borderline power sliding through that final corner was Kyle Tilley then, as he makes his way on towards the start-finish straight then, with Marino Franchitti right behind him as they make their way down the start-finish straight. He is closing on him down towards turn 1. Does he look for a move here down the inside? I think he is here. Marino Franchitti down the inside of Carl Tilley in towards the first corner we go, and that is Franchitti taking the race lead then. Can he get the power down? Yes, he can. So change of the lead then. Marino Franchitti now leads in the 2 Litre Cup.
There you go. Wry smile, I expect, on the face of Dario then at this juncture as Marino Franchitti gets through. Kyle Tilley won't take that lying down, but I feel like there's the ever-present and ever-growing green blob in the rearview mirror that Tilley is going to have to pay attention to as well. The fastest man outright on the circuit, that being Phil Quaife, who has been incredibly fast. He's still in the 208s now, a 208.3, which itself I think would be good enough to be the fastest lap of the race. No one has gone quicker than that in the race except him. He's gone 0.3 quicker. His best time is a 208.0 in the race, but he's setting times faster than anybody else has managed on a consistent basis, and that's why this 2-car battle is now looking more and more as if it's a 3-way.
Yeah, look at the best sector times. It's Sector 1, Phil Quave. Sector 2, Phil Quave. Sector 3, no prizes are guessing who. So he's absolutely flying in the number 11 here. And he's now joined onto the back of this battle then for, well, this is your overall podium battle as we make our way out of Gancho then. And Marino Franchitti's worked hard to get that lead. He hasn't let Carl Tilley get too far up the road in these early stages. He's been rewarded there by potentially Carl Tilley getting that little power slide out of Parabolica Ayrton Senna that might have just cost him slightly over the long run. But such is the nature. You really have to push these cars. You really have to get the tail out if you do want to get them quickly around there. As we make our way down the start-finish straight once again, it's Marino Franchitti who leads from Carl Tilley, and then it's Phil Quaife rounding off the top 3.
And a word as well to Max Moritz in 4th position. He is a gentleman elite entry, and he is the gentleman phase of the entry. The driver waiting for him in pit lane, Vincent Kolb, one of the young ringmeisters of the current era of the NLS series, former VLN, and the N24 racing the GT3 class there. He's considered the elite of that gentleman elite lineup. So Max Moritz is doing absolutely everything right at the moment, in 4th position and within 10 seconds of the race lead. Moritz is doing a very good job of making sure the car is in a good position for Kolb to take the baton and run with it, whether that be a fight for the class win or indeed the overall podium.
Either way, it should be a tantalising closing stage of this race, and we've had quite a few of those over the weekend so far, so long may it continue. And our top 3 separated by just over 1 second at the last timing line. It is Marino Franchitti who does lead the way. Fastest in-class lap has just been set by Antonio Simoes, a 2-minute 8.358. That is lapping quicker than our leaders right now. So Simoes, with a bit of clean air, has got onto the back of Max Moritz then in that battle for 4th place.
Yes, Simoes has been incredibly fast over this race distance so far, and no surprises that he's already there and challenging the top 3, though. Still a good 5 or 6 seconds up the road from that scrap, 7 seconds now up the road from that battle for 4th position. And I get the feeling that Kyle Tilley is hooked up at the moment. Looked like he got a really good run through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. He's in the slipstream now of our race leading driver Marino Franchitti. Can he challenge into turn 1?
Will he challenge? Can he challenge there? I think he's a little bit too far back on this occasion. But as we get onto the anchors here, down in towards the first corner, it is Franchitti from Tilley from Quaife. We'll keep an eye on those drivers behind as well, Max Moritz and Antonio Simoes, as they will battle away for 4th place overall. They are both technically in separate classes due to the driver lineups of both teams. That will not stop them battling out on track though, and more power to them for that. Is there a chance here for Kyle Tilley going through the curve of VIP? Might be a little bit too far back here, but this just shows the consistent pace of Marino Franchitti and Kyle Tilley. They've pretty much matched each other for pace lap after lap, and it's a case here of Franchitti just cannot pull away from Kyle Tilley, and Phil Quaife is just sort of waiting in the wings right now, waiting for that perfect opportunity to strike as we make our way down towards the Parabolica interior.
Yeah, Tilley is now stuck between the rock and hard place though, isn't he, with Quaife lurking in the rear-view mirror. It's increasingly equidistant between the 3 of them, rather than Quaife homing in on the battle. And what a brilliant sight it is as well. 3 immaculately prepared cars. The 64 looks like it's come straight from the Targa Florio. Perhaps Kyle Tilley's car looks like a Le Mans entry from one of the lower classes in the middle 60s. And then you've got the kind of 70s homage on Phil Quaife's car. Looks like it should be adorned to, of course, a late 934, early 935 with that homage colour scheme. But 3 immaculately turned out cars. And the thing about the 2 Litre Cup drivers, I feel like, and the teams for the most part, is they want to do it properly. They want to turn these cars out as well as possible. Of course, they work so hard to push the envelope and make these cars as drivable as possible. We've got one slowing though on the main straight, and that was avoiding action from all 3 parties there, understandably so. I think that was the number 5 car slowing up in the hands of Dirk Peters, but that was a heart-in-mouth moment then for our leading trio. It looks like maybe Peters has just regained power there. Hopefully he gets to move his car away under its own steam. But that was a big moment for them. They're now into the lap traffic then, and well, let's see if that has a role to play in the second phase of this opening stint of the race. Of course, we're also only 5 minutes away from the opening of the pit window. Well, 6.5 minutes to be exact, but either way, that window is coming, and it's coming quickly. Simoes, incidentally, has gotten past and into 4th place. The gentleman class leader has gotten past Max Moritz into 4th overall.
Yeah, that
Hello to the chaps watching in the garage.
Hello, good morning. We treated as some fantastic racing action here between our top 3 overall. As you said, Antonio Simoes then now up into 4th place. I wonder what his pace can be like if he can try and catch the top 3. He's been lapping quicker time after time than our leading pair at this moment in time, and that was with a little bit of battling to do on the side to get past Max Moritz. Then we'll have to wait and see what he can do in the closing stages of this opening stint before he has to hand the car over. But from Antonio Simoes, it has been a fantastic opening stint. It couldn't really gone much better for him. He's only got a very limited time left in the car, and I know he's going to make good use of it. That's a tail out there, a waggly tail from Kyle Tilley, and this is Phil Quaif's opportunity to try and pounce now through in towards the S's, but he wasn't quite close enough to take full advantage of that one there. But that is like blood in the water with a shark right behind you. That's the last thing you wanted to do with Phil Quaif on your tail.
I thought we were going for smoke on the water there for a minute with the references, but yes, the top 3 running incredibly close together there. I think is the Peters car in the pit lane potentially. We've got a few cars in the pits at the moment with problems, but here comes Quaif looking to the outside ultimately into the first corner. Now he's trying to bait the 60 wide to get to the inside line, and that's exactly what Quaif has done. Textbook stuff there to get Kyle Tilley on the back foot into the second apex of the lap. Through goes Phil Quaif, masterful driving from the number 11. And of course that's one of those situations where you and I look at it and know exactly what's going to happen. We have a spin there from the 999 car. I think that might have been Rastit in the number 999 car. But from the outside view, it felt like we could telegraph exactly what Phil Quaif was going to do. But in the heat of the moment there, looking at the mirrors, figuring out what he's going to do, Kyle Tilley was very much on the back foot there against Phil Quaif. And Quaif used that to his advantage.
Yeah, in fairness, Kyle Tilley was on the back foot ever since that exit from Gancho, and all Phil Quaif had to do was just apply that pressure, and it worked exactly in Quaif's favour now. Now he gets to try and close in on Marino Franchitti in the closing stages of this opening stint. Is there a chance here for Phil Quaif to grab the lead before he has to hand the car over then? Through in towards Aurelia we go. Really good opening stint from Phil Quaif as we make our way through in towards Gancho now, but it's now Marino Franchitti who leads. Phil Quaif has just set the fastest middle sector of the race after that. I think it's pretty clear to see that Phil Quaif wants to be leading by the time he hands the car over.
And you wouldn't bet against it either. He has been sensational this morning. Phil Quaif, of course, Quaif, a familiar name in motorsport, and he is from the family behind the famed Gearbox brand. They also, of course, built their own GT cars 25 plus years ago now. The all-wheel drive Quaif R4S that raced in the dying days of the GT1 class in British GT. Past the Liquimolly stand they go, down the main straight, and it's Franchitti from Quaif from Tilley. Again, the kind of thing you can only say in 2 Litre Cup. Those 3 drivers meeting up on the circuit. I'm very interested to see how the second phase of this race goes. Post driver changes. Dario at the wheel of the 64. Phil Quaif, of course, will hand over to the gentleman phase of the gentleman elite lineup in that car. That being the number 11 machine, of course, will be handed over to Evgeny Kirov, who is absolutely no slouch as a gentleman driver in the slightest. So I wouldn't bet against him, still certainly being in contention by the end of this race. You've got Vincent Kolb, of course, taking over the 269, which currently sits in 4th position. Of course, with Oliver Bryant getting into Kyle Tilley's car for the second phase of the race, I feel like pretty much anything could still happen before the end of this race. This is great viewing so far, and we're just getting started.
Oh, we're just getting started. I love that. Still, we've got this battle for the top three. Phil Quaife taking a more aggressive line going in towards Aurelia then, and Marino Franchitti slightly wide there. I wonder if he did miss the apex. Well, it didn't look like it there because the gap's still roughly the same. Max Moritz has got back ahead of Antonio Simoes then, so that's a battle for fourth place still going on. Look how close to the back of Franchitti's car gets Phil Quaife then, really applying that pressure as we head our way through in towards the S's there. And Phil Quaife very much up for this. Look at this, he sees the gap on the inside, tries to put his Porsche on that inside line. Through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna we go. Marino Franchitti just about holds on to that lead, but here goes Phil Quaife then down the start for the straight, and look at that lovely slipstream he gets to have.
Yeah, great slipstream from Tilly. You see there, drivers getting suited and booted and ready to go. I think that was Bryant with the balaclava already on, so he's getting ready to attack this race. The top three split by less than a second, 7/10 across the line. Brilliant racing between Franchitti, Quaife and Tilly here in the 2 Litre Cup, kicking us off right on Sunday morning at the Estoril Classics event, the Peter Auto organised 2 Litre Cup. Always a thrill, and here comes Phil Quaife, trying to get to the inside there. I'm pretty sure he was on the grass. Kyle Tilly now senses an opportunity to challenge, but Quaife is still on the offensive as well as the defensive. Coming out of Curva VIP, Franchitti watching it all happen in the mirrors then, having just cut the nose off Phil Quaife there at the Lamy Bend. Turn 3 of the lap. A very good sequence there between the three of them, but I don't think it's done between the second and third place cars. Tilly looks to the outside line. Is he trying to do what Phil Quaife did to him at turn 1 and try and get him to take too much speed on the inside into Parabolica Interior? Neither way, it doesn't work in his favour, but Tilly now on the offensive, and this is the pendulum swinging, isn't it? Phil Quaife goes from challenging for the lead to desperately clinging on to second position.
Absolutely, it's really good stuff. It just shows you there that no matter how much history you have behind you, you can find yourself onto the grass, you can find mistakes in your stint then, they do happen, but Phil Quaife has put that ultimately right behind him and has got himself right onto the back of Marino Franchitti then as we make our way through in towards the S's once again. The pit window is open. Will we see any of our top three decide to pit in here? Once again, Marino Franchitti takes sort of the middle of the track through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. He's able to get the power down, but this time Phil Quaife is so much closer this time around as we make our way down the start finish straight. None of the top three decide to pit in at this early stage of the pit window, but Marino Franchitti is able to just drive away at the moment. He's able to have that better top speed as we make our way down in towards the first corner. So Marino Franchitti still ahead of Phil Quaife, and it's Carl Tilly not too far behind either.
One would expect that Evgeny Kirov will keep Phil Quaife out there on the basis of the form he's been on until the pit window ends. We've got 18 minutes of the window remaining. For Franchitti, for Tilly, I don't know if they maybe split it down the middle. It might just come down to when it seems to suit best. Perhaps for Tilly, maybe Oliver Bryant could find some more time in clear traffic, but of course there's no guarantee of emerging into clear space at the moment with the 2-minute hold. And indeed, if you're a bit slow out and he would be going a lap down, he could end up behind the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th, for example, which is still going on further back down the circuit. So pitting is no guarantee of getting clean air in the slightest. Franchitti continues to defend against Quaife as we have our first pit stops going on. The 35 car, Frederic Gigio, he is one of the solo drivers, so there won't be a driver change there, but they've still got to do 2 minutes stationary plus the time it takes to drive from pit entry to pit exit. So it works out something like 2 minutes 40, 2 minutes 45 total for the pit stops. So you will lose a lap and change during the pit stop. I'm not expecting any of these three in for at least another 5 or 6 minutes. I expect in the case of Phil Quaife, even if it wasn't the plan, he'll be lobbying to stay out there as long as he can.
Well, it might just get a little bit tougher here. Phil Quaife, the number 11, has just been given a 10-second time penalty for a third occurrence of track limits, this occurring at the final corner. So now he's got to work with a 10-second penalty looming over him. He's also got to work with Kyle Tilley, who's going to give him a run for his money down the start-finish straight then. Kyle Tilley has got to the inside here. There's nothing Phil Quaife can do about it now. He's got to try and see if he can hang this round the outside. Kyle Tilley got the inside line in the number 60 then as we head in towards the braking zone of the first corner. Is there a move on for Kyle Tilley? No, the line was too tight there. He might have to compromise his exit there, but he might still have the inside in towards turn 2. No, he doesn't. So Phil Quaife has turned defence straight back into attack, multitasking as a driver. He's really good at the best of times, but with that 10-second penalty looming over the car now, he's got to work even harder to sort of reduce that penalty and the effects it'll have at the end of the race.
Yeah, that's going to be tricky for Quaife and Evgeny Kirov to overcome the 10-second penalty when you've got so much competition. Of course, Quaife is the outlier in this group of 3 in that he's driving a car classified as Gentleman Elite. Speaking of elites, there's Dario Franchitti in his distinctive helmet getting ready to go. He's waiting for Marino, arms crossed, but the fact that he's suited and booted tells me it's not going to be too long before we see Marino out of the car. Franchitti has done a pretty much flawless job, hasn't led the entire way, of course. Kyle Tilley led for much of the first half dozen laps or so, but Franchitti has made it work from there. And Tilley there just getting 2 wheels on the grass in the approach to Gancho as they work their way through the lap traffic. Let's see then if Quaife can challenge for the lead. Regardless of that time penalty on the road, he's still very much in amongst it. The lap traffic is stifling Franchitti a little bit there through the closing sequence of bends. Is Marino due to pit this time by? If he is, that would be a big shame. But I think Phil Quaife might get his opportunity to make a move into turn 1 here.
He might do, as we make our way down the start-finish straight once again then. Is there going to be a chance this time for Phil Quaife? He's certainly trying to pick up the toe as much as he possibly can here as we make our way down in towards the first corner. Just seen from race control here that 10-second penalty, well, that's now also a 20-second penalty for a 4th track limits violation for the number 11. So that's 30 seconds in total now that's hanging over the number 11 machine.
Yeah, that's going to be a big blow. We'll see how this shakes out by the end of the race. Poor Evgeny Kirov is going to have to be really careful and studious to stay within the lines during his stint of the race. For Marino Franchitti, it looks like that engine in the 64 car maybe just has an extra horse stowed away, one last stallion in the stable, because down the straight, even in the tow, Quaife lost maybe a car length there by the time they got to the braking zone for turn 1. And that car is well sorted. All these machines are well sorted. A lot goes into this 2 Litre Cup category. Everyone wanting to maximise these glorious early 911s, these pre-66 cars. Matt Neal is into the pit lane before half distance, actually. So Stephen Edwards getting the car a little earlier than I anticipated, but Matt Neal is making way. Also making way, the driver who's done the most overtaking, Antonio Simoes, now handing over to Pedro Bastos Rezende.
Yeah, battle for the lead still going strong then though, as Marino Franchitti keeping Phil Quaife at bay right now as we make our way through now towards the S's. Kyle Tilley still in the background there, ready to pick up the pieces, but the battle for the lead once again making our way through in towards that final corner, as Marino Franchitti taking a slightly different line this time around to maybe defend from Phil Quaife. But is this because he's pitting in? Yes, he is. And look at that, the top 3 all heading pit lane bound for their pit stops.
Yeah, great stuff from all 3 parties there. I think everyone recognised what was going to happen. Maybe there's some sort of gentleman agreement that, yeah, we're all going to pit about halfway through, and everyone saw it coming this time. Nonetheless, the top 3 are all in. And, well, now you've got a clue. If somebody comes out well behind in this trio, or indeed if someone comes out way too early, perhaps expect a pit stop penalty to appear in the second phase. Marino hands over to Dario Franchitti. Looks like they're getting some new tyres on that car as well. The Tilly car is up on the jacks. The Franchitti car is up on the jacks. So some tyre changes being made. There's the 29 machine further back in the order. That's Bernard Van Houten in the 29 car. But that top three coming in within a second of each other into the mandatory pit stops. How exciting is this second phase going to be? Dario Franchitti versus Oliver Bryant. I feel like we've seen that one before at the Goodwood Revival, but I think it's the first time we've seen it at the Estoril Classics.
Should be good then. Should be really, really good. We've also had a 10-second time penalty ordered to the number 35 machine. So that is going to Frederic De Egidio, who is apparently caused a collision at turn 4. So that's what that penalty will be for at the end of the race. But there's our top three all in shot. Thereabouts, -1 maybe. But either way, it's been a great top three battle then. So long may that continue, even after the driver changes. There is the number 29, Van Houten, as he makes his way now through the Parabolica interior. Still yet to make the pit stop, of course, at this stage, but he is down as a solo driver. So this is where we had this discussion yesterday, Adam. It's a case of, do you prefer to hand over to a new driver or have the same driver in for the whole race? I suppose that's up to the team, that's up to the driver themselves as well.
Absolutely. The number 55 car making its way around the circuit. That there is Philip de Crane, another of the drivers running in the gentleman class. In fact, is he? Yes, he's in the gentleman class and a solo driver as well. So that means his pace will be consistent across the race distance. We'll see how that works out in his favour. Of course, in the pit window, it's all a little bit jumbled up at the moment, but there goes the number 11 car. Now, that car is out a lot sooner than the competition, isn't it? The number 11 has left, and the two cars in the elite class are still there. Now, I wonder if the elite cars have a slightly longer pit stop. I haven't seen anything to suggest that in the regulations, but if that is the case, it's going to be a very interesting handicap race, effectively, for Evgeny Kiriev to take part in from the lead of the race. But Evgeny takes over then the lead of the race, or it will be the lead of the race once the pit stops are shaken out. And here comes Franchitti in the 64, Dario Franchitti taking over that machine, and Oliver Bryant just behind in the number 60. They're going to be, what, 3 seconds apart? Get the popcorn on, guys. This is going to be fun.
Oh, absolutely. I'm here for this. There's Jürgen Rudolph as well, who's got himself in between Dario Franchitti and Oliver Bryant as well. So he's going to be someone to keep an eye on as well in the 757. But there is Evgeny Kiriev then making his way now down in towards the Parabolica interior then. And in that number 11, what can he do in terms of pace? Well, he'll have quite a few who will battle him for that lead of the race. But we saw him in the Endurance Racing Legends yesterday. He knows how to defend a position. He knows how to defend in a Maserati MC12. Let's see what he can do in a pre-66 2-litre Porsche 911.
This is very interesting. I have to imagine there is some sort of almost like pit handicap system in place that, certainly in the section of the regulations relating to pit stops, I didn't see anything written. But of course, Rudolph has made up a lot of time there. This is organic. They are fighting for position for what will effectively be the race lead at the end of the pit window. So this battle is a very important one. And of course, if you're Jürgen Rudolph, who certainly has overall top 5 pace, we saw that in the first phase of the race, you'll be thinking, well, I really don't want to have a fight. I want to just get past here and build the gap, because inevitably Franchitti, along with Bryant, they are going to come.
They are indeed, and look at this then. Jürgen Rudolph not wasting any time to take over the lead and the overall net lead of the race. We still have De Crane and Hunger yet to make their stops in this race. So there is that move then, as we watch out for our competitors right behind them then. We see Dario Franchitti just in the background there. There he is in the number 64. Had a fantastic last stint in the Endurance Racing Legends last night as the final race of the day. He's out there in the first race of the day, and I'm sure he'll want much of the same this time around.
Absolutely no doubt on that front. It is De Crane then who leads the race for the time being, but is yet to pit, as you have alluded to there. I also believe the second place car, Hunger in the 75, also yet to make his pit stop. Jan Hunger in the 75 car. There's Franchitti then, Dario Franchitti, who I'd like to think he slept well last night. He either slept well or horribly. It was either he slept well because of a good job well done, or he slept horribly because of the adrenaline of driving that fabulous V12 Maserati MC12 through the dusk, through the traffic, and setting some of the fastest times we've seen out of one of those cars here at the Circuito Estoril. Either way, I'm sure he had a smile on his face the entire time. And here comes the 64 car to the inside. That's Stephen Edwards getting overtaken there by Franchitti. Now that was for position, that was for 6th overall. And another driver we have to mention in regards to the overall battle is Vincent Kolb. Remember, I referred to him as one of the young ringmeisters. He is the elite part of the 269 car elite gentleman entry. Currently ahead of Franchitti on the road by a few seconds, and that is going to be very compelling. Kolb is 5th overall. He's within 10 seconds of Evgeny Kiriv. He's ahead of Franchitti. Kolb could well be a factor here in the overall battle.
It could well indeed, and that's the great thing about these second stints as well. It brings in drivers that, well, taken over these machines, and suddenly they're just thrust into the the lead of the race contention here, as there is Oliver Bryant there trying to get down the inside of the number 42 here. That's going to be Stefan Koenig as we make our way down in towards the first corner. Then later on the brakes is Oliver Bryant. He does take over 8th place overall. That's another position gained for Bryant as he looks to continue on this pace. Dario Franchitti, by the way, fastest lap of the race. Yeah. Was there any doubt?
That's why I laughed. That's why I laughed immediately. Dario Franchitti has topped it. Tom Christensen is, well, he's out of the building. He's come out of the garage to say hello to everybody. He, of course, is racing later on with Zach Brown. Mr. Le Mans himself, the 9-time champion, is here at the Estoril Classics. And, a moment for the 42 car. I'm afraid the world was watching there, Mr. Koenig. We saw that one spinning out of 9th position there, trying to keep pace with Oliver Bryant just after Bryant made the move for 8th position as this race gets back into the swing post-pit window. But how great is it to see Tom Christensen? We're going to get the pleasure of watching him race not once but twice this weekend, along with McLaren Racing CEO and Supremo Zach Brown, the Estoril Classics. Kieran, I mean, we did this event last year. I had the pleasure of working with the Race Ready organisation, part of the organising, of course, along with Peter Auto for this Estoril Classics event. I had the pleasure of working with them slightly during the winter as well on the Giedlick Racing Winter Series, and I was keen to make sure we could do this again because, I mean, it's just awesome, isn't it? And did the cameraman bring something to sign? That's awesome. Yes, amazing. That's the first ever winning car from Tom Christensen at Le Mans, the famous TWR WSC 95. But yeah, just things like that. It's incredible, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just seeing Tom Christensen in the paddock just is going to put a smile on your face no matter what. And to see our cameraman getting signed merchandise as well, that's the cherry on top. That's what it's all about.
I mean, I'm not sure if it was the cameraman because there was also a worried-looking teenager just in the back of shot, whether or not he was asked nicely to borrow the signed merchandise. We have two pace setters on the circuit right now. No prizes for guessing that one of them is Dario Franchitti. And if you've been heeding my advice, you might know that the other one is Vincent Kolb. Third and fourth place, separated by 7 seconds on the circuit as it stands. And, they are both into the 207s, the best laps we have seen so far today. Evgeny Kirov is setting a good pace as well, it must be said, relative to the conditions of the circuit and indeed relative to Quaife. He's in the 211s and Jürgen Rudolph in the 210s. But that means that Kolb and Franchitti, who are 7 and 13 seconds back from the leader respectively, we are going to see a lot of shuffling, moving and shaking in this second phase of the race. Within the next 10 minutes or so, I expect that the battle for the overall lead is going to get very interesting.
Well, once I ruled out that Dario Franchitti couldn't close down a gap in yesterday's Endurance Racing Legends, I will not have the same egg on my face today in this race. Yeah, he's closing in substantially, isn't he? 4 seconds, or about 3.5 seconds quicker than Kirov on that last lap there. But Vincent Kolb also matching Dario Franchitti's pace right now. So the gap between Kolb and Franchitti is about 6.7 seconds. Vincent Kolb was 4.3 seconds back on Kirov at the last timing line and closing still 3.8 seconds now at the start-finish line is the gap here. There is your overall leader then in Jürgen Rudolph. He leads the way then, 2.3 seconds clear of Evgeny Kirov, and looks to try and build on that gap as much as possible before the likes of Vincent Kolb and Dario Franchitti get that clean air.
And interested spectators littering the paddock at the moment and the pit lane, whether they're there to say hello to Tom Christensen or whether they are there to observe on the screens to anyone watching in the paddock. Hello, good morning, and thank you for bringing these fabulous cars to Estoril. Here's our top two then, and for Vincent Kolb, these top two could prove to be critical in the race. Whether they know it or not, Jürgen Rudolph and Evgeny Kirov could do Dario Franchitti a number of favours in the next 34 minutes and 15 seconds if they hold up the charging young German. The 11 car locks up a little bit there. Evgeny Kirov keeps it going, but clearly pushing on. Now, the last lap from Kolb was a 2:08.2. I think he might have had some traffic to contend with, but Franchitti continues to break new ground. A 2:07.778. Again, just smashing the fastest lap of the race, lap after lap after lap. This is exactly what we saw from him a matter of hours ago.
Absolutely, it's great to see him back out onto track and even still lighting up the timing screens in the middle sector. It's just gone quickest of anyone through the middle sector there, as Jürgen Rudolph then keeping that gap between himself and Evgeny Kirov at a stable 2.2 seconds right now. Through the final corner he will go, and leading the gentleman class as well by quite some distance. I mean, we're looking at least 20 seconds back to second place Orjuela in the number 10 machine. And yeah, it's looking good then. By the way, Juan Pablo Orjuela and Nelson Calle, they were not classified in qualifying, so they had to start from the back, and they're currently second in class. So a great job from the number 10 machine.
Yes, and one to watch as well in the second phase of this race will be the 68 car. That being now driven by David Verzelbergen. Jürgen Westphal handing that car over to him. Verzelbergen is setting competitive 208s out there on the circuit. He's a long way back from the next car ahead of him, some 50 seconds back, but he's also lapping some 10 seconds a lap quicker in 12th position. I suspect that by the end of the race, he might be somewhere on the cusp of the top half dozen. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm also keeping an eye on the pace of Oliver Bryant. That's down into the 2-minute 10s, which is certainly not quite what we'd expect from Bryant, but we're also seeing the pace go up for everybody, or rather the pace going down for everybody, the numbers going up for everyone. I just wonder if maybe there's a little bit of rain in the air or something like that, because it does seem there's been a unilateral decrease in pace out there.
Oh, don't say the R word, surely not. But yeah, we'll keep certainly an eye on the camera lenses, and we'll keep an eye on that. Oliver Bryant has now got past the number 27 of Stephen Edwards, so that's Oliver Bryant now up into 5th place overall. As we watch on here, this is the number 11. This is Evgeny Kareev and Vincent Kolb. This is them battling away for 2nd place overall, but also for the lead of the gentleman elite class there. It looks like there Vincent Kolb got the better exit going out of Gancho then. Tries to go around the outside of the S's, which will then give him the inside for the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. And has Vincent Kolb got that move done then? Yes, he has. So Vincent Kolb moves through then, up into 2nd place overall, and leading now the Gentleman Elite class.
There we go. So the Gentleman Elite with a switch, and the first critical move from Kolb was made with relative ease. He'll be relieved about that. He's gotten himself through into 2nd position without too much drama. But Franchitti was still 7/10 quicker than him on the previous lap. Granted, he had to get past the 11 car, but we've already seen Dario Franchitti has buzzer beaters in his repertoire, gaining the class victory yesterday in the final sector of the final lap. And we'll see how he can do from 4th position on this occasion. Also now back up towards the kind of pace we'd expect is Oliver Bryant. He is up to 5th position now and in the 2:08 again, but a little bit behind now, some 12 seconds back from Franchitti, who is charging forward at this juncture. And I think there's always something to be said, isn't there, for a driver that can get into just about anything and show the same class that he can in a modern open wheeler. And what we've seen from Franchitti in his kind of 2nd career as a historic racer is that he is absolutely able to jump in anything and go quickly. And I think that's the test, isn't it? There was this big discussion on social media earlier this year about who would actually be considered the better driver between Max Verstappen and Kyle Larson, principally because Kyle Larson can do well on road courses, ovals, and even on dirt ovals as well. And when you've got someone like Franchitti, who seemingly can get in just about any car of any vintage and take it to its apex of performance, that really tells you that he is one of the greats.
Yeah, without a doubt. And yeah, definitely one of the greats up there to, as you say, jump in any bit of machinery and get the best out of it. I was watching on the timing screens at Light, setting alight the timing screens, and currently the fastest driver out on track, David Verselbergen, with a 2 minute 7.5. That's our new fastest lap of the race. So Verselbergen not done with this one yet. As you say, he's very much on course to see what he can do to finish maybe as a top 10 finisher. He is lapping so much quicker than those around him right now that it's definitely a chance for overall top 10. Absolutely flying out there though, as we watch on then. Dario Franchitti closing in to Evgeny Kareev for a place on the overall podium here, as they now make their way through the second corner, now towards the Lamy corner. On the anchors we go then, and Kareev we know can defend in a Maserati MC12. What can he do against Dario Franchitti with the Porsche 911 pre-66 to Appendix K in the FIA regulations? Through Curva VIP we go. There's a sense of inevitability, but nevertheless I want to see this battle.
I want to see the battle too, but no one wants to see it more than Kolb. If Evgeny Kareev can keep Dario Franchitti busy for a little while, that will do him some favours into the secondary phase of the race. We don't really know where to look at the moment because we got this battle going on, although it might end prematurely with Kareev there drifting wide, Franchitti on the inside. The move is made quite comfortably there. Well, that has gone about as far against Vincent Kolb's wishes as he would have liked. Kareev locking up, making it fairly easy there for Dario Franchitti. Franchitti moves up to third position then. Now, the lead battle is just over a second covering them. Jürgen Rudolph is under pressure from Kolb for the lead. The 757 and the 269 cars will be going at it momentarily. Here's how third position was gained. 6.6 seconds is the gap from Franchitti to the race lead. Let's see if he can get there. Let's see if Jürgen Rudolph can fight here with Vincent Kolb. We saw him going blow for blow with Matt Neal earlier on. We know his racecraft is good. Let's keep an eye on Rudolph and Kolb.
We will indeed, and for Evgeny Kareev it was just a bit of a lock-up there going in towards the Parabolica interior that ultimately sent him wide, and that just allowed Dario Franchitti not only to get the inside line but also set the fastest middle sector of the race. So Dario Franchitti on a charge here. What can he do to try and close in? He's 5.2 seconds back from Vincent Kolb right now, so he knows this is a time he needs to close this gap now with 26 minutes on the clock. Jürgen Rudolph does lead the way. Vincent Kolb in second place with Dario Franchitti rounding off the overall top three, and our overall top three are all class leaders. Jürgen Rudolph leading the gentleman class, Vincent Kolb leading the gentleman elite class, and Dario Franchitti leading the elite class.
Brilliant action. The top three covered by 6 seconds. And we are watching on with interest as this battle starts to close in for the race lead. Kolb is right there now with Jürgen Rudolph in the 7.57. And let's see if Rudolph can get those elbows out. We've seen him counter-attack after someone's gotten past him. Well, let's see if he can defend this position to the nth degree. Certainly the gap between Franchitti and the top two is shrinking, and if we do get a three-way battle out of this, this is going to be very interesting indeed. Kolb is going to be hoping to get this done as efficiently as he can. Rudolph there getting the tail out a little bit through the second phase of Gancho, but it actually set him up quite nicely for a run towards the last couple of corners of the lap, but that's drifting wide at the apex at the penultimate corner. That gives him a tighter angle for the entry to the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, and that is possibly going to fall in favour of Kolb. Now, he hasn't got a bad run out of the corner, Jürgen Rudolph, but he has definitely given Kolb the signal that maybe he's feeling the pressure. Can Kolb do anything at turn one? I'm not sure he's quite close enough for the first corner, but this lap might well be a critical one for the race leader, Rudolph.
It is going to be. Rudolph goes defensive though, has to send Kolb round the outside, but Kolb says thank you very much, I'll take that from you, and takes over the lead of the race then. Vincent Kolb, your new overall race leader there, as Jürgen Rudolph tried to defend the inside line, but when you defend like that down towards the inside, you always compromise your exit. It's a tighter line to take there, you can't carry the same speed through, and Vincent Kolb swoops around the outside, takes over the overall lead. Dario Franchitti responds to this battling by setting the fastest lap of the race. Again, he's now 3.2 seconds back from Jürgen Rudolph, a 2-minute 7.6. In fact, that's not the fastest lap of the race, that's fastest in class, because Versbergen still has the fastest lap overall.
Versbergen's pace has been very impressive, but Franchitti doing what he needs to do. Kolb, though, has succeeded, or has he succeeded in getting past Jürgen Rudolph? Well, he has for the time being, but that little lockup won't do him any favours. Rudolph also, I think, went a bit deep into the corner, was taking his braking point cues from Kolb. Both of them went a bit deep into the turn, but that means, I think, that the 3.4 seconds that the gap was at the first sector between the leader and Franchitti is going to have shrunk again at sector point 2. Certainly very, very compelling stuff. 2.9 seconds it is now. So yes, Franchitti is coming. And this is the thing with Jürgen Rudolph. Yes, it does seem that he's quite gentlemanly when it comes to someone trying to overtake him. But then the red mist descends and he wants that place back.
Yeah, and Vincent Kolb is feeling that pressure as well to try and break away. He already locked up once in the lap and then locked up again going in towards Gancho. Not quite the massive lockup or a bigger lockup that we saw at the Parabolica interior, but still he's trying to push hard and get away because he knows Dario Franchitti is closing on the both of them there. Having a look at the last lap times, 2-minute 8.7 from Vincent Kolb, 2-minute 7.386. This time it is the fastest lap of the race for Dario Franchitti. As look at that, all three of them now in the same shot. Those are all your class leaders heading in towards turn one.
Yeah, that is a wonderful sight. This is exactly what the 2 Litre Cup format does so well. We bring these races into a really exciting place, and these cars in particular, these pre-66 911s, they're such sweet cars to drive. I've always heard great things, and I think that's a big part of the reason why this 2 Litre Cup exists. Everyone wanted to drive these cars, and it got to the point where you go, well, why not just run a series for them? That's exactly what we've been doing, and it has been fabulous. Frankitti's 207.386 is the best lap we have seen all day, so he's got the fastest lap overall back, and he did that last time by. He is properly on the pace.
Yeah, Vincent Kolb, I think he's struggling with either brakes or tyres here, because he does keep locking up, especially going in towards the Parabolica interior. Whether he's just pushing very hard, extremely hard, but he does seem to be locking those brakes a lot more often than he was. But now he makes his way out of in towards Aurelia, but look at that now, Dario Franchitti right behind them now as we make our way through in towards Gancho here, as all three of them size up Gancho. Through they go then, and Jürgen Rudolph will have the 64 of Dario Franchitti right behind him, but Jürgen Rudolph has not let Vincent Kolb get away up the road here, through in towards the S's and now the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. We've got a 3-car battle for the overall lead with 20.5 minutes on the clock.
It's still 20 minutes to go. This could certainly go, I would say, any of these 3 ways. I'm not willing to count out Jürgen Rudolph in the slightest. His performance in the first stint of the race makes me think that he is very keen when it comes to these head-to-head scraps. A 208.0 last time by as well. His fastest lap of the race, the fastest lap of the gentleman driver category in the race. I think Jürgen Rudolph is a bit of a sponge in this situation. You know, he followed Matt Neal earlier on, and suddenly he started to take a step up, and now he's following Vincent Kolb, and again the pace is rubbing off on him. It seems that if he's following someone, getting an idea of the lines, he really can replicate it well, and that's quite the skill to have.
Absolutely, it's really good to see then. Another lock-up though from Vincent Kolb. I think this is not helping Kolb's case. You know, he does lock up, and normally when drivers see you starting to lock up, it means they think you're struggling. And Dario Franchitti now right onto the back of Jürgen Rudolph. Look at this now, it'll look to the inside, heading our way down in towards Parabolica interior. We know Dario Franchitti is so much braver on the brakes then. Hands himself the inside line, gets himself ahead now of Jürgen Rudolph down in towards the Parabolica interior. Now it's just a case of getting the power down, which he does, and Dario Franchitti now up into second place. It's Vincent Kolb versus Dario Franchitti now for the lead, the overall lead of this 2 Litre Cup.
Okay, this is going to be an interesting last 18 minutes and 44 seconds of the race, isn't it? Kolb and Franchitti are now 1-2 on the circuit. Will Franchitti potentially tow Jürgen Rudolph in to continue the 3-way fight? Further back as well, it's worth noting that just 4/10 apart at the second sector split, Kareev and Oliver Bryant. So Bryant is on his way to challenge for 4th position overall. He's no way going to be able to close in, though, on this battle for the lead. Franchitti has set it up magnificently for the closing stanza of this race. It's Kolb versus Franchitti. I have to imagine for the first time ever. I can't say that with total confidence, but with some level of assumption. Double yellow flags at turn 3. We'll see what that incident is in a couple of corners' time.
Yeah, we've got a warning as well. Our first track limits warning for Vincent Kolb here. That was at turn 13, I do believe. So it's going to be on his radar now. He's got to be a bit more careful because he doesn't want to fall and succumb to those track limits. I think we're just about seeing out of picture there the recovering car there, but Vincent Kolb gets a little bit caught up there. It's the number 100, I think, that's recovering there. So that's Presende, who's trying to rejoin this battle there. But Vincent Kolb got all sorts of out of shape, all sorts of caught up there. I think Dario Franchitti had to do some avoiding action as well, because Vincent Kolb had to do exactly that.
Yeah, no, that was a heart-in-mouth moment, and Franchitti is right on the rear bumper, approaching Parabolica interior. This is lap 33 of the motor race, And Dario Franchitti and Vincent Kolb now working their way through quite a hefty portion of traffic. A couple of cars up ahead of them to contend with here. And Franchitti was just 2/10 back at the previous split. He is no longer going to be anything more than a second back, I suspect, for the rest of this race, unless he gets tripped up by traffic. Kolb is going to have to defend hard for the rest of this race. He's got no choice. The elbows will have to be out in perpetuity until the checkered flag.
Yeah, I wonder how long this is going to feel for Vincent Kolb. There's 60 minutes 20 on the clock, but he'll be looking at that clock every time he passes over the start-finish line and seeing when the checkered flag will be ready. It's going to be some mean feat to keep Dario Franchitti behind, but as we make our way through the Parabolica interior here, the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, Vincent Kolb has only one thing on his mind now, to try and keep the car behind. He can use the 999 here as a little bit of a slipstream boost here. Olivier Rastit helping out there, maybe unintentionally helping out Vincent Kolb here, but that might just keep him ahead of Dario Franchitti as we make our way down in towards turn 1. So once again, Kolb ahead of Franchitti in these closing stages.
Okay, 4/10 split at the line. We're on to the 34th lap of the race. We've got 15 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Last time by, both of them were down in the, well, actually, Kolb was in the low 209s. Franchitti was in the high 208s, so maybe just a little bit preoccupied with each other at this juncture of the race. The fastest driver on the circuit is once again David Verzelbergen, whose last lap was a 206.948. My goodness, what a lap time from Verzelbergen, 206.948. Quicker than anybody else. And here comes Franchitti around the outside at Parabolica interior. He's not going to get it done there, but Kolb is having to drive through the mirrors here. He's got the inside line for the following corner, but Franchitti's momentum might take him to the lead. It does. Franchitti moves forward into the lead of the race as long as he's got the car stopped, which he appears to have done. Dario Franchitti has made the move with 14.5 minutes to go. Kolb is going to have to respond to that quickly to try and take this race win. Franchitti, who has been consistently the fastest driver in the top 10, is now at the front, and Kolb is going to need to mean business from here on out.
Yeah, Vincent Kolb got a really good run out of Gancho there. Through the S's we go, and through now in towards the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. It's not quite over just yet for Vincent Kolb. He knows there's a chance here to see if he can get back through down onto the run to turn 1 here. Can he pick up the toe that Dario Franchitti will leave behind then? We have less than 14 minutes on the clock there, but it looks like Dario Franchitti is just driving away now. Vincent Kolb won't be close enough to have a move down the inside, and now Dario Franchitti, with all that clean air, can now see what he can do in terms of lap times here. Takes over the lead of the race then, and the Franchittis in their number 64 lead the way overall at this stage. Vincent Kolb in second place, Jürgen Rudolph is in third, and our top 3 all class leaders as it stands. I am keeping an eye as well on the number 11, which is Evgeny Kareev. Now, if we remember, 30-second penalties in total has been applied there to the number 11. So this is a chance here for Verzelbergen. He's setting those fast lap times, and if he can close into within 30 seconds of Evgeny Kareev, he can get a top 3 in class.
That's a very good point, yes, and Edwards in the 27 car behind Kareev, also due to inherit second in the Gentleman Elite class, so that penalty, well remembered, is definitely going to affect the 11 car. Again, a lock-up from Vincent Kolb. I think he's just got a flat spot on the left front at this point. He's had so many lock-ups into that corner, and once you've got a slight patch on the tyre, it's very easy to lock the car up on the same patch again.
Yeah, that could very well be the reason for that. Vincent Kolb has got to be careful now, though. He's on his second warning, which gives you the black and white warning flag. Any further track limit extensions or violations anywhere out on circuit, and that will be penalties. And at this stage, you can't afford to have penalties when he's had such a good job, but he's done so well at the top of the order here at keeping that car on the pace then, and trying to keep up with the likes of Dario Franchitti. He does not want to be throwing away a potential class victory like this.
And Franchitti purple in both of the first two sectors. So now that he's done with the overtaking portion of the day, he goes back to his habitual attempts at qualifying laps. Let's see what lap it is this time. It's a 206.864 for Franchitti. That again means he's the fastest driver on the circuit. Verzelbergen's 206.9 will be knocked off the fastest lap considerations, but Franchitti, now that he's got the clear air ahead, he is looking perhaps not unsurmountable, but certainly that pace that we saw from him closing in on Kolb is evident once again as he now leads the race.
Does indeed, and yeah, that qualifying pace fully coming to fruition now for Dario Franchitti as he makes his way through in towards the curve at VIP. He's now built nearly 1.5 seconds, in fact more than that now, over Vincent Kolb. Vincent Kolb in turn has just set the personal best of the car then, of the 269 with a 207.7, so he's definitely giving it all he can towards these closing stages, but he just has to be mindful here of those track limits towards the end. Yes, he's pushing hard. Yes, he wants to see if he can close in on Dario Franchitti. Yes, he wants to make sure he's not caught by Jürgen Rudolph in the closing stages, but he's got to keep it within the white lines.
Yeah, that is the critical thing as well. The track limits penalties here are pretty intense. 10 seconds is your first penalty. Then if you violate the limits again, it's 20, and it just keeps going up and up and up. We've had drivers with, well, I think in some cases, penalties that would take longer than a Green Day song. A good 90 seconds worth of penalties in certain instances. In yesterday's 60s Endurance 2-hour race, of course, we've been running for just over 80 minutes in this one. We're into the final 10 minutes of a 90-minute race distance in the 2 Litre Cup, and it's Franchitti that leads the way. Dario being handed the car by brother Marino at the start of the race. A good start from Marino Franchitti. Dario has picked up the baton where he left up and has had a brilliant race. Kolb, of course, taking over that car that leads the GT, the Gentleman Elite class. Kolb in second place overall, and Rudolph, of course, still comfortably leading this car, the 757, comfortably leading in the Gentleman class. However, the overall podium may come under threat before the end of the race, because Oliver Bryant, last time by 207.6, is lapping some 3 seconds a lap quicker than Jürgen Rudolph, and he's only 5 seconds behind. So I get the impression that Oliver Bryant may yet stand on the overall podium.
Yeah, with that maths, which is very interesting at these early stage on a Sunday morning, but Oliver Bryant should be catching you within 2 laps time of Jürgen Rudolph at that pace. We might see them briefly in the same shot. Yes, we do, just very briefly. But Oliver Bryant now in the number 60, looking to see if he can end the day on the overall podium, which is within reach. He set in personal bests for the car at this stage, 2 minutes 7.684 for Oliver Bryant, as he looks to try and close in on that overall podium. Verzelbergen then, how is he getting on against Kariv? It's still about a minute that separates them, so that class podium for Evgeny Kariv looks safe at this moment in time.
Right, so Franchitti 3.4 clear. The top 5 in this race split by just over 30 seconds. The gap between Kariv and Verzelbergen in regard to that potential for third in class going to the 68 car of Verzelbergen, it's currently at just on a minute, effectively, just under 59 seconds. So I think with 7.5 minutes left, Kariv, any further penalties notwithstanding, should be safe, but we'll wait and see on that front. Oliver Bryant has once again been lapping quicker on this occasion. There you see in the back of shot, Bryant comes out of the final corner. The 757 is there and certainly within Oliver Bryant's field of vision. 3 seconds almost on the dot is the gap between the two of them this time across the line. With 7 minutes left, Oliver Bryant may yet secure a podium, but he's going to have to try and find his way past Jürgen Rudolph. And based on what we've seen from Jürgen so far in this race, if he does get past, he's going to have to contend with Jürgen Rudolph trying to get back through.
That's the key, isn't it? Because Jürgen Rudolph, we know, as you've already alluded to, that it comes to defensive driving. He does his best there, but as soon as you're through, he just gains an extra tenth or two to try and find a way back past you. So it won't be the easy move that Jürgen Rudolph will lead you to believe it is, because there will be some aftermath of Rudolph trying to find a way back past you, as you say, gaining a couple of extra tenths of a second just to try and get back past you. But Oliver Bryant closing and closing as we make our way down towards the Parabolica interior. Dario Franchitti leading the way, Vincent Kolb in second place, Jürgen Rudolph in third. Those are your overall, but also your class leaders as well. Dario Franchitti leading the elite class, Vincent Kolb in second place overall, but leading the GT gentleman and elite class. And then it's Jürgen Rudolph leading the gentleman class in third place. Oliver Bryant is the only other elite runner. He's currently in fourth place, so that makes him second overall. Evgeny Kariv is second in the gentleman elite class, but is due to lose out on that position to the number 27, Stephen Edwards. They might change for position due to the number 11's 30-second time penalty, but that's your podium so far for the gentleman and elite. And second place, seventh overall, is the number 10, who had to start from the very back of the grid. Juan Pablo Orjuela is currently second in the gentleman class, and rounding off the top three in gentlemen is the number 55 machine, which is Philip de Crane, who started 10th place in this race and is currently 8th place overall right now.
Battle for third then is now sharing the same part of the circuit. Bryant has shrunk that 3 seconds down to just half a second as they cross the line this time by. We are going to begin lap 39 of the race as we speak, and well, the 60 car could well be in P3 by the end of lap 39. Let's have a look as Bryant now goes on the offensive. Can he have a go maybe even into turn 3 if he can carry the momentum nicely through the second corner? He does carry the momentum well, has a little jink to the inside there. I think that was a speculative look more than anything, but it forces Jürgen Rudolph to cover the inside nonetheless. Next up is Curva VIP turn 4. I don't think Bryant's going to be close enough for a move there, but we'll wait and see on that front. No, he's not. Next up is the Parabolica interior, one of the most vital and tricky braking zones on the lap. Can Bryant get it done?
Can he get it done down towards the Parabolica interior? Well, Jürgen Rudolph looks like he's had a good run out of Curva VIP, and onto the brakes we go then in towards the Parabolica interior. Jürgen Rudolph still ahead of Oliver Bryant, but look how much Bryant closes up through the corner. He actually runs a little bit wide there, but I don't think that's actually going to take much out of his momentum there. Heading our way down towards Aurelia, as there's a little bit of a lappery to contend with just up ahead of them. Two different lines being taken in towards Aurelia as we head our way now towards Gancho with that little bit of lappery there. As Jürgen Rudolph dives down the inside, so too does Oliver Bryant as we make our way in towards Gancho. I thought Oliver Bryant was going to have a little look in towards Gancho, but decided against it.
Well, the battle is certainly bringing Oliver Bryant back into the faster sectors, because 2:7.43 was his last lap, his fastest of the race. So clearly the motivating factor of having a car in front of him is helping Oliver Bryant. Rudolph then will be feeling this pressure again into turn 1. Now, we saw a few laps ago that Rudolph was a little bit early on the brakes into the first corner, and that ended up costing him against Vincent Kolb in the battle for the race lead. Let's have a look at turn 1 then, because this shot seems to be frozen and not quite able to get it done at turn 1. Oliver Bryant remains in 4th position. We did have double yellows at turn 6, which by my reckoning is Parabolica interior, but that has now cleared. So thankfully whatever incident was going on has solved itself. But Oliver Bryant with 2 minutes and 24 seconds to go. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. Time is running out for Oliver Bryant to make the challenge for an overall podium.
Yeah, he's looking for it, isn't he? But Rudolph has an answer for his attacks at this moment in time. And as we make our way out of curve at VIP, Jürgen Rudolph might be able to drive away here. He did on the previous lap as we head away through turn 5, now towards the Parabolica interior. Although Oliver Bryant looks closer than he did last time around, but still not close enough to think about a move down the inside here. But on the brakes, he really does close up to the back of Jürgen Rudolph there. As we make our way out of Parabolica interior now. Is there a chance, an opportunity here down in towards Aurelia? Oliver Bryant is going to keep him honest. He does look for a move down the inside in towards Aurelia then, but Jürgen Rudolph around the outside holds on to that position as we head away onwards now towards Gancho to climb for the penultimate time.
Well then, the third and fourth place battle will head on to the final lap in just a few moments. It looks like it's going to be Jürgen Rudolph that leads the battle as we begin the final lap. Will he still be there at the conclusion of the final lap? We'll find out before too long as Bryant closes up massively through the penultimate corner. He's right there in the wheel tracks of the 757 car. Franchitti and Kolb have started their final lap. There is Franchitti, but let's take a look at Rudolph and Bryant, because down into turn 1 there could well be a move made by Oliver Bryant. He's 3/10 back across the line from Jürgen Rudolph. We really need to have a look at that battle we have been following. Franchitti is home free at the front of the order, but let's keep an eye on Rudolph and Bryant as best we can. They will be coming through the first corner and now the second corner at this juncture. Franchitti, though, has been exceptional in this race. He has come from 4th, 5th position in this second phase of the race and moved up into the race lead. It has been exemplary performance from Dario Franchitti, and he has just half a lap between himself and victory. He's pretty much got it secure. I'm not so sure about third place, though.
Yeah, he'll have to wait and see, but it's been a great drive. Would we expect anything less from Dario Franchitti then, as he makes his way now down in towards Aurelia? Still, Jürgen Rudolph is ahead of Oliver Bryant. They'll be somewhere at the Parabolica interior at the moment, as they do try to fight away for that last spot on the overall podium. But Dario Franchitti now makes his way through in towards Gancho here and try and roll out this final couple of corners in style.
So then Franchitti, 2 corners left to go. Marino and Dario have really shown their stuff in this race. Oliver Bryant has gotten through into 3rd position past Jürgen Rudolph off camera. So he is going to potentially, unless Rudolph can fire back, be on the overall podium. But Dario Franchitti has, for the second race in a row across 2 days here at the Estoril Classics, shown his class and taken a win, this time not just in class but overall. Franchitti has done it. Marino and Dario to the top step. Vincent Kolb across the line in 2nd place, I'm sure to the delight of both he and Max Moritz. And here comes Oliver Bryant. He does secure 3rd position on the final lap of the race, ahead of Jürgen Rudolph, who will still comfortably take home honours in the gentleman class.
He will indeed. What a performance, though, from the Franchittis. Marino Franchitti getting the move as well on Kyle Tilley about halfway through that first stint, as the window wipers start to turn on for Dario Franchitti. It's a case of, did he want the rain to arrive? I don't know. I think he would have been happy whatever the weather. But it certainly didn't dampen his spirits there, because he was just setting qualifying lap after qualifying lap after qualifying lap. And what a win there for Dario Franchitti and Marino Franchitti in the top of the elite class. Vincent Kolb had a very good last stint then to take the victory in the gentleman elite class, and taking over that one. And Jürgen Rudolph, really good final stint from him as well. Did put up a fight with whoever came across his path in those closing stages, and does get 4th place and leads and wins the gentleman class. So he does take home an honour there, but it's a shame for him to miss out on the podium on the final lap. But I mean, a really good drive from him nonetheless.
yeah, seriously impressive stuff from Bryant towards the end of the race. He was challenging Jürgen Rudolph. A shame perhaps that he couldn't quite find the pace early on. It looked like for the first couple of laps the car and he weren't quite in sync. But yeah, I don't think this is just a waving aid, is it? It has started raining here at the Estoril circuit just in the nick of time. At the conclusion of the race, by the looks of it, down at Gancho, we've got some rain falling. For Franchitti, though, that P1 is waiting for him. An immense race from the Scotsman, the superstar racer of so many years in the IndyCar series. Of course, also had a dalliance with the NASCAR Cup series in a Dodge, but he is best associated with his time and his massive successes in the Indianapolis 500 and the IndyCar series as a whole. Franchitti, such a pleasure to have him with us, and of course for both Dario and Marino, they're not done with racing this weekend, albeit they don't get to share in their next race appearance, which will be the Endurance Racing Legends category. Marino in a beautiful 90s Porsche 993 GT2. Dario is once again going to be pedaling that Joe Macari entered Maserati MC12. And of course Marino Franchitti, you see there the Singer race suit on him. Marino is their kind of chief development driver at Singer. So he knows his way around a classic Porsche, and it's great to see the embraces as well between Dario and Marino. I must admit, my memory doesn't extend far enough to know whether they've ever won a race in a shared car before, but they have had a brilliant day here in Estoril.
They really have, and embraces all around there as well, because it was a great race to watch out for as well, as Oliver Bryant did make his way onto the podium there. But Vincent Kolb also getting a hug and an embrace there from Dario Franchitti as well. It's just all-round respect from the three drivers involved. They gave us a fantastic show on the track then, and a fantastic showmanship off it as well.
Certainly, what I can tell you is that Dario and Marino have shared a class win before. I think maybe Sebring 12 Hours at one point they won in the same Acura in the late 2000s, possibly 2007. But yeah, certainly in terms of overall victories, that might well be their first. Meanwhile, Kyle Tilley and Ollie Bryant will be debriefing their race, and I like Marino there getting a picture. All the group photos going on. Marino Franchitti, amateur photographer.
Absolutely, but we should probably have a look back.
We now have to go. Yeah, we have to go now to highlights of the race. Franchitti's, of course, were on pole position. Marino in the 64 car was at the front of the order early on, but just 3 corners into the race, it was Kyle Tilley that led the way early doors. The 11 car, Phil Quaife at the wheel, was surging through the order. This is him up against Matt Neal, and he would make up that position and plenty more before the end of the first phase of the race. 90 minutes, of course, in duration, this race. And the middle 20 was the pit stop window. By the time we got to the pit stop window, it was Quaife in a 3-way battle for the lead with Marino Franchitti and Kyle Tilley. There they are all together. It was Marino who took back the lead from Tilley. However, of course, it would all change in the second phase of the race. They'd all enter the pits together. They wouldn't necessarily stay together. Some people got some camera time as well that they were quite happy about during the race. What a 3-way battle this was, though. Phil Quaife really asserting his authority, getting past Kyle Tilley and challenging for the race lead. A great 3-way scrap between 3 drivers who know how to handle a classic Porsche. A bit of a lock-up, however, from Evgeny Kiriev once he took over the number 11 car. And so the 11 car dropping through the order with Evgeny Kiriev at the wheel. The 269 taken over by Vincent Kolb. He got past Jürgen Rudolph. That was for the race lead. Dario Franchitti, though, managed to assert his dominance and win the race getting past Kolb with about 20 minutes left and securing the win for he and his brother.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
The next grid is already out then for our second race of the day at the 2024 Estoril Classics Day 2. And this is a new category, of course. We didn't see 2 Litre Cup yesterday. We didn't see these guys out either. This is the Classic Endurance Racing 2 grid. This is the grid for cars of the late 70s and early 80s. The kind of Group 4, Group 5, Group 6 sports cars that preceded the Group C era at the Le Mans 24 Hours and in the World Sports Car Championship. It did start raining as the previous grid of cars came back into the pit lane. That rain could well be a problem for some of our drivers in this race. And this is going to be a very compelling outing, I'm sure. Usually, we'll talk extensively about the front of the grid early doors, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with 15th place. Why is that? Because 15th on the grid in the Porsche 935 that secured the Daytona 24 Hours and the Sebring 12 Hours overall victories in 1982. Why, it's none other than Tom Christensen at the wheel. I get the feeling that 15th place isn't going to be where he stays for long, but we've got very quick drivers towards the front of the order. Drivers that, of course, we saw yesterday having great successes. Sebastian Glaser and Maxime Gunnar, both right there at the front of the order in 2 very contrasting cars. The open cockpit prototype, the Lola T286 in the hands of Gunnar, and Sebastian Glaser in his BMW M1 Pro car. Compelling front of the order then for this race, Kieran. And this is, I'm sure, going to be another thrilling encounter. This is going to be a 60-minute race.
It is indeed. Very much looking forward to this one. And we saw in the Endurance Racing Legends as well that Sebastian Glaser is one to watch as well. Absolutely tore away in his prototype, ending up winning by nearly 30 seconds. This time, though, he's starting in a BMW M1 Pro car, which I love the fact it's a bit of a contrast to what's lining up alongside him. Maxime Guenon in the Lola 2 T286 there on the front row. But yeah, we know Glaser is very quick around this circuit. We know that he's at least 3 seconds quicker than Maxime Guenot in qualifying yesterday. Wonder if that will go on to. Wonder if that will be the case today, because it looks like we've got a slightly damp track for our drivers heading out there for this race. Of course, they will get their sort of green flag lap, their exploratory lap, their formation lap, if you like. So that will give them a chance to understand the conditions and more often learn where the grip isn't rather than where the grip is, because you rather want to know where the grip isn't so you know where not to place the car. That seems more important on a lap like this.
Absolutely right. Let's see how they manage this then. An extra challenge thrown up by the conditions here around the Circuit Estoril. The pole car then, Sebastian Glaser, he is in a GT2 class entry. Yes, GT2 was not a category in the middle 1970s. You don't have to tell me that, but it is the class that the cars are entered into. That's where the Group 4s and the Group 5s live in this category. Unfortunately, it looks like Stefan Nguyen in the Lola T298 has an issue. You see there the yellow flags and the marshals directing the drivers to move away from the number 12 car. So Stefan looks like he might have an issue. Sebastian Glaser with the windscreen wipers just being activated there briefly on his ex-Jochen Mass BMW M1 Pro car. Now, I would kind of anticipate, despite Glaser's pace, I mean, he set a 152.1 in qualifying, which was over 3 seconds quicker than anybody else in the quali session. But I had the thought that perhaps he would drop through the order against some of the toys and the Lolas and the wonderful Group 6 sports prototypes, especially the over 2 litre cars. We've got quite a few DFV-powered sports cars in this race, and I just had the feeling that perhaps he would fall through the order. But in these conditions, I think having some weight in the car, on the car in general, and particularly over the rear axle, is actually going to be quite helpful.
Yeah, allowing you to get the power down, really, isn't it? It's a case of there is rain falling on the circuit. We just see that on the camera lens there down at Lamy Corner then, and that's a telltale sign when the rain is falling. The umbrellas and the hoods in the crowds go up. That's a telltale sign that it is raining out on circuit. So there's going to be a challenge for our drivers here. This lap is going to be very important because our drivers need to understand where the grip is, where the grip isn't, and obviously they'll have to try out some new lines going in towards the first corner at racing pace. Of course, when they took part in qualifying yesterday, completely bone dry track. All of those references they made yesterday are going to have to be modified slightly when we go racing.
Yes, it will. We've got some great drivers up and down this grid. We've mentioned Tom Christensen. He's, of course, sharing with Zach Brown. Nick Padmore is on this grid as well. He'll be starting, or his car will be starting down there in 17th. Padmore is taking the start, actually, as well. So Padmore and Christensen will be right up there. Let's quickly run you through as much of the grid as we can. Sebastian Glaser will start from pole position in the M1 Pro car. Then it's Maxime Guenot in the Lola T286. The Cheetah G601 of Beat Egerman is next, alongside Tony Sinclair, the vastly experienced driver, in his Lola T292. Yves Scamama in the Toy SC304. Yes, it's TOJ, but it is apparently pronounced Toy. Dennis and Mark Bush in their Porsche 935 in 6th. Russell Bust in 7th position. Stefan Nguyen was meant to be 8th, but we've seen that car having some issues. John Legras in 9th place. Dominic Gournat in 10th. Stephen Osborne and Chris Ward in their, I believe, ex-Franz Conrad BMW M1 Pro car. Frederick De Rocca in 12th. The regulars, John Emberson and Nigel Greensall in the famous Chevron B26, affectionately known as Chocolate Drop, in 13th place. Scamama and Fort in 14th. Kevin Cook in 15th. Zach Brown and Tom Christensen in 16th place, with TK taking the start. Padmore and Turizani in 17th place. And that is about all I can tell you before we get this race underway. It's Sebastian Glaser with the BMW M1 Pro car starting alongside Maxime Gonin in his Lola T286. Two powerful cars at the front of the order. Will it be the DFV, the Cosworth V8, or the BMW Straight 6 that leads us down into turn one? Glaser gets the car underway, but the lightness, I think, of Maxime Gonin's Lola gives him a slight nose ahead into the corner, but into the braking zone. It's Glaser who has the confidence. Everyone else picking their way through the order. Tom Christensen there in the blue and yellow Porsche 935. Just trying to figure out his way through the Lola T600 that I think may have come in for tyres. Philippe Skimama, I think, just exiting the pit lane. That could prove to be a masterstroke. Not sure who's on what tyre. Not sure who's got how much confidence around the circuit in these conditions. And you can see how treacherous it is. The BMW M1 Pro car, the number 88 machine, has had a spin there. That's Stephen Osborne's entry. That is an ex Franz Conrad car, also raced by first ever DTM champion Volker Streisek, and I can only hope it's in the same shape it was as they began the race, because spinning in the middle of the circuit there, Osborne and Chris Ward's entry, that is never good to see.
Never good to see, and we saw as well Gwenol getting all sorts of sideways, making the way out of turn two there, and again all sorts of sideways, that back end just wanting to step out on him as they made their way out of the Parabolica interior. As we've got Sinclair as well, looking to try and make a move around the outside in towards the first part of Aurelia. As it's all sort of at your tiptoe stage at the moment. Drivers are trying to figure out where the grip is at racing speed, and that's easier said than done. As you said, Adam, we don't know what tyres these drivers are going to be on. What we do know is that they're being quite tentative at the moment until they know for sure where the grip is.
Extremely tentative with good reason. Tom Christensen is up to 12th place, but the real mover is Nick Padmore. He is up to 6th from 17th on the grid. Padmore has been very fast in the Osella PA5 on this first lap of the race. It's Glaser from Sinclair, your top two. Then it's Maxime Gonin. It's Egerman in the fourth place car. Gonin is still there in second place. My apologies. Sinclair behind him in third position. But Glaser, again, just driving away from the field. He's really got that BMW M1 sussed out. We saw it in qualifying with, again, as I mentioned, a 3-second pole deficit. But in these wet conditions, he is still just driving away from the field. Tom Christensen, though, will be one to watch, and so will this man, Nick Padmore, carving his way through. That's a move for fourth place on Beat Egerman, and frankly, Egerman looked like he was standing still there. Padmore had so much more confidence, so much more traction, to the extent I do wonder if maybe they're on different tyres.
Yeah, potentially. Dennis Bush has just looked for a move up the inside, but there's a spinner in the background. That's Egerman, I think that was, who spun around, going through in towards Lamy Corner, and hopefully he'd rolled himself out of the way there. But yeah, it's tricky conditions out there, and looking to see who can unleash that inner wet weather warrior as we make our way down there. Nick Padmore certainly has that wet weather warrior inside, and then making our way down towards the Parabolica interior. He's got Gwenol right ahead of him now, and you see the lines that Padmore is taking. He's sticking to the outside of the track here. Of course, when you're in karting, that's one of the first things you learn. If it starts to rain out there and you're on maybe dry tyres, go to the outside line. The rubber gets so slippery out there that if you look to the outside lines where the rubber isn't, you'll normally find some more grip. And there goes Nick Padmore swooping around the outside and up into second place. I'm interested to see now what he can do against Sebastian Glaser. He is lapping quicker than our race leader. Nick Padmore is going to be closing over the next couple of sectors.
Yeah, Maxime Gonin could do nothing there about Nick Padmore, of course, formerly a winner in the Classic GP race for the Pre-86 F1 cars here at the Estoril Classics back in 2022, so he knows his way around this circuit. Padmore's such a decorated, historic driver, and I have a theory regarding this Osella's seeming wet prowess. This car, the Osella PA5, raced by the team Scuderia Ateneo in 1977, and it was driven by a pseudonymed driver. What was his pseudonym? Amphicar. And that sounds to me like an amphibious car, and perhaps that's why Nick Padmore is quite so fast in these wet conditions, because he is in the ex-Amphicar car.
Fastest lap of the race then went the way of Nick Padmore as well, with a 2-minute 11.4. Just shows you how slippery it has gotten out on circuit. But Nick Padmore was 1.4 seconds quicker than Glaser in the middle sector alone, as he now makes his way through in towards Lamy Corner. There's Maxime Guénot in third place, and then we have the number 85 machine of Tony Sinclair in fourth place. Tom Christensen is now up into fifth place. He's just got his way past Dennis Bush then for fifth place, and that's for second in class as well. As multiple cars, the rear tyres are starting to light up here, because drivers want to get the throttle down. These rear tyres, I mean, in these slippery conditions, it's always going to be great to see the back end slip out on these cars. But if you're a driver here, in the dry, when the back end slips out on you, it's a little bit more predictable. In the wet, though, it's just frustrating, because you're trying to get the power down, and it's all those horses are being wasted by the wheel spin in those slippery conditions.
Yeah, Maxime Guénot, definitely a compelling watch at the moment. You saw him. That little kink after Curve of VIP around the back of the paddock on the back, not quite straight. It's usually nothing, it's just a flick in any car. But you saw how hard he was having to fight the car even through that corner. He has a 3-litre Cosworth DFV power under his right foot, and that car, a little bit of history on that machine. It's a car that never actually raced in its true period. It's chassis HU10. Which was ordered by Alain de Cadenet for the 1977 Le Mans 24 Hours. The rules for the Le Mans 24 Hours then changed, and Alain de Cadenet could no longer bring it to that race. So it never actually was completed. But then finally in 1984, the car was purchased and eventually run in the 1985 Thundersports Championship with Mike Wilds along with James Wallace driving the car. Tom Christensen then is up into fourth position. Tony Sinclair has dropped back to sixth. Two Porsche 935s have gotten past him on this lap of the race, but TK is up into position number 4 in this searingly impressive 1981 Porsche 935 JLP. His pace is off that of the leaders. They're doing 208s. He's in the high, or actually in the low 211s. But actually, last time through that first sector, he was the quickest of anybody. So now maybe he can find some time as the car is now in clear air. But he is going to be brought back into the lead battle because the safety car is out on the circuit. So the safety car is out. That's going to bunch everybody back together. And that is going to create a very interesting restart, assuming we can do so, with Christensen being brought in, Padmore and Glaser being brought together.
Yeah, I believe this is for Dominique Guénot, who stopped at turn 8. There were double yellow flags at turn 7 for quite some time, and then a message come through that said that his car had stopped at turn 8. So it's about this section here, just after the first part of Aurelia, as we see drivers now have to slow down and observe that sort of reduced pace to then form up behind the safety car. And a lot fewer umbrellas being deployed at the circuit now, which, if you're gauging that from the weather alone, seems to indicate that the rain might have eased slightly at this stage. But again, the track still looks slippery from this point of view, going through towards Gancho then. The light's still on because of the wet weather we have out on circuit, but that's going to mean Sebastian Glaser's 7.6 second lead is going to be wiped out then. Nick Padmore is going to close right up to the back of him under these safety car conditions. There is the leader being picked up. Sebastian Glaser leading Nick Padmore. Then it's Maxime Guénot in third place, Tom Christensen in fourth, and it's Dennis Bush in fifth, Tony Sinclair in sixth place, Yves Skamama in seventh place there. So we're looking pretty good right now for some battles at the top of the field. And there you go. It's more of a, not quite a conga line, but in and out we go to try and keep some heat into the vitals and the tyres.
Another factor I think worth bringing up in regard to this field being bunched together is Philippe Skimama. Remember I said that the Lola T600 was in the pit lane during the formation lap. That car is now up to 9th position. You see it there, the closed cockpit prototype, the Lola T600, there 9th in the queue. He was setting 2:11s, which was about on par with Tom Christensen's pace as he scythed his way through the order. And of course the Lola T600, along with Christensen's 935, is one of the youngest cars in this race. The Lola T600 was kind of a bit of a groundbreaker. One of the first cars built to the IMSA GTP regulations, which were effectively the Group C equivalent for the American market. An ex-Brian Redman Bobby Rahal car as well, so a little bit of provenance, albeit they failed to qualify it for the Le Mans 24 Hours in 1981. It was fitted with a Porsche turbo engine at that time. It now runs a Chevrolet V8. But I just love the history on these CER grids, the classic endurance racing grids. I feel like the 70s sometimes slightly overlooked when you look at the pantheon of sports car racing. The Group C era is celebrated. Of course, the 60s dominance of the Ford GT40 is celebrated. Everyone reveres the Porsche 917, but that mid to late 70s period that this CER2 grid represents, yes, perhaps not quite as revered, but I think arguably should be. The 935s, the Group 6 sports cars, just a fabulous period of time.
Definitely, and it shows in the sort of wealth of machinery we have on the grid. I mean, the M1 Pro car always looks so striking. It's probably one of the titans out there in terms of looks. It just looks mean. It looks like it belongs on the circuit, and under these safety car conditions at the hands of Sebastian Glasser, it was leading the way. But Nick Padmore in that Osella PA5 with this safety car has drawn in closer and closer, of course, and they were matching each other for pace towards the, well, before the safety car was deployed. I think the advantage slightly went the way of Sebastian Glasser at that point. But I mean, Nick Padmore fighting his way through the field from 17th place on the grid has done a remarkable job in getting himself through there, and just taking those karting lines as well, to going around the outside, and those sorts of tyres might come in handy in conditions like these.
Yeah, quite possibly so. I must say, Tony Sinclair, 6th position, always a very good driver. Of course, he's second in the under 2 litre prototype class at the moment that Nick Padmore is leading. Not quite sure what engine Padmore has at his disposal in the Osella. I'm thinking maybe a BMW M12, the Formula 2 motor, that could be the case. But yes, the number 10 car very light on its feet, as is the Lola T292 in the hands of Tony Sinclair. Tony Sinclair and the Crown Racing team that he is driving for incidentally gave me one of my best days of the year a couple of months ago. I'm lucky enough to live half an hour away from Goodwood, and revival season is always fun because you can show up to a track day in the month before revival, and you know, it's a roulette wheel, but you could have any number of interesting cars being tested and shaken down ahead of revival. Tony Sinclair was there driving an ex-Surtees, ex-Jackie Stewart Lola T70 on a civilian track day, which meant I had the absurd sight of watching a frankly hastily taped together Mazda MX-5 being followed out of the pit lane by a Lola T70 Spider, one of the early Mark I Lola T70s. You get absurd sights in historic racing, but when the historic races come to track days, it gets even more varied.
It does indeed, and as varied perhaps as the weather as well. We got a little bit of rain on the cards here, maybe slightly earlier than maybe we were thinking, maybe that was indicated. Nevertheless, it has been here. It's not been a washout. We have you know, a certain dampness on the track now that just, I mean, the track is greasy, it's fair to say, and for drivers, that's sort of the worst surface it can be. drivers are happy with bone dry conditions, they're happy with full wet because they know where they stand, but with greasy conditions where you can't see any standing water, those are your sort of moments where drivers are not really a fan of that, because from first glance of turning in and applying the brakes into a corner, sometimes you just don't know where that grip isn't going to be. And they much prefer it if there is a downpour and they start to see some standing water. At least then they know where they stand and where the grip is going to be in each and every corner.
So pit window open in less than 10 minutes. Safety car still out. I'm yet to see a bulletin to imply that we'll be in this lap. So at least one more lap under SC by the looks of it. We saw, as you said, that Dominic Gunnar was stopped at turn 8, but we'll hopefully get this race back underway before long. Incidentally, we spoke about Tony Sinclair, a little bit of background on that 1973 Lola T292. That car's actually a championship winner in period, the European 2-litre championship that was won by Chris Craft, who, among other things, also took a McLaren to victory lane in the Norris Ring 200-mile event in the early 1970s, the famous sports car races at the Norris Ring before it became a touring car event. And after that it was hill climbed and raced in Italy, and that's a common thread actually with a lot of these under 2-litre class cars, these sub 2-litre sports cars. A lot of them were taken to the hills after their contemporary racing career was concluded, because they are so light on their feet, so nimble, perfect for that style of competition.
Perfect indeed, and years later it's still giving us some great action out on track, and I am glad. I said this yesterday, but these drivers and owners who prepare these cars so lovingly and get them out onto the track just so that they're not in a museum. Race cars are meant for that, to be racing. Yes, it's great to have a look at them, but it's great to see them out on track and really battling against each other across these different eras that we get to see here in the modern day. We do have the safety car that will be in this lap, and the safety car not the safety car window, the pit window I should say, is less than 8 minutes down the road.
And it will be open for 10 minutes, from minute 25 to minute 35 of this motor race. The CER2 grid will launch back into life in short order. The wonderful Vorsteiner livery on that machine, and it's Vorsteiner colours. There's a toy chassis with the Vorsteiner out there as well, one of the SC304s. It's one of those colour schemes that always looks universally good, whether it's on a BMW M1 Pro car, an Opel Vectra Super Tourer. It's up there with the Gaulois colours as well on that front, or the Gaulois colours on that front. But it will be Sebastian Glaser at the front of the order. The question is, though, for how long? Because Nick Padmore, who was charging through the order, lest we forget qualified down in the teens, has already worked his way to second place. Then you've got the X factor of Tom Christensen there in fourth place as well, behind Maxime Guenard, who was struggling a little bit in the conditions prior to the safety car. Everyone's maybe had a couple of laps to suss out where the grip is and isn't. In these conditions, it's 3 wide, and Maxime Guenard is going for the inside for the lead. He can't quite get it done, but a statement of intent there from Guenard. Perhaps the confidence is back with the driver of the Lola T286. We await the cars coming into sight, and it is still Sebastian Glaser that leads the way in the BMW M1 Pro car. Then it's Padmore, then it's Guenard, then it's Tom Christensen in the wonderful ex-John Paul Jr. and Senior Porsche 935, one of the most successful cars of the 1980s in IMSA competition. And how great to see it on this side of the Atlantic. Sebastian Glaser leads, but look at Padmore coming through the section now that's going to suit the car as well. The Acela PA5 is right there with the race leader, and so is Maxime Guenard.
Yeah, absolutely, and looking to try and find a way past there as well is Maxime Guenard, who tries to find his way through, looking for a move again down the inside as we make our way through in towards Aurelia here, side by side with Nick Padmore. It's certainly close, but there's still side by side now as we make our way through in towards now Gancho, but Nick Padmore managing to hold firm there as they now make their way through in towards Gancho now. They get back onto the power then and make their way through in towards the latter half of this lap then. Through the S as we go, and then towards the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Through they go then and around the final corner. It is Glaser leading them from Nick Padmore and Maxime Guenard, who makes their way round the final corner.
Now, the restart is under investigation for the safety car period. There is the DFE power of Maxime Guenard's wonderful Lola T286. It's quicker than the BMW and the Osella in a straight line, and he uses that to wonderful effect. Pretty much everybody setting purple or personal best sectors on that first lap back out on the circuit as well. So I think the rain has certainly eased now. We can start to see the true potential of these cars come on song. And in fact, we're setting times quicker than or as quick as what we had in qualifying. I think we're in this kind of greasy middle ground in yesterday's qualifying session as well. We get a look back at it. A sheer display of power from the number 50.
Yeah, and Maxime Guenard using that engine to its full effect then, and later on the brakes as well, considering that's quite a greasy part of the track on the inside line there. Maxime Guenard had full confidence to get on the brakes later than Sebastian Glaser, and now he can try and build the gap now, see what he can do in this latter stages of the opening stint. But we make our way now through in towards Aurelia. So Maxime Guenard leads the way then. It's Sebastian Glaser in second place, and Nick Padmore rounding off the top three. Tom Christensen there, you just about see him in fourth place, just making the way through into and out of Aurelia. Through Gancho we go then, with Maxime Guenard leading the way. I wonder for Sebastian Glaser, we saw how quick that BMW M1 Pro car can be. Does it just need a couple of laps to really get all the heat and vitals into it, and once it's there through the corners it can be a real menace? We'll find out now through in towards the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, but I'm assuming this is where Maxime Guenard can open up the taps of that DFV and make his way down the start finish straight. And there's a familiar face ready to take over from Tom Christensen.
Yes, we will see Zach Brown at the wheel of the Porsche 935 before long. I suspect Tom might stay out there fairly deep into the window, unless they've already had a handshake that they'll divide it exactly in the middle. But TK running well there in fourth place, not quite on the pace though of the top three. Let it never be said that historic racing drivers aren't vastly talented, because anyone who can outpace Tom Christensen in a sports car race clearly knows what they're doing. Glaser doing a great job in particular, I feel, in the M1 Pro car, which of course wouldn't really be considered on the same level as the 935 JLP or indeed the Lola T286 in period. That car is clearly very well sorted and moreover very well driven at the moment by Glaser, who we've seen do some giant killing before in his cars. You see wet tyres being weighted on there. I think that is down at the United Autosports pit for the Christensen and Zach Brown at Porsche 935. Nick Padmore still trying to find a way past Glaser. A really interesting study in contrasts here, of course, two very, very different racing cars, but interestingly, seemingly about equal on the circuit. Yes, again, of course, strengths and weaknesses, but Glaser and Padmore having a brilliant scrap.
They really are, and number 12 has got a 30-second penalty for the safety car restart infringement there. So that is Nguyen, who's down at the bottom of the field. Nick Padmore then can't match Sebastian Glaser in a straight line right now, but in turn, Glaser can't match the straight line speed of Maxime Guenard at this stage, with just under 36 minutes left to run here. You see Sebastian Glaser trying to leave that braking as late as possible. Car's slightly unsettled under braking, but seemingly all under control then for Glaser then to stay ahead of Nick Padmore then. Padmore in these opening stages really did have the pace. He's looking for a move around the outside here, going in towards the Pedro Lamy corner, now towards curve at VIP, and that sort of greasy element of the circuit seems to have passed through now. We're through that greasy stage. It's more like a drying circuit, so the grip just finds you're able to find more and more grip the more laps you have around here. And with 22 cars lapping the circuit right now, it's just a case of when the track will dry up. Is this a chance here for Nick Padmore to be later on the brakes than Sebastian Glaser? Glaser leaves him the room on the inside, but then powers his way around the outside, heading away out of Parabolica Interior. Just about keeps ahead for now, though.
Yeah, great close racing between both parties. Padmore with the nimble Acela PA5 might be able to do it around the outside here, and he does. A nice move from Nick Padmore, moving himself up into second place. Now the challenge begins for him to see if he can match the pace of Maxime Gounard. However, now the safety car window is open, so we'll see. The pit window is open, and we'll. The pit window. We'll see whether or not anybody takes the opportunity at the first time of asking. I wouldn't anticipate anyone in the top three making that decision on the first lap, and indeed Nick Padmore isn't ready to hand over to Roberto Turiziani just yet, and I suspect if you're Turiziani, you see a move like that from Padmore and go, yeah, give him 2 or 3 more laps.
yeah, have a bit more time in the car, Nick. That's no problem with us. But yeah, it's a bit of flame from the back of Padmore's Acela as he now makes his way and see what inroads he can make to Maxime Gounard, who has had a real turn of pace in this race. Compared to his qualifying times yesterday, yes, he was 3.4 seconds back off of Sebastian Glaser's time. So it really is a change of position, a change of momentum happening here. There is Tom Christensen, who's currently 5th place overall, 2nd in class, but that is Dennis Busch right behind him, both of them in Porsche 935s, but the car behind Dennis Busch, 2 years the car's senior in front.
Yeah, so this is going to be compelling. Different specs of 935. The JLP for Tom Christensen, Dennis Busch, I believe that would be a K3 spec 935 for Busch. It is the Busch twins, Dennis and Mark of Twin Busch, that are running that car. Originally a Kramer chassis driven extensively by Klaus Ludwig, who won in the DRM series on a couple of occasions in that chassis. Also came home 2nd in the Nürburgring 1,000 kilometres at one point, and now it's going for 2nd in the GT2 class here, up against Tom Christensen, the 1979 935, up against the 1981 chassis for TK. And wow, this is just gorgeous, isn't it? You can see the differences in the specs of cars, the slightly wider, the slightly more aggressive aero on the ex-John Paul Jr. and Senior machine. Rolf Stommelen also raced the car at the Daytona 24 Hours. Christensen is into the pit lane, so Zach Brown is going to take the car over, and Busch will move up in 2nd in class for the time being. And we await the driver change. You see there, just checking the watch. Okay, when am I in the car? It's coming soon, I'm sure. And we'll see the toy come in as well. The car that took 4th position, Yves Skamama, moved up and passed Tom Christensen before Christensen pitted in the rather gorgeous number 52 car, another DFV-powered prototype that was originally owned by Swiss Heinz Schulfes back in the middle 1970s. But the pit window's on then, and the next question, of course, is when will our leader pit? The leader's going to stay in that car for the duration. Nick Padmore does have to hand over at some point, which he'll be gutted with, because look at how he's closing in on our race leader.
Yeah, as Roberto Turiziani will be ready and waiting in the wings to take over from Nick Padmore. Padmore, meanwhile, is the fastest driver out on track. 1 minute 45.7 from him last time around, and still going quick through the 1st and 2nd sector, and has closed right up to the back now of Maxime Gounard as we make our way through in towards the final corner, the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, as we make our way down on towards the start-finish straight now. This is a case of he is able to pull away even more from Nick Padmore, but through the corners, That Acela is an absolute weapon through the corners, able to close in on Maxime Guenot time and time again. The gap between them has come down to 1.1 seconds, and Padmore on that last lap was 1.2 seconds quicker than Maxime Guenot.
Yeah, searing pace at the moment from Padmore. They come up on some lap traffic there. I think that would be the number 7 car, the Chevron B21 of Le Gras, that they just went around there. 1:44.8 last time by from Padmore. Fastest lap anybody has set all race. He's really on the pace now that he's got past the big BMW Pro car of Glaser. Glaser, incidentally, on his last lap was also set his best of the race of 1:48.1, and he's still extending the advantage over Busch in the Porsche 935. So I think that Glaser, if he continues as he is, should still be safe in the GT2 lead. But we are less than 5 minutes away from the pit window being closed. So these two drivers, Gunnar and Padmore, are going to have to go for the pit lane at some point. Padmore just getting slightly held up there by the number 2 car, De Rocca, in the Lola T298. Lola helping Lola get back away from Nick Padmore, as it turns out.
It seems to be, doesn't it? Through in towards the S's. Yes, still no way through for Nick Padmore then, as we make our way through in towards the final corner. So Guenot has got himself at least a couple of seconds there that's been gained there. He elects to stay out for the time being. Nick Padmore taking a tight line out of the final corner usually means one thing. It means he makes his way into the pit lane with the Osella and will hand over the car now in that driver change and see what he can do from there. See what the car can do from there on in. What a brilliant stint, though, from Nick Padmore to get himself from 17th place. It's a case of what can Roberto Turiziani can do from this position.
Now, I suspect we might have had a slightly long pit stop for Zach Brown, because typically it's been about a 2-minute 45 first sector for cars that have come through the pit lane. For Zach Brown, it was a 3:20. It could be that, or it could be that they were towards the bottom end of the pit lane and already registered the timing beam quite a long time before finally exiting the pit lane. But nonetheless, Zach Brown will have dropped a few positions there by the looks of it during the pit cycle in that spectacular Porsche 935 JLP. We'll see exactly where he shakes out as this pit window comes to a close in less than 3 minutes' time. I expect Maxime Guenot will get it done this time. In fact, there is Zach Brown going a lap down to the leader for the time being. So Brown just being careful there. They did have wet tyres ready. I'd be curious to know whether they actually put them on the car. I don't think they'd need them. It looks more than dry enough out there on the circuit now. But for now, we wait and see if Guenot, the race leader, finally comes into the pits in the Lola T286. He does head into the pit lane. So our race leader is in. Let's see where he comes out relative to the number 10 car. Nick Padmore handing over as we speak, of course, to his co-driver Roberto Turiziani.
Yeah, and both of them are going to be sharing the pit lane, at least for a few seconds at the very least. There is Zach Brown then making his way through in towards the first corner. He'll have a job on his hands now to see what he can do. Can he get back into the GT2 podium places then, the top 3 of there? And it's important to stay hydrated no matter what, even if there is rain falling on the circuit. Maxime Guenot taking that opportunity to have a drink from the water bottle. Tyre pressures being adjusted as well for this second stint. And maybe just a little bit of a debrief with the team as well, how it's all going. Perhaps if they've spotted set certain times or certain places where they feel like Maxime Guenot needs a little bit of a pointer, maybe perhaps saying you're doing a fantastic job, keep doing what you're doing.
Quite possibly so. There is Carlos Manuel Antunes Tavares. Carlos Tavares at the wheel of his Chevron B21. Great to see him out there and racing in that fabulous little Chevron, one of the earliest cars on the grid. The B21 soon to be consigned to the CER2 grid, whereas there's a wealth of Chevron B19s running in the Classic Endurance Racing 1, the slightly earlier cars. We'll see quite a few of them out there later on in the day. The Acela is back out on the circuit then, and the number 10 now taken over by Nick Padmore's co-driver Turiziani, and let's see where the PA5 comes out. Gunnar, of course, still in the pits, should be in the pits for just about the rest of this lap. The question is, will he come out ahead or behind the Nick Padmore and Turiziani machine? Of course, Turiziani will have seen that hold up towards the end, so he'll know that maybe he will be about 4 or 5 seconds behind in theory, because of course Padmore got held up on his in-lap a little bit, and that might be the difference maker.
Could be the difference maker. We'll have to see how it all pans out then, but there is number 10 then making its way through. It's still showing on our timing screens as Nick Padmore, so whether he's elected to stay in the car, I'm not too sure. It was down for Roberto Turiziani to take over that machine, so whether it's the case it just needs to update, or whether Nick Padmore has stayed in the car, well, I guess we'll find out in a couple of minutes' time.
Yes, that does look remarkably like Nick Padmore's helmet, actually, green and white. So I think Padmore might well be doing this solo. I think you make a good point. We'll keep an eye on that situation. But for now, Gunnar is listed as out of the pit lane. So here's Padmore, potentially Padmore. I do think that's his helmet at the wheel of the number 10 car. Where is he relative to Gunnar? Gunnar will be exiting the pits. There's the Busch car just exiting. So the Porsche 935 just behind the number 10. So I think that will mean that Gunnar and potentially Glaser are both past the number 10, and even potentially Yves Skimama as well in the Toy SC304. So I think that the number 10 crew have had rather a net loss there.
They have, haven't they? 18 seconds to make up now on Yves Skimama, but there is your race leader, or was your race leader in essence. Maxime Guénon, by our timing screens, still the race leader by a good 12.5 seconds again against Sebastian Glaser at the moment. And then it's Yves Skimama rounding off the top 3 overall. Maxime Guénon leading in the last of the, or at least at the end of this pit window, now knows the job he has at hand: maintain the gap between himself and Sebastian Glaser.
Yeah, the place to look now is the battle for second place between Glaser and Skimama. The BMW M1 Pro car versus the Toy SC304. They'll be coming down the main straight at the moment, both of course on their outlaps. The narrative of the race has seemingly shifted, with Padmore now 30 seconds back from the race lead. So Guerna is scheduled to be driving solo, and driving solo he is. Padmore appears to be driving solo. The car's still going exceedingly quickly. I have no reason to disbelieve that Padmore has stayed in the car. The pace would imply that. And the battle for second, there has been a shift there because Skimama has gotten past the M1 Pro car of Glaser, and moreover is setting pace roughly equivalent to that of Skimama, and that was with an overtake factored into the lap. The Toy SC304 that we saw running very well here 12 months ago at the previous Estoril Classics is in second place and just slightly matching or just slightly slower than the pace of Gunnar. Now, unfortunately, Tony Sinclair is back into the pit lane. We saw him there in the 85 car, and it looks like that car might be finished for the day, or at least suffering with a problem, because the pit window has, of course, closed.
Yeah, absolutely, which is a huge shame there. But we'll have to wait and see if that car does make its way back out onto track, that Lola T292. Tony Sinclair, who qualified in 4th place, but unfortunately there seems to be an issue that has reared its head. Looking at this then, we have Maxime Guénon, who leads the way then and just set a new fastest lap of the race, 1:44.294. So it's safe to say that the track is in a much better place than it was at the start of this race. That would be pretty much an understatement of the race. Keeping close tabs is Yves Skimama, but on that lap, about 8 tenths slower overall. So Maxime Guenard doing what he needs to do right now, just lapping quicker than Yves Scamama at this point in the race. We've also got Mark Bush in the Porsche 935. The Bush twins have changed over, so Dennis is out, Mark is in, and he is closing on Nick Padmore up ahead of him, at least on the interval timings. He was 4/10 quicker through the second sector than Nick Padmore, but how much that is down to traffic and such the like is a question that, well, is for the timing screens, I guess.
Yes, we'll keep an eye on what the timing screens have to say to us. We're looking back at the moment a little bit further down the order, but there is the race leader still, Maxime Guenard, in the number 50 machine. You see it's still wearing its Opford Group colours from the 1985 Thundersports Championship in the UK, and great to see so many cars here with great provenance. I've written a wealth of notes for this. I'm never going to get through all of it, but great to see the 50 car running so well. Scamama in second place. The gap is still extending, so I think Guenard just really has this sussed out at the moment. It's two DFV powered sports cars at the front of the order, but the pace is being set by our leader Guenard, who's just closing in there on a back marker, that being the T298, I believe, of De Rocker, or was it Kevin Cook? I think it might have been Kevin Cook in the March 75S, actually. Going through shot there as well was Zach Brown, of course. He is now running. A bit of an update on Zach in 14th overall. Again, that pit stop seemed to be a little bit longer than a lot of those cars around him, but he is lapping quicker than the three cars ahead. So perhaps Zach can make up some positions. He's about 8 seconds back from his next foe, which would be Legras in the number 7 Chevron B21. So who knows? Zach Brown may yet make up some places.
Yeah, and of course, with less than 20 minutes to go, if there is a safety car at this stage, it will close the field right back up. And, well, it's the last thing that Maxime Guenard wants. It's the absolute first thing that the likes of Yves Scamama and Sebastian Glaser want at this point. But there is overtaking to be done. There's the M1 BMW Pro car of Sebastian Glaser making his way now through in towards turn 5, enjoying himself right now. He had that pole position, third place right now, but of course still leading the GT2 class as he makes his way through there. Back of the power we go, and he was just a couple of hundredths of a second, I should say, slower than Yves Scamama through the first sector. In fact, that was Glaser's personal best first sector of the race so far.
Okay, I just want to touch on Yves Scamama's car, actually. We haven't seen much of it, the car in second place. Obviously just ahead of this machine of Sebastian Glaser, the open-top Toy SC304, car number 52. Another car in the glorious Vorsteiner colours shared by this BMW. An interesting story I unearthed about that car. It was sold to Swiss privateer Heinz Scholfers, who I mentioned earlier on. It was a rolling chassis that was sold to him, as most of the toy machines were. He bought a DFV for it. However, the car arrived late, and, quote, all the stories I could find, the DFV had to be fitted on the way to Le Mans, where they had an entry waiting. Now, I'd love to know what on the way implies. Does that imply in a moving truck? Does that imply arriving to a random French MOT centre and saying, would you mind awfully if I quickly fit a racing engine to the back of this sports prototype? Regardless, the car never made it out in practice, failed to qualify for the main event, but did go on to race on both a national and international basis in the colours that we see today. But can you imagine that? A random Tuesday in a small French village, you own a garage, and then someone shows up with a race truck, wheels out their race car, and then says, I need to get this DFV in the back of this thing quickly.
It'd be a heck of a payday, though, wouldn't it, if you managed to get the turnaround time quite quickly? It really would. But yeah, great stories, great machines. That's what the Estoril Classics is all about. As we watch on here for Sebastian Glaser, who is lapping pretty consistently right now. Unfortunately for him, he's just losing ground on Yves Gamama up ahead, there or thereabouts. He's about matching for pace, some sectors faster, some sectors slower. Nick Padmore is closing in though on Sebastian Glaser for an overall podium spot. The gap is 11.3 seconds with 15.5 minutes left to run. We'll have a look at the last lap time there. We've also got to watch out as well for Mark Bush. He's just set the fastest lap time in GT2, 1 minute 47.677. So he's absolutely flying out there. Is there a chance he might be able to catch Seb Glaser in the closing stages? He's got 21 seconds to find if he wants that to happen, and he was only 0.2 quicker than Glaser on that last lap.
Speaking of drivers flying, sound the alarm. It's our first Nigel Greensall reference of the day, 1:44.490, the fastest time we've seen from an under 2 litre prototype in this race. So the Nick Padmore car is actually being outpaced by Greensall, albeit Greensall is some 30 seconds back from Nick Padmore, so not a factor, but Greensall is in the famed Chevron B26 known as Chocolate Drop, thanks to its distinctive colour scheme, the number 21 car. That has quite a history behind it, one of the most famous chevrons of all. Ex-John Watson, Brian Redman machine, Peter Gethin as well. And in fact, it also raced, weirdly, as a super saloon. Of course, many prototypes and Formula cars were turned into super saloons, and at one time, the Chevron was running with a Skoda body in super saloons competition. But today, Chocolate Drop is back to its original condition and colours.
Sorry, I know I come from the modern time where Skoda and racing doesn't really combine well, but yeah, I know it could do it more maybe now than maybe ever before. It's just that I have a lovely little Skoda and I can't imagine it going saloon car or touring car racing. Not a chance. Not a chance. But yeah, I mean, I would love to see it. Skoda Spec Series. Yeah, yes please.
Moreover, I can't imagine someone taking an LMP3 car and putting your Skoda's bodywork over it.
That would be more of a stretch, yeah.
It would be in every sense of the word. Porsche 928 we just saw get past there is the number 928 car. And we've seen it a couple of times getting put a lap or two down. Jörg Bratke von Bergen and Olivier Luisoda in that car, the 1980 machine, one of the newer cars on the circuit, entered into GT2 up against the M1 Pro cars and the Porsche 935, which I'm not sure is the fairest fight we've ever seen, but it's the fight that he is having to put forth. Zach Brown is still outpacing a few of the cars ahead of him. He's in 14th and everyone up to 10th is slower than Zach, but unfortunately he's got something like 12 seconds between himself and Cook in the 188 March 75 that is just ahead. So unfortunately for Zach, I think 14th might be where the car finishes, which granted is still an improvement on 15th where the car began the race. You saw it there just ahead of Nick Padmore, the 1981 built Porsche 935. And so great to see TK this morning before going racing, signing a bunch of autographs and making time for the fans. Of course, they'll be back out later as well in the Heritage Touring Cup race, but Padmore for now putting a lap on Zach Brown. It's rather fortuitous, isn't it, that this event typically falls during a bit of a lull in the F1 calendar. Look at that straight line speed from the 935. That turbo-powered Porsche still has the legs.
It really does, yeah. It's I do wonder if Zach has a say maybe in sort of it's sort of a rare autumnal break in the Formula One calendar. We don't normally get the break here at sort of the end of September or early October, but it's a perfect opportunity to go racing. I mean, that's brilliant. You know, the calendar falls perfectly for you to have a weekend to go racing. It's brilliant to see as we see then that's Egerman going down the inside there to get a bit of lappery completed then, as he looks to power his way through and power on, and looks to see what he can do. Where is he Egerman in that standing then. He's about 10 seconds back
He's
from...
sick. He's sick, but he looks to be slowing, doesn't he?
Yes.
A little bit. Greensaw has only a second between himself and Egerman in the Cheetah. This is not the Cheetah. This is actually a South American racer, or South American chassis, I should say. The little red Coca-Cola backed sports car, but that isn't a factor in the lead battle. I'm interested though to look at Chocolate Drop, the chevron of Greensaw, because he is right on the back of Egerman. And also going well is the Laurent Fort car we saw there, the Lola T600. But there on screen is the battle between Greensaw and Egerman. So Nigel Greensaw now fighting for second in the sub 2 litre prototype class with Egerman.
Yep, so Greensaw in the 21, Egerman in the number 1. As we make our way through in towards Ganshow, there's a double yellow at turn 4, so that's Curva VIP. As we watch on then this battle for the sub 2 litre in production, making our way through now in towards the final corner at Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Greensaw taking a wider line through there as we make our way now on towards the start-finish straight. Maybe a bit of toe to be helped and a toe to be had for Nigel Greensaw as he'll look to try and see if he can find a way past beat Egerman as we head our way down towards turn 1. Egerman feels the need to maybe defend but also get down the inside of a little bit of lappery there as well, which in turn might lose him a little bit of time to Nigel Greensaw as we make our way through in towards turn 2 here. Down the inside of a little bit of lappery. There's still those double yellows at turn 4, so this battle will be put on hold as soon as they make their way out of Lamy Corner. And a full course yellow has been deployed, so not a safety car, so the field essentially is neutralised at this point. Everyone has to stick to the same speed in kilometres per hour, and it's all, essentially it's a bit like a virtual safety car, except it's not decided by timing delta, it's decided by a speed limit.
Indeed. Worth noting, just because I got it a little bit wrong, the Coca-Cola backed car is Carlos Barbo at the wheel of the 111, not South American chassis. I'm getting my CER grids mixed up. It's actually a Japanese chassis, Lola T280 chassis HU03. Actually a championship winning car as well, the Grand Champion series in Japan for sports prototypes. Noritake Takahara winning the 1972 season in that chassis, and apparently thereafter, after 1972, it was effectively in storage for the rest of the 20th century and was finally brought back out into the historic scene thereafter. Now we've got an interesting situation here where the number 1 car of Egerman is getting back away from Greensaw under the full course yellow. I think Nige might have something to say about that, but he will try and endeavour to make that time back up, but everybody coasting under the full course yellow at this stage. We've got 7 minutes and 30 seconds of the race left to go. Maxime Gounard is comfortable in the lead of this race by 33 seconds as it stands. Skimama in second position, Glasser in third place, Padmore in P4, and the Bush Twins Porsche 935 fifth and second in GT2 behind the M1 Pro car of Glasser. The Lola T600 there, one of the very earliest GTP chassis. A few of these cars end up going into series racing as well. The likes of Guy Edwards and Di Viotta drove T600s in the 1980s, well into the 1980s actually, went well into the kind of Group C era of sports car racing. One of the more modern cars on this CER2 grid.
Yeah, and we've just had confirmation as the reason for the full course yellow. It was Tony Sinclair who'd stopped at turn 4, unfortunately. The car said no more, and the car is now being recovered, hence the full course yellow. Now the 111 is under investigation for a pit stop infringement. So you mentioned about Barbo there, the 111 in that Lola T280 is now under investigation for a pit stop infringement. And what that normally means is the pit stop was too short.
Yeah, that is usually a fairly cut and dry investigation, as we alluded to in yesterday's broadcast. So the aforementioned Grand Champion winning Lola may be in a little bit of trouble. Green flag is waved, and in the nick of time for Maxime Guenat, because that means he can punch the throttle on his DFV-powered Lola T286 and feel the power that, of course, gained him the lead from third position on the run out of the final turn in the first stint of the race. Guenat with, as we said, something approaching a 30-second lead. Of course, that's not quite representative under full course yellow, given everyone was driving around slower, but a significant lead over the SC304 of Yves Skimama in second place nonetheless.
Yep, and as we just have over 5 minutes left of this race to run, it's a case of Nigel Greensill is now 4.4 seconds back on Been Egerman for that battle for 6th place, but second in the less than 2 litre production class, as we watch on then for Maxime Guenat, leading by 23.7 seconds as we make our way now down in towards the Parabolica interior. And it's been a great day for Maxime Guenat. He's been able to unleash that DFV quite substantially. You know, in the early stages of this race, it started to fall behind with the slippery conditions, and of course, with an engine like that, even with those chunky rear tyres to help try and use those horses and that torque as much as possible. When it's a damp circuit, it's much more difficult to do that. But as the track started to dry for Maxime, he was able to just keep going on. And there's a battle here, because Nick Padmore has caught the back of Sebastian Glaser as we look around the outside for Nick Padmore for a place on the overall podium.
Yeah, third overall under contest then between the GT2 class leader and the sub-2 litre sports car leader, Padmore and Glaser. And just for reference as well, Nigel Greensill has actually been dropped a position. That Lola T600 of Laurent Fort is coming on strong and has in fact set the fastest lap of the race overall of anybody out there on circuit. So Laurent Fort, rather a shame that he wasn't up there at the front towards the start of the race. I wonder what he could have done if he had had the opportunity. But nonetheless, this battle for third place continues at pace. Padmore, I think, will have the slight disadvantage over the straight 6 BMW down the main straight, although there won't be that much in it, but enough to draw a car length or two. Contact between cars 54 and number 1 under investigation. That's Egerman and the Bush 935 in 5th and 6th place. They are on the same piece of tarmac at the moment. In fact, while this battle for third place is going on, I think we're soon going to have a 4-way for 5th position.
We are indeed. Egerman at the start of it, but now Laurent Fort on the timing screens has just got ahead and now set a new fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 43.423 is now our fastest lap outright of the entire race, with just over 2.5 minutes to go. And there's Nick Padmore then up the inside of Sebastian Glaser then as we made our way through in towards the Curva VIP, and that is Padmore now up into third place overall. Now he's got to try and run away, which it looks like he's trying to do to good effect from Sebastian Glaser.
With respect to Glaser, I mean, that car is not really shouldn't be able on paper to keep up with the Osella. I think we are going to see the Osella drive away from here. Laurent Fort, meanwhile, will be right on the back of the Porsche 935, driven by the Bush twins. The 54 car will be under pressure in 5th place, about 15 seconds back from these guys. It is Dennis and Mark Bush's car, Mark taking the second stint of the race. But Laurent Fort may soon be up into 5th place, and I suspect even he may get to 4th. No, he's too far back to get to 4th with 1 minute and 45 left on the clock. But Laurent Fort has indeed gotten past into 5th position, and while that was going on, Nigel Greensill has also taken second in the under 2 litre prototypes. Egerman has gotten knocked down to P8, already under investigation, along with Mark Bush for contact, of course. But the Nigel Greensill car is up to second in class and 7th overall. 1 minute and 12 left on the clock. This will be the penultimate lap of the race for this man, Maxime Guenat, who is clear at the front.
Yeah, 23 seconds clear at the top of the order. He's absolutely loving it right now. And yeah, struggled in those early stages with the damp track, the greasy track, but as soon as it dried up there, he could unleash everything, and he's able to build that lead at the top of the order. Doesn't want to do anything out of the ordinary now, doesn't want to do anything he hasn't been doing already. Still a good 3-car scrap now, that is, for 6th place overall, as Laurent Fort has broken away from that pack. He's got into 5th place overall, and we make our way towards the closing stages of this one. There is Maxime Guenot making his way across.
At least on my end, we appear to have lost Kieran there momentarily, but that might just be the link between the two of us. Apologies, Kieran, if I've just spoken over you. But Guenot on to the final lap of the race. Double yellow flags at turn 6 at the moment. We're on the final lap, so I doubt they will isolate the race or pause the race at this late juncture. Laurent Fort is up to 4th position. Sebastian Glaser is dropping through the order, so I think it's Glaser. It is Glaser that has had an issue potentially. There's double yellows at turn 9, it now says on the timing screen, and I think Glaser might be the cause of the yellow flags. That is a huge shame for him if so. But what it has done has shifted Laurent Fort all the way up to 4th position. And there is Glaser's car. Oh, the end of the Parabolica interior as well. Not a nice place to be, but drivers being very careful to give that car space. Technical failure, unfortunately, for the 53 as well at turn 6, it says. I don't think there is a 53. I think that might be a bit of a typo. It would be the 59 car of Glaser that unfortunately has stopped. But that isn't going to particularly hinder the progress of Maxime Guenot, who has been fabulous all the way through this race. The number 50 machine has moved through the order after dropping down early doors, and Guenot has been in control of the pace ever since then. The checkered flag will wave for the number 50. The Lola T286 of Maxime Guenot wins the over 2 litre prototypes, wins it overall as well. We'll have something in the region of 20 seconds over Yves Scamama, who will cross the line in 2nd place. But then it will be Nick Padmore in an overall podium because of getting past the 59 car of Glaser. Glaser, unfortunately, not going to reach the flag at all since the car has since stopped completely. There is your overall winner. Padmore is now crossing the line in the next couple of seconds to take 3rd and his class victory. And with that late issue for Glaser, of course, that means that the GT2 class lead, the Group 4, Group 5 cars, they will have a change of winner. The 54 car will cross the line first, but there's still an investigation pending there for contact with the number 54 car and the number 1 of Beat Egerman, the Cheetah G601. So whether or not Busch is ultimately classified 6th once all things are investigated remains to be seen. But for now, the 54 car it is. The Busch twins of Twin Busch claiming the win in the ex-Kramer Porsche 935. A smorgasbord of fabulous sports cars then racing through the morning here in the Classic Endurance Racing 2 grid. Zach Brown finishing 13th ultimately, gained a position or two as some of the others faltered towards the end, and he was really closing in on Cook in the march ahead of him as well, but didn't quite get close enough to eventually make a move. But the race has concluded, and a very good showing from Maxime Guenot. Still not hearing Kieran. If you guys are, unfortunately I'm not, but the Maxime Guenot machine making its way to the pit lane. Yves Scamama was ultimately only 15 seconds off. I think towards the end of the race, Guenot was taking it steady. We saw him give a very wide berth and a very conservative passing of the Glaser machine on the final lap of the race. His final lap was a 1:52, so he was very much easing the car home at the end. Maxime Guenat will ease the car into the Americans would call victory lane and celebrate a victory overall and in class in the over 2 litre prototypes. Skimama and Padmore rounding out the podium positions, and good job, well done really for Guenat. I think it was fairly obvious that he was on the wrong tyres. At the opening stanza of the race, it was fairly obvious that he didn't have the grip. And 52 machine pulls up in second place. Vorsteiner coloured machine is again another DFV powered prototype. The much lighter machine of Padmore finishing third place. It does look like it was Nick the entire time. Yeah, that is Nick Padmore. So the colours were correct, and I think I can just about hear Kieran in the background there.
Hopefully.
Ultimately, yeah, there you are. Padmore in third position. I'm sure that everyone could probably still hear you on the feed, but unfortunately our connection between each other seems to be a bit more ropey. Nonetheless, Nick with third position there, well earned, and of course a class win as well in the under 2 litres.
Well, I might have been speaking into the void when I raised the point, but with that Sebastian Glaser retirement, it did actually hand Tom Christensen and Zach Brown a class top 3 in GT2, so they had a great opportunity there. But let's have a look back at this one.
Yeah, it was a great race in the CR2 category, and it was a wet start as well, which certainly favoured some more than others. Tom Christensen made a great run through the early stages of the race. There would soon be a safety car because of one stopped machine out in the second sector of the lap, but we went back to green flag with a drier circuit, and one that Maxime Guenat was using to full effect, driving away from Glaser and Padmore, who ended up having their own battle for second position overall. TK, Tom Christensen, Mr. Le Mans, 9-time winner, of course, of the main event, the Le Mans 24 Hours, and he was having a good scrap with the Busch 935 within the overall top 5 positions before handing the car over to Zach Brown. Did seem that they had a longer pit stop than one would expect, so I think that's why the car was ultimately outside the top 10. The number 2 car, the Lola of De Rocca, getting in the way of Padmore at one point just before Nick Padmore pitted, but Nick Padmore also had a slightly long pit stop, which left him further behind this man, Maxime Guenat, who was in control at the front of the order, had an extensive lead going into the second phase of the race, and from there the lead was unassailable. The 59 car was looking strong in the lead of the GT2 class, but towards the end of the race, unfortunately, it ground to a halt around the final turns, and that would prove to be all she wrote for the chances of a podium in class for Sebastian Glaser. But the number 50, Maxime Guenat, faultless, slightly hairy at the start of the race in the wet conditions, but Guenat weathered the storm and came out on the other side victorious overall and in class. A great start to his day here at the Estoril Classics.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that, whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon, whether catching the waves or laying by a pool, whether reading a book or taking a nap, whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace, whether by car or by foot, whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
So then the CER2 race has concluded. We have plenty more action, though, to bring you here today. The next thing we're expecting out on the circuit is a 90s Formula car demo. Formula One cars. Granted, it's actually a bit of a 70s, 90s demonstration. We've got 4 cars alleged to be coming out. Hopefully we see all of them out on circuit. You can see red flag at the end of pit lane at the moment, but the cars are out on circuit already. So these are the Formula One demo sessions. We've got some really interesting cars out there. Pierluigi Martini is out. We see him on screen there in his Tyrrell P34. That car is a proper P34 chassis from period. Of course, we've got one of the recreations that was built recently of the P34 out on the circuit. There you see a marshal at the end of pit lane, but all eyes are firmly focused on the glorious race cars out on the circuit and the sounds that they are making. We've also got a Brabham out on the circuit. We've got a Tyrrell as well, a 93 spec Tyrrell, if I remember rightly. Yeah, Tyrrell 021 from 1993. But red flags out around the circuit, so I think maybe one of the cars has faltered out on the track a little bit, which is unfortunate. But we're seeing a lot of this at the moment, Kieran. 90s Formula One cars being demoed at historic events, and my thought is that maybe this is a precursor, maybe this is going somewhere. There is the 1993 Tyrrell of Jamie Constable, but it's something we alluded to yesterday. The kind of mid-80s cut-off point has been the norm in historics for a long time, and I can't help but wonder if we might soon see some more 90s cars racing in historic competition within the Formula One world.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be great to see, wouldn't it, as sort of that natural progression. We see the 90s cars. You do see some of the 90s cars demoing, of course, up and down different circuits in different countries. We're back to green flags now, so the demo can resume now, with cars making their way hopefully back out onto the circuit very shortly. But yeah, it does seem to be a trend. You see more of the mid-90s, early 90s cars making their way back out there. And there goes the Judd or the Yamaha engine there, which is the chassis that raced in, I believe it was Martin Brundle's first 2 Grand Prix when he made his debut for Formula One. But the Yamaha engine, it's not an engine you would see in the back of a car nowadays, but very much in the early 90s, the Yamaha brand was keen to try out car engine manufacturing. But has since very much focused on the motorbike engine side, where they've had very much recent success and past success on top of that, no doubt.
course, Brundle's early days in Tyrrell was about 10 years before that chassis, the 021. Yeah, the 1993 car, powered by a kind of Judd Yamaha collaborative effort. And Yamaha, of course, at one time also wanted to stick the F1 engine in a road car. You'll have seen that Yamaha supercar prototype, I'm sure, over the years on some motoring tinged websites. Unfortunately, it never came to production. Something that the Mercedes AMG Project 1 finally brought into being. Of course, the joy here is that with Jamie Constable at the wheel, this 93 Tyrrell, it's not going to be going conservatively. That man can pedal, and pedal he will.
Yeah, they do say it's a demo, but you'll soon quickly see that, these drivers will not treat this as a demo whatsoever. And there is the P34 six-wheeler Tyrrell, the one of the cars that made the groundwork for changing the regulations in Formula 1 to include you must have a maximum of 4 wheels on the car. Was never in the regulations stated that. And truly the pinnacle of engineers looking at the rulebook and saying, what does the rulebook not say we can't do? Does it not say you can't have 6 wheels? We're going to put 6 wheels on the car then.
I believe the chassis that Padmore is driving is next Andrea De Cesaris car. It was De Cesaris and Yukio Katayama racing for Tyrrell at that time in 1993. You've got the Ensign out on circuit as well. TK likes the old F1 machines, clearly giving it the seal of approval. Now, we were also meant to have a 1990 Brabham out on the circuit, but I don't think that is out there on the track. I wonder if that's the cause of the red flag. Raced at Estoril in 1990 with David Brabham, that chassis. It's Richard Hope's Brabham, but sadly that's not out there. The third car that's out on the circuit is an Ensign N174, which is Marco Fumagalli, who of course we also saw in the pre-86 F1 race in his Theodore. So he's brought his second of not just 2 F1 cars, he's also got a 94 Tyrrell, 94 Jordan, sorry, in his stable. But as these cars go around the circuit, Kieran, I think that everyone would appreciate it. Since there's no race to tell you about, I think this might be our cue to lay back, let the engines do the talking, and listen to these fabulous V10s and V8s go around the circuit.
That sounds like a great idea. Let's do that. Enjoy the sounds and the sights of this demo.
Well, it seems that the demo continues, albeit with a car we didn't expect to see out there. This is the Mark Hazel Williams FW08C that comes out onto the circuit now. The Classic GP race isn't scheduled until a little bit later on in the day, from 2:30 until 2:50 p.m. So the 1983 spec Williams now out on the circuit. Perhaps just went to race control and asked very nicely whether he could get a lap or two in. Maybe they suspected a gremlin or something like that after yesterday's race, albeit a race where, of course, Mark Hazel came from pretty much the rear of the field to the front. So hopefully the car is fighting fit for today, because I expect that Mark will once again be on the form.
Yeah, you hope so. And there's also Marco Fumigalli, as he also in his Theodore TR1, having a sit in the cockpit right now. Did have a couple of laps out there, but yeah, good to see more F1 cars in the demo as well. They might not be racing each other, but it is great to see that FW8 out on circuit. It's much like the racing we'll see in the Classic GP pre-1986 later on. It's very much a Ford Cosworth DFV behind the driver there, with Keke Rosberg being one of the notable drivers at the Swiss Grand Prix. Keke Rosberg, obviously one of the drivers there, making history at the time by winning the 1982 championship by only ever winning one race. That was the Swiss Grand Prix. And he remains the driver to win a championship by winning the fewest amount of races in a season.
So then the Mark Hazel car joined once again by Jamie Constable in the Tyrrell. We didn't really get to hear much of this fabulous 3.5 litre motor because it came in just as we decided to fall silent. Let's make sure the car gets a lap or so of pure sound. Otherwise, the YouTube comments will come for me.
I mean, just in the background, Adam, you can hear that Yamaha engine whirring away. It's safe to say that the early 90s really did get the sweet engine noise and the engine notes to a T, as we'll see heading out of Gancho. I feel obliged to fall silent as Jamie Constable will make his way towards the start-finish straight.
Yes, absolutely right. Hopefully he's got one more flying lap. They are strictly meant to be off the circuit at 25, so let's hope he guns it down the main straight one more time. Go on, Jamie, you've got one more lap.
Beautiful. I love the fact as well that you can see the aero working on that Tyrrell there at the rear wing. That sort of the gusts of air going over it. It's something you don't notice it as much with the modern F1 cars. That you can really see how the aero and how the air flows past that rear wing then and applies the rear downforce. It's really, I love seeing it. It's just. I can't describe it, it's just a great sight to see the air actually flowing over the car.
Yes, it is. There is Pierluigi Martini. I suspect might be heading towards the pits this time, though, in that wonderful P34.
Yep, 6 wheels on the wagon. That had decent success in its time in Formula 1. A few 4th and 5th places here, there and everywhere, but very much regarded as one that completely changed the rule book by changing the rule book in a way no one ever thought was ever needed. It was heavily implied that you'd have 4 wheels on your car in Formula 1 until the P34 came along. And once that did happen, it was a case of Ken Tyrrell playing that book then. Well, actually, nothing says you can't have exactly 4 wheels on the car. We've put 6 on there now. And so it was. The Tyrrell then changed the rulebook. A couple of drivers there, or at least to say a couple of teams deciding as well to
sure if Kieran is back. He cut on my end there, but the ensign out on circuit with Fumagalli at the wheel. Of course, he's racing the other white car in his stable, the Theodore TR1, in the Classic GP later on, but the ensign N174 out on the circuit at the moment, and heading down towards the first corner. Fumagalli, who also has a Vespa collection that could seat 300. I don't know if it's actually up that high, but he has a garage full of them in addition to his Formula One racing machines, and great to see him out on the circuit. Again, these motors are singing away, and I don't like talking over songs. I was taught not to in the radio business, so let's listen in for another lap or so. Then they will come into the pit lane, and I suspect we'll then have a quick advert break and move in to the endurance racing legends who are up next on the race bill here at Estoril Classics.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that, whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon, whether catching the waves or laying by a pool, whether reading a book or taking a nap, whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace, whether by car or by foot, whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
So the Endurance Racing Legends cars are next up on the agenda. A 40-minute race with a pit window and driver changes for those with multiples on the circuit. Yesterday we had a brilliant time watching the drivers of the Endurance Racing Legends, particularly Dario Franchitti, who was on a roll in the JMB Red Bull backed car. It will be Sebastian Glaser who starts at the sharp end of the order once again in this race, albeit, of course, he is probably hurrying back from where his BMW M1 Pro car came to a halt earlier on. You see, leading the queue of cars out onto the paddock, or out onto the circuit from the pit lane, will be the Maserati MC12, the other car of Evgeny Kiriev, one of two Maseratis out on the circuit. So the wonderful V12s will be a factor, I'm sure, in this race, especially once Franchitti is at the wheel of the 46. But of course, Joe Macari will be starting that car, a solid driver in his own right. And watch out as well for the Lotus Elise GT1, Loris Hazemans sharing with his elder brother Mike. The cars wait at the tail end of the pit lane to be released onto the circuit. The Endurance Racing Legends for 90s and 2000s prototypes and GTs, always a highlight. Let's see if we can hear from Kieran on these cars.
Hopefully.
They're pretty special to watch.
Hopefully you can hear me. But yes, Evgeny Kiriev at the top of the order then. We'll have to wait and see how wide he can make that Maserati MC12 this time around. Phew, thank goodness you can hear me, Adam. That was a rough couple of minutes for me. But hey, you didn't need to hear me for the demo. It's all right. I'm here now, though.
Yes, well, again, I'm not sure quite whether you're going out on the air when you cut for me, but nonetheless, technical issues are temporary, but race cars are forever. It's going to be 7 minutes until these cars are released onto the circuit. I suspect there might be some fluids down, potentially. Of course, there were some red flags at the start of that demo. I don't know whether the Brabham made it out onto the circuit, but if it did, that might be part of the reason why. There you see the CompuWare Corvette, the factory Corvette C6, of course, the GT2 spec car. That's Nigel Greensall and John Emberson. For their second consecutive race, they go from chocolate drop to Chevy Corvette between the sports car 70s race and the Endurance Racing Legends. Endurance Racing Legends actually started as effectively a demo organisation Again, aping what I think may one day happen with the 90s Formula One cars. These cars were originally simply demo runs at historic events, and I think eventually the demand was there from the owners to go racing. And Jarrah Venables, the kind of driving force behind this series, said, well, okay, let's do it. And it's gone from strength to strength ever since.
Hasn't it just? I mean, we get to see some absolute titans make their way out onto the circuit, of course. Probably one of my favourites, the Maserati MC12. I'm very glad it's the start of the pit lane. Thank you, Evgeny, for getting to the front. I know that was just for me. Pit lane is due to open at 12:40. Is the latest from race control, so assuming there's a little bit of a recovery, maybe a bit of treatment to the track to be done to make sure it's in full preparation to greet our endurance racing legends head on there. Hopefully we get to see a better behaved car from Mike Newton. I did struggle with that car in last night's race. Hopefully he'll be able to get the full potential out of the Lola this time around. And, well, need we say more? We've already mentioned Dario Franchitti in that Maserati MC12 taking the class victory on the final lap, nay, the final sector. He managed to get his way through to take that class victory. So definitely one to watch out for then. John Emberson and Nigel Greensill in their Chevrolet Corvette C6 ZR1. Always a good one to watch on as well. As there is the Evgeny Kareev Maserati MC12. Evgeny fully in the machine there. It's safe to say relaxed. I mean, there's not a lot he can do at the moment. At the start of the pit lane, but the pit lane not due to open for another 5 minutes.
Yes, impatiently waiting for the Endurance Racing Legends race, I must admit. I love these cars. Here is one of the 997 GT3 RSRs. We've got a spoil of riches when it comes to these machines out on circuit. That specific chassis is Mark Davis in the Juniper Racing livery, which was an Australian team. That car's history was a Farnbacher Lols car at the 2007 Sebring 12 Hours, and would then go on to race at Sepang, the Dubai 24 Hours, and Nürburgring 24 with Team Juniper Racing. The number 50 Porsche, the 996 twin turbo you saw there, that was an A-level engineering car. I don't think it was A-level students that were working on it, incidentally, but ran in the Le Mans Endurance Series in 2004, 2005 in the GTS class. And it's always cool to see as well with the Porsches, a few of them, I think often the ones without that much racing provenance end up just staying in the livery they're delivered in. Christian Traber's car that we saw momentarily there is one such example. Sometimes these cars do get bought just to be track day weapons. Talking of weapons, there is the Red Bull MC12.
Oh, absolutely. Very jealous that Joe Macari and Dario Franchitti get to drive that, as you say, weapon around the circuit. And very much looking forward to seeing what they can do in slightly different conditions today. It's a little bit cooler today, and the wind's a little bit higher than it was last night, as we see there. That's the Hesseman's Lotus Elise GT1, which is, well, you're not going to miss it out on track, that's for sure. And more to the point, you won't miss it when it's trying to look down the inside of your mirrors.
No, absolutely right. That's 1997 Elise GT1, the chassis that Mike Hasemans drove in, period, at the Le Mans 24-hour race. Just 7 of those built for racing purposes, and that was chassis number 7. There was also one road car, so it must be appreciated just how rare that car is. And of course, being such a departure from your run-of-the-mill Lotus Elise, it really is a special sight to see the Elise GT1 out and about. Especially here on the racetrack in anger, being driven by a period driver and his younger brother, who just so happens to be a 2-time Euro NASCAR champion. So that Elise doesn't hang around in these races.
No, it definitely doesn't. We have from race control, pit lane open at 12:45, so the recovery taking a little slightly longer than expected. But as soon as the track is fully fit, ready for our endurance legends to take their way out onto the circuit, we will absolutely, well, can't wait to see these machines make their way out onto the circuit. They gave us such great racing under the, I would say the floodlights, but the headlights certainly for these machines were very visible. This time though, we get to, well, enjoy them in their liveries in under daylight, which will be really, really good to see. We've had a nighttime stint, if you like. Now we've got the daytime stint for the endurance racing legends.
Yeah, it was a real treat to see the race start and finish in the darkness, but now we get to see the cars in their full resplendency. The number 46 Maserati MC12 there, as we've said. Red Bull Colours JMB Racing livery. It was around that time, in the back end of the 2000s, of course, that Red Bull seemed to be doing everything. 2005 was the first year of the Red Bull Racing Formula 1 team. The following year, Scuderia Toro Rosso came into being. They were backing the JMB Racing effort with the Maserati MC12s in FIA GT in 2005, and that, of course, is one of the cars that raced in period. Carl Wendlinger and Andrea Bertolini running that car and winning with it at the the Manny Core race of the FIA GT Championship back in 2005. And it was also around that time that they started heading to America as well, of course, the Red Bull NASCAR program too. There was a motorsport world domination plot, it felt like, from Red Bull at that time, and at least in Formula 1 world they did eventually succeed. But there you see the cars just a moment away now from being launched onto the circuit. 12:40 was the time they expected to head out onto the track, but that has now been delayed to 12:45, so we're going to have another couple of moments of idle before this race roars into life. But very compelled to see how this one works. The GT2 battle will be one to watch as well. The ever competitive GT2C class is where we see the 997s go up against the F430s, which of course was the GT2 battle during that era. The Chevy Corvettes were in there as well once they moved over from GT1 in the middle of 2009. You also see some of the later 996s in that class as well. And of course, for this weekend in GT2C, we have Adrian Newey as well in his Red Bull-backed machine, the Ferrari 430 GT2 that he raced at the 2007 Le Mans 24 Hours with Joe Macari. I wonder if he can still drive that next year when he's suddenly got a green shirt on with his employers. Well, the cars should be out there in just a couple of minutes. And to reiterate the grid then, we haven't really talked about it yet. Sebastian Glaser on pole position in his Reynard Nasamax, the car that of course ran biofuel at the Le Mans 24 Hours and in the Le Mans Endurance Series in 2004 as well. Mike Newton in his Lola MG EX264. To all intents and purposes, that car shares a lot with the Lola BO540, the LMP2 car of the day, and that specific chassis is a Le Mans class winner back in 2006 and had many other successes as well in the Le Mans series and the like. Joe Macari, third on the grid in the MC12. He will line up alongside Loris Hazemans on row 2 of the grid in that Lotus Elise GT1 that he's sharing with Mike Hazemans. Evgeny Kirov is next on row 3 of the grid, the number 14 car. And we will see how he matches up to the other GT1 machines over the course of the race. He is, of course, driving solo. Some of these cars will be switched. Steve Brooks is another driver driving solo. He will line up 7th on the grid in his Celine S7R. But in 6th position, Franz Wunderlich is just ahead of him in 6th place. So Steve Brooks 7th, Wunderlich 6th. He'll be lining up on the 3rd row alongside Kirev in the MC12. Franz Wunderlich in the only Aston Martin DBR9 that we have with us this weekend, and he is sharing that car with Patrick Simon. So that will surge through the order, I'm sure, once Patrick gets behind the wheel, and Wunderlich no slouch either. So a car that should be exceedingly competitive. And lining up 7th on the grid. Next up is the 8th place car, which is the Richard Bradley driven LMP2B chassis, the 230 numbered car. That is the Pilbeam MP91, which was kind of the middle child of the Pilbeam LMP675 LMP2 lineage. That car, the MP91, was superseded by the MP93 towards the mid-2000s. Pilbeam, I think, ceased racing their LMP2 cars after 2006. There you see the MP91 just behind the yellow Porsche. We didn't see much of that car yesterday, but it was running competitively in the top 10. Pierre Elliott is next up in 9th position. The first of the GT2 cars. That's the Ferrari 430 that is just coming out onto the circuit now. That car raced in period by Pierre Elliott. By Farnbacher Racing. That car was run in 2008, and there's the Marcos LM500, which I don't think we saw even once yesterday. Stephen Keating at the wheel of the 97 car, an ex-factory car that ran in the British GT Championship and then subsequently in British GT in the mid-2000s as well, made a return to British GT some 10 years later in 2006. There is the 311 car, another of many Porsche 996s out on the circuit. That's an ex-Edgar Duran VLN/N24 entry. But Pierre Elliott, we got to him on the grid. He's 9th on the grid and first of the GT2s. John Emberson will line up alongside him in 10th position in that Chevy Corvette. Expect that car to be very strong all race long. Adrian Newey follows in 11th place in the Ferrari F430 GTC car, the GT2 spec machinery for him as well. Then it is the 112 entry, which is the 115 entry, which is Matthias Devis, Mark Devis's son, in another Ferrari 430. Then it's Mark Devis in his Porsche 997 GT3 RSR. He lines up 13th, ahead of Vince Kolb, who, of course, we already spoke about earlier on in the 2 Litre Cup. He will be very fast, I'm sure, in the 136, another of the many Porsche 997 GT3 RSRs we have on the circuit. Trabert will be 15th in a 996. Lee Maxted Page in his 997 GT3 RSR. That's an ex-IMSA Matmut chassis, number 75 in 16th place. Osborne in 17th position will be next. Then it's Mark Sumpter in GT2A. He's the first of the GT2A cars out there, which is a category almost exclusively Porsche 993s. There is also an Elder 964 and a Marcos LM500 out there. Sumpter running the ex-Labra competition machine in the livery that it ran in 1995 when it was run in the GT1 class. But I believe it is up to 97 specs, which is the year it is put under on the entry list. Gona is next, 19th on the grid in another GT2 spec 997. Jean-Luc Riant is in his 996 in 20th. Stefan Reutmeier has some work to do, as he did yesterday, from 21st on the grid in his GT1 Porsche 996. Ricci is next in 22nd. Marino Franchitti, he'll be making up some places, I'm sure, from 23rd on the grid in his 993. Eric Maris in 24th, another one who may move up through the order from 24th in his 996. Gemperl is next in 25th. Aveyron Violet in the number 156 is 26th position. Bonnet in 27th in the 179 Porsche 993. Phillips in the 69 is 28th. Stephen Keating, who we saw earlier on in the Marcos, is 29th. Nataf in the Porsche 964 is 30th. And Delaunay in the 311 car that we alluded to earlier on, the Edgar Duran machine from VLN Racing, is 31st on the grid. And that is a strong grid. 31 cars. Yeah, 31 cars on that grid means that it will be quite the thunderous roar as they run to the first corner. Glaser will be the car set to start from pole position, but I do not see a Reynard Nasomax on the front row right now, and that is a cause for concern. Hopefully it's as simple as he's a bit late to the grid. Mike Newton only just got there, but it would be a crying shame if we didn't have the Nasomax out in this race.
Yeah, it would be indeed, and yeah, a crying shame that would be the case, but hopefully everything's all going to be okay for Glaser. He was very much at the forefront of battling at the top of the order in our last race, which with the demo and the clear up afterwards, see, I'm already getting withdrawal symptoms from the lack of racing we have. Luckily though, it's racing all the way through to the end of the day now.
Yes, of course, the other question we have there is, well, did he actually get back to the paddock in time to hop in the car, given he pulled up halfway through? But again, as you said, there was a demo session there. I think it's something like a 15-minute walk from where he was to get to the garages again. So I think he should have been okay. We got a brief look there at Adrian Newey's 178 car. That was run by AF Corsa in period. Of course, he had a go in Joe Macari's Maserati MC12 earlier in the year at Mugello, and that set the rumour mill on fire because he was seen at Bologna Airport. It turned out it was a little bit of a misnomer.
Just a slight one, yeah, because, well, as you say, the rumour was absolutely fueled to the brim at that point in the season, but yeah, it didn't turn out to be that way. Perhaps it was just a holiday. You just never know with these rumour mills anymore. But yeah, good to see Adrian Newey on the grid in his in-period Ferrari that he drove at Le Mans, and didn't do a too bad job yesterday either.
No, he didn't. He ran very well indeed in that race, and Emberson will be looking to keep him behind in the early stages. Newey will be alongside him effectively into the first corner, one would suspect. As I said, it was Adrian Newey along with Joe Macari that raced that 178 car back in Le Mans in 2007, where it was just the 78. It is the 178 for our purposes this weekend. The 136 car there you saw of Vincent Kolb. That car, of course, is an ex-IMSA Matmut car as well, a French GT machine that ran in 2007. Max Moritz sharing with him again. We saw that Max is more than able to hold his own as well, so I suspect that Kolb-Moritz combination will be one to watch as well in the GT2C battle.
Definitely so, as hopefully we're getting closer and closer now. We've got the 1 minute board out now, so we've got some racing action to contend with. Yep, the boards are out there, and we're just about to get rolling here to get our green flag lap underway then for the endurance racing legends, as they'll pull the way out of their grid slots shortly. Yeah, it's a shame about the top runner, Glaser, then. We'll have to wait and see. Perhaps it might be a pit lane start. Let's hope we do see that car in this race.
Yes, fingers crossed on that front. It certainly won't be starting from pole position. I wonder again if perhaps the issues with the car the previous car had something to do with it. We've got a problem for the ex-Felbermeyer Porsche there, just getting off the line. That's Osborne's 188 car, which has just kicked back into life. But that will have been a bit of a heart stopper. Turn it off, turn it on again. Wolf Hensler, Mark Lieb and Richard Leitz among those that drove the car in period alongside Felbermeyer Jr. and Senior, and the Reeds as well for the Felbermeyer Proton team in period. That's an Evo spec car as well, 997 GT3 RSR Evo. They slightly tinkered with the car going into the 2009 season, and that is the spec in which the cars run. Incidentally, if you're new to endurance racing legends, the cap on prototypes is up to the year 2005. The cap for the GTs is up to the year 2010, which means we have previously seen some of the later stage GT1 cars running. For example, the Ford GT40 that of course was developed ahead of the 2010 FIA GT World Championship, the GT1 World Championship. So nice throwback and nice eras, I would say. I think if we went any later than that to some of the newer cars, maybe the grid would start to get a bit overpopulated. But it is a proper grid of cars that we have here. So big at points this year that they've split the GT2s away into their own field, which I'm sure has created some fabulous racing given the GT2 dogfights we've seen here at Estoril Classics in previous years. But Kieran, are you ready? Because I'm very excited for this.
Oh, I'm very ready. Bring it on. We had the night stint yesterday. We've got the day stint today. Who's our daytime warriors? Who are our nighttime warriors? There's only one way to find out, Adam.
To reiterate then, it's going to be Mike Newton alone on the front row of the grid, with Glaser's Reynard Nassamax nowhere to be seen. Joe Macari, therefore, with that V12 power in the MC12 GT1. If he gets a good launch off this rolling start, you never know, he might be in contention for the lead into turn one. And it's also a big opportunity for Mike Hazemans. It's now updated to Mike. It did initially suggest that Loris was at the wheel of the car for the start, but as with yesterday, it is Mike Hazemans taking the start. Definitely keep an eye on that Lotus Elise GT1. It's going to be right up there in the overall fight with Newton, potentially with Macari if he can hold on as well. We're racing for 40 minutes in endurance racing legends. Green flag, and we are underway. Who gets the best run towards the first corner? Will it be the light, nimble prototype? Will it be the big GTs? It's Mike Newton that leads it into the first corner. It looks like it will be Loris Hazemans. It's now updated again on the timing screen to Loris Hazemans in second place. And then Joe Macari third, and in fourth place is Richard Bradley in the 230 car. The Pilbeam MP91 with a good start. LMP2s to the fore in first and fourth overall. Franz Wunderlich is still there in sixth position, just behind Evgeny Kiriv in the Maserati MC12. The first of the GT2 cars at the first sector is Pierre Errit. But here comes Hazemans right there with Newton as they approach Parabolica Interior.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to get the outside line. He has got the outside line, has Hazemans then. Trying to get the power down is Loris, but you've got that bit of treatment on the track there for a bit of fluid there. So on the first couple of laps, that might just wreak a little bit of havoc to what Hazemans was trying there. Mike Newton able to keep himself ahead at this time, at least in this 40-minute race, as we now head away through in towards Gancho now. But it is Mike Newton who leads Loris Hazemans. Then it's Joe Macari ahead of Evgeny Kiriv for that battle for GT1B class lead, but for a final place on the overall podium.
And Hasemans and Newton still going at it. Let's see what happens on the main straight. I would hypothesise that the Elise should have the slight straight line speed advantage, but let's take a look. As they go on to the main straight, Newton, of course, gets a better run through Parabolica, Ayrton Senna, courtesy of the downforce, but then the GT1 really does start to stretch his legs, only to the extent of maybe a car length or two, but it is the Chevy-powered Lotus that heads the way and does indeed extend its advantage over Newton at the front of the order. These two cars are, about close to as far as it gets apart within the rules of this series. I think you can go back to 1994 at earliest with the GT cars. And of course the prototype cap is 2005, so Mike Newton's got one of the newer cars that would be eligible for the category in his possession there. But it is Loris Hasemans that is disappearing up the road.
He is indeed, and it's going to try and be Mike Newton to try and close in. He's got to be careful about other drivers around him, specifically the two Maserati MC12s that are quickly closing in then, of Joe Macari and Evgeny Kuriv, as they make their way now towards Aurelia. Yeah, Mike Newton might have his mirrors a little bit fuller than he might like of two Maserati MC12s that are going to be very keen and eager to take over second place overall. We've also got the 230 Richard Bradley. We saw the Pilbeam have a good bit of pace towards the end of the race last time around. Hopefully Bradley can get a little bit more pace out there in the early stages, but now we've got two Maserati MC12s scrapping away with each other as Joe Macari had to defend there from Kuriv going through the S's.
Yeah, the MC12's at war then. This is for the GT1B lead. Of course, Kuriv is racing solo. Joe Macari is expected to hand over to Dario Franchitti later on, but the pair of MC12s, V12 powered machines, one race in the Italian Championship, the red car with the Vodafone backing, next racing box chassis that competed in the Italian Championship in 2005 and 2006. Whereas the JMB racing car at the hands of Joe Macari, of course, raced in the FIA GT Championship. Two very, very beautiful examples of the MC12. There's a few more out there that can come and play. A couple of the Vitaphone cars are still out there. Michael Bartels, I think, still has his Vitaphone car that he raced in period. And talking about period provenance and things like that, you've got a factory car from the halcyon era of GT1 leading the way, the Lotus Elise in the hands of Loris Hasemans. In second place, Mike Newton running in the car that he drove to class victory at Le Mans in 2006. You've got Joe Macari in a car that won in period in FIA GT. And then another race, and I think even championship winning car in the Italian GT Championship in the form of Evgeny Kuriv, all in the top four. A really impressive thing, and that's part of the joy of it. We've got drivers and cars that have won in period in the categories, and they're still being raced hard to this day. And certainly racing hard at the moment is Evgeny Kuriv. I think he may well find a way by. There's 9 minutes and 59 seconds until the pit window opens. I wouldn't mind betting that Kuriv goes into it in third place.
But we'll have to wait and see then as we make our way down the start-finish straight then. Kuriv filling the mirrors, and now filling more than just mirrors then. He's trying to find the inside line now, down in towards the first corner. Will Adam Weller's prediction come true straight away? No, not quite, as Evgeny Kuriv had the tighter line then. Joe Macari swooping round the outside and using that momentum he has on his side to keep himself ahead. Kuriv has to stay behind then. Also a good battle developing between Franz Wunderlich and Steve Brooks then for the GT1B for third place in class. That's for sixth place overall, as Adrian Newey as well, second place in GT2C, has just been passed by Stefan Reutmeier, but that's for a different class position. Adrian Newey was lapping quicker than Eret in these opening stages.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Pierre Eret leading in the GT2C class, and Adrian Newey second in class at the moment in the car he raced at Le Mans in 07. He is driving solo as well, so his pace will be fairly consistent across the board here. Stefan Reutmeier up into 8th position now. He's just gone past Pierre Errit out on the circuit, and that, of course, is Reutmeier coming from 21st on the grid. So again, as with yesterday, the qualifying letting Reutmeier down. Macari a bit slow there, coming out of Gancho. They're side by side in the Maseratis here at the Estoril Classics. This is fabulous stuff. And Evgeny Kirov around the outside at the penultimate corner. He gets it done. And by the time we exit Parabolica Ayrton Senna, it is the number 14 in 3rd position and moreover leading in GT1B. Joe Macari will try to respond, and if he doesn't successfully mount a response, I'm sure Dario Franchitti will be on the case before long.
Yeah, I'm sure Dario Franchitti will have a word to say about that one, that's for sure, as the flames spit out of the back of both MC12s as they made their way down the gears in towards the second turn. And we make our way through Lamy Corner. Kariva ahead of Macari there. Steve Brooks and Franz Wunderlich are battling away for 3rd place then. Steve Brooks in the Celine has just got past on our timing screens and moves ahead of Wunderlich then. So what sort of pace is Steve Brooks setting there? Mid 143, so lapping slower than those ahead of him, but he's currently 3rd in class.
Yes, indeed, and Mike Newton has fallen 6.8 seconds back now from Loris Hazemans in the overall standings. Hazemans, who is running the fastest laps of the race at present, a 1 minute 40.494 from the two-time champ over in Euro NASCAR competition. Very much a contemporary GT3 racer, GT2 racer as well. Loris not lacking seat time in GT cars, up to and including this Elise that he's been sharing all over Europe in Peter Auto Endurance Racing Legends events with elder brother Mike this season. The first of the lap cars is about to be overtaken, in fact has already been overtaken, but the wonderful Porsche 964 being put a lap down there. That is an Etaf at the wheel of the 964 from 1994. And that car, being a 964 bi-turbo, I think that would have been entered as a GT1 car into the likes of the BPR series in 1994. GT1, less than 4 years later, was the domain of cars like this, the Elise GT1, the evolution of GT when it re-emerged into 1993, 1994 versus what it became by 1997 and 1998. It's crazy, isn't it, on reflection?
Madness, isn't it? As you say, the evolution was just skyrocketing towards this absolutely... Well, the cars look angry, the drivers have to drive them angry as well to get the best out of them, and yeah, it's a case right now. Hezemans is making his way through the field. It's just a case of getting through this little bits of lappery here as he looks to try and take an overall win. Of course, Loris will have to hand over the machine, the beautiful Lotus Elise GT1 to Mike Hezemans, as Loris will enjoy the time he has in the car right now, at the very least, leading the way with just over half an hour to go. There is a yellow flag at turn 7, that's Aurelia. It's a single yellow for now and has been quickly cleared. It's a green flag now, so perhaps someone just running a little bit wide.
Maybe so. Hazemans out of the final turn then to complete his 6th lap of this race. The pit window will open in less than 5 minutes time, and we'll see where everybody shakes out. It's worth noting that the likes of, Kariv, Macari, they're not really falling back that far. You see, in fact, Kariv is closing in on Mike Newton in terms of the overall positions. And of course, if you're Evgeny Kariv, that could well mean an overall podium. And for Joe Macari, handing over to Dario Franchitti, who was the fastest driver outright yesterday here at Estoril. If he's within, say, 15 or 20 seconds of that Elise by the time he's in the car, you can't rule it out. Mike Hazemans is a wonderful GT driver in his own right, with so much history, of course, the stalwart of FIA GT and Belcar and the like in the 2000s, but you wouldn't bet against Franchitti really making strides, would you?
Not particularly, no. I wouldn't bet against it, especially what I saw yesterday. That would very much change the odds in favour of the IndyCar legend, as we watch then Mike Newton make his way in second place. A bit of a lonely race at the moment for Mike in his Lola MG, but just setting the pace right now. He's lapping quicker than Evgeny Kariv behind, but he's lapping slower than Loris Hezemans up ahead. So again, a little bit of a lonely race for Mike Newton at the moment, but so far it's much better than what happened yesterday. It seemed like his car just ran into a little bit of trouble in the early stages of your last night's race, so the fact that he's running in second place now is really good news and really good thing to see.
We're once again seeing Mark Sumpter make up places in his GT2 car from 1997, well, 1997 spec, but I believe the chassis goes back to 95. The Porsche 993 of Mark Sumpter up to 14th on the grid. The well-heeled spec cars, the earliest GT2 cars from the mid-90s. He is leading that category fairly comfortably, although that being said, Marino Franchitti is second in class and lapping at about the same rate of knots as well, albeit Franchitti's car is in a slightly earlier spec with a bit less downforce to be said for him, so that is worth noting as well. So it's Hazeman's leading by 9.3 seconds at this juncture, and his last lap, a 1:39.782. So the pace keeps on improving for the Elise, and we are now just 2 minutes away from the window opening. I suspect the brothers, being brothers, might be nice, fair, and cut the race down the middle, but we'll wait and see on that front.
Yeah, sibling rivalry, does it exist in Estoril Classics? I suppose there's only one way to find out, and that's by getting to the changeover point, and then we'll see if it's roughly equal steads for both Loris and the Hezemans there, as they'll hand over the lead of the race. And a new fastest lap though from Loris Hezemans, a 1:39.782. It's our new fastest lap of the race overall. Pit window opening in less than 90 seconds time, but we do have, I believe that is a penalty for the 190, that looks like, on the race control, although it's just disappeared from my sight of view. I will double check that and see what it is. Yeah, the number 190, which is going to be Pierre Eret in that Ferrari F430 for track limits, that looks like. So 10 seconds is going to be added onto the end there. And John Emberson has brought the Chevrolet Corvette in, and the pit window is not yet open.
Yes, I was about to say, before he came in, he was already back outside the top 20, having been running on the fringe of the overall top 10 and fighting for GT2C honours. So I had a feeling something might have gone wrong with Emberson. I was wondering if he was one of the kind of phantom yellow flags we didn't see on track earlier, and thus he dropped through. But the fact that the car is in rather suggests that there might be an issue with the number 63 Corvette. It's also strange because it set a purple sector within class in the previous lap as it came in. I just wonder is it a problem, or is it more that they've maybe slightly misjudged when to bring the car in to swap to Nigel Greensall?
I would have thought that with John Emerson and Nigel Greensall, it's not a mistake they would make. I would think there might be something wrong with the car itself. Otherwise, they would have tried to leave it until the pit window, but there was something that couldn't be left a lap later, so that they could have made the stop in the pit window, had a look at the car within the window, and at least not had to come back in for a mandatory stop again. But at this point, if they do make it back out onto track, they will have to stop again. So that's going to put a real dampener on their race here so far. Speaking of which, the pit window is now open, so who will be the first to blink then and bring their car in to serve their mandatory stop?
We will see in due course. Meanwhile, as Steve Brooks comes in, so he will be the first one to blink on that front. Let's briefly run you through the order. It's Hazeman's that leads the way from Newton in second place, now 8.9 seconds back. That gap has about equalised between Hazeman's and Mike Newton in the Lola MG. Evgeny Kiriv is in third place, ahead of Joe Macari in the MC12 battle that is now being comfortably won by the Vodafone X-Racing Box Maserati. But Joe Macari, of course, will soon hand over to Dario Franchitti, and we'll see how that changes the complexion of the race. The car we see on circuit with Richard Bradley at the wheel is running in 5th place overall, 2nd in LMP2B behind Mike Newton, having a great race in this little Pilbeam MP91, which I saw was up for sale in 2022 with Richard, I believe, and then that sale was either withdrawn or no one was interested, but certainly it's a lovely little car, and if Richard is trying to move it on at some point, I would recommend it as a good entry point into this endurance racing legends category. Full course yellow is out on the circuit. Not sure what that is for, but I suspect that a lot of our thinking teams will immediately be going in.
Yeah, it looks like it's for a double yellow at turn 12, so we're there right now, and I couldn't see anybody that had gone off the track there, but in any case, yes, I think we're going to get a very, very busy pit lane. Evgeny Kareev is into the pits, then so too is Mike Newton. So for Loris Hezemans, I think the full course yellow was deployed just as he had passed over the pit lane, but Joe Macari has stayed out, interestingly. Just saw that Red Bull liveried Maserati MC12 stay out, and yeah, I'm with you. I would have thought if you have a chance to pit under full course yellow, you would. It lessens the impact of the minimum pit stop time you have relative to those lap times that could be set out on circuit. So not great for the Hezebans then. They might lose a bit of time in this sense, but I think they had time to lose. So it's a case of how much time can they sort of reap back in this one. I would assume they would make their way to the pit lane as soon as they possibly can.
Yes, not everybody has elected to go for the stop. Of course, the problem is as well is if your driver's not got everything ready to go, you might not be able to get them out in time, although with a 2-minute window, perhaps they would have been able to get suited and booted in time to get in the car. But yeah, curious decision, I think, from those that chose not to pit. It will all depend, I suppose, on the length of the full course yellow. As you said, the Hezemans family had no choice. Mike Newton, the FCY, came out at the nick of time, and it was strategy and durability that helped that team, the RML team as it was at the time, entering that car in Le Mans and in the Le Mans series as well. And this strategy play may yet again be what wins Mike Newton a race if things pan out in that fashion. But the full course yellow has been out for the better part of a lap. Perhaps the Hezemans car might get around in time to take advantage also.
Potentially so. That would be, I'm sure the Hezemans would love that to happen. I'm sure the rest of the field, like the likes of Mike Newton, Kareev, who's brought the car in, Bradley as well, they'll all be thinking, no, don't have the full course yellow whilst Hezemans is in the pit lane. We don't want to. We're trying to gain time on him, not lose time. But Hezemans here with the fastest lap of the race underneath them as well. 1 minute 39.782. I mean, Loris Hezemans has had a brilliant stint, and if he does bring the car in, or I should say when he brings the car in, he can reflect on what has been a brilliant stint.
Yes, and so let's see if the car comes in this time. I would have my suspicions that it will, but it's a very wide berth that they're giving to the pit entry, so I think Loris is staying out. No, he is peeling into the pits by the looks of it. I think he was getting mixed messages there on the radio. Stephen Keating would have been worrying about what was going to happen as he followed in behind in the Marcos LM500. Incidentally, pretty much everyone in the GT2C class, Adrian Newey, Vince Kolb, all of these guys elected to pit. The one exception is Pierre Errit, who decided not to. Green flag is now out, and that is critical for Hezemans. The Newton car, the Kareev car that both pitted, of course, they have been out of the pit lane for a good 20 to 30 seconds, so I suspect Hezemans here in the pit, even once Mike is in the car, that will be, I believe, a shift in favour of Newton in terms of the overall race lead battle. And I must admit, I'm rather frustrated with the timing screen, because the helmet coming out of the car was Mike Hezemans'. And I think Loris is the one being strapped in.
Okay, Well, we'll keep an eye on that one then, as if that is the case, then it's Mike Hazelmans has had that great opening stint. If Loris is jumping in now, he's got to try and shift that momentum, keep that momentum going. There is Mike Newton then, as he makes his way through in towards the final corner at the Parabolica. Ayrton Senna, and he'll make his way through then, and powering over the line then. And we'll see the timing screens all update. It's when everyone pits in for their mandatory pit window, especially when it's a full course yellow, it takes a lap for me to catch up, let alone the timing screens.
Yeah, but I think it's pretty cut and dry with the mandatory pit time that Hazelmans is going to be away down. You see there Kariv already passing, so that'll be Kariv up ahead of the Lotus. Of course, Joe Macari has now pitted as well. But I think that's going to be too little too late, really, for any chance of Dario Franchitti challenging for the overall win, given, again, Newton and several others were pitting under full course yellow. That might have been a bit of a misfire from the team running the 46 car ultimately, but I'm sure Franchitti will still surge through the order regardless of that. Kariv picking his way through the Porsches, through the traffic, as he continues to blast around now. Second overall, of course, in his fabulous MC12.
Yeah, I'm just having a look here at the timing screens. Well, not only has the 190 got themselves now a 45-second time penalty for track limit, but also of interesting note here, the number 43, which is the Hazelmans, are under investigation for that pit lane entry. So we did see maybe a little bit of hesitation, maybe a bit of mixed messages. Either way, you have to make sure you are committed to the pit lane early enough. If you are not, and you essentially cross over the entry line, that could be deemed worth of an unsafe entry, and you could be subject to a penalty there. And it's one of those judges of fact. Normally, if you're under investigation, it's normally a case of, well, were you committed to entering the pit lane before the pit lane?
There was a big spin there coming out of the last corner, right in front of our race leader. Looked like potentially one of the white Porsches. I didn't catch exactly which car that was, but Mike Newton had a Porsche spinning in his vicinity there. It will be Newton leading the race, and leading the race comfortably, because the Hazelmans car has only just gone out there on the circuit. The net result of one car pitting under full course yellow and one pitting under green is that this Lotus is now the better part of a lap behind Mike Newton in the lead.
Wow. Yeah, as you say, that is the case. Oh, big lock-up there for Hazelmans there. We do believe it's Loris in the car then, and now a safety car has been deployed then. So it's a case now, if that is a lap that separates the field now, you know, the top four and such the like, that could spell that could spell a bit of interesting tactics here.
It could. The unfortunate thing is, for the, shall we say, the show of the race, is that I think Franchitti is a lap down now that he's come out of the pit lane in his Maserati MC12. Otherwise, we would have been buckling up for possibly quite something. So the safety car has joined the circuit there, and it will pick up Mike Newton there in the back of shot. So unfortunately, yes, Franchitti and co. and everyone behind Loris Hazelmans will go a lap down here. So Moritz, Devis, Franchitti, Reutmeier, everyone from ninth position down will be a lap down and basically a lap behind everyone else. And there you see carbon fibre debris. I did say there was a spin at the final corner, and it looks like there may have been contact in amongst all of that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And debris on the track, on the line, on the racing line. So basically what the race director is saying is, on the start finish line, you must be single file behind the safety car. No weaving, because you'll risk giving yourself a puncture with the amount of carbon fibre and debris that is on the start finish straight. But the safety car now, as you say, has picked up Mike Newton then leading the way, although there is an Aston Martin still weaving left and right, and a Porsche too. I think they're past the debris then, so they're just trying to keep some heat into the tyres then. That's Steve Brooks, by the way, up into third place overall. He's had a really good sort of second stint, and like we said before, that full course yellow really did change the race. If you weren't in the pit lane, or if you didn't get a chance to pit in as that full course yellow was deployed, you lost out majorly there.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see whether Liam Hasemans, who is at the wheel of the car now, whether or not he manages to get to the back of the safety car queue or not, because he was behind Adrian Newey on the circuit. Again, that shows you just how much they lost by not pitting under the full course yellow, because Newey leapfrogged the driver that was the race leader in his GT2 car. But Newey was quite slow going around the circuit under safety car, so I think Loris will be begging him, come on, let's go quicker, let's get to the back of this queue. Of course, you don't have to be running full course yellow speeds under a safety car if you're not caught up to the queue. So we'll see how that one eventually works out. But yeah, for Adrian Newey then, he's third in the GT2C class in his 430 GT2. Matthias Devis, the 115 car, the Ferrari F430 GTC, leading the way now in GT2C, incidentally. He'll be 5th overall. In fact, he'll be right on the back of the safety car queue as well. I don't expect him to necessarily be a factor for overall positions beyond, well, for those ahead of him, because they are all in much quicker machinery. But that's going to be an interesting battle as well. Traber, potentially Adrian Newey as well, will be fighting him for the overall win here in the GT2. Within the GT2C class, they'll be fighting for the win. And I'm compelled by that. That's going to be an interesting GT2C scrap. And of course, Newey has pretty much guaranteed himself a podium, because every other car in class is now going to be a lap behind him.
Yeah, and it's news that the 43 of Loris and Mike Hasemans did not want to hear. They have got themselves a 30-second penalty for cutting the pit entry. So we did see there that there was that slight hesitation, and you do have to commit at the pit entry line before the line is drawn on the circuit. If you don't commit to then and you cut across that white line, it's deemed an unsafe entry into the pit lane, and it's deemed a penalty, a 30-second penalty. Safety car though is in this lap for Hasemans, though they have no other car is on the lead lap or on the same lap as them, so they won't lose out on position, but they'll lose out on a good chance to get a couple of positions here.
Now, unfortunately for Adrian Newey, he's not yet through Sector 2, and the safety car is set to be in this lap. So I think Newey's going to be a bit off of his GT2 competition. Now, Mike Newton passed the safety car there before it was fully in the pit lane, and I know sometimes that is frowned upon. Hopefully that's not the case on this occasion, but with 10 minutes and 50 seconds remaining then, this race is back on. It is Kareev in second place. He is being followed directly by Dario Franchitti, who unfortunately is a lap down in 11th overall. But Franchitti will nonetheless, I'm sure, move through the order pretty sharpish in terms of track position. Unfortunately, though, he's got a bit of a cliff in front of him with the way the safety car has played out here. Newton it is then that leads the way, and leads the way fairly comfortably at this juncture of the race. There's Kareev through the traffic. He's second overall then, and leading Franchitti on the road. Franchitti in 11th place. It'll be Steve Brooks in third position in his Celine in the overall standings. He may well face a challenge from Richard Bradley from there, who is up in fourth place. And Bradley, I would suspect, might be a little bit quicker. Their best laps are actually pretty comparable, so that could end up being an interesting battle if they get close together on the circuit.
Indeed, they could, and here's a battle out on track that, well, is a lap between them, unfortunately. This is Evgeny Kareev, and I think that is Dario Franchitti right behind him, and yeah, this is a battle we could have had, but unfortunately for Dario Franchitti, he is a lap down, but he makes his way through in towards the final corner then, through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. This will just be to get a lap undone there. De Vries and Traber are battling away, as well as Bradley in the number 230 there, so it's a case of trying to find his way through. But yeah, what a chance to see these MC12s battle away again. We saw a preview of it at the start, but now there's a lap between them.
Yeah, absolutely right. Licks of flame from both cars as they downshift going into the second corner of the lap. Franchitti, who was the fastest driver outright yesterday. Quite unfortunate, really, that the full course yellow and then the safety car have played against them quite so much. Otherwise, I'm sure Franchitti could have been a factor in the overall battle. But how glorious is it to see two MC12s together on the circuit? And I don't know if Evgeny Kirov is aware that he's a lap clear of Franchitti, but he's certainly fighting with the IndyCar legend as if he doesn't. He does, however, eventually let Franchitti through. I suspect on the radio they might have said, you can let him through. It won't affect anything for us. And now Franchitti will continue on at pace. Another driver who was rather hampered by the safety car that would have otherwise capitalised with the field closing up was Patrick Simon as well. He is down in 10th place overall. He is just a few seconds behind the cars we see on circuit in the Aston DBR9. He really could have been a factor, certainly in the GT1B battle, had that not been the case. But those two cars with Franchitti and Simon at the wheel will be flying around the circuit at the moment, and the personal best sectors and the purple sectors being set right now indicate that as well.
They do indeed, and there are the Hezemans then. Loris Hezemans behind the wheel then, as he now makes his way out of Parabolica Interior. There is 30 seconds of penalties looming over that machine then for the cutting the pit lane entry line. But it's just a case now of trying to get that car to the end. 7th place right now for the Hezemans. They were caught out by the full course yellow, and it shows. They were the leaders, and we believe it was Mike Hezemans who was in the car in the first stint, had built such a good gap to everybody else, and with that full course yellow just coming out at completely the wrong time, unfortunately for the Hezemans, they just sometimes motorsport giveth and sometimes motorsport taketh away.
Absolutely right. Immediately, Franchitti has set the fastest lap that anyone has set all race long on his first proper flyer, a 1:39.7, so he continues flying around this circuit. He might actually catch up with Adrian Newey before the end of the race for 8th position, but that's, I think, about the best he can hope for given the circumstances. He's managed to unlap himself on the race leader now, Mike Newton, and Evgeny Kirov is closing in massively on Mike Newton. So Newton has been quite slow this lap, especially through the middle sector, and now Evgeny Kirov has the opportunity to try and challenge for the lead. Now, the little prototype obviously a lot quicker through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, the Lola chassis. BO540 effectively the chassis on that car, but it is designated a Lola MG EX264, the last real MG-backed program in motorsport before the company folded at the end of 2005. Of course, then they went on to race in the BTCC once the brand was revitalised under new ownership. But an interesting battle that could go on here for the overall lead. Franchitti leading the field, albeit effectively a lap down, but it's Newton versus Kirov just behind is the thing that we need to keep an eye on here.
Yeah, that is our battle for the overall lead then, as Mike Newton again had a good lead and was starting to build that against Kirov there, but it was wiped out by the safety car, and now Mike Newton has to do that all over again. Kirov, though, lapping on that lap 1.1 seconds quicker than Mike Newton on the last lap and the last tour of the circuit, so Kirov very much up for this one as they now make their way in towards Aurelia, and then they'll size up Gancho for another time worth of asking. Less than 5 minutes left on the clock, then there's your battle for the overall lead. Mike Newton going defensive into the first part of Gancho here, as Evgeny Kirov tries to get the power down, looking for an inside move now as we head away through in towards the S's. Oh, and that's a lock up there for Evgeny Kirov. A little bit of carbon fibre coming off the back there. Did well to recover that one, but yeah, that was a big moment there between the two of them. I mean, they've locked swords there. They've locked horns once. And this time then Evgeny Kirov splits a bit of lappery there, and they make their way down the start-finish straight. This time though, Kirov does take over the position ahead of Mike Newton as they make the run down towards turn 1.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of contact from the front of Kariv to the rear of Mike Newton going through the penultimate corner. That's the carbon fibre we saw fly. I think it was the mesh actually off the grill of the MC12 partially that came off there. And then Kariv got a great run down the main straight, and he is through into the overall lead of this race. He continues to comfortably lead in the GT1B classification as well, but now he is our overall race leader. And of course, lest we forget, last year it was Kariv and Mike Newton that shared the victories. You can see the damage though to the rear of Mike Newton's car, the rear right corner bearing the brunt of Evgeny Kiriv's front end there. I think just got caught out perhaps by where Mike Newton was braking. I don't think there was any malice in it there, but contact was made all the same. And 25, 36 and 188 cars are to report to the stewards after the session for contact. Now I believe that is the contact that I saw fleetingly earlier on, where Mike Newton potentially got involved with a couple of the other cars out there, the 188 car being the Osborne 997, the 36 being one of the cars a little bit further back, Mark Sumpter's Porsche 993. Now I did say I saw a white Porsche spinning, and Mark Sumpter's car is in the pit lane, has been in the pit lane for a while, and is indeed a white Porsche. So I think those are the three parties that were involved in that instant pre-safety car. So that might not even be the first contact, unfortunately, that Mike Newton has had in this race, and he is now falling back from Evgeny Kiriv, now leading the way. Mike Newton in second place, dropping back. Now we were getting a look there, an interesting battle in GT2C, but the camera now follows it again. Just want to see if I can pick up, that's the 115 car there, that's Devis actually, so that's the leader in GT2C. This is for 5th overall then. Loris Hazeman's getting to the inside of Devis. These two cars, you'd think the Elise would have the advantage. It will have the advantage ultimately, and powers by on the main straight. I thought Devis might have been fighting for the leading class there, but actually no, it's one of the cars rather hampered by the safety car. That's Lee Maxted Page's number 75 Porsche that Devis is, I think, still fighting with, even though he's not fighting for a position.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just a case now of making sure you get these machines to the end. Remember, Loris Hezemans has to serve a 30-second penalty at the end of the race. This will be added to the end of his race timer, so he'll maybe fall down the order a little bit. Dario Franchitti, though, 1 minute 38.029, another new fastest lap of the race last time around. He's not actually that far away from Adrian Newey, but even at his pace, catching by, I'm trying to say 11 seconds. I've said that before and I've had egg on my face. I'm not going to say it again. It's possible that he could catch Adrian Newey on the final lap.
I mean, he's 11 seconds lap quicker than Adrian Newey, so it might be a drag race to the line. Here's our overall leader, though, beginning the final lap of the race. Evgeny Kiriv in the Maserati MC12 is on course here for an overall victory. Dario Franchitti, I think, will catch Adrian Newey, is catching Adrian Newey very fast. The gap is down 7 seconds. There is Newey. He's on course for a GT2C class podium. But I think 8th overall might go begging to the other Red Bull liveried Italian car with Dario Franchitti at the wheel. And I think the grandest irony of all is that this is the chassis Adrian Newey had to go in at Mugello earlier in the year.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Dario Franchitti then closing. Of course, these are two wildly different categories, so it makes sense as well that the MC12 is just scything into the gap of the F430. Nevertheless,
I wasn't sure if you were talking about categories of car or driver there.
We'll stick with car.
Yeah, two very different motorsport giants from different ends of the spectrum.
We'll stick with the cars. I don't want to be shouted at.
No, I'm not implying that Adrian's bad at all. He's a very good GT driver, but Franchitti in faster machinery is closing in at a rate of knots. Evgeny Kiriv is just corners away from claiming this race victory. Then there comes Newey and Franchitti. That's the drag race we were talking about, and Franchitti is going to win it. The red Maserati, Evgeny Kiriv, has just come through the second sector and is now coming out of the final corner, in fact. Here he comes to win the race. Evgeny Kirov takes the checkered flag in the second Endurance Racing Legends event of the day. Mike Newton will cross the line second overall and first in LMP2B. But it is the GT1B class car of Evgeny Kirov in the lead of the race at the end of it all. And that will be a sorely desired result. He'll be very happy with that, I am sure. Word to Loris Hasemans, his pace brought him back to 41 seconds away from the lead by the end. The Pilbeam in 4th place. The other LMP2 car has crossed the line in 4th overall. Hasemans 5th. And Mark Divis will be comfortably home 6th. Matthias Divis will be comfortably home in 6th overall to win GT2C. And no prizes for guessing that Dario Frankitti's MC12 did in fact win the drag race with Adrian Newey. He has moved forward into P8.
Yep, and still racing as well. I'm just keeping an eye on the gap times as well, because Hasemans obviously with that penalty has now dropped to 70 seconds back off the race leader. You have Traber then. We'll wait and see what that sort of ending lap time is going to be. It's probably going to be maybe in the 1:20s there. But Dario Franchitti also closing in again at a complete rate of knots there. Traber will get to the line and he'll finish 12 seconds back from Hasemans there. And Dario Franchitti, I mean, just for good measure, sets the fast lap of the race again on the last lap of the race. 1:37.736 from Dario Franchitti to get 8th place overall. But he does get a class podium in GT1B. It's just a case of what could have been for Dario Franchitti, but what a case it was for Evgeny Kirov.
Of course, with that 30-second penalty, the Elise will drop down to 9th overall, so it will be behind Divis, the GT2C winner. 6th place will end up going to Christian Traber in the 29 car, the Porsche 996, which comes home second in class. Franchitti will be bumped up to 7th position overall in the MC12. Again, what could have been for that car? Given an MC12 just won the race overall, what could Franchitti have done if he'd been on the lead lap when that safety car came out? And of course, if the full course yellow had fallen in a way better for them as well in the pit window, a lot of things conspired against the 46 car there. Adrian Newey finishing 9th overall then, but it will be upgraded to 8th, I think, because I believe Hasemans will be bumped down further. But a GT2C podium for Newey as he celebrates with style driving this weekend. A bit of a holiday for him, as with Zach Brown. Some big F1 power players in the paddock this weekend. But Evgeny Kirov showed everybody a clean pair of heels and tries not to get run over by Mike Newton there at the end.
Yeah, Mike Newton taking 2nd place overall then. And yeah, I wonder if there was a little bit of damage towards the rear diffuser that just sort of cost Mike Newton a couple of seconds towards the end of that race. He was lapping at the high 1:44s, which is not near his best lap times towards the start of this race. He was down in the 1:39s at one point, so whether it was a case of there might have been damage to the car or whether he was just getting the car home is another question. Good performance then from Steve Brooks, who gets 3rd place overall, 2nd in GT1B, and a big thumbs up from Steve Brooks as well. That's how you know everything went as well as it could.
Yeah, Brooks on the overall podium again. In fact, no, not the overall podium again. He didn't get an overall podium yesterday, did he? But 2nd again, actually, isn't it, in GT1B, because he just got beat home by Dario Franchitti in yesterday's race, and today Evgeny Kirov was too far up the road for him to really challenge, even if he could muster the speed to do so. But let's take a look back at the highlights then of this race. It was a drag race to the first corner between Joe Macari, Mike Hasemans and Mike Newton. And it was Mike Hasemans that led the race early doors in the Lotus Elise GT1 car. Newton, though, would give chase throughout this first phase of the race. And behind them, it was GT1B battling between the Maserati MC12s of Joe Macari and Evgeny Kirov, our eventual race winner. He was fighting hard here in this MC12 battle and trying to get to the inside of Macari, but Macari was doing a good job of retaining that position during that phase of the race. While Hasemans continued to build his lead and Newton had a good run going on behind him, There were some dramas out on the circuit. A full course yellow would be called as the pit window began, and that would rather disadvantage quite a few of our drivers towards the sharp end of the field. So the race really changed complexion in the second half. This is Dario Franchitti unlapping himself. The 46 car was one of those that struggled after the full course yellow, and the safety car were rather disadvantaged by that, and that proved to be one of the biggest moments of the race. Contact between Kareev and Newton, and then Kareev would get past for the race victory. He led the way right to the checkered flag. Delight for the Maserati team.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
So then, the race is coming up now for the Gentleman Challenge, and I believe the cars are already on their formation lap. In fact, yes, I think in the distance we see the cars potentially completing their formation lap, so barely time to tell you the grid, but it's Verkeen in his Lister Nobly Chevrolet that starts this one from pole position. Then it is the Kriknoff-driven Lotus 11 alongside him on the front row of the grid. Fatemi and his Tejero from the second row is absent, so sadly we're not going to see that car. It's a great start though from John Spires from row 3 of the grid. The 88 machine launches the race away and immediately up into second position. The rest of the grid making their way through. You see there the Porsche 904s, the various shapes of Porsche 356 as well, MGBs, Listers, TVR Grand Touras, all sorts of stuff taking to the grid for this race. But it is the 17 car that leads the field in Gentleman Challenge, the Lister Nobly 1958 specification car. Of course, it was Lister on Lister yesterday in this Gentleman Challenge race, and John Spires immediately behind Verkeen on the circuit. I suspect it's going to be more of the same.
It could be more of the same, couldn't it? But Verkeen here looking and eager to get an early lead at this stage. Meanwhile, there's a battle for 4th place right behind them. That's the 250. In fact, that's for, it's just for 4th place, I think. It's battling all the way through. But you can see there, that's the number 11 machine there of Wakeman. So that's the 250 of David Richards, who made a way back past the 888. Otto Redstott had a really good start, but look at Christian Oldendorf here. We've mentioned his name a couple of times this weekend as making his way through, as he looks for a move down the inside potentially now. No, backs out of it on that occasion. Otto Redstott in the 888 keeps a hold of his position.
I've always found this car, the Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ2, to be a bit of a hard one to get my head around, because its silhouette, its general shape, it feels very much a contemporary of something like a Ferrari 250 GTO, but it is far, far smaller in actuality. You can see that it's not that much larger than the Lotus chassis around it, powered by a 1.6 litre straight 4 engine. It was highly successful in the class that ran at the time for GT cars under 1.6 litres, but it's just an achingly beautiful shape of racing car. Christian Oldendorf, obviously with a proclivity for Alfa Romeos. We've seen that this weekend. He's got no less than 3 of them in the paddock this weekend, and this one, the Giulia TZ2, surely the icing on the cake. Just a fabulous machine.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely stunning to watch as it Christian Oldendorf. Oh, a bit of a lock up there. That's not so stunning to look at through in towards Lamy Corner. There are some spots of rain on the camera out there, and there were spots of rain in between these races here. So might be a little bit damp in places, maybe slightly greasy in places. I don't think it's more psychological rain, which drivers tell me sometimes if there's some spots on the visor, it doesn't normally mean the track is absolutely going to be greasy, but it just sort of plays on your mind. Do you lift off into the next corner, or do you take it as you would if it was absolutely bone dry? When you start second guessing, that normally means that you're losing a couple of tenths at that point.
Yeah, absolutely right. So Oldendorf at the moment just ahead of Kriknoff, who didn't really get the start he wanted, did he? In his Lotus 11, the number 99 car. A little bit dropped through the order at the start of this race, but hopefully that car will be back up to speed. It looks like it's running at full speed. He just got swallowed at the start of the race. And someone who's a bit further up the order than we saw yesterday from memory, the Cooper T38 of Frederick Wakeman is right up the order. This Cooper T38 chassis and Jag-powered machine, the Cooper T38, should be about on par with those Listers, and at the moment is very much on par with John Spears in the Lister Costin.
Yeah, absolutely. And Frederick Wakeman looking to see if he can find a move down the inside. Meanwhile, as well, that's the 888 of Otto Redstott breezing past David Richards then, as we make our way down in towards the first corner then, as Oldendorf and Serge Kriknoff as well down there in 7th place right now. The Alfa running a little bit wide, but there's David Richards. That's a hand in the air for Otto Redstott. He's got a problem here as he exited out of the first corner, and Otto Redstott, his car's in trouble.
Yeah, that's a huge shame for him. Was running well up the order in 5th position. But that might well be the end of his race from here. Second in Class F. There are 2 classes on our timing screens. Class E for some of the rather more grunty cars, such as the Lister Nobly, the Cooper T38, the Cooper Jaguar, and then Class F. And the Alfa Romeo Giulia is the leader in Class F. Safety car, though, has been declared on the circuit. I'm not quite sure if that's for Redsstott's car stopping or something else around the circuit, but nonetheless, the safety car is out on the circuit then, and that will bunch everybody back together. For someone like Kriknoff, who got swallowed up at the start, that could be an advantage, and of course it also gives the likes of John Spears another opportunity to to have a run at Verkeen.
Yeah, and a single file rolling start is more to the point for John Spears if he's able to try and get a move down the inside on the restart. But at the moment there, it is Verkeen who leads the way there. John Spears in second place, Frederick Wakeman in third. Dafford Richards got himself back into fourth place there. Christian Oldendorf in fifth and leader of Class F. And Serge Kricknoff there in sixth place as our leaders have now been picked up by the safety car. It was a really, really good start from Luc-Pierre Verkeen in that Lister Nobly Chevrolet from, it's stated here, from 1958 on the entry list. And in qualifying, 2 minute 1.527 compared to Verkeen's fastest lap right now of a 2 minute 3.643. Bear in mind, the track's not in the same condition as it was yesterday, albeit there might be slight raindrops around the circuit, but already Luc-Pierre Verkeen, I wouldn't go draw straight alongside the safety car. I think the regulations have changed since then. But as long as you're right behind the safety car, no portion of the car alongside the car ahead of you, you should be absolutely fine. But we get this great formation down the start-finish straight.
Yeah, everybody. If I was in that Kia, I might be a little bit alarmed by them approaching me 2 and 3 wide, even at the low speeds they are doing. That car does many a mile here, the Kia and the Mondeo, the regular safety cars here at the Circuito Estoril. Not quite a match for the, I think, Iberia's finest safety car, which is the Fiat Panda 100 HP that frequents Motorland Aragon, but it's certainly up there. The little Kia at the front of the field. Everybody bunching together then, as you would expect. You see there the Austin Healey's together on circuit. That's the 31 car of Antholin and the number 220 of Querelle that are together on the circuit, which will hopefully lead to an interesting battle a little bit later on. That will be for third in the Class F, the class that is denoted in green on your timing and scoring on the side of your screen.
Will Stevens has stopped on track somewhere in the final sector, so I wonder if it's a case of both, because Will Stevens and the other machine we saw of Otto Reed's Thoughts stop at roughly the same time at different points of the track. It's a case of deploy the safety car, neutralise the race so that both cars could be recovered quickly and safely. And they have recovered Otto Reed's Thoughts machine there. Just you saw Otto having a chat to the recovery crew and the marshals down there, probably telling them what exactly has gone wrong, unfortunately. But we saw there coming out of the first corner, Otto Reed's Thought then raised his hand as if to say, I know, there's a problem here. And yeah, that is confirmed. The 888 has stopped at turn 3 for a technical failure. Wait to see what happened to the other machine of Will Stevens.
Yeah, shame for Will and Bill Stevens that their race has come to seemingly an early conclusion. Now, both of our drivers at the front of the order, John Spears there in the 88 and indeed the 17 of Luc-Pierre Verkeen leading the way, both of those cars are solo, so their performance should stay about comparable throughout the race. Frederick Wakeman in third position, of course, is sharing with Patrick Blakely Edwards the Cooper Jaguar T38, so we'll keep an eye on how that car's performance evolves during the race. The Dafford Richards car, the Lotus 11 in fourth position, that's also a car that will stay with its driver throughout, and indeed Christian Oldendorf isn't sharing either, is he? So there's a lot of soloists towards the front of the order at the moment. Of course, the pit window in this race will be opening in the next several minutes, 7 minutes and 15 seconds until that window opens in the middle 10 of the race from 27 minutes and 30 to go. The window will open for 10 minutes. And it is Verkeen then that leads them behind the safety car. Oil on track at turn 13 through to turn 1 as well. So that means all the way down the main straight there's some oil to contend with. Well, if anyone's out there with a mop and some cement dust, that's going to take a little while. There are people out there with mops and cement dust. That is going to take some time to solve.
It will indeed, and we see there was the 49, confirmed by race control, was in the gravel trap at turn 13, so that's how that came to be. But it looks like there is a bit of treatment, as you say, being performed at the final corner at the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. And it looks like they're trying to guide drivers away from the racing line at the exit of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, possibly because that's maybe an untreated part of the track.
Yeah, quite possibly. We will see how that unfolds. But a few drivers, one driver coming into the pits there. Pit window very much not open yet, but one of the Healey's was making its way into pit lane perhaps a little earlier than they would have liked. In fact, back in, because it was on an out lap and has then come back in again. That's the 557 car of Philippe Petit, which clearly has something of an issue at the moment. You can see there the number 92 Lister Jaguar as well. Wolf Zweifler with the Lister Nobly number 92. That's a very fetching colour scheme on that car. I think it really does look the part, although with the blue and white it makes me think more some of the US specials rather than the Lister Noblys, the Connaughts and the like.
No, absolutely. It's I mean, I love the fact that there's just such a wide variety of machinery and history out on the grid here. And yeah, hopefully we get to see them back up to racing speed very shortly. Pit window opens in less than 5 minutes' time. So at this reduced pace, it's only going to be about a lap. If we go racing next time around, it will only be a lap until the pit window does open, at which point you might see some maybe jump in quite early. Jakob Viggo Holstein, who we saw in the previous race of this, really had a good turn of pace about him, but unfortunately the car underneath him, the Lotus 15, sadly didn't want to make it to the pit window under Otto Reid's thought.
No, exactly. That is a big shame for Otto that his race has come to a conclusion that little bit earlier than he would have liked. Pit window open in 4 minutes. Still no indication, as far as I've seen, of a safety car coming in. So we are going to end up with a potentially the pit window ending, or pit window starting as a safety car comes in. If that were the case, I assume just about everyone might follow the safety car in, or at least maybe half the field might follow the safety car in. We'll have to wait and see on that front, but what a glorious grid this is. The E-Types, the XK150s if you're a Jaguar fan. That XK150, of course, yesterday we saw a good amount of that car on our stream yesterday, and that was in no small part thanks to Laurent Jaspers having some great battles with some of the Healeys and the MGBs out there on circuit. And it's safe to say, based on the suspension travel, that car runs a little more soft than some of those around it.
Yeah, very much happier to take the bumps, isn't it? That's what we would say about that. Happier to take the curbs with the softer suspension. More aggressively over the curbs would normally dictate that you need that softer suspension to cope with the bumps. But we'll wait and see how that soft suspension can hold out over the next half an hour. Luc-Pierre Verquin leading this one, of course, under these safety car conditions, as we see in shot there. That's the number 31 of Paul Anseling in that Austin Healey 3000 Mark II. Safety car still out there, but it looks like the recovery crews have got the treatment down, and we've had the confirmation of race control that the safety car will be in this lap, which of course means now the next lap they're going to start is when the safety car will peel back in.
Yeah, no, that's going to be very compelling. Just to circle back to the 92 car of Wolf Zweifler, that's not one of the continuation Lister Noblys. That is a legitimate 1958 chassis, BHL 18, the serial number on that particular one. I believe that is also Chevy powered, much like the continuation model that Luc-Pierre Verquin is racing here. But that is quite a sight to see, that car. which originally went to Carroll Shelby Sports Cars, funny enough. It was sent from Lister over to Shelby, and I think they put a big Chevy engine in it, so big, and with a supercharger at one point, that I think they had to modify some of the bodywork on that car in period. But that is a wonderful car to have on the grid. So much history here. Unfortunately, not all of it available necessarily through online sources, but sure at some point I'll get to roam through this garage and really settle down whose car is what and what it has done. Of course, the Lister Costin was also delivered new to the US, the John Spears car, 1959 vintage, but it was never raced. It was seemingly used as a road car and modified as such. They slightly changed some of the bodywork around the wheel arches to have it riding higher for the road, but it is now a full-bore race car at last, as it was designed to be, in the hands of John Spears, who races it very often and very well. So we look forward to seeing how he can challenge up against the Luc-Pierre Verkeen machine, the Lister Nobly Chevrolet. The safety car will be in this lap. The pit window will be ending in 20 seconds. So let's see if anybody follows the safety car in.
We'll have to wait and see then. The safety car absolutely launching it through the S's there. I think that's the most aggressive I've seen the safety car driven all weekend, as it's keen and eager to get this race restarted. And Luc-Pierre Verkeen, let's see what happens then. How many drivers will jump into the pits?
So then the racing resumes, and it's Verkeen, Spears and Wakeman that lead the field. Wakeman with the big Jaguar-powered Cooper might just be able to draw alongside Spears here. Is he braver under braking? They're side by side, but it is Wakeman on the outside, trying to hold on, but no, he's going to stay all the way around the outside. I thought that maybe Spears had just done enough. Eventually he did to hold on to second position, but Wakeman definitely raced him hard for that through the first corner.
Oh, without a doubt. A bit of a lock-up there as well for John Spears going in towards Lamy corner, as he'll then get back onto the power with the power slide for good measure as we make our way up towards curve at VIP. But once again, Luc-Pierre Verkeen getting a good launch off that rolling start, and is already able to pull out a little bit of a lead to others around him as he looks to try and break away from the rest of the pack, just as he did all those laps ago. We've got a good battle for 8th place overall, which is for 3rd place in Class F, as Anselin has got Querel and Maris right behind as well. 2 Austin Healey's and a Porsche 356 all battling away for 3rd place in class.
You see one of the Healeys being overtaken. That actually is once again the Petite Healey, which is back out of the pits again. So thankfully he might be able to get the race in. The car seems to be running at pretty decent pace, so hopefully his car is okay now. But there's your intervals between the top 3 then. The answer is not much. Well, in fact, between the top 5, they're still exceedingly close together. 5 within 5 seconds at the front of the order, and that of course includes Christian Uldendorf, who leads the way in the Class F for some of the slightly lighter chassis and smaller engines. But he is keeping pace there with the Lotus 15 ahead of him. Of course, the 15, by virtue of still being a sports car, not production based, is in the Class E for the slightly faster cars. And interesting to see how they match up on the straight. It looks like the Giulia and the little Lotus 15s are pretty, or the Lotus 11s I should say, are pretty evenly matched.
Pretty evenly matched at this point, as well. Wakeman trying to stay on the back of John Spears. We have one into the pits. That's the number 60. That's Peter Vergela in that Porsche 904 Carrera GTS. It's one of the first actually to pit under the pit window. And Peter is a solo driver, so it's just a case of making sure he meets the minimum pit stop and pit lane time. Pit window closes in 7 minutes, so with these cars, that's not many laps. I mean, you're looking at 3 laps at the absolute maximum from this point onwards, maybe even 2 if you're sort of lapping in the 2-minute 20s here.
Yeah, Vergler's car is a 904-4, which makes it a four-cylinder version of the Porsche 904. There is also a 904-6, which is the flat six version out on the circuit as well. That's the 149 car of Hipólito Pires and Tiago Raposo de Macales out on the circuit. Is that car actually running? No, it didn't take the start, unfortunately. So we are just down to 1904 out there, but a couple of different variants out on circuit. There was also a flat 8 904. I think bizarrely the 904-4, the 6 and the 8 all had a 2-litre engine capacity. Well, it's not that bizarre because it was matched up to the regulations of the series, but the fact that the same little chassis, the 904, variously carried 4, 6 and 8 cylinder engines, all 2 litres, tickles me a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And making our way down the start-finish straight, John Spears still ahead of Frederick Wakeman. Watch out in the background as well, David Richards and Christian Oldendorf, who are very much ready to do battle as they make their way down in towards the first corner. Christian Oldendorf lapping about 3/10 quicker than David Richards on that last lap there. So Christian Oldendorf in a Class F car, very much making sure he keeps that car ticking over. We've got pit stops happening in the background. Does that happen to be the 38 machine, I wonder, who was very much involved in the battle there, deciding to come into the pits there? Yes, it was. No, it was Querelle, sorry. It wasn't the 38, it was the 220, the Austin Healey, coming into the pits there. And Mark Ashworth also following suit then. So pit stops are starting to happen here as we make our way through the pit lane window.
Now you see the 904 we've been talking about coming out onto the circuit just in front of this 356 machine. That is the Maris car, running in 7th overall and 2nd in class right now. The 356, I believe that's one of the later model 356s. Just trying to find it on the entry list. It is a 1964, so yeah, that's right towards the end of the production run for the 356, and Didier Maris will be sharing that car with Gabriel Balthazard later on. Started in 12th, now running in 7th position. But of course, that in part is thanks to the pit window, and drivers currently in the pit lane. But that later 356, of course, by this time the 911 was just starting to pick up as well. But the late 356s, I think, are very pretty cars in their own right. And I feel like the 356, I know a lot of people like the drop tops in silver and, the California Pacific Coast Highway kind of specification, but racing 356s, I think, just looks so gorgeous.
Absolutely. As we were briefly watching Peter Vergler, one of the first to make a pit stop there and make his way back out onto the circuit. That looked like the Austin Healey of Jean-Laurent Bellew, who was in there, and Mike Grant Peterkin. As just having a look here at the 153 in the pit lane. So it was Laurent Bellew who started that car, so it's going to be Mike Grant Peterkin who takes over and has the pleasure of driving that car for the rest of this race. The rest of the 20-odd minutes he will have behind the wheel, as there is Christian Oldendorf in that Alfa Romeo Giulia GTS 10, making his way through now in towards the curve at VIP, closing in on David Richards, who in turn is closing in on Frederick Wakeman as well. So we have got a 3-car battle for what is right now P2, but these three do have to make their stops, as well as John Spears, who's at the head of the field.
Yes, I think, is that Jean-Luc Blanchimont? I think we just saw there in the pits. Might well have been, but we have driver changes ongoing out on the circuit. In fact, no, Jean-Luc shouldn't be suited and booted. He's not set for this race, so
sorry.
Hopefully it's not him.
That was Christian Oldendorf, who had the spin there, coming out of Parabolica Interior. So he's had a bit of a spin there. Just saw that on the horizon of the camera shot. But yeah, the tyre squeals indeed mean that he had the loss of control there. But we'll see. There's green flags now, so he must have got back under his own power. But yeah, that's not really what Christian Oldendorff wanted, considering he was closing in on this pack.
And of course, he had a spin yesterday as well at Curva VIP that we very briefly saw. So he runs the car to the limit, but sometimes a little bit over. As we watch this battle going on here for second place, David Richards challenging Frederick Wakeman, but I think both of them headed into the pit lane effectively side by side. That was a little bit close for comfort, I'm sure, but Wakeman wins the race into the pit lane. The driver who is currently running second will hand the car over to Patrick Blakely-Edwards, and I think that is Blakely-Edwards actually there, isn't it? Yes, so Blakely-Edwards, who I accidentally mistook for Jean-Luc Blanchimont a few minutes ago, sorry, will now take the car over, and John Spears is also in, so pretty much everybody has now served their pit stop.
Yeah, good stint, good opening stint from Frederick Wakeman, wasn't it? Holding on to second place there, but yeah, love this. David Richards right behind there, looking to take full advantage, see if he can make his way through. That is Christoph Prim in that Morgan Plus 4, the Super Sports. And don't mistake it for the number 11 there. That's the sort of the wheel that would have been on the back of the car taken off, so it's just the remnants there, but it is the number 34 there making his way through. Where is the 34 in the standings right now? It's currently running in 9th place overall and has made its mandatory stop. So Christoph Prim then 4th place in class. What's his lap times looking at? 2 minute 19 flat, which is a personal best for himself so far in that Morgan Plus 4. So he's grown into this race. There's a chance for a class podium for Christoph Prim here.
Yeah, could well be. Prim in that 34 car, as you said, running pretty nicely at this stage. I'm not sure if this car's exact racing history, but quite a few of the Morgans that were racing in the early 60s, they still do it. The Morgans in particular seem to be a hardy bunch. You see a lot of them on the UK historic scene, of course, and this machine running pretty well at the moment, as you said, in the hands of Prim. It could well be on to challenge for a class podium, depending on where the likes of Maris's 356 come out, and of course where Oldendorff comes out, because he's in the pits as well, serving his mandatory stop here at the end of the window, and we don't yet know quite where he will be in relation to the rest of his Class F rivals post-spin and post-pit stop. So we'll keep an eye on that as the cars roll back out. That's a great sight, seeing them all come out together. Oldendorff actually seems to have gotten past David Richards' car in the pit lane and is right there with the 11 of Blakely-Edwards. So that's interesting. Blakely-Edwards will head out onto the circuit just 2.9 seconds back from Spears. Now, where is Verkeen in relation to all of this? Verkeen has already made his pit stop and he is in the lead, but only by 1.4 seconds. Spears comes back out right behind the Verkeen-driven car, the leading Lister Nobly Chevrolet. Has come out in the lead, but only just.
Only just is all that matters at that point, and Verkeen able to try and get a car in between everybody else, so at least he can get his way upwards and onwards. I mean, he just wants to make sure he matches and gets close to the lap times he was setting earlier on. But yeah, that outlap has made sure he moves ahead and brings himself out ahead of John Spears. And then we have the number 11 machine of Patrick Blakely-Edwards in that Cooper T38, rounding off the top three right now. A little bit spaced out here. Christian Oldendorff, yeah, re-emerged in 4th place there. Serge Kriknoff, meanwhile, he's up into 5th place. He's currently 4th in Class E, and Kriknoff struggled in the early stages of this race, but that pit stop has got him ahead of David Richards now.
Yeah, very interesting situation then unfolding, as you see there the Austin Healey getting put another lap down by Verkeen, and the gap extending out to 2.5 seconds already between Verkeen and Spears. I think, though, the battle may well end up being for second place here, especially with Blakely-Edwards and Oldendorff and indeed Kriknoff and David Richards all kind of coming out on the same piece of track. I think we're in for quite a barnstormer of a second half of the race. Verkeen in that Lister Nobly seems to be incredibly fast. I don't know that anyone's going to be able to catch him, but the timing screens will tell the story soon enough. That sign certainly tells a story, and that's that, well, if you haven't pitted already, too late, mate. But I think just about everybody has pitted. Uldendorf among them, who have made their stop right towards the end of the window, of course leading in the Class F classification for the kind of more GT-based cars in this grid, as opposed to the sports prototype style cars, and leading well in fourth position overall, and about 16 seconds clear of the TVR Grand Touras in second and third place. It is the 87 car of Mark Ashworth in the Mark III Grand Tourer that sits second in the class at this stage. The other Mark III Grand Tourer of Guy Grant is in third position in class.
Yeah, and we mentioned about Christoph Prim then, and he's been trying to close in, but 2 minute 20 from him on that last lap to try and close into Guy Grant, when Guy Grant's lapping in the 2 minute 16s. It's going to be tricky here. Guy Grant, it's a case of Guy will try and fight his way back up through the order. He's got Mark Ashworth about 9 seconds up the road for a place at second place in class. But there is your leader of Class F in Christian Uldendorf in that Alfa Romeo Giulia, as he makes his way now through in towards Aurelia and towards Gancho now. Just not too far behind him is Kriknoff and David Richards. Richards has managed to close up to the back of Serge Kriknoff for fifth place overall, fourth in class, as they both make their way now through in towards Gancho here. It's one of our closest battles out on track. Peter Vergler has now caught the back of Christoph Prim for the battle for ninth place as well. So pretty much wherever you're looking in the order, there's a battle to be talking about.
Yeah, absolutely right. Fighting all through the pack. Of course, the safety car bunched everyone together, but over the course of the window, seemingly there hasn't been that much change. There may be a change on though between Kriknoff and David Richards. They're really going at it in the Silver Lotus battle. Both Lotus 11s, both 1500s. I believe that would mean both Coventry Climax FPF engines to my knowledge. But they just went through the bottom of shot there, fighting it out for 5th and 6th position. There are the two TVR Grand Touras running 7th and 8th overall in this race. And then behind them is the Prim Morgan that we've already seen a little while ago. But there is the Grand Tourer of Ashworth. However, the Lotus 11s fighting it out ahead of them. I want to see a bit more of that. It looks like Richards and Kriknoff are really going at it.
They really are, and that is the number 400 there. Carava is behind the wheel. Chiro Carava in that Lotus Elise there weren't classified.
Apologies.
Yes, weren't classified in the in qualifying, so I've had to start very much out of the running there. But currently running in. I had them for a second there, and now I've lost them on the timing screens. 23rd, 10th in class. Teamwork, Adam, makes the dream work.
My apologies. For some reason mistook that for the Grand Tourer, which is just behind us, I think, is Ashworth there. Yes, there he is. Don't look that dissimilar from the front, so I'll let myself off on that occasion. But the number 400 car, the 1961 Elite, of course, before the Elan ever came into being, and a fabulous example of early coupe shape Lotus, of course revolving from the Lotus 7 into some more shall we say civilized road car options, and from there came the Elan, the early Europers as well. The Lotus company really did grow and expand massively under Colin Chapman over the years, both road and track. But it's always going to be the track that's remembered first, I think. Some incredible cars in the stable. Some that don't get talked about enough. Cars like the Lotus 40, which was a rival to the likes of the early Lola T70s. Those cars were admittedly not very successful in period, but were very interesting cars nonetheless. And of course, any factory-run Lotus had brilliant drivers at the helm. Jim Clark, Graham Hill, they were racing a different Lotus every weekend for most of their careers in the 60s. Ashworth there just putting a lap on the Lotus Elite though, so that's the 7th place car putting a lap on the little Lotus.
Yeah, and you can see they're pretty much matched in pace in a straight line, aren't they, as they make their way down here. That's not a battle for position, that's Mark Ashworth trying to put a lap then on Carava, and there we see the number 60 of Peter Vergela in that Porsche 904-4 as he makes his way through. Then he's currently 8th overall, 3rd in Class F. How's he doing? He is closing on Mark Ashworth
massively
over that last lap, isn't he? Yeah, about 2 and a bit seconds on that last lap.
Yeah, no, and his best time is 6 seconds quicker than the TVR Grand Tourer up ahead. So I get the feeling that Ashworth is very soon going to be dispatched by Vergela in the number 60 machine, the Porsche 9044. And again, a road car, roughly speaking, the 904. It was sold as a road car, but it does look like a baby sports prototype from the era, as it largely was, of course. 30-second time penalty for car 65. That's the MGB of Pi, and then also the 150 car is getting a penalty for a pit stop infringement. And in fact, the pit stop infringement penalties are coming in thick and fast at the moment. As usual, a wad of investigations have appeared under the nose of the race director, and a few cars getting penalised, but it doesn't look like any of our front runners in either class are particularly affected. 4th in class, I grant you, is, well, Guy Grant in his TVR Grand Tourer. He is receiving a penalty for a pit stop infringement. How long was that penalty? It was 150 seconds. So that is not a small violation. He's going to have 2.5 minutes added to his time at the end of the race.
Yeah, not ideal. Yeah, there's 165 seconds to car 34, 150 seconds to car 53. There's only 18 seconds applied to car 55 though, so that's probably the lesser of all the penalties combined, really. That's going to be Christian Oldendorff. We did wonder that he managed to get ahead of cars, even though he had that earlier spin. I think it was a lap before,
yes.
So he's got an 18-second time penalty, but then the 73 is 159 seconds. 87, 144, car 104, 156. So there's a lot of 2 to 3 minute penalties being handed out in those pit stop infringements, and it comes to without saying that the race control did say at the start of this race, reminder, the pit lane time is 2 minutes 19 seconds.
Yes, Oldendorff did lose time to the front runners, didn't he? And then miraculously gained it all back, so not too surprising. Perhaps that he was slightly shy of the stopwatch. There's the XK150 getting a little bit in the way of the race leader there, the 73 machine of Jaspers. I absolutely love that XK150. Really gorgeous shape of car, the kind of long tail as well, coupe shaped machine. But the Keen and the Lister Nobly, look at the straight line speed out of the Chevrolet engine. It is such a powerful car. Incidentally, Blakeney Edwards still there in 2nd place, but he's not managed to match the pace of our race leader. But John Spears has dropped down to 4th position, so both Blakeney Edwards and Daffyd Richards have managed to get past Richards, who is now quite a way clear of the Kricknoff car, the other Lotus 11. So that battle between the 11s that we saw earlier on has ended. Albeit with Richards coming out very much on top. Yes, and there's a car actually being put, or pushed I should say, behind the wall at turn 3, which is Lamy corner. And I failed to see who that was at the time, but we'll have to wait and see who starts to form perhaps down the order slightly, if they haven't already, of course. But Christian Oldendorff has just been passed by Kricknoff, then that was a move that was coming. Kricknoff was lapping much quicker than Christian Oldendorff. Of course, Oldendorff has that 18 seconds worth of penalties. It's 1-8, 18 seconds. He's currently 51.4 seconds clear of Peter Vergela. So as long as he makes sure that that gap doesn't get absolutely scythed down in a sort of Dario Franchitti style move, then he should be okay at holding on to the Class F victory. Looks to be the case here in the Gentleman Challenge race, the 50s and 60s sports cars and GT machinery. A gorgeous looking grid of cars, and it is Verkeen that leads the way at this stage. Blakeney Edwards, a comfortable second place in the car. He was handed by Frederick Roykman. Third position, the Lotus 11 of David Richards. John Spires is next in the Lister Costin. Serge Kriknoff in fifth position. Then it's Uldendorf who leads the way in Class F. He will receive a penalty, but he's so far clear of the rest of Class F that doesn't really matter. He's almost a minute clear of Vögler in the Porsche 9044. Then it's the TVR Grand Tour of Ashworth. Guy Grant in another of the Grand Tourers is also lurking there in the top 10 ahead of Christoph Prim in the Morgan Plus 4, who rounds out that top 10. There is the rather wonderful Uldendorf Alfa Romeo. Just to say, the Ashworth car, the gap between the Grand Tourers is actually expanding. I thought Guy Grant might be closing in, but unfortunately that's not the case. And that car, anyway, Guy Grant, of course, is one of the cars that has been given a slap on the wrist. In fact, one of the harshest slaps on the wrist. 150-second penalty post pit stops.
Having a quick look at John Spears, who's lapping quicker than David Richards for a place on the podium then. So two behind them, Serge Kriknoff. There you can see just the back end of that battle then as they all make their way through in towards turn 5, heading away towards the Parabolica interior. But there is Christian Uldendorf, who's the leader of Class F, and his Alfa Romeo Giulia. Down in towards Parabolica interior we go. But worth to keep an eye on...
I was just going to say, sorry, the Jaguar XK150 looked like a crossover, didn't it, next to the Giulia? It looks like an off-roader compared to just how low and small that Giulia is. Incredible size disparity there.
I love it. I love it. This is why we have these races here as well. All creatures, all vehicles, great and small. And certainly Christian Uldendorf's Alfa Romeo Giulia is great and small. There's just absolutely nothing of it, and I think that's why it just works so well, that there is nothing of it, so it's very agile. You point it in the direction you want, and Christian Uldendorf is absolutely loving it out there. There's your race leader though, onto the final lap of this race then, as he makes his way down in towards the first corner. Luc-Pierre Verkeen has had a really good time up at the front.
I am fairly sure of the victory here for Verkeen, all going well. What I'm not so sure of, though, is the battle for third, fourth and fifth and sixth positions, because Kriknoff has gotten back past John Spears. We saw that just as we were looking at Uldendorf's Alfa Romeo. We saw it happening just ahead, the Kriknoff-Spears battle continuing at pace. Spears has been dropped down to fifth position, but he's still there with Kriknoff. We'll see whether anything can be done. But Spears for now down to P5. Uldendorf is with him as well. Spears' last lap of 208.2 was rather off the pace, but his first sector looks to be at a healthy speed. So hopefully the car is okay, and he should hold off Uldendorf for fifth position overall. And of course, with Uldendorf's penalty, even if he doesn't, he will still be classified fifth once all is said and done.
Yeah, Luc-Pierre Verkeen, though, has done everything he needed to do today. He's built a 10-second lead over the rest, and even with a safety car, he didn't let that phase him on the safety car restart. Of course, you can lose a bit of temperature in the vitals under a safety car, but just making sure that all is the right way about it. Make sure you get the great shot of the checkered flag, that is for sure. Luc-Pierre Verkeen's going to get a great shot of the checkered flag as he makes his way towards it now.
Yeah, Verkeen has once again really taken the Gentleman Challenge grid to school. Had a brilliant race in his Lister Nobly Chevrolet. Comes around the final corner now, and the checkered flag will fly for the driver of the 17. The Lister Nobly Chevrolet crosses the line and wins the race. Blakeney Edwards will be second position in the number 11 car. The Cooper T38, the Cooper Jag takes second position. David Richards takes 3rd place in his Lotus 11. And John Spears got 4th position back. Serge Kriknoff has not made it to the flag. Serge Kriknoff on the final lap of the race has gone missing. Spears across the line in 4th. Uldendorf may well end up with 5th position overall then, because even with his 20-second penalty applied, no, Kriknoff has just crossed the line with 0.8 of a second to spare. If he'd, I guess he must have had an issue on the final lap. It cost him about 20 seconds. If it had cost him 21 seconds, he would have finished 6th overall. But he just about, virtually speaking, beat Uldendorf there. So Kriknoff does take 5th position ultimately, but he must have had a drama there, fighting it out with John Spears on the final lap.
Yeah, Luc-Pierre Verquin, no such issues for him. He was able to take his Litre Cup Chevrolet all the way to the checkered flag. It was pretty much a lights to flag victory there from Luc-Pierre Verquin, and making sure he signs it off in a great way. I have to say as well, the Cooper T38, which is just in your shot now, that's the Cooper T38. Frederick Wakeman and Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, who took over the car, they finished in 2nd place. Considering their qualifying pace, which was putting them in around about 8th place, so within top 10, to get 2nd place out of that race, that's a brilliant effort from both.
Okay, very interesting situation in that race all across the grid, actually. I've just witnessed Guy Grant go from 8th to 19th on my timing screen as his penalty finally gets applied for his pit stop infringement. So that car's dropping, unfortunately. But Vogel crossed the line in 7th place. We've still got 2 cars yet to cross the line. Prim in the Morgan +4. I think also may have had a penalty, yes, because he's dropped down to 21st. So Prim, unfortunately, who was running in the top 10, is also penalised. Balthazar will therefore cross the line in 8th eventually to round out the order in this race. The last car across the line, I think, will be that 356. In fact, I think it's peeled into the pits, yes. So never strictly took the flag, but will be classified in 8th position nonetheless. A great race, though, for Verquin and the Lister Nobly Chevrolet. And 2 wins on the bounce for him. Blakeney-Edwards, along with Frederick Wakeman, I think will be fairly satisfied, though, with their efforts. And David Richards had some battling to do in the latter phase of the race. Of course, at one time was fighting with Serge Kriknoff for position, had to fight with John Spears as well. And I would say a well-earned podium there for the driver of the little 1100 Lotus 11.
He did have to work for it, though. The likes of John Spears and Serge Kriknoff were closing in on him, but that's a very happy Luc-Pierre Verquin as he jumps out of his Lister Nobly Chevrolet to all the plaudits there. There is the number 11 machine, so that's Blakeney-Edwards making his way out of the car. Patrick Blakeney-Edwards in the T38 grabbing 3rd place overall. And you did mention that Balthazar didn't make it to the flag there. He's actually stopped out in sector 3. So he's just actually clocked the pit lane beam there. So Balthazar finishing in 3rd place in class, 8th place overall. But there's your top 3 for this overall race. Brilliant race between them all.
So then the cars being wheeled into position at the end of this race, and Verquin will once again celebrate. I'm sure that's a bit warm under the hood of that car at the moment, under the bonnet, but the big Chevy motor can rest easy now, I think possibly for the rest of the season, unless he intends to do one of the historic events in the Middle East towards the end of the year. A little bit of highlights then from this Gentleman's Challenge race. Great to see that grid running down to the first corner, and running his tyre down from the very start was Christian Uldendorf with his lock up there into turn 3 at Lamy. We had some spits of rain on the camera lenses at one point, and there was a safety car fought some dramas out on circuit. That brought everyone back towards Verkeen in the leading Litre Nobly, but soon enough he would start to build that gap again. Meanwhile, Frederick Waitman was charging towards the rear of John Spears. Lister Costin versus Cooper Jaguar, and it was the Cooper Jag that would ultimately get the better of that once Blakeney Edwards was at the wheel. Some gorgeous early Porsches, 356s, 904s on this grid, and Vergel would ultimately come second in the Class F category, of course, behind this man Uldendorf, who was right up there with the front-running sports cars in the top half dozen and running well with them on the pace. There's the 250 car, third place for David Richards, despite some heavy battling that he had to do in the second phase. But no one could charge quite as hard as Verkeen in the 17. The checkered flag would wave for the Lister Nobly after 18 laps of racing. Built the gap, safety car, built it again, and a win again for Verkeen at the wheel. Congratulations to Luc-Pierre Verkeen. It's 2 from 2 for him in the Gentleman Challenge here at the Estoril Classics.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
The sound of DFVs and the occasional V12 is now echoing around the Circuito Estoril. That's because it's time for race 2 of the weekend for the classic GP grid encompassing 70s and 80s Formula 1 cars, pre-1986 Formula 1 cars. That is going to be a very compelling race. We saw yesterday Sahel Ayari claiming the win in his Ligier JS21, but it wasn't a win that was entirely without hardship. He actually struggled to get the car off the line on the formation, actually before the race started yesterday. So eventually they got the car fired up, and once it was running, it was indeed very fast. But fabulous cars from the 80s and down into the 70s. The pre-1979 cars run in the Class A, and then Class B, the cars, of course, until 1986. We don't have so many of the 80s cars, but a healthy contingent encompassing the majority of that DFV era. A fabulous time in Formula 1 history. Aero went a long way, of course. Ground effect cars came in and then they were outlawed going into the 1983 season. But what an evocative era of Formula 1 car we're representing here.
What an honour it is as well, as there is Sahel Ayari in his Ligier JS21. In period, of course, it never scored a point when it made its way through in towards the 1983 season, and it was the last year for Guy Ligier to have the use of the Cosworth V8 naturally aspirated engines before he secured the use of Renault engines further down the lines, the V6 turbo engines making their way in as we headed towards the turbocharged era. And the 1983 season for Ligier wasn't without its hardships as well, of course being disqualified after an incident at Detroit where it was deemed and suspected that they were refuelling, when actually it was water composites that was suspected to be the case. Katsu Kubota then in the Lotus 72. Of course, the Lotus 72 competed in 6 separate F1 championships. It had chassis variants all the way to F, and the car itself has 3 World Constructors Championships, 2 World Drivers Championships, and it's something you don't see anymore in modern Formula 1. You get a car that can compete in more than one season. You sometimes get it for the likes of Super Aguri, for example, where they bought an Arrows chassis and used it in the 2006 season on their debut. But the Tyrrell there as well, making its way through the P34 six-wheeler. We've mentioned this six-wheeler a lot over the past weekend, but it's so good to see it here on the grid. It's quite literally a piece of history, the Tyrrell there, the six-wheeler in Formula 1.
Yeah, what an era of racing that was. The innovations were thick, fast, and sometimes not lasting, but fabulous cars that we have on the circuit. It's going to be Ligier versus Ensign then at the front of the grid. There's the fabulous Lotus 78 for my money. One of the most beautiful Formula 1 cars of the late 70s. In fact, I think I'll stick my neck out for it and say that it's the one. But the starting grid then for this race, we'll talk you through it momentarily. It is going to be the number not 93, I was going to say, number 26 of Sahel Ayari that lines up on the grid for this one on the pole position, and it will be joined by the number 14 car, that of course being the Ensign, driven by I've just had my screen completely reset in front of me of Laurent Fort. We got there eventually, but my screen completely reset there, which wasn't ideal timing. Katsu Kubota in third position in the number 2, the multi-Grand Prix winning car that Ronnie Peterson raced in 1973. A wonderful car to have on the grid, and Katsu Kubota was very quick yesterday as well. Then it's the Harrison-driven Shadow DN9B, which was yesterday's pole sitter, so we'll be looking to move up the order from 4th on the grid Jamie Constable, 5th position in his Lola Embassy, of the wonderful 1974 vintage car. Mark Hazel in the Williams FW08C, the 1983 spec car, 6th on the grid. Devis is next in his Lotus 78. Mark Devis, the car we've already seen on that grid. Fumagalli out there in his Theodore TR1. And then Joe Macari in the Tyrrell 012, lining up in 9th place. The Williams FW06, the 1979 vintage car, in the hands of Bullock. Perkins in the 18, the wonderful Surtees TS16, which we've seen some shots of. And then this car, James Hagan's number 24 machine, the first ever Hesketh built, the Hesketh 308 in 1974. Hesketh Ground Zero, that car. Number 5 is the Holtzman-driven evocation of the Tyrrell P34 in 13th. The Shadow DN8, 14th on the grid. The McLaren M26 of Olivier Breitmeyer is 15th. The Tyrrell 012 of Ian Simmons should be there in 16th position. I believe it is. That is good news. I think I saw that car at the very back of the grid. And then we hopefully might have the Alfa Romeo as well, of Hope, that didn't get to finish yesterday. That is, if I'm not mistaken, the grid based on the order from race number 1. So those who did not get to take the start are well down the pack. It is indeed the order from race number 1. And that means that they are going to really pick up where they left off. If you were battling someone yesterday and they finished ahead of you, well, bad news. They're still ahead of you this morning. Well, this afternoon,
yes.
I should say.
Yes, wet race start on the start line gantry there. I'll have to wait and see how many drivers chose to have the slick tyres anyway. I'm not sure if that's a case of if the race director declares it a wet race start, you have to start on wet weather tyres. Nevertheless, though, Sahel Ayari is looking to make it 2 from 2. He was predicting there was going to be rain tomorrow. Maybe he was sort of wanting rain tomorrow. He did hint at it yesterday, didn't he? Perhaps there'll be rain tomorrow, but it looks like for now the rain has not arrived for Sahel Ayari. So whether he considers that good news or bad news, well, he was rather coy in his interview. We couldn't really tell. I certainly couldn't tell anyway.
Given his pace, I would suggest that he should be okay, wet or dry. But Laurent Fort, Katsu Kubota, among those who will be challenging. I'm interested to see how Mark Hazel does as well. 6th on the grid, started from the back yesterday. Let's see what he can do from there.
Yeah, he's got a second chance, hasn't he? That's the great thing. In terms of yesterday, you start pretty much where you finished. So if you are battling someone out on track, it's a good chance to get back past them. It's part 2 of yesterday's proceedings. So Sahel Ayari will be on pole position for this one. Laurent Fort in the ensign right behind him. And then Katsu Kubota, who showed a really good turn of pace yesterday. We'll be hoping for more of the same today. And yes, I'm hoping as well to see the likes of Mark Harrison make his way through the field in that Shadow DN9B. And yeah, I still haven't seen, I was rather hoping we would see Richard Hope out there.
Yes.
No pun intended, obviously, but it's the Alfa Romeo V12 that we really wanted to hear pretty much echo around Estoril, but it doesn't look like it's here, unfortunately.
No, and that means it is, as quite a few historic F1 races are, an all-DFV affair. The 3-litre V8 as ubiquitous now as it was in the 70s and the early 80s. Also expect Ian Simmons to maybe make some places here in his Tyrrell 012 from the back of the grid. Of course, failed to get the car off the line yesterday. Great to see it running and at speed. Sahel Ayari yesterday, you'll recall he was first to admit that he didn't get a brilliant start off the line. So we'll see if he gets a better start this time. Laurent Fort will not forgive him that. If he does have a bad start, you can be sure that the Ensign MN181B will be right up there and into an early lead. Kubota's usually a fast starter as well. in the Lotus 72. So this could be quite the compelling run to the first corner. You can see as these cars line up the representation of just how much of F1 history the DFV powered from the pre-wing Lotus 49 all the way to these late 80s or early 80s beasts that you see with the likes of Sahel Ayari at the wheel. The lights are on and the sound of Grand Prix motors echoes around Estoril. We're underway, and again Ayari has had a shocking start. Mark Harrison has had a sensational getaway from pole yesterday to fourth today, but nonetheless he leads into the first corner. Sahel Ayari has given himself some work to do then as the rest of the field streams through. It is Mark Harrison that leads it, then it's Katsu Kubota, third position under contest, I grant you, but Laurent Fort under pressure from both Jamie Constable, the rapid driver in his earlier car, the 1974 Lola Embassy, and then in fifth position, Sahel Ayari. This is not the start that Ayari would have wanted, but it's the start he's gotten. He's got 4 cars ahead of him now.
Yeah, with the pace he's got though, he might be able to make up some positions early on, but great start from Mark Harrison and Katsu Kubota, who moved themselves up into first and second respectively. And yeah, Mark Harrison in that Shadow DN9B absolutely launched off the line then. Sahel Ayari just in the background there trying to find a way past Jamie Constable, can't quite do it yet. Jamie Constable in that Lola Embassy making sure that Sahel Ayari cannot find a way through at this moment in time. And Jamie Constable driving the Lola Embassy. Of course, that car, or at least the Lola Embassy, was the last point that Graham Hill ever scored in Formula 1 at the 1974 Swedish Grand Prix. So Jamie Constable's got a great car underneath him. But yeah, great bit of history. Great history for all the cars involved here.
Yeah, great history for the Embassy. It wasn't necessarily a frontline car in its day, but Jamie Constable, very much a frontline historic driver, as is Katsu Kubota, who is really challenging Mark Harrison into the first corner. They just went out of shot, but they were side by side. Jamie Constable also side by side with Laurent Fort around the outside. It's the early 70s cars that are really taking the fight to their younger siblings at the moment. Look at Kubota really fighting now with Harrison for the race lead. We know that Katsu Kubota is quick. We know the Lotus 72 is quick, and that's an understatement. Of course, in 1973, Ronnie Peterson took this car to 4 race victories. It's a chassis with great provenance. Chassis R6 in the hands of Katsu Kubota. And Harrison really fighting it out. Jamie Constable has gotten up into third position. Sahel Ayari is stuck behind this battle for third place. Ayari on pace should be getting up there, and he is now. He's up to fourth position. He's got past Laurent Fort. I also want to say a word as well to Martin Bullock in the FW06, who started 10th and is now running P6.
Yeah, good start from Bullock then, as he looks to try and make his way up through the field, see if he can latch onto the back of this, what seems to be a 3-car battle at the moment for third place. Jamie Constable is going to have a hard time keeping Sahel Ayari behind him. Laurent Fort is keen and eager to take back any positions that falls by the wayside, but our 2 leaders then battling away. Katsu Kubota, we know, is very strong down the straight then. If he can pick up the slipstream from Mark Harrison up ahead, he gives himself half a chance to get a move down in towards the first corner, but so too does Sahel Ayari. We know how good that Ligier is also in a straight line. Mark Harrison there feels the need to defend the inside line. He's defending some clean air right now, but he defends that inside line in towards the first corner. No way through for Katsu Kubota this time around. A similar scenario behind for Jamie Constable, defending there from Sahel Ayari. First, second, third and fourth stay as they are.
Ayari yesterday said much the opposite. He feels his car's down on power, but he's to the inside of Jamie Constable and will move up to third position there. Made it look quite easy. Certainly doesn't look like it's down on power on the straights, I must say, but Ayari thinks it is. It is Mark Harrison that leads the way then from Katsu Kubota. After that challenge from Kubota, the gap has extended out to 7/10 at the last split. I think that's probably about a second at this point, but here comes Ayari. Now that Ayari is up into third position, things are going to get very interesting very quickly, I think, for Kubota. He's going to have to defend hard. It's sad as well that we didn't get to see a few cars take the start. I don't think Makari, Breitmeyer, or indeed Hope took the start. I don't think Hazel did either, actually. Mark Hazel in his FW08C. I was expecting to see that car come through the field, but unfortunately I don't think it was there to take the start. And they did run that car, of course, as part of the demos earlier on in the day for the slightly newer cars. I just wonder whether they had an issue and they ran out there for diagnostics and realised that perhaps discretion was the better part of valour.
Yeah, they might well have indeed. And Sahel Ayari is closing on Katsu Kubota then as we make our way down in towards the first corner. It is still Mark Harrison leading the way from Katsu Kubota. And then there is Sahel Ayari making his way through the first corner. We also lost very early on into this race Christopher Perkins, who came into the pits in his Surtees TS16. We did see him make his way through the first corner, but he was at the back. And unfortunately, he's brought that car in and it hasn't left the pit lane since. Sahel Ayari, meanwhile, putting the pressure on Katsu Kubota as we head our way through Curva VIP.
Yeah, Kubota, with all the will in the world, as great of a driver as he is, of course, he's won at the Monaco Historic before in this machine. A decade of evolution is noticeable in a Formula One car, certainly visually. Even though they're powered by the same Cosworth DFV, albeit I imagine Ayari's car, at least in period, would have had more power. I don't know whether they strictly would be that different now. But nonetheless, the downforce advantage for Ayari is significant. And of course, Sahel Ayari has so much contemporary racing experience, GT racing, and indeed in touring cars, was a multiple-time French Super Touring champion in the early 2000s for the factory Peugeot effort. A driver who really is one to admire. And the battle for... Hello guys, how are you doing? I hope that wasn't for me. The top three come across the line. Line astern. What's the gap between them? I would say around a second. The timing screen agrees. Very close. As Kubota again challenging for the lead. Yes, Ayari is hunting him down, but he's also right there with Harrison.
Really is. Katsu Kubota gets the better straight line speed. Of course, with the slipstream that Mark Harrison produces there, he's able to use that to great advantage, but Katsu Kubota just can't find the move down the inside that he is looking for, and Sahel Ayari is right on his tail as we head our way through in towards the Curva VIP then. Back on the power we go then, out of Curva VIP in towards turn 5 before we head away towards the Parabolica interior. And top three, not... well, they are line of stern at the moment. I feel like there's more to come from this battle. It is Mark Harrison who leads the way then in his Shadow DN9B. That DVF, dominated era is very much on the forefront on the show. But Katsu Kubota feeling the need to defend against Sahel Ayari then going in towards Aurelia. That might lose him a bit of time, and that might be the bit of carrot dangling in front of Sahel that he needed.
Yeah, I suspect that Ayari, the raindrops are still there as well, of course. It was declared a wet race style. I think they are dealing with greasy conditions here. But Ayari still stuck behind Katsu Kubota. This is a really interesting battle between two very different Formula One cars. The similarities end with the powertrain, ultimately. As the top three cross the line once again. Also still under pressure in the back of shot there. Jamie Constable and Laurent Fort are still going at it. Top 7 all still on the main straight together at the moment. All very, very close indeed. I suspect that both Bullock in the Williams there and indeed Mark Devis may yet have something to say about this as well in the battle for 4th position. But the podium has rather driven away from them at the moment. Ayari, with 11 minutes left to go, a win is by no means secure here, even though he was so far clear yesterday. He is being challenged hard here by Harrison and Kubota, who are both unwilling to let him go easy.
Absolutely, it's great to see. We've got sort of 2-3 battles all across the grid here. Jamie Constable and Laurent Fort also one to watch as well in that battle for 4th place. Katsu Kubota runs a little bit deep in towards Parabolica Interior then, but manages to get away with it, not without Sahel Ayari right on his tail then, as we head our way down in towards the next corner. And Sahel Ayari thought about the move up the inside at Aurelia, but couldn't quite find the gap that he was looking for here, and has to stay behind for now. And you see, Sahel Ayari does have the pace advantage. We saw that yesterday, but he cannot find that way through, and a bit of a tail out there on the exit of Gansho then. Still no way through right now for Ayari against the likes of Kubota.
Ayari using that downforce to go all the way around the outside. Some rainfall as well, I think, potentially making Katsu Kubota act a little more cautious. Ayari had the faith, though, stuck it around the outside and is up to 2nd position. That was a great move from Sahel Ayari, but here comes towards the end of the straight. Katsu Kubota actually has the straight line speed advantage. I wonder if maybe the 72 all told is a bit more low drag and a slightly smaller silhouette as well. Cuts through the air nicely. But now it's Harrison versus Ayari for the race lead. Ayari again looking around the outside. It's worked once in the last few corners. Tries to do it a second time, but Harrison remains ahead in his number 93 machine. The Ligier, the ex-Raul Bursel car, though, is looking threatening and looks to the outside again, going through the kink too wide through there. Not advisable. It's slippery there, and Katsu Kubota has found out exactly how slippery it is as Sahel Ayari looks to the inside, nose cut off by Mark Harrison in the Shadow DN9B, but Ayari gets it done again. More confidence seemingly in the right foot as the rain starts to fall. These cars on slick tyres, the rain is gently but persistently falling onto the circuit, and this is hairy stuff for the Classic GP grid.
Yeah, Katsu Kubota caught out by the lack of grip going through turn 5 there, unfortunately. He was doing a really good job out there, but falling down the order and covered with double yellows at the moment. I wonder if he's able to keep that car, the engine running then and ticking over, to be able to rejoin back onto the track then. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, these conditions, as we say that, a red flag has been thrown there. So that's going to bring Sahel Ayari back into the pits straight away. He's pretty much at the final corner at that point. But yeah, the rain started to fall, and Sahel Ayari just found the karting line, the moves around the outside. He was so much more confident than those around him.
Of course, he will now be hoping, we're just over half distance in this race, he'll be hoping that the race gets restarted, because usually in this situation, the red has now been turned to a yellow on our timing screens, but
yeah, and
red flag due to weather conditions is what it says on our screen. The thing is, though, the standard protocol with the red flag, as we all know, is to count back 1 lap. And if that happens, Ayari is not going to win this race.
No, that's very true. That's very true. I wonder if it's a case now. I mean, I can see why, if it's a case of change the tyres over, I can see why the red flag's been called, because the Tyrrell has 6 to change and the rest have 4. So I understand that point, if this race is to be restarted. Interestingly, the timer is still going down, so I wonder if it's a case of get the cars in, get them onto wet weather tyres at the same time, and then let them back out. We'll keep an eye and see what decision is made by race control.
Yes, of course. Also, this was an era where tyre changes and the like weren't as commonplace. They don't have fast wheel guns down there for tyre changes, but we'll see quite how long this takes. Hopefully we do get to go racing again. Hopefully we'll get some resolution as to what's going on with the clock as well. I have to assume that you're correct in your hypothesis. I mean, it's obvious that indeed they are going to switch them on to wets so long as the race continues. And I think you can see the crews are laying the tyres down, but they're not putting them on the cars just yet. I think they just want to get confirmation of the plan before they go any further.
Yes, and yeah, normally the red flag brings everyone in, of course. As you say, not the fast wheel guns that we see in the modern day racing. So it's a case of you have to really have the tools out ready to get the wheels off. They're not an easy thing to switch over. There is Katsu Kubota, so he's now making his way back to the pit lane then. And yeah, as you say, the red flag was thrown before Sahaliari got to the line, so if that is the case and he does get counted back a lap, he will be behind, but then we're back under yellow. So yeah, we'll just need to get confirmation as to what the plan of action will be. The timer is still ticking down. Red flag still out on the track though, so it is a suspended session for now. And I mean, Katsu was doing a fantastic job of keeping Sahaliari behind.
Yeah, mixed messages going on. Needs to be some clarification, really, from race control. Okay, pit lane open at 3:20 is the ruling there. So in 12 minutes, the pit lane will open. I assume the clock will get reset then. It's still ticking down, but I assume it will be rectified because, of course, the clock will end before we get to 20 past the hour. It's 12 minutes time until the clocks are open. They've just moved the time up to 7 minutes and 35 seconds, but I think they're just getting it back to where it was at the time of the red flag, which was about 8 minutes. You can see wet tyres already on the Theodore, the TR1 Theodore that Fumagalli is racing, and now I think we've finally settled down on the timing screen. 8 minutes and 10 seconds left to go. Red flag out. So that is the situation that we will have as they go back to racing action. I assume they'll do a safety car restart as opposed to a full grid start, but we'll wait and see quite what happens. Nonetheless, Ayari still listed as our leader. They're yet to do any form of countback. We'll see on that front, but a pause in the action. The teams that have not yet put slicks on the car, taken slicks off the car, will likely do so now. And the circuit that they come back on, if it continues to rain until the resumption of racing, they're going to go back out there into a circuit that is far wetter than what they had experienced just before the red. Albeit, of course, they will now be on the correct tyres, but it's going to be very exploratory, isn't it, this second phase of the race, all told?
It will indeed, and it's the Tyrrell. I said, they had 6 tyres to change, and yet they're at the front of the queue.
Well, there you go. Nimble work from the Tyrrell crew, and in fact, they've now put themselves in a situation where poor Mr. Holtzman is going to be there in the rain for the next 10 minutes because we're not going to go racing again until 20 past, and Jonathan Holtzman is now just going to have to wait down there, I suppose. You can see how heavy the rain is now. It really is starting to fall quite obviously on this camera shot, so hopefully everyone is ready to go for that rain. And it is going to be, I think, quite a treacherous resumption of the race. You see there the team going down to Jonathan Holtzman to make sure that all is well. I think you can see there 2 of the 6-wheeler wheels being carried on the shoulders there by one of the pit crew. I think that was the diminutive 6-wheel situation. There's Katsu Kubota checking up on his car. I'm very glad to see that car didn't get collected after his spin. It would have been a huge shame to see any damage to the car, given its racing provenance and history. Prepared, of course, by Classic Team Lotus for Katsu Kubota, and Katsu will benefit from the countback if it does take place before we resume, because of course he was down in 11th place he is down in 11th place on our timing screen right now. But if he gets moved back into that podium battle that he was in prior to the spin, that will do his race many favours.
Many favours.
Now, hold on. Finish has just flashed up on my screen. Checkered flag has appeared on your graphics there as well. The countback has also taken place on my screen. So Harrison is now listed as leader, Kubota second, Ayari third. Now, I don't know if this is simply a part of their countback procedure. They had to, quote-unquote, finish the race to get the count back. But the most recent bulletin still says pit lane open at 20 past. So unless that changes and they actually confirm that there is a finish to the race, I suspect we should still see the cars back out there. At least I'm hoping that is the case. But as it stands, we do have the order that they will resume and or finish in, which is Harrison, Kubota, Ayari, Jamie Constable and Laurent Fort, your top 5. Race control still yet to put an update on there. I mean, it's not that heavy, the rain out there, but understandably, of course, with these historic Formula 1 cars, the last thing you want to do is risk excessively these machines. I mean, Katsu Kubota's car, again, a 4-time Grand Prix winner with Ronnie Peterson. I don't want to know how much that car costs, to be honest, as curious as I usually am. But hopefully we are still going to go racing. There has been no indication that the race will not be resumed. No explicit confirmation of that yet.
No, it's just a case of we shall await further orders. As you say, the graphics there with the checkered flag are probably for, in a sense, to work on the count back there. So it would be Mark Harrison, Katsu Kubota and Sahel Ayari. That would have been the top 3. And in a sense, when it comes to a red flag like this and you have to do a count back, you sort of have to split the race in twain. So then you have to get the results from the last race to bring over to create a new grid for the second race, if you see what we mean. So it's that is if we do go racing. And well, we see the Tyrrell being wheeled back with its wet weather tyres on. So at least it gets Jonathan Holtzman out of the rain at the very least. But the fact that the rain has significantly reduced, it might have been a bit late for that, unfortunately, for poor Holtzman. But there we go. So we shall see the drivers then, wet weather tyres on the number 18 being put on as well. So that is the 30. So it'd be good to see that back in the race if it does make it back out. But Katsu Kubota was running in second place at the time before the back end stepped out on him out of turn 5.
Okay, so then they've now put the red flag back out, effectively, according to the digital system, and have, again, reinstated the 8-minute clock. So as suspected, they are indeed going to go racing. They will indeed do so at 20 past the hour. It is just procedural to make sure we get that count back. And the start will be under safety car. That is good information as well. In fact, it was a point that I was about to make, that Ayari will be hoping it won't be another standing start, because based on how his starts have gone so far this weekend, he might have been in trouble off the line again if that had been the case. But everyone getting suited and booted now. Katsu Kubota getting the helmet on. And we are almost ready to unleash these cars once again.
Once again, yeah, so as you rightly predicted, it is going to be behind the safety cars, so it's a case of getting Mark Harrison to the front of the pit lane queue, then Katsu Kubota and so on and so forth, to allow this safety car start to commence. And I assume the red flag will be dropped receded once the safety car goes back out, and I would have thought the race clock would start officially at that point, because again, it's counting down right now. Yes, they have red flagged it at 8 minutes, so yeah, it's just a case of making sure, because I assume it's in the background whirring away, making sure you get the grid for the next race without sort of making the next race start too early. I would have thought the countdown starts once the safety car starts to leave the pit lane.
I'm being totally honest, I wonder if it might have been someone leaning on the wrong button on that occasion. But
it wasn't
we'll
me,
see.
if that's what you're implying.
No. 8 minutes left to go in this race. Of course, Katsu Kubota, who had that spin, it's a bit of a gift for him. He gets to start in second position behind the safety car, may even get a run on Harrison into the first corner, which is certainly not the way his race was going when he was pointing the wrong way at turn 5. The race will resume with 8 minutes left to go. If you're just joining us, red flag situation here for the reason of the weather. It was slick tyres at the start. Everyone was running slicks. It started to rain to the point where there was a little bit of aquaplaning going on. Kubota lost the rear of the car, and that was simply just not a tenable situation. Race control making the wise call to bring the race to a temporary halt, and everyone then getting the opportunity to, at a relaxed pace, get the wet tyres onto the cars before they're sent back out onto the circuit. That's the situation we have now. The cars will roll again in just a few moments' time. 3 minutes less than until we are due to roll once more. And you can see the rain that has accumulated on the surtees of Perkins. And as you said, good news that it does seem that they've rectified the issue with that car, and that Christopher Perkins will at the very least get to rejoin this resumed race, even though he will be several laps down once all is said and done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think at the end of the day, the correct decision from race control to stop the race, allow everybody to get onto a set of wet tyres and then get going again. Although it's hard to see here, that looked like just a quick shower that really caught everybody out on those slick tyres. And yeah, stopping the race, allowing everybody to get onto a set of wet weather tyres to then get back going again, to allow them to have a fair shot at making sure this race finishes on the correct tyres for the correct, or I should say, suited to the right conditions, which would be, I would assume it's quite damp out there now, so much needed wet weather tyres. It sort of alludes back to the at the very race start there, when we had the the cars forming up on the grid, and we did see wet race start. Do you think race controllers sort of thinking, we told you so, we told you so?
I don't know, but we will see what goes on there. We now will see the cars rolling within the next few moments of this race, and then it will be over to Mark Harrison once the Kia makes its way off stage right. I was also going to say stage left there, but that's the opposite way from the Estoril pit lane. It'll be stage right, and time for Harrison to lead it away. Of course, Mark Harrison started this race initially from 4th position, but was leading by the time they got to turn 1. Such was his prowess off the standing start earlier on. Everybody rolling away then under safety car. The clock is now ticking, and I assume it may stay ticking. They should only need 1 lap behind the safety car, so I think all told it's going to be not quite a 5-minute dash, something like 4 minutes and a half left on the clock.
I'd agree with you on that one. Yeah, 4.5 minutes sounds pretty good to me. That's good enough for, well, 2 laps perhaps?
Yes, I think it would possibly end up being a 3-lap then, because I think it would be still in the kind of mid 150 bracket, the lap times, under wet conditions. But we'll wait and see how long it takes the safety car to get around. I'm sure the safety car driver, I mean, we've seen him already pretty feisty at the wheel on a couple of occasions when it's time to clear the circuit, and just like everyone, the driver of the safety car is a fan, and so are the stewards. And I think the race control will be saying, yeah, get around there as quickly as you can. We want to make sure we get as many laps of this race in as we can before we have to call it a day for the classic GP cars. Indeed, it does seem like quite a fast safety car lap, to the point that the queue is quite spread out, actually. But 6 minutes left on the clock. I think we'll get somewhere in the region of 4.5 minutes of racing, and therefore should be 3 laps to the finish. And huge pressure, I would say, on the shoulders of Sohail Ayari, with the respect all the respect in the world to Kubota and Mark Harrison. He is the one with the superior resume in motorsport. Again, former factory driver for Peugeot in the French Super Touring Championship, a driver with championship-winning pedigree and race-winning pedigree in GTs, touring cars, etc., etc., etc. You would expect him to be the odds-on favourite. Now, he had a lot of confidence as it started to become wet while he was on slick tyres, and well, everyone was on slick tyres earlier on in the race. But the question is, can he now transfer that confidence over, and will it be enough now that everyone is on the correct tyre for all the conditions? Can Ayari make it work? The safety car lights are still on, unfortunately, so it looks like we're getting a second lap under safety car. Of course, they do often do 2 laps for reconnaissance ahead of a wet race. So this is pretty much standard protocol. I was rather hoping we'd only have 1 lap under safety car and then get the race underway, but as that stands, that would mean it might well end up being 1 lap that we end up doing at the conclusion of this, and that will be very intense if that is the case. That will be quite the task for Ayari in 3rd place. If he only has 1 lap to do it in, this could be very compelling.
It could be indeed. I mean, this is going to be good news if your name is Mark Harrison, because this is less time you have to defend from the likes of Katsu Kubota and Ayari, as well as Jamie Constable there is also having to hold back on Laurent Fort. So not many laps, or not much time to decide these positions up and down the field. But we'll see Mark Harrison then defending from Katsu Kubota, and we'll see what Suhail Ayari can do in this latter stage. But under these safety car conditions right now, we probably will get 1 lap. We'll be lucky if we get 2. We'll see how things all play out as they make their way towards now the Parabolica interior. I'm very much looking forward to this. Katsu Kubota basically had a really good defence against Suhail Ayari in the bone dry. Really had a number for everything Suhail Ayari threw at him. So I wonder if you add a sprinkling of water onto the track, how much does that change up the field? How much does that change it up? They do say that rain and wet weather is the great equaliser.
We've had a spin in the background there. I think that's the other shadow of Bianchini that has had a moment. I was just going to say Holtzman and Hagen have both not taken the restart, nor has Fumagalli by the looks of it either. He's come back into the pit lane, but a spin there for Bianchini in the number 16 shadow, and if he can't get that car started, I'm afraid that might be it for the race, because he's currently spun and facing the wrong way, coming out to Parabolica Anterior. Marco Bianchini is the number 16 car, hopefully has gotten underway. The lights are off on the safety car, and we have possibly time for 2 laps after all. So we're going to have a 2-lap dash potentially for this race. Mark Harrison it is, with the pressure on his shoulder. Katsu Kubota, Suhail Ayari, Jamie Constable, Laurent Fort, your top 5. A top 5 encompassing a decade of Formula 1 car development, all powered by the same motor. We're underway and racing, and it's Harrison that leads them into the first corner. Ayari with the inside line, but he's under pressure from Jamie Constable. Constable may move up to 3rd place here. He does move up to 3rd position. A good start then from Jamie Constable. A very interesting start to this 2-lap dash then. It might be 1 lap, I'm not quite sure. It depends how quickly they get around the circuit. But it's Harrison from Kubota at the front. Constable's gone wide. He didn't have the grip at turn 2. Ayari's gotten back through then into 3rd position. Laurent Fort really having to fight the rear of the car as well in front of Martin Bullock. The ensign getting twitchy there ahead of the Williams FW06, but it's the shadow, Mark Harrison, that leads the way from Katsu Kubota, and they're breaking away from the field.
They are indeed, and Mark Harrison doing a fine job out there now, through and towards turn 5 as he makes his way towards turn 6 as Suhail Ayari trying to see if he can find his groove once again. That he had done in that previous stint. Katsu Kubota running deep in towards the Parabolica interior. I wonder if that's to try and find some grip through the corner then, trying to take the outside line where the rubber isn't. But Suhail Ayari over the horizon there, now has a job on his hands to try and close in. But Mark Harrison now, is it tiptoeing? I would call this tiptoeing through in towards Aurelia and now towards Gancho. 1 eye on the clock then. We'll see how many more times we get around Estoril.
Tiptoeing, if you want a generous version, we'll call it traction management from all parties through these corners here at Estoril. We should get one more lap just about, unless Harrison is particularly slow through the parabolic Ayrton Senna. We will watch out for the checkered flag in case it comes, but to my approximation, we should still get one more lap of this race. It's going to be close, actually. Keep an eye on the gantry in case the flag flies. I think we're just about going to get another lap of the race in. Good job, Mark. Yes, just. Sahel Ayari, though, is slowing in the back of shot. Ayari is limping towards the pit lane. Something is wrong with the Ligier JS21. The driver who dominated yesterday's race is not going to see the flag on Sunday here in the Classic GP category. That will hand the Class B honours almost certainly to Harrison, as long as he can keep it on the island. That is, of course, the category for post-79 F1 cars, of which the Shadow DN9B just about fits into. Laurent Fort has also moved up to third place. Jamie Constable has slipped down to fifth position. So he's had a drama out there on the circuit as well. I also think there was a case of mistaken identity earlier on. I think it might have been Mark Devis who spun rather than Bianchini. It was another of the black cars, the Lotus 78, the JPS machine, that spun coming out of this corner, the Parabolica interior, in the safety car conditions. But thankfully the track has been clear, and, well, the result is looking clearer and clearer too. Harrison doing a great job picking the car through these tricky conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those moments where you just are finding the grip and are seeing the grip before you get there as well, as Mark Harrison just making his way now out of Aurelia as we head away towards Gancia. Then it's Katsu Kubota in second place right now, and Laurent Fort in third place. We've got yellow flags at turn 7. That is at Aurelia. But we watch on now from Mark Harrison as he powers away now in his shadow, making our way through the final couple of corners.
The race has been a tumultuous one here on Sunday in the Classic GP category. Always a fabulous grid put together by the organisers here for the Estoril Classics. And it is going to be Mark Harrison in the Shadow DN9B that claims the victory here at Estoril. Not quite Senna wet conditions, but certainly very challenging, and Harrison has won it on this occasion. Kubota takes second by only a small margin there over Laurent Fort in third position. Bullock taking fourth position, Bianchini fifth, Simmons in sixth place, and Jamie Constable, I think, is still running after his drama. He should be seventh ultimately, and will be the last one to take the checkered flag, with Ayari in the pits, Devis in the pits, and Fumagalli, Holtzman, Hagen all not deciding to restart the race. But certainly a tumultuous run to the flag for all drivers, with conditions, red flags, and even the odd spinning Lotus being put in front of them. But Harrison it is that has come out on top here at Estoril.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark Harrison coming out on top then as he takes the victory in the second race for the Classic GP pre-1986 F1 machinery. Got the launch, got the jump on Sahel Ayari, and from there never looked back. Brilliant drive from him today, and Katsu Kubota also getting a great start and taking second place. And yeah, spared maybe his blushes with the red flag, but it was called for the right reason. All drivers were on slick tyres. There was no way it was a way for cars to continue going around. So the correct decision was made by race control, and Mark Harrison takes the victory there. What a drive from him as well.
Yeah, the Shadow DN9B driven to victory. Very well handled by Harrison at the end there. You could just see that he was finding that little bit more grip, bite, traction that he needed. The ex-De Angelis car that he will take to the flag. And I am very happy to see that we got something of a race at the end of that, because it would have been a shame to end what for many is the main event of the day. the F1 cars out on the circuit. It would have been a shame for that to end under red flag. We did get the race back underway. The drivers that did take the start were certainly very game to do so, and we got a great finish out of it. Harrison with 6 seconds gained over the matter of 2 flying laps. That is very impressive. Kubota, of course, will win the Class A for the pre-1979 cars, 78 back to 1973, the eldest car on the grid, that being Kubota's Lotus 72. But, yeah, great effort from all parties to keep the cars on the island. Of course, Kubota, I think, will be feeling fairly relieved. I don't think he expected to pull up under the podium when he lost traction going through turn 5. But for Harrison, it is a mighty effort, and I'm sure this is going to be a big celebration for him and the team as well. Kubota second, Laurent Fort in P3. And I must say again, Martin Bullock, I'm very impressed with his efforts in this race. Again, remember, he started in 10th place. He was up to 6th by the time they got through the first lap of the race, and he ultimately finishes in P4. That FW06 was being hustled, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, fair to say indeed. And yeah, Sahel Ayari managing to find the grip in those treacherous conditions, and we'll see. Well, we saw how it all went out then. I do believe we're going to have a chat then to Mark Harrison down in the pit lane, so that'll be good to hear.
A good start. You get the first place, but then you had so much pressure during the race. How it was your race with so much pressure?
Yeah, it was a fantastic start. I haven't done many starts in the car, but yesterday's was good. I did the same thing again. Got a good run, found myself at the front, and just tried to push on from the off. Yeah, the guys at the back, behind me were quick in other places, but just concentrated on trying to get my car in the right parts of the track and not make any mistakes and try and control the pace to the degree I was happy with.
And you won the Classic Grand Prix here at Estoril. What does it mean for you?
Well, it's a bit surreal, to be honest with you. I'm absolutely thrilled. I'm thrilled for the whole team. It's a fantastic weekend. Our first one was last year. We loved last year. We'll be back again. It was a really, really great moment.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, massive congratulations to Mark Harrison on a well-earned victory here at the Classic GP. Let's take a look then at the highlights of the race. There's that aforementioned start to the lead from 4th on the grid. Katsu Kubota holding 2nd place. Sahel Ayari was swallowed down to 5th position from the pole here by virtue of winning yesterday here in the outskirts of Lisbon and the Cascais region. And Harrison was facing pressure, it's fair to say, from Kubota, who in turn had Ayari closing in on him. But the spitting rain was starting to make itself known for Ayari. And actually, as the rain did start to fall harder, it was in his favour. He would soon be challenging and passing Kubota and Harrison. And there you are, through into 2nd place. He managed to move up. But then a spin for Kubota as the rain really started to fall. Ayari would get to the lead, but then the red flag was called out. The race was reset back a lap, and that handed Harrison the lead once again, handed Kubota 2nd place once again. Jamie Constable was briefly 3rd place, but ran it wide at the 2nd corner of the lap. Ayari was 3rd briefly, but his car would falter on the way to the final lap of the race. Just 2 laps post red flag for these drivers, but over those 2 laps, Harrison built some 6.4 seconds over Katsu Kubota. A well-deserved checkered flag, a great run to the finish, as well as Laurent Fort challenged Kubota. But that was our race in the Classic GP. Now then, you see the next grid of cars out on the circuit. That is the touring car grid, the Heritage Touring Cup. But I suspect we might be taking a little bit of a break before that. And Mr. Director, if we are doing so, now's the time. Okay, we'll see if we get the call to switch to an ad. before we switch gears into the next race of the day, but that is the Heritage Touring Cup coming out there. This is our second and final appearance of the day, of course, for Zach Brown and Tom Christensen, the pairing at the wheel of the most fabulous Ford Cologne Capri. A few of them out there, the 3100 RS 3100 and the RS 2600 out there on the circuit. Also spoilt for choice if you're a fan of BMW E9 3-litre CSLs and BMW 635s as well. There's a lot of both of those varieties of BMWs taking to the circuit. An interesting era of touring car racing, this, the European Touring Car Championship, when it was a lot more of an endurance format, of course. You still see the remnants of that in Australia with the likes of the Bathurst 1000. But events like the Spa 24 Hours, of course, they used to be touring car events. The races would typically be somewhere around 500 kilometres. They were long races back in those days. And certainly those Group 2 touring cars, the CSLs, the Capris, really spectacular looking machines, aren't they?
Oh, they're wonderful. They really are. We've got 33 cars that were clocked up here in qualifying, so hopefully we get to see all 33 take the start. And yeah, if you're a BMW fanatic, this is the race for you. If you love your Ford Escorts from the mid-70s, your Ford Capris as well from the early and mid-70s, this is absolutely right up your alley.
It absolutely is. So the qualifying for this race told us one thing, and that's that Armand Miele was very, very fast indeed in his RS 3100. The 207.032 was the benchmark in what I think were wet conditions in that particular qualifying session. Emil Breitmeyer, though, in his BMW 3-litre CSL, right alongside him. So it will be Ford, BMW, and then a pair of Fords. Maxime Gournat in fourth behind Yves Skimama in third. So an all-Ford row number 3. Then it's Michael Kammermann and Sebastian Glaser, who hopefully we'll see out there after he failed to start the Endurance Racing Legends race earlier on. Franz Wunderlich and Patrick Simon will be going at it from 6th position. Keep an eye on Patrick. Remember last year when he seethed his way through the order in the second phase of the race, almost won it. I think it was about, if we'd had 2 laps more, he would have won the race yesterday. As we now get a look at the podium for the classic GP phase of the day. So good to see a podium there. This, of course, being I think Laurent Fort in third position on the third step of that podium. Katsu Kubota should be up there in second, but they are first delivering a trophy to the third place man. In fact, no, this is Bianchini up on the podium, so I think this is class by class rather than overall. So Bianchini third among those in the class A category, class B category, sorry, for him. Shake of the hands there as well. I must admit, I didn't grab the full classification before the race ended, so struggling a little bit on some of the IDs here. But there's your second place. Katsu Kubota to the top steps. That's Jamie Constable alongside him, I believe, there, shaking the hand for second place. Katsu Kubota, though, to the top step within the Class A for the pre-1979 cars. So Class A receiving their trophies first of all. Of course, the overall winner, Mark Harrison, is a Class B driver, so he'll get a trophy separately. being ushered to spray the champagne, and I'm sure they'll gladly oblige. The Kubota on the top step of the podium. They pause for a picture. And I think there must be a drone or a camera up there because... Oh, no, I think Katsu's taken the camera to take a selfie there. Great stuff. But there you see the podium. There will be a Class B podium as well, which we might see if we get the time. Heritage Touring Cup cars, of course, I think will be in a little bit of a hurry to get this race started, given the fact that the hour-long race has been slightly delayed by the red flags, the weather, et al. So we'll keep an eye on that. But it must be pretty special. I know how it feels to stand on the podium at Estoril, but not in the context of winning a motor race. So I'm sure it's a special feeling. We now move over to the Heritage Touring Cup then. And as we were discussing previously, Armand Mille on pole position there in his distinctive gold, I would say burgundy and white Capri. Emil Breitmeyer in the factory colours, starting from row 1 as well in his BMW 3-litre CSL. Skimama and Gonat, row 2. Kammerman and Glaser in their BMW alongside Wunderlich and Simon. That's where we got to on the grid before we shifted focus back to the podium. Maurizio Bianco in his Capri RS 3100 in 7th place. Dennis and Mark Bush, the Bush twins, will be out there again. They'll be 8th on the grid. Olivier Breitmeyer in 9th. Eric Maris 10th on the grid. Didier Grau in 11th position. Then it is Christian Traber in 12th place. Guy Fabrice Mestrot and Eric Schaud in 13th place. Thomas Studer in 14th. Jean-Luc Blanchimont in P15. Dominic and Daniel Reinhardt in 16th position in their BMW 3-litre CSL. Then it is Ivan May. And in 18th position is Zach Brown and Tom Christensen. And it is Mr. Lamont taking the start again. So we can expect Tom Christensen to move through the order in that Capri RS 3100, or 3100, however you prefer to say it. In 18th place, Dominic Gurner and Gabi von Oppenheim rounding out the top 20 on this grid. But Kieran, the grid in general, I think probably rather affected by the wet conditions that the qualifying session took place in. Of course, it is still wet conditions-ish now. It's just greasy out there on the circuit, but I suspect we're going to see some shuffling in the early stages of this race.
I expect so, and I would put some money on it, especially when you've got Tom Christensen starting right in the heart of the midfield here. That should be an interesting one to watch on for as well. But Armand Mille and Emil Breitmeyer were separated by about a second in qualifying. We'll have to wait and see how they can go and take this start, as we are just behind the safety car, making our way through in towards Gancho, and then we head our way through in towards the S's. Lots of BMWs, lots of Escorts, lots of Capris, and a couple of Alfa Romeo Giulias hopefully we do get to see at the back of the field. Strap in for this one. We've got some greasy conditions on probably a drying circuit. Let's see what the drivers make of this.
Yes, they're going to be the guinea pigs going into the first corner. I don't think they've had much dry running since Friday on this particular grid, so it might not be that much of a departure for the Heritage Touring Cup drivers, but the start line awaits as they come out of the final corner. Will it be Breitmeyer? Will it be Mille that has the run? 3 litre versus 3.1 litre. And and I believe the Capri usually a little bit quicker in a straight line, but let's wait and see how it all plays out as the engines rise. The hour-long race with a 10-minute pit window in the middle begins now. And it is a good start from Armand Miel, but also a good start from Escamama on row 2 of the grid. Has a look to the inside, isn't going to be close enough for a move. Oh, but a big spin. That is the 138 of Frans Wunderlich, and I think he got the barrier there. That's hugely unfortunate for Wunderlich and indeed for his co-driver Patrick Simon. Is the car okay? We didn't get to see the front end of it, but hopefully that car is fine. The main thing and the most important thing is that he wasn't collected, but thankfully the race continues on unabated. Armand Miel then leading the way, then it's Breitmeier, then it's Scamama, Gunnar and Glaser fighting out for 4th and 5th positions.
Vice-presidente da Câmara Municipal de Cascais. Qual é a importância do evento do Estoril Classic, que está já na sua 8ª edição, para Cascais?
Acima de tudo, fazer com que Cascais continue a ser conhecido e reconhecido, precisamente como um município ligado ao desporto motor. Temos este ativo fantástico que durante muitos anos e durante décadas não serviu de facto para o qual foi construído, e durante estes dias e durante este evento, que já vai na 8ª edição, Cascais e todo o Concelho e toda a área metropolitana consegue novamente reviver todos estes tempos que nos estão na memória das verdadeiras corridas aqui no Autódromo de Estoril, neste circuito fantástico, e por isso eu não podia deixar uma palavra de grande agradecimento e de reconhecimento também ao Duarte Nobre Guedes, que tem levado este evento para a frente, e dizer que a Câmara Municipal de Cascais continua a acreditar e a acreditar cada vez mais que este ativo, o circuito Estoril, vai de facto voltar a poder viver aqueles tempos e aqueles objetivos para os quais foi verdadeiramente construído, servir o desporto automóvel. É para isso que o município, é para isso que nós todos temos trabalhado, para conseguir que esse objetivo volte a Cascais.
O município de Cascais tenciona dinamizar ainda mais o Autódromo Estoril?
Tenciona, eu diria que o município de Cascais tenciona inclusivamente resgatar este ativo para o próprio município de Cascais, para a gestão do município de Cascais, e é nisso que estamos a trabalhar também com o Estado, com a par pública, para que este ativo possa vir para a posse do município de Cascais e que o município de Cascais possa desenvolver este ativo de acordo com aquilo que são os seus objetivos, que é o desporto automóvel.
Então, aquela notícia que surgiu há uns meses atrás de que o Autódromo Estoril seria vendido, acaba por não se consumar.
Não,
consuma-se no facto de a Câmara Municipal de Cascais ficar na posse dele.
Pode-se consumar, de facto, mas aquilo que eu posso dizer, em nome da Câmara Municipal de Cascais, é que se o ativo, de facto, irá ser alienado, o município de Cascais estará na primeira linha para conseguir garantir que este ativo fica na posse do município de Cascais, porque acreditamos que o município de Cascais tem capacidades de desenvolver este ativo, ligado ao desporto automóvel, ligado às corridas, como estamos a ver aqui hoje, mas conseguir ir muito mais para além disto, conseguir juntar aqui à volta deste ativo outro tipo de iniciativas ligadas ao ensino universitário, ligadas ao restauro de clássicos, ligados à indústria do motor, que só nós, município de Cascais, em conjunto com os nossos parceiros, conseguimos de facto fazer com que este ativo, na nossa contabilidade, esteja contabilizado no lado do ativo e não como nos últimos anos, que é um ativo que está contabilizado no lado do passivo e que não está de facto ao serviço do qual foi o objetivo a quando da sua construção.
Muito bem, muito obrigado, são excelentes notícias.
Obrigado.
Yes, thank you indeed. A couple of questions there given on interview with, I believe, the local politicians here from the Cascais region, and praised the circuit there and the event indeed. A grand spectacle it is. Armand Miel, it is though, that leads the way by 3 seconds in this motor race. Yves Scamama in second place, and Maxime Gunnar, that is, in third position. Breitmeier fourth, Glaser fifth place at this stage. 3 Capris at the front, then 2 BMWs in 4th and 5th place. The first of the Ford Escorts is going very well indeed. That's the 100 car of Grau Grau that started in 11th place. Didier Grau having a good run so far. Tom Christensen moved up quite well in the first lap of the race, but has stagnated somewhat in 11th position for the time being. The first of the Group A cars, which is pretty much the exclusive playground of the 635 CSI BMW. That is currently being led by Christopher Traber in his BMW 635 CSI. 16th in the overall standings, but Armand Miel in the 60 car leads the way.
Yeah, indeed he does, and it's really unfortunate that both the Alfa Romeos I thought I saw at the back of the grid unfortunately didn't make it to the start. Prala is out there though in 26th place in an Alfa Romeo Giulia, and Hager as well in the 155 also out there as well. So a couple of Alfa Romeos didn't make the start, Christian Orndorff being one of them. What's that, 5 cars unfortunately didn't make the start out there either. And one of them being the BMW 635 of Jean-Louis Rion and Nick Padmore. They were due to be in Group A. They weren't classified in qualifying either, and didn't look like they made a lap in qualifying either in that way either. So, yeah, really unfortunate not to see them take to the circuit at the very least, but we get some great action out here. We've got 28 cars that took this start.
Absolutely love these Cologne Capris from 74, 75. Just such aggressive looking cars, particularly in that Liquimolly livery that we see there. That is, I believe, Gournat's car. It is indeed Maxime Gournat's car. Just a gorgeous machine. But we see there Breitmeier down in 4th position now, following the Gournat Skimama battle at the moment. The slightly sideways oversteer central, I think, in this greasy conditions. And of course, if it gets fully dry before the end of this race, I imagine we're going to see the times drop considerably. And I think they'll be on wet tyres for now, I would suspect, unless perhaps some have gambled and gone with slicks. There may be some hurried tyre changes when the pit stop window opens, which incidentally comes in 17 minutes.
Yeah, there may be indeed, and one we've got to watch out for as well is Frans Wunderlich. Of course, we saw him facing the wrong way at turn 1. He's currently up into 17th place right now, getting his way through the field and seeing what he can do from this position. Just set a personal best as well, 2 minutes 16.077. And of course, that car started on 6th place, so for Frans, he's got to make sure he makes as many positions as he can, and when Patrick Simon jumps into the car, it's a case of he can finish off, put a finishing flourish, I guess, on the drive.
Indeed, so Armand Miel 5.8 seconds clear of this battle for 2nd place, so pretty much running on his own island at the moment. 2nd through 6th place, though, much closer together as we can see. Breitmeier heading out onto the main straight out of the Parabolic Ayrton Senna with the 2 Capris in his immediate field of vision, and the leading car getting ever further away. And it looks to me like Glaser in the 74 is homing in slightly. In fact, no, his last lap was a bit slower, 206.681, but it's Miel that's really setting the pace, a 204.440. Lapping about a second quicker than anybody else out there, and of course in similar conditions in qualifying, that's about what happened as well, so the form book remains true.
Does indeed, and we just keep an eye on those timings as well. Tom Christensen is behind there, the number 34 Olivier Breitmeier in the BMW. I'm sure Tom Christensen, lapping in the 2 minute 7s, will be able to get away past and up into 9th place. But we watch on there with our battle for 2nd place, which has started to spread out slightly. Guenard has just set the fastest middle sector in class in the TC2 class, as it's on the display here. And making his way now through in towards that middle sector. He's lapped about a 1/10 of a second quicker than Skimama in the first sector. Now he'll look to continue on that momentum. Now he's got a bit of clean air, and there are still a couple of different lines being taken at certain points of the circuit. It's a case of drivers are experimenting in this early stage, seeing if one line is quicker than the other. At the moment though, for Maxime Guenot, it's good enough for second place right now.
One of the drivers that's surging up the order, that being pilot of the number 100 car, Didier Grau, is just got his first warning for track limits, so he does need to be a little bit careful of that. Up in 8th position, and will be getting hounded now by Tom Christensen in the Ford Capri RS 3100 in 9th position. So Christensen some 4 seconds back for the time being. However, I suspect that might soon shrink as TK gets his head around the car. He was here for testing earlier in the week, but limited mileage in this machine. What a beautiful set of cars this is, though, the Group 2 touring cars. Group 2 very quickly got quite extreme by the mid-1970s. If you go back, wind the clock 5 years or so, there was a very different looking grid. But these things got very beastly indeed. I think it was 1974 that both Ford and BMW developed 24-valve engines to try and get a step ahead after the 1973 season, which was quite a spectacle of a year. But the European Touring Car Championship suffered a bit with the oil crisis in the mid-70s, never really quite reached that manufacturer battle peak again. There's your Group A leader then, Christian Traber in the BMW 635 CSI that was raced in period by a pair of Swiss amateurs in the European Touring Car Championship, a chassis that has had a good amount of racing in period to its name. We were due to have a legitimate winner of the Tourist Trophy in 1984, the Silverstone RAC Tourist Trophy race in 84. That would have been Jean-Luc Rion's similar BMW 635 CSI. However, unfortunately, that car has not taken the start, so he and Nick Padmore not racing on this occasion in the BMW Italia Eggenberger run car. That was very competitive in period. It would have been very competitive in this race as well.
Would have been very competitive indeed, as Armand Miel sets a new fastest lap of the race then, a 2-minute 2.664, as we have a first warning for track limits for the number 44 out there that's just come up for race control. And it is 44, isn't it? Yes. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me. Yes, they're not. I'm relieved that they're not. That's Catherine Behrens in that BMW 2002 Ti from 1970. So the first warning is just the flag, I believe. The second warning, then you start to get a little bit more obvious warnings in the form of penalties from that point onwards. But we have seen up to, I think we have seen 60-second penalty, or was that 45-second penalty? We've not really seen it go beyond that. I don't think anybody's gone beyond that 45 and 60-second barrier there.
Well, there's not that much non-gravel runoff that you can use in that manner, but some people have found a way. Incidentally, Tom Christensen has moved up to 8th position now. He's got past Grau in the Escort in his Capri, and actually his lap times are right up there with some of the fastest out on circuit. Christensen a 2-minute 2, and that 2-minute 2.2 as well, and that is actually quicker than everyone in the top half dozen. Ivan May actually in the 3.5 CSL ahead of him has rather set the times alight. 2-minute 2.059 is his best of the race, and that is one of the better times we've seen from anyone at the sharp end of the order. But Christensen is coming, and he is coming fast to potentially hand the car over, possibly in the top half dozen if he can make a few more places.
Unfortunately for the number 30 though, it's in the pit lane outside of the pit window, and that is the Reinhardts, the Dominique and Daniel in their BMW 3.0 CSL. The Reinhardts have not had the great weekend when it comes to hopefully having their cars and us seeing their cars out on track, but they brought the car in outside of the pit window, which opens in 10 minutes time.
Yes, quite a way until they can get the pit stops out of the way, and Christensen, of course, to circle back to him, will be handing over once again to Zach Brown to complete this race here at the Estoril Classics and the Monterey Historics. One of a few opportunities that Zach gets to continue his passion for racing as a driver, not just as the Supremo at the McLaren Formula One team. Armand Mille 1.5 seconds clear of Maxime Gournat, because Gournat is closing in. The last lap time from Armand Mille was a 2:03.631. Gournat's previous time was a 2:01, and Tom Christensen a 1:58.6 down in 8th place. So the 2-minute barrier has been broken, and been broken by a considerable margin. The lap times are coming down, the weather, the conditions on the circuit are improving, and you can see that dry line that's being forged around the circuit.
You can indeed, and what that invites for drivers as well is who's going to be able to take more speed into each corner, who's going to be braver in terms of getting the grip out there. Which lines do you take? Is this line going to be dry? Do you give it a second thought? Well, here goes Maxime Guenot, who's looking for a move around the outside. Probably saw what Zahir Liari did in the previous race in the pre-1986 Formula One Grand Prix, but there he goes then to try and make his way to the top. There is Maxime Guenot in his Ford Capri, taking the lead of this race then, as Armand Mille will try and look for a move around the outside. But is he close enough? I don't think he is. Maxime Guenot then sides down that lead that he had it built over him and takes over the lead of the race.
Very interesting. So it seems as though Guenot has really figured it out in these treacherous conditions. Christensen is up to 7th place, so he has shifted up another position. It looks like in the top 10 everyone else has crossed the line in the order that they arrived in on the previous lap, but Christensen on his way up the field. Guenot, of course, has moved up into the race lead, as we saw there, making his way through the lap traffic as well, and Armand Mille dropping back quickly here. It is a fine art, a difficult art as well, to really gauge the track evolution and improve your pace or increase your confidence to go quicker through the corners accordingly. One driver we are seeing good progress from in that exact regard is the driver of the 47 car. That is Eric Sechaud at the wheel of the Ford Escort RS 1600, another one of the slightly lighter weight cars in the grid, and that car is now running 9th overall and has taken over the fellow Escort of Grau. So Sechaud is now up to 9th overall and leading, I suppose, the Escort subclass that I've created in my head.
That's a good class to create, absolutely. As Christensen out on track has found a way past the number 74, Sebastian Glasser, in that BMW 3.0. And so Tom Christensen now moving up into 6th place in the Ford Capri. As we watch on then, our leader now, Maxime Guenot, has really found not only another gear, but that newfound confidence in where the grip is out on track. As we've got one coming into the pit again outside of the pit window, and I wonder if that's going to be Cruz who was making his way into the pits. Could be wrong about that one. It was Cruz coming into the pits in the number 90. So unfortunately, pitting outside of the window, Carlos Cruz brings his Ford Escort into the pits.
Yeah, meanwhile, we saw that Guenot had the pace. I'm surprised just how much pace it is. Armand Mille 2:06 last time by. I wonder if it's more than just confidence issues for Armand Mille. I wonder if there might be a lingering issue with the car, because that kind of drop-off in performance isn't really representative of Armand Miel's potential in race cars generally, but in this Capri that he knows pretty well as well. Christensen last time by, again, fastest lap of the race, 57.155. There is the 90 car that Carlos Cruz was set to share with Felipe Nogueira. That car being jacked up, whether or not they have a tyre down or something like that, I'm not sure, but nonetheless, outside of the pit window, so they'd have to come in again if they do send the car back out into pit lane or back out onto the circuit. It would then have to return to the pit again. There is your 52 car, Yves Skimama in third position. The gap between himself and Armand Miel is 4 seconds, and the difference between them in terms of pace is the best part of 3 seconds per lap. So I dare suggest that before long, Skimama is going to be right up there. Equally, we're going to see 2 factory liveried Capris very close together before long as well, because now within 5 seconds of Dennis Busch is Tom Christensen, who is really surging. I'd love to actually get to have a look at what Christensen is up to here, because he'll appear in the back of shot now. There is Tom Christensen, the 9-time Le Mans 24-hour winner, at the back of this shot, and he is homing in very quickly on the overall top 5.
Yeah, isn't he just, as he's setting quicker and quicker lap times now. 2-minute flat for him so far compared to the rest of the field ahead of him. Well, he's got the 54 ahead of him right now, which is Dennis Busch, and he's lapped 2.8 seconds quicker on that last lap. Sochaux also putting in a good show as well in the number 47, as he's looking to try and close in on the rest of the field. Eric Sochaux now with a 1 minute 57.003. Sochaux is absolutely flying out here. Sochaux is red hot.
Yeah, very much so. He seems to be very confident. I mean, we know the Ford Escort just as good at being a rally car as a touring car, although the result sheet would suggest a better rally car. So it likes a slippery surface, and Sochaux seems to really be using that car well. Has a lot of confidence in it. Again, yes, as you said, a 157.003, and even Tom Christensen is currently not sub 2 minute. Christensen there. Getting past the Escort, that's a back marker. Meanwhile, Emil Breitmeier under pressure from Dennis Busch. Of course, Busch will hand over to his brother Mark in a few moments' time once the pit window is open. And then behind them is coming Tom Christensen in the 6th place car. There is TK just in the back of shot. Zach Brown will be watching on eagerly, and well, no doubting the car's performance. A multi-time race winner in the European Touring Car Championship, but some 50 years after it was built, still just as fast when you stick a racer like Tom Christensen at the wheel. There is the driver of the I can't remember the number it's entered under now, number 33, the number 33 car homing in. Tom Christensen is right there in this battle now.
He is indeed very close indeed, as there is Breitmeier looking to try and hold back Dennis Busch for 4th place. Meanwhile, Sochaux has moved up to 8th place now with another fastest lap, 1 minute 56.5. This pace from Eric Sochaux is absolutely brilliant right now, lapping faster than Tom Christensen. Yes, Christensen has a little bit of traffic out there, but Sochaux is absolutely flying out there. I wonder if it's a case he's got maybe dry tyres and now they're starting to come into fruition.
Yes, I'm wondering if he just elected to brave it. That would have been, well, yes, very brave, if he has indeed. Now, I do wonder if some people may elect to pit earlier just because they're on the wrong tyres and they want to get onto the correct ones. Breitmeier under this pressure, though, from Dennis Busch, and Christensen will soon be there with them. He's not really gained that much on this lap so far, and in fact his first sector was way down. He was over a second slower. He's honed back in on them on this second sector of the lap then, so I think Christensen may have made a slight error through sector 1 of the lap. He's now honed back in, though. We've got a three-way fight for third position. The two factory-liveried Ford Cologne Capris are there with Emil Breitmeyer, but here comes Christensen. He's to the inside of Dennis Busch. He's fifth. Make that fourth as he flies past the 22 car for good measure. Emil Breitmeyer, who started on the front row, is down to fifth place, but Tom Christensen, who started on the ninth row, is up into the top four as the pit window is just now opening. I think I saw one car peel in, maybe a second or two too early. In fact, just in time. Yves Skamama has pitted, I think, about 5 seconds into the window, just about within the parameters, as I understand it. He's meant to be driving on his own, so he will be not handing over to anybody, but clearly he was eager to get into the pits.
Absolutely, get this pit stop out of the way as we now see Emil Breitmeyer right behind him with Dennis Busch. But yeah, what a move from Tom Christensen to get his way through up the inside of the S's and got the move done before he had to take the outside line at the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. And now for Tom Christensen, how long does he stay out there before he hands over to Zach Brown? Obviously, we haven't had safety car wreak havoc with the standings just yet, but we see then down in towards the next corner at the Parabolica interior.
Well, look what's there. It's Secheld in the Escort, who has been lighting the track on fire. Still the only man under 2 minutes, and he has gained at a rate of knots on Busch, on Breitmeyer, and now Secheld going around the outside, I thought perhaps, but I think the straight line speed of the Capri, double the displacement and all of that, does help a little bit in the straight. But I'm so impressed, just amazed by the pace being put on here by the driver of the 47, Eric Secheld. He's not driving solo. He's going to hand over to Fabrice Mestreau, who I feel like is going to have quite the act to follow as we watch this three-way battle. The Escort goes around the outside. Looks like he's going to make it work. No, not quite. Backs out of it, being very considerate and careful here. And now onto the main straight. Let's see quite how much disparity there is between the big Capri and the little Escort. No, we won't, because they're all going into the pit lane. All of them into the pit lane at one fell swoop. I think Christensen as well was in there, yes, and in fact he just moved himself up and past Ivan Mai, I think. But nonetheless, all sorts of cars into the pits. First, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth, I think, all into the pits. Ivan Mai carried on, Sebastian Glasser carried on, but just about everybody is into the pits, and I suspect this is, right, we're all on the wrong tyres, I'm guessing.
It might be. I mean, we see some tyre changes happening behind the number 33 of Tom Christensen, who will now hand over to Zach Brown to take over for the rest of the race. And it looks like they're happy with the tyres. They're not changing anything just yet, but we'll have to keep an eye and wait and see as Zach Brown will make his way into the car. There is the number 51. That is your current race leader, Ivan May, who has yet to make a stop in this race. Started from P17 and making the way down now in towards the Parabolica interior. Yeah, lots of tyre changes happening. Those are definitely slicks going on to some of those cars, so it is a case of they started on sort of intermediate tyres, if you like, or wet weather tyres, and now it's the chance to change over onto the slicks.
Yes, and I suspect that Zach Brown will jokingly give Tom Christensen a punch on the arm and say, not bad, huh? If he gets put onto the slick tyres and ends up doing a faster lap than TK in the same car. Circumstances notwithstanding, I know that Zach can have a good sense of humour. Of course, a few weeks ago he was driving his 2021 McLaren, the winning chassis from the Italian Grand Prix. Daniel Ricciardo winning that race. And Zach Brown has the chassis in his personal collection and got to do some laps of Silverstone in it a couple of weeks ago. Great to have such in general, I think, actually, be it Zach, be it Toto Wolff, be it Christian Horner, so many of the current generation of Formula One team principals, they love their racing. They were racing drivers at one time. They still occasionally partake in some racing, and that's the kind of person you want at the big roles in the biggest levels of motor racing. And the historics are always a great way to come and scratch that itch, as we see here.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree with you there, as we do see the number 35 pass through our picture there. That's Christian Traber, as he makes his way now in towards Gancho now. Currently your Group A leader. There's only two Group A's in this one, but I'm sure Traber won't mind too much about that one. Currently running 5th overall, but yet to make a stop at this stage in the race through and towards the S's. We've got less than 5 minutes of the pit window open, so it's either going to be this lap or next lap for Traber, or in all said and done. So let's see what he does then. Will it be this lap or is it going to be next lap? It's looking decidedly like it's going to be next lap.
Enjoying himself out there on the circuit in the BMW 635 CSI. I think that might well be the Bush car heading out onto the circuit. The Dayglow yellow is the clue there, to my understanding, because of course that is the corporate livery of Twin Bush, is blue and Dayglow yellow. And indeed it is the 54 car that heads out now. You'll notice the driver looks very similar, but that's because they're twins. Dennis Bush has handed over to Mark Bush for the second phase of the race, and Zach Brown will hopefully follow not too far behind, along with that battle pack that was, of course, really getting rather juicy as everyone pitted in, unfortunately, at the same time. But let's see how they've all shaken out post-pit stops then. And yet to see everybody out. Again, looks like maybe the stops are a bit long for the 33 car. Christensen still listed in the car and still listed in the pits. There it is. And looks like there's some discussion and there's an open door. I'm not convinced that all things are okay with the 33.
That's not a good sight to see either, is it? Normally with the door open, there's only one sight worse than that, and that's the bonnet open, if it's ever in the pit lane. So hopefully all can be repaired, hopefully all can be made well for Zach Brown to jump into the car to get this car to the checkered flag. Not long now left in our pit window, and there is the 54 then, one of the Bush twins there making their way through. So it is Mark Bush to take over through in towards the S's. He will run now, and looking at the time screens, he's currently 10th right now overall, but some pit stops yet to take place up ahead of him, including our leading two, May and Breitmeyer, yet to make their mandatory stops. There is the number 77 in the pit lane, and that's Conrad Ulrich, who makes his way into the pit lane then. Conrad then driving the Ford Capri, that lovely green livery there in the RS2600.
Yeah, slightly elder version of the Cologne Capri. But, these cars, of course, these Fords run by Zaxby at the time, and just such sensational machinery. Who is that we've got ahead? That looks like, it's not the Breitmeyer BMW, it's one of the factory cars, or the factory liveried cars. Just try and catch the number on that as they go through Curva VIP, because it looks like it's going a little bit slow. That is the 22 of Emil Breitmeyer, not looking overwhelmingly confident. I wonder if the new slicks are not quite giving him what he wants at the moment, but Bush pushing through. I think the timing screen not quite up to date with everyone's movements just yet. Traber is in the pits. All of the top three are in the pits because it was their last opportunity to do so within the window. So May, Breitmeyer and Traber all stationary, and that would mean potentially that Yves Skimama is about to move up into the lead of the race, but we'll see how it all shakes out.
Yeah, see how it all shakes out, how it all shapes up as we watch on here with Mark Bush as he makes his way through in towards the S's now then, as we'll get back onto the power. I'm interested to see what can happen. What's the sort of closing chapter of this race for the number 47? We saw Eric Sochaux have a fantastic end to the first stint. Now with Guy Fabrice Mestreau behind the wheel, let's see what he can do to continue that momentum. There's the 155. That was Peter Prala and Daniel Hager's Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint. 155 was being driven by Hager. I assume then that's going to be Peter Prala who takes over for the rest of the race.
That would track for sure. Patrick Simon is out on the circuit in the number 138 car, the BMW CSL. In fact, I think that's him just coming down now in the Luigi colours. Yes, it is. The car that was spinning at the start of the race. He's now running in 21st position, although I think in actuality, once it shakes out, he'll be a couple of positions higher. Of course, well off any chance of a top 10 result in this race after that spin, and Wunderlich, to be fair, making his way back through the order nicely. I'm sure they gave the car some extra checks as well during the pit stop, given the circumstances, but a big shame for him that he's that far down. He hasn't really had many opportunities to show his stuff this weekend, all told. Now, unfortunately, the driver that was leading a little bit ago is still in the pits, and everyone that came in with him has left. It seems as though Ivan Mai has had a very long pit stop.
That's unfortunate there for Ivan May, as you rightly said, but now has clocked up as now being on the track once again. So hopefully it might have been a bit of a longer stop, but if all wheels are on the car, if everything works in order, it's worth the couple of extra seconds that you would see in the pit lane. Mistro will also try to close in on that battle as well. So we have Scamama who leads the way then. We're watching the number 52 as Yves Scamama makes his way down in towards the the left-hander I should say, of Parabolica Interior, and the Ford Capri RS3100, the Cologne from 1974. And then we have Emil Breitmeyer in second place, about 11 seconds down the road, and then it looks like Ivan May has rejoined in third place. It's gone past a couple of timing lines, but Guy Mistro is in fourth place. Then we have the fifth place is the number 3, Maurizio Bianco, in fifth place. Sixth place goes the way of the number 74 machine of Michael Kammerman, who's taken over there from Sebastian Glaser. And then leading the Group A is Christian Traber, so he's having a good time out there right now. He's currently closing on Olivier Breitmeyer for 9th place overall.
Yeah, Traber not doing bad at all, although Armand Miele has just gone past him, and Miele only in 10th position. I think he had a slow pit stop as well. I imagine in some cases these stops were a bit longer than the window because of the tyre changes. That's my suspicion. So Scamama leads by 10 seconds over this man, Emil Breitmeyer, but we saw Breitmeyer, of course, getting overtaken by Scamama after the pit stops. So in actuality, Breitmeyer led the race on net, at least, for a little while, but he's now down in second place. Ivan Mai is in third position, ahead of Mistro and Bianco. Mistro, of course, the driver that has taken over the 47 car, the Escort that looked like it had gained a turbocharger and a few £100 of downforce earlier on with Eric Sachot at the wheel. Guy Fabrice Mistro has quite the act to follow. He sits in fourth position right now, but he is being closed in on quite rapidly by Kammerman behind in the CSL, the 74. Bianco and Co as well, so it looks as though Mistro maybe doesn't quite have the ultimate pace that we saw out of the car pre-window.
Yeah, and there's a shame that Kammerman is flying now, just at the fastest first sector of 22 seconds flat, as he looks to try and make up here. Michael Kammerman in that BMW 3.0 CSL, trying to see if he can close in on the likes of Mistro. Does he then have enough time to try and close in on Ivan May up ahead? Yet to see the representative time from Ivan May, as currently this is sort of the lap after the outlap, if you like, before we see that timing go through. But Patrick Simon, by the way, sets the new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 48.633. I do believe no one else has managed to break under 1 minute 50 there so far, so Simon absolutely flying. He's just lapped, that's that 22 seconds quicker than Gruot right in front of him. That's astonishing pace from Simon.
It's 14 seconds, but point
Oh,
taken.
okay.
Yeah, very
Exaggerated
very
slightly,
fast. Do you work in finance?
I should.
The 47 car of Mistro on screen. Kammerman has made the move already to get up into P4. Bianco will be next and is indeed lurking in the background there in the number 3 car, currently in 6th place, but any moment now I suspect that he'll be on the back of that Escort. Those wet conditions definitely suited the Ford, but now it's going to fall back through the order just a little bit. Hand out of the door there for that was Bush. I don't know if that was maybe a signal to the Alpha. Maybe the Alpha got a bit of a squeeze or something like that, because he's still going at full speed. And talking of going at speed, we once again see Armand Miel going up the charts as well. Ninth on the circuit at the moment, but also lapping in the low 150s, which makes him quicker than anybody else ahead of him. Again, the pit stop seemed to take a long time. He had to wait there for a while for one reason or another. I suspect the tyres maybe took a little while to get changed. But now he's lapping incredibly fast. He'll be most disappointed that he's not up there in the top 3 as he was for the first phase of the race.
Yeah, I think it's been a little bit of a, not necessarily a topsy-turvy race, but it's certainly been a race where we had the wet track at the start and we had a handful of drivers taking the risk and thinking the track will dry, there's not going to be any more rain. And also the time we might lose out on circuit to begin with, because we might be on slightly the wrong tyres, we can make up for by not having to change the tyres in the pit. So it's all a balancing act, isn't it, of trying to work out what's going to be the best step forward for you. And on this occasion, it has slightly shuffled up the grid. Mestro we'll see in the 2 minutes at the moment, compared to other drivers around him that are currently lapping significantly quicker. So Mestro might start to find himself falling into the clutches of Bianco, of Mark Bush, of Armand Miel before they know it.
Yes, indeed. Christian Traver still lapping well as well, setting his best laps of the race, best laps of the group, but in 12th position. And I think unlikely to move very further forward from that, because most everyone ahead of him is going faster. Meanwhile, Patrick Simon continues to whack the 148s up on the board. Again, what could have been? We remember last year he almost won the race, just surging back through the field after being handed over from Frans Wunderlich. If it weren't for that spin at the start of the race, I suspect Wunderlich and Simon would have been on for a podium, but it was a good save from Wunderlich, frankly, to keep the car largely straight after such a spin at the end of the main straight, and great job for everyone else to avoid him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And just getting the power down there. Oh, there's a bit of a tail flick out there from Yves Kamama. He's really pushing hard. It was a case there, it just seemed to lose the back end. And, as you say, did well to recover that, to keep it out of the barrier as much as possible. And it might have been a case of what might have been, but to be honest with you, for that car to still be in this race without making significant contact with a wall, a barrier, or another car, I think that Patrick Simon is happy to just pound in the lap times and see how far up the order he can go at this late stage.
Absolutely right. Skimama leading then by 12 seconds at this stage. Breitmeyer only a few tenths slower per lap, but seemed to be lacking confidence early doors on the slick tyres, so only now is he really back up to the pace he needed, and that means that Skimama is running well clear. The field fairly spread, all things considered, at this juncture. The gap between Skimama and Breitmeyer at 13 seconds, then Kammerman is another 34 seconds back from Breitmeyer in 3rd position overall. Ivan May in 4th place is 6 seconds back from Kammerman, but Kammerman has passed May on the circuit, 158.6 last time by for Ivan. Kammerman a 152.394, so big improvement there. Mistro, of course, who is now starting to fall through the order in the escort, still sixth on the road at the moment, but about to be overtaken by Mark Bush. In fact, they come across the line practically together on the main straight, and I expect that Bush will soon be passed. One battle that could be interesting, and a battle that arguably they will feel could and should have been the lead battle. Armand Miele and Maxime Gounard, they're 8th and 9th at the moment, and they're only split by 1.7 seconds, and both lapping in the high 150s as well. So the battle for 8th and 9th is looking like it could be compelling.
Could be indeed, and Mark Bush has now got away past Guy Mestrat for 6th place, and Bush is lapping 4 seconds quicker than Bianco in the number 3. Maurizio Bianco might have a Bush-shaped Ford Capri closing down on them within the next 2 or 3 laps, and with 14 minutes 40 on the clock, it's time for Mark Bush to make up at least one more position. Can he catch Ivan May towards the end of this race? Time will tell. I mean, I've been in this position before where I've said it's going to be tough for them to make it through, and then a man called Dario Franchitti decided to completely show me up on that one. So I'm not willing to put any bets on this. I'm willing to watch and see what happens now.
Fair enough. Well, Mark Bush just 3 seconds back from Bianco in the battle for 5th position. They're coming to the first corner at the moment, and I suspect that it will be Bush before long that gets past Bianco, and 1:55 last time by for Mark Bush was actually quite slow. He was doing 52s earlier, he's now back to 55s, but 2.5 seconds nonetheless, not a big gap in terms of overall lap time pace, and only 1.4 seconds the gap on the timing screen between the two cars. So I think that Bianco and Bush for 5th position is about to be an overtaking situation there. They're going through a curve of VIP at the moment, but Bianco and Bush will more than likely have a switch in their pair of RS3100 Capris. But for now it is, well, Skimama notwithstanding, it's the BMWs that are dominating the top. 2nd, 3rd and 4th place, all of course CSL BMWs. Love that big front splitter on that car, the kind of flair to that front bodywork. It's a very aggressive looking car. The Batmobile CSLs, very, very special machines to watch.
Without a doubt, it's really lovely to see as well. I just saw Wolf Zweifler in the number 31 did appear as stopped somewhere out in, I believe it was Sector 2 there. So I'll keep an eye on those lap times, because that big red stop that happens there for Zweifler, he's just set a time through Sector 3, so perhaps he's got that car going again. Keep an eye on it though, as it was a car that looked like it was in a bit of trouble there.
Down in 18th position, but he's been knocking around that fringe of the top 20 all race. Not a bad first sector, a 26, so it looks like the car is still going, and the Ford Escort of Zweifler in 18th for the time being. So then it is all these Group 2 cars in the top 10. This is the leading of the Group A machines though. Christian Traber in the BMW 635 CSI. It's just been demoted to 12th place, to 13th place actually, because Studer has got through in the number 9 Capri there, the rather lovely Bilstein liveried car, the number 9. Where did Studer start this race? He started in 14th, so he's not too far up the order, but he has made up a couple of places in his slightly elder 1973 spec car. And Traber continues on. That's the original livery that it was in, incidentally, the Bauhaus colours. That's what the car has always worn. And one of the CSLs just getting past it there. That was, I think that was for position. No, it was not. But for now, Traber continues on. I will say, I think he's going to be overtaken along with a couple of others by Patrick Simon before the end of the race, because Simon still marching around in the 140s while everyone ahead of him is barely grazing under 2 minutes. And in fact, there is Simon in the back of shot. He is now the next car back from Christian Traber. So Patrick Simon is up to 14th. He's got past Eric Maris, and 14th is looking likely for Simon, who is these days as known as a TV personality as he is a racing driver. A big deal in the DTM paddock. Hosts his own talk show for the DTM online platforms in the paddock every weekend. Real force of personality as well as a great racing driver. And Patrick Simon heading up there to make up positions. That 74 car you see there is Kammerman in 3rd position, so Traber was just being lapped, but moreover Patrick Simon is right on the back of the red 35 BMW 635 CSI, but I think the move will be made by the time we see them again as they come out of Parabolica Interior.
Absolutely, yeah, as Maxime Guénot has got the move done on Guy Mestro, as Guénot moves up into 7th place, lapping quicker than Bianco there. Give us a wave, there you go, I'd love to see it. Bianco then might be under a slight bit of pressure towards the end of this race then from Guénot, as we have just under 9 minutes left to run. There's your 3rd place driver in Kammerman, trying to get past a little bit of lappery here. But yeah, it's been a good drive here from Kammerman, taking over that car from Sebastian Glasser. 3rd place right now, matching the pace of the leaders up ahead and very much clear of those behind them. It's 32 seconds up the road is Breitmeyer at this stage, so might just be a case here for Kammerman. Get this car home on an overall podium.
Yes, and there goes Patrick Simon. He has moved up to 12th position. He's now closing in on Kammerman. He'll be so disappointed that he's a lap down. He's just making his way through the field like a knife through hot butter at this stage of the race. 8 minutes and 35 seconds of the race left to run. Yves Skimama still leading the race, but the gap is coming down between him and Emil Breitmeyer. Last time by, Breitmeyer was the better part of a second faster. But with 8 minutes and 20 seconds, the rate of gain would need to be a bit faster than that to have any chance of a battle for the lead before the end of the race. But what a joy it is to see Kammerman, who's a very talented driver in his own right, hustling this CSL. But behind him, Patrick Simon really hustling his CSL. The Italian entered car back in the 70s, the Luigi machine. And Patrick Simon may even do it around the outside here as they approach Arella.
Yeah, I don't think for Kammerman there, he was too interested in battling there. He might have got the message from behind that the car behind you will try and make its way through Patrick Simon, but you're not racing it for position. So that might have gone in some way in Kammerman's favour there to let the car through and carry on with Michael Kammerman's own race. Just under 7.5 minutes left to run. We have Bianco, who's just come into the pits.
Yeah, Maurizio Bianco in the number 3 car, the one of the RS3100s, is unfortunately in the pits out of his strong position there in the top 10. Still registered 9th for the time being, but I can only imagine that's going to drop. So that will move everybody up a position. Jean-Luc Blanchimont will now move into the top 10, but only 3 seconds behind him, and lapping 12 seconds a lap quicker is Patrick Simon. So I imagine that before too long it is going to be Patrick Simon up in the top 10. Jean-Luc Blanchimont, to put it lightly, under threat.
Under threat, yes, that's a good way of putting it. But we'll see what Patrick Simon can do then in getting his way past Blanchimont then. As we look here at our leader of the race then, Yves Skimama, about 10 seconds up the road from Emil Breitmeyer at this moment in time, and looking very comfortable right now to just make sure, again, it's a case of getting the car home now. Yes, he's lapping a little bit slower than Emil Breitmeyer on this occasion, but doesn't need to be setting the timing screens alight, just needs to make sure all systems are nominal and he gets that car to the checkered flag.
Yeah, absolutely right. We are just over 5 minutes away from home here. Skimama lapping in the 153s, strong lap times. In fact, last time by for Breitmeyer, still faster, but he's dipped back into the 153s as well. So it seems as though, again, Skimama is more than safe. Breitmeyer isn't finding any further time over him. Traber is still running well in 13th place. He's just set a purple sector for his 2 purple sectors in a row for his Group A class, but of course he is running well clear of, in fact he's the only car left running at this stage as well in that subclass for the Group A machines. We'd love to see some more of the Group A's out there at some point. It was such an interesting era, especially early Group A with the Rovers and the Jaguar XJSs and things like that. Of course, you do see a lot of the later Group A's in some touring car grids with the R32s, the BMW M3s, the Sierra RS 500s. That era is, we say, quite well documented, but the early stage Group A's maybe not quite so much. And I think in part that might be because there aren't many options for them to try and fight for outright wins in the historic racing scene. The R32s and the like would quite comfortably outpace the XJSs, the SD1s, the 635s, and the Group 2 cars that preceded them, as we see in this grid, can also outpace the Group A cars. So am I pitching an early Group A historic series live on air? I might just be.
I wouldn't have expected anything else from you, Mr. Weller.
Yes. So there's your top 2 in the same shot. They are within 10 seconds now. Breitmeyer has been really laying it on. I think he'll be quite disappointed with the pace that he lacked immediately post pit stop. Whether there was an issue with the car beyond just sizing up how the slicks were behaving. I would think so, given how quick Breitmeyer has been since the pit stop. We should say, by the way, that Patrick Simon did indeed move up to 10th overall, got past Jean-Luc Blanchimont and has now gapped him by 20 seconds. So Simon really is moving on, and he might not be done yet if he can get to the other Breitmeyer, Olivier Breitmeyer, before the end of the race. But Breitmeyer's lapping in the 155s and is the best part of 30 seconds clear of Patrick Simon. So I think Patrick might have done his overtaking for the day, but he is still lapping sub 150 and really setting the pace for the rest of the field, albeit from further back on the timing screen.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking to, I'm sure at this point, it will be a case of trying to get the fastest lap of the race. I mean, you've got to give it another go, Patrick Simon. I mean, there's a 48.1 to beat. He's currently lapping in the 1 minute 49.7. So, yeah, Patrick Simon set that lap, and I'm sure Simon can have another go at setting that one there. As have a look at the fastest lap time. Apparently, he has set faster sectors on previous laps. Apparently, a 147 is possible. So maybe that's the target then for Patrick Simon. Get into the 147s.
I don't know if he's racing the stopwatch quite as much as we'd like him to, but for sure he's been absolutely great to watch once again in the Group 2 BMW 3 Litre CSL. There is our race leader on what will now be the penultimate lap of the race. Yves Skimama, a minute and 52 left on the clock, so have this lap plus one more before the checkered flag is shown, unless they decide to flag it early, given the delays we've had so far today. But that hasn't been the case all weekend long, so I suspect that we will get the full hour plus the rest of the final lap of the race for Yves Skimama. And that gap between himself and Breitmeyer down at 8.9 seconds now, so still Breitmeyer is outpacing the race leader, but Yves Skimama has done just about everything right over the course of this race distance in his RS3 100 Capri. We did have some penalties as well, just the one pit stop, two pit stop infringement penalties. No, the investigation, there was only one ultimately, and it was 162 seconds, the length of the penalty, and that was for the Reinhardt car. Unfortunately, one of the other CSLs back in 24th position. That was quite extensive, to say the least.
Yes, although they did pit in very early before the pit window even opened, so it might have been one of those cases where they just thought, well, we might pit again. If we do, it's going to be a very quick one, and sort of take that on the chin. But Yves Scamama then making the way round the final corner at the Parabolica Ayrton Senna.
20 seconds left on the clock, so theoretically there should be one more lap left to go here in this Heritage Touring Cup race, 1 hour in length. If you're just joining us, unfortunately, after surging up the order into the top 5, the Tom Christensen car that shares, of course, with Zach Brown. Zach Brown owns this the 3100 Capri Cologne car that they were driving. Christensen got it up from 18th to the top 5. They pitted. Unfortunately, the car never left the pit lane again. Not entirely sure what the issue was with that car, but the issue was enough to never send Zach Brown out in the Capri, which is a big shame. I'm sure he'd have wanted to get to the checkered flag and get the opportunity to drive the car today in race conditions, but Tom and Zach, their day as teammates is done. Hopefully it's not the only time. It'd be good to see that pairing again here at future Estoril Classics, and indeed elsewhere in the historic motorsport landscape. Anytime you get to see TK pedal a car post full-time retirement is always a treat. Final lap of the race though for Yves Scamama, and yeah, he and the team really have done just about everything right. They seem to be quite quick with the tyre change, where some other teams perhaps were not, and he's now just a few moments away from the win.
He is indeed, and he's built up a good lead over Emil Breitmeier. He's let that come down towards him just a little bit, but he doesn't need to push hard. He's just got one bit of lappery to go and the checkered flag to meet.
Rounding the Parabolica Ayrton Senna for the final time is Yves Scamama out of the final corner. The checkered flag will wave for the driver of the 3100 Capri, the RS Ford Capri Cologne. And just as in period, the Capris are very fast indeed. And a drag race across the line there, not for position, but one of the drivers involved in it was Emil Breitmeier, who finishes in second place. Kammerman will be next across the line, Mikael Kammerman, in the 74 car that started in 5th position, of course started by Sebastian Glaser. Then it will be Busch in 4th place. Busch managed to move up to P4. He got past Maxime Gunnar and Armand Miel towards the end of the race. And in fact, I think that move on Gunnar happened fairly recently. Or is it going to be the other way round? Yes, it's the other way round. Gunnar is closing in on Busch. I eat my words. There's a battle for 4th place going on around the circuit as we speak. They'll be going through the final couple of corners at this moment. And, well, I'm not quite sure who's going to be 4th place. Will it be Mark Busch? Will it be Maxime Gunnar? We'll have to find out as the timing screen ticks over. I don't think we'll get a look at it, unfortunately, at the start-finish line. But we'll wait and see who crosses the line to complete lap 30 in 4th place. It's going to be Busch, but just about. They drag race to the line by just over 1/10 of a second. So Busch beats Gunnar. Armand Miel will take 6th position. And the first of the cars that finished a lap down is Ivan May in 7th place. Olivier Breitmeier in his CSL in 8th place. Patrick Simon couldn't get any further than 9th position, but he was really surging all throughout that stint in the car. And the Mistral Escort that moves so fast through the order, the 47 car earlier on. Eric Sachode put in a great first stint, and that was enough to net it a top 10 finish ultimately. But driving on his own, Yves Scamama really made the most of it in treacherous conditions in the Heritage Touring Cup race at Estoril.
Yep, absolutely. A nice performance there from Yves Scamama, starting from the second row and taking the victory there. Emil Breitmeier, who started on the front row, finishes second place, and then you had the number 74 machine, which started on the third row and ended up on third position. So very nice to see as well. Christian Traber also grabbing the Group A victory there, finished 13th overall there. But there is your race winner, Yves Scamama, taking that victory then. A very good drive in a race that started off a little bit damp and dried up all the way through. The fast laps kept coming in thick and fast towards the midpoint of that race, and I was here for it.
Absolutely. The Equipe Europe backed machine, or prepared machine I should say, is greeted by the mechanics. They gave us a wave earlier on. No wonder they were happy. They were watching their car head towards victory lane. Emil Breitmeier with a solid second place. You see there the GT IMSA stickers on that car. I'm not entirely sure of some of the chassis histories here. A bit difficult to track in some cases, but perhaps that car was one of the cars that ran in the 70s IMSA category. We were scheduled to have a Brumos Porsche that also raced extensively in IMSA this weekend, but unfortunately I think that was withdrawn from CER2. But some great provenance in this paddock each and every year. Grand Prix winning cars, Le Mans class winners. There's so much interesting history when you peel back the layers. And this was a snapshot of 70s European touring car history as the race got underway. The BMW versus Ford duel at the front of the order. Some of the early 2600s in the midfield, but the big 3100s at the sharp end of the pack. And Scamama was not always the leader. Far from it. That was Maxime Gournat heading the way in the first phase of the race. Emil Breitmeier was kind of flying the flag for the BMWs at the sharp end of the pack, but was being closed in by Dennis Busch and Tom Christensen at this stage. Just before the pit window, Christensen was right there with them, having been setting pace a lot quicker than anybody else out there. TK would get past not one, but two cars towards the end there. But unfortunately, the 33 wouldn't emerge from pit lane while everybody else was getting their bolts tightened and new tyres onto the cars, from wets to slicks for a majority of the field. Unfortunately, the number 33 would not re-emerge for Zach Brown, Tom Christensen's co-pilot. Patrick Simon was making his way through the field in front of that man, Mikael Kammerman. Simon a lap down, but making a lot of headway in the latter half of the overall top 10. But for Yves Scamama, the race went just about as well as it could. The 52 car drove to a comfortable victory ultimately in the Heritage Touring Cup race. look there at the calendar for the Peter Auto Series. They'll be back and stronger once again in 2025 as they continue to create fabulous categories for their competitors. But now we move from a Peter Auto supported category to one from the other half of the organisation that brings you the wonderful Estoril Classics event, and that is the Iberian Historic Endurance Series. And this is arguably the most varied grid of all, Kieran. The 60s and the 70s, even I think a couple from the 50s represented here. All shapes and sizes, sports cars, GTs, touring cars. This race was a highlight of the Estoril Classics in previous years. And look at that front row in the far distance. 4 GT40s either side of the front row. You know that the race means business when those silhouettes are at the sharp end.
Oh, absolutely. Looking forward to this one. In qualifying yesterday, we got a sneak preview of what's to come, and we saw 51 cars take to the track. And if I'm not mistaken, that's been the biggest array of cars that have been out on the track this whole weekend. So very much looking forward to seeing how many cars do take this start. We do have 45 that have been registered on our timing screen, so potentially some reserves there allowed to go out in qualifying just to see what their pace would be like. And in case they were able to take the start, that's then where they would have been placed on the grid. But yeah, 45 cars due to take this start here for the Iberian Historic Endurance for their 50-minute race. I'm thoroughly looking forward to this one.
Ford GT40s, Porsche 911s, Shelby Cobra Daytonas, Lotus 7s, Porsche 904s, Alfa Romeo GTAs, Shelby Mustangs. In many ways, this grid feels like a concentration of some of the best we've seen across the other grids all weekend long. You go further down the grid, BMW 1600, Datsun 1200s, a Volvo 121. It is a very, very interesting grid, to say the least of it. And of course, with that many cars on the circuit, as you said, 45 set to take the start here. In addition to the field spread, there's quite a lot of lap time differential from the front to the rear. The cars waltzing through the traffic, the leaders waltzing through the traffic, is such a critical phase of this race. They have to be efficient, they have to be smart in order to succeed in this race. And you saw there briefly a few moments ago one of the cars that has been a star of this previously, the giant-killing Merlin Mark IV in the hands of Barbeau, a car that we have been very fascinated by at previous Estoril Classics. And Carlos Barbeau in the 227 car will be one to watch from row 5 of the grid. And of course, Christian Uldendorf, who we've spoken of quite often, he's there in the brown GT40 on that front row of the grid. One would expect him to be right up there as well. He's had a fair amount of practice so far this weekend.
Yeah, just a slight tad of practice this weekend. Yeah, good to see that as well. But as you rightly said, look at that, 2 Ford GTs sharing that front row. Viggo Holstein also behind them, also in a GT40 as well. As there's the number 75. That's Carlos Brasido with Joao Pina Cardoso, who will be taking that car around there. Looking forward to seeing what they can do as well. Very much looking forward to this race entirely. There's the 337. That's Piero Del Masso and Guillermo Del Masso who will be driving that one. Yeah, it's fair to say, Adam, we've got such an eclectic mix of cars, 45 of them, to really feast our eyes upon. And of course, a Golf GT40 on the front row, that's a good start, I think.
It really is, yeah. The Golf GT40 at the front, that belongs to Paulo Lima. We'll run you through as much of the grid as we can. We're a few minutes away from the start of the race, but I mean, look at the size of the grid. So let's get this one started. with the grid read. Lima on pole position, Paulo Lima in the number 5 car. Christian Uldendorf is second in the grid. Claudio Vieira is next in his Porsche 911 3-litre RS. All three of those drivers are driving solo. Fourth position is another of the Ford GT40s, Jakob Viggo Holstein and Otto Reeds-Thott, and it will be Holstein starting the race, we are told. Equally, it will be Federico Brion Sanchez starting another of the Porsches in 5th place. He's got Ricardo Megre as his teammate there. The Chevrolet Corvette of Pedro Bethencourt and Nogueira Pinto will be lining up next, and it's Bethencourt that takes the start for this. Oliver Muitjens driving on his own in the Shelby Cobra Daytona in 7th place. 8th place is another Cobra, 289 AC Cobra with Damien Köhler starting from 8th position. He is in the car first. Maverick will be alongside him. Carlos Barbeau in the Merlin Mark IV is next. Mario Mieres and Vesco Nina starting from 10th place. We'll run through the rest of the order at a bit more of a pace, otherwise the race will begin before I'm done. Duarte in another of the Porsches in 11th position. He is alongside Mira Gomez in his Lotus 7 that you can see there just ahead of... well, it should next be a Porsche 911 in the sequence, but I think either they've launched off the line in the wrong order. I think that is the case there, because it meant to be Brasidio in the 75 Porsche, followed by Stamp in his 904-6, the 6-cylinder variant of the Porsche 904. Then it's the big Shelby Mustang, 1965 vintage, Van Putten at the wheel of that, and that's of course the second place car in that particular area of the 1965 grid. The first 65 car, though, is Oliver Muitjens in his Daytona further up the grid. Pinto is next in his Alfa Romeo GT Am. Wegener in the 88 is 17th in another of those cars. Then it's Porsche 911s for Del Masso, Paul Daniels and Garcia Cazares down to 20th place. Folk in 21st position in his Mustang. Nabucco in 22nd in another Alfa Romeo GT Am, the number 80 car. The 51 of Santos, another Alfa in 23rd position. Another Santos, the 123 in 24th place, another 3-litre Porsche 911. Diaz Rincon in 25th position. Suarez in 26th place. Velasco Biasi in a 356 Porsche in 27th on the grid. Castro Ortega in 28th place, the 174. The Datsun 1200 of Neves, the 167 car, is the first of the GDS class runners in 29th. The 30th position is the Porsche 914-6 of Gonzalez, the H1971 class machine. That's about as far as we can go, though, because we are pretty much ready for this 2x2 rolling start. It's a 50-minute race here in the Iberian Historic Endurance category. Paulo Lima, it is on pole position in his rather fabulous Ford GT40. It's going to be a GT40 drag race down to the line, albeit with the potential for some interception from Porsche 911s. A bit of a clash of generations there towards the front. The GTP and sports car class is where the Ford GT40s live, and of course those cars largely based on 1965-1966 designs. And then you've got the later 911s, the big 3 litres at their heels as we get ready for this 50-minute race. All shapes, all sizes welcome in the Iberian Historic Endurance category. The Mondeo will peel aside and an entirely different type of Ford will take the lead from there. Paulo Lima on pole position. He will dictate the pace, and as these lights go out, which they do now, we are racing for 50 minutes in the Iberian Historic Endurance category, and Lima got a mighty start down to the first corner. You can see the bubble on the roof of the car as well, the gurney bubble, and Lots of moving and shaking through the field as the race gets underway. The qualifying session was brief, and I seem to recall it was halted a little bit as well yesterday, so perhaps some drivers will be out of position and moving forward, but it's the GT40s that headline the first stage of this race, and Christian Oldendorf giving it everything early going. That's one thing we've learnt about Christian Oldendorf this weekend. If you've never seen him drive before, yeah, he doesn't ever stop pushing.
No, not a chance, and he didn't get the greatest launch off the line on that rolling start. However, Paulo Lima is certainly feeling the pressure from Christian Oldendorf as we head our way now in towards Parabolica Interior, as we get away back onto the power. Also behind them, Köhler is moving up the order as well. That's Damien Köhler in the Cobra, the AC Cobra 289, moves up now into 6th place as we watch on with our GT40s that do lead the way then as we make our way out of Aurelia and head our way towards Gancho here. As you rightly said, Adam, Christian Oldendorf very rarely admits defeat, especially when it comes to that start there. Yellow flag now at turn 6, which is Parabolica Interior. We'll keep an eye on that one, but our leaders are now making their way through in towards the S's here, as we then feed our way through in towards the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Who can get the better launch out of the final corner? Perhaps Christian Oldendorf here could get and pick up a little bit of toe from Paulo Lima.
He certainly uses a bit more of the track there coming out of the corner, but is also a bit more sideways. Scrubs a little bit of speed, of course, coming onto the straight, but he is challenging. Having a look to the outside line, though, I don't think he's going to be close enough for a move into the first corner. There is the Shelby Cobra Daytona of Oliver Moitians up in 4th position, so he's made up some places. Conversely, the Corvette that started in 6th place of Pedro Bethencourt has moved down the order a bit. He's in 10th position, so a little bit of a drop there as the rest of the field comes seething through. Look at this absolute smorgasbord of cars. A bit more 1960s here with the Mustang, with the 9046 and some of the Alfa Romeos as well, and it is very 60s at the front as well. GT40 versus GT40. No, you're not at the movies. No, this isn't Ford versus Ferrari. This is a battle for the lead in the Iberian Historic Endurance Championship, and it is Lima that leads Oldendorf. But I get the feeling this battle, if their pit stops go straight, I suspect they're going to last the entire race because they seem very, very equally matched.
Safety car has just been deployed there, so the race is now neutralised, and of course will now line up behind the safety car. So it is Paulo Lima who leads the way, then Christian Oldendorf in 2nd place. Then it's the 44 Claudio Vieira in the Porsche 911. It was a little bit of a way behind. Then it was the 269 there in 4th place. So that's Oliver Muitens in the Shelby Cobra Daytona. And then 5th place was Damien Köhler. 6th place was the number 84 machine. That's Federico Brion Sanchez. 7th place was the number 75 there. That's Carlos Brasido. 8th place, the number 73, which is Pedro Bethencourt. 9th place is the way of the number 99 machine, which I believe is yes, should be Martin Furka behind the wheel, but it's Morales who's behind the wheel, so might have a second driver that I have missed there. But 10th place then goes the way of the number 83, which is Bruno Duarte behind the wheel. And you can see now our leaders have now been picked up by the safety car. We have 3/4 of an hour left to run in this race, but we've got 2 GT40s at the front of the field, and Viggo Holstein has managed to recover up to 12th place. We saw Viggo Holstein get his way past a couple of cars, almost like a mobile chicane he had to negotiate down the start-finish straight, but he's now up into 12th place.
Yeah, no, he dropped down the order, didn't he? Because he was 4th in the on the grid for the race, so he's had to work his way up again. And we'll see how that GT40 performs for the remainder of the race. The field's still in the process of closing back together at the moment, and that is going to go on for a little while, I suspect. You saw the Alfa Romeo GT Am there in the distance, and I think it was being followed by the little Lotus 7 which is quite the contrast of shapes out on the circuit. Certainly makes you smile. In fact, it was Lotus Elan that was following. That was Sawes in his 49 car. Into the pits, though, has come the Merlin. The Merlin Mark IV is in, so Carlos Barbeau is into pit lane, and that is unfortunate to see. He has, however, come back out of pit lane, say the graphics, so okay, not quite sure what's happened with him, but he's been through the pits and is now back out on the circuit.
And safety car is in this lap as well, so a relatively quick safety car, but one of the reasons safety car was called for has now been cleared, and race officials are happy to go back racing next time around.
Excellent stuff. There you see the Merlin just as we cut away, rejoining the grid. The pair of Cobras, the Daytona body car, the 289 behind. Of course, both of them are powered by 289 motors, the 4.7 litre unit. But it is time now for Lima in the number 5 car to take control again. Paulo Lima will be offered the reins by the safety car, and the field will launch back into life even before it's fully closed back up. So we will see the race begin anew once more with 43 minutes roughly of the race left to go. Will Uldendorf get a good launch? Will he have a go as we get this race back underway? The two GT40s lead us back into the race. The Corvette looks like it's getting a good start further back as well. Back up to 7th place has gone Bethencourt, and a big lock-up from Uldendorf. He needs to release the brake to get round the corner, and he just about manages it, but I have to imagine the mother, father, son and daughter of all flat spots has now emerged on the tyre of that Ford. That was a big lock-up.
Big lock-up, but managed to keep it on the road, and that was the really important thing there. But yeah, absolutely, that front left-hand tyre might just have a little bit of vibration to it, just to add to the challenge here for Christian Uldendorf to try and find a way past Paulo Lima. Then Viggo Holstein up into 12th place now as he looks to try and find his way back through the order. Claudio Vieira in 3rd place then, and Oliver Muitjens in 4th, and was trying to challenge early on against Vieira there.
Vieira with the pressure from the Shelby Cobra Daytona of Muitjens just behind. Damien Köhler in 5th position as well, and his Cobra has been overtaken by the charging Bethencourt in the big Corvette, the Chevy Corvette L88 in 6th position where he qualified. He's now back up to 5th place, having dropped down to 10th at the end of the first lap. So the Corvette is resurgent at the moment. We'll keep an eye on how those lap times compare to some of the cars around it. Of course, being a slightly older car, or slightly newer car, sorry, than the Shelby Cobra Daytona, for example, it does have fatter, wider tyres, and you can put the grip and the power down far better with the big old wide tyres on that car's rear axle compared to even the GT40s. As well, and look at the Porsche in the back of shot. Claudio Vieira pushing on mightily in the first of the 3-litre RS Porsches. Then it is the Muitjens Cobra Daytona. Here comes the Corvette. Is it brave enough into turn 1 where we're not quite going to see? Yes, I think it is going to get through into 4th position. Pedro Bethencourt then on the charge as this race continues.
Absolutely, Bethencourt getting a move then, so it's now a case of trying to find and keep up that momentum. It will be Claudio Vieira up next in a challenge for 3rd place. There is the number 16 then of Köhler, who's trying to hold back Brasido for 6th place there, and there's 3rd place Claudio Vieira. That's who Bethencourt has to go after next in that Chevrolet Corvette. As they make their way now through in towards turn 5. Paulo Lima is about 0.8 of a second up the road from Uldendorf, But with that flat spot, or with that lock-up, I wonder if it's going to take a little bit out of Christian Oldendorf. We saw a couple of races ago how one driver got a flat spot, and every time they hit the anchors there, because the flat spot was there, every time they hit the brakes it was more and more likely to lock up in that exact same spot, such as the way that the tyre was no longer radial, it was radial with a little bit of a gap in it, which was easier for the car or the tyre to catch on, as a little bit of lappery to negotiate here as we make our way through in towards Aurelia. As that is Bethencourt now having to keep one eye on the mirrors then, as Moichens wants to get back past.
Yeah, they're not taking that lying down in the slightest, the Shelby Cobra Daytona. And there's also been a move behind because Brasidio in his Porsche started outside the top 10 on row 7 of the grid, and it is moving up through the order now. So Brasidio up into 7th place and charging forward very quickly indeed. Moichens with new company then. He had the Cobra behind him, of course, previously, Damien Köhler. Now he's got a car with a rather different set of skills. The Cobra 289 is, body shape notwithstanding, a fairly similar car. It has the same strengths and weaknesses. The Porsche, though, a very different beast from the Cobra Daytona, and thus a compelling battle for 5th place is born.
Yes, absolutely. And Moichens here has to try and keep back Brasido as we make our way through in towards Lamy Corner. And back on the power, is there any way that the 75 can find the way through? Carlos Brasido not finding the way through at this moment in time. But not too far behind them is Damien Köhler in the number 16 machine. The number 16 being the AC Cobra. Damien Köhler also sharing that car with Maverick. Very aptly named there. But we have about 7 3/4 minutes until the pit window opens there, before drivers start to think about pitting in and making driver changes if they so wish.
Yes, of course, the pit stop's mandatory either way, but the driver change is not. You see there the little Mini looking a little bit outsized as the Chevy Corvette looms large in its rearview mirrors. I don't know if I'd want to be in something like the little Mini on this particular grid. I'm sure the drivers love it, but I think I'd be a bit nervy if I was split by GT40s on the main straight at Estoril, for example.
I mean, it takes a guts out there, doesn't it? It really does, to be in a Mini in all this sort of all of these mad cars you've got out there. But our 2 GT40s now make their way on towards the start-finish straight. Still, it is Lima who is ahead of Oldendorf, and look at this traffic jam as we head our way now in towards Aurelia then. One of them being I think that's the 51 machine. Yes, that's the Alfa Romeo of Jorge Santos, who's currently out on track right now, looking for potentially a move up the inside here, going in towards Gancho. The door is certainly left open there, but he'll be on the outside now of the 96. The 96 itself gets held up. The 327 also wants to get involved, and suddenly we're 3 wide heading in towards the S's.
Yeah, Martin Fucker getting followed every single way. Cars to the left, cars to the right, cars behind and cars in front. Unfortunately, the big Mustang under a lot of pressure. Helmets on downstairs. I imagine a few drivers wanting to get in there early. Preparations underway as look at this, 3-4 wide. Mustangs, Porsches, Alphas, the little Merlin, all involved in this scrap. Great to see some of the G-body Porsches there, or some earlier than G-body actually. Porsches involved in that scrap, and the 227 Merlin definitely stands out among the crowd. It's a very wide and broad crowd, but the Merlin's still very noticeable down there, and it is very much down there for Carlos Barbo, isn't it? He can't see through the window of any of the other cars or anything like that. The low-slung sports car in amongst the touring cars and the GTs. There is another of our 4 GT40s. That's the Jacob Vigo Holstein car that's still working its way through after dropping positions earlier on. Where does it sit now? It sits 11th position. and not really quite on the pace of the other GT40s, which are, in the case of Oldendorf at least, right on the rear of Lima. In fact, we need to look at turn 1 before too long. Where are they on the circuit, actually? I thought they were coming through the first corner. They are. Lima and Oldendorf are 2/10 separated in the race lead. The two GT40s will be going through turn 3 at the moment at the first sector, and Lima and Oldendorf are split by almost nothing. It is GT40 warfare at the front of the order, and Oldendorf seems to be the aggressor right now.
Yeah, and lapping quicker than Paulo Lima at this point as well. 59.7 from Oldendorf, which is incidentally our fastest lap of the race then, compared to the 2-minute flat from Lima. Lima looks like he's still ahead there, as we've got the gaggle of cars making their way out of Gancho here. It's the GT40s up at the top of the order, separated by less than 0.2 of a second. We've had the 73, Pedro Betancourt in that Chevrolet Corvette, bring the car into the pit lane. This is outside of the pit window. The pit window doesn't open for another 3 3/4 minutes.
That's a shame. It was seemingly right on song after the drop down the positions at the start. It was surging back through the order. But again, we really must have a look at the battle for the lead. Lima and Oldendorf 3/10 separated as they skate through the second sector. We continue to look, though, at this Mustang battle. This is the Martin Foucault car and Van Putten as well. I believe both Dutch drivers at the helm of these cars, and they're fighting it out down in the teen positions. They've now got the Del Masso Porsche and indeed the little Alfa Romeo of Santos all getting involved in this as well. So it's a great scrap going on here among multiple generations and shapes of car. But at the front of the order, it's the two GT40s, still split by just 0.3 of a second. And knowing Christian Oldendorf, I can't imagine that he's driving particularly smoothly. He's driving sideways and aggressive.
Oh yes, absolutely. Well, sometimes that's the way these cars should be driven in that sense. Sideways normally is the way to go there, as there's the 337. That would be Piero Del Masso in that Porsche 911, who's trying to find a way through the field then. Currently 15th place, as we make our way now down in towards Aurelia for another time worth of asking. I mean, it is a bit of a traffic jam, but what a traffic jam to be caught in.
Yeah, it's not bad at all, is it? The Mustangs kind of get in the way a little bit, the Porsches, the Alphas and so on through sections like this. As we see there, dropping 2 positions is the big Mustang. Actually, I think that maybe Van Putten may have a bit of a problem, because he suddenly dropped, 3-4 positions in one fell swoop there. But then again, the Mustangs in general just kind of get swarmed up by the Porsches and the Alphas, but then we'll get to a straight and they might well regain some places. Nonetheless, that battle continues further down the field. The Alpha going around the outside there, and I wonder what car that Eduardo Sanchez is going to be driving in this race.
It will forever remain a mystery to me, unfortunately. So still battling away then to be had, as the 337 slightly loses out in the first corner then. So Piero Del Masso still very much up for a fight with Miro Gomez in the Lotus 7 right up ahead. But don't forget about that 51 Alpha of Jorge Santos in the Alfa Romeo GTA. Looking to see if we can get the way through. Here's our battle for the lead then, and that is Christian Oldendorf, who's just about got ahead of Paulo Lima, but we've already seen Christian Oldendorf have a big lock up into turn 1 before. No such issues this time around. Christian Oldendorf then takes over the lead of the race ahead of Paulo Lima. They've got a little bit of lappery up ahead of them, one being the through in towards the right-hander there at turn 3, a Pedro Lamy corner. But yeah, now Christian Oldendorf leads the way and has the fastest lap of the race to boot as well. 1 minute 59.640. And now can Oldendorf build a gap to Paulo Lima?
A few cars, the 73, the 123, the 153 and the 157 have received penalties for overtaking before the safety car line on the restart. I think I saw their handout, was that for Oldendorf, of the window? Maybe. We'll have to see if that is the case, or is that just an extra piece of bodywork on the car. It's certainly not the wing mirror, but it seems to be a stationary part. Not quite sure what it is. Yes, the 153, the only Porsche 914 out there on the circuit. That's down in 21st place. Drive-through penalties, though, for a few cars as a result of overtaking before the race was officially back green at the start-finish line. Oldendorf, though, as you said, made the move happen. He did it actually in the final sector of the previous lap and then cemented it into turn 1 as we pick them back up. But yes, Oldendorf with his pace, the only driver out there on the circuit to have gone sub 2 minutes. Rather had the feeling that he was going to get past before long. And now Lima is watching him drive away. 1.1 seconds. That's about the biggest gap we've had in the lead all race.
Yeah, absolutely. As we make our way now to all sorts of sideways there for Christian Oldendorf. You weren't lying when you say normally when Christian Oldendorf is driving fast, it's normally a bit of sideways action in there, but that was exactly the case heading our way through in towards turn 1. But Oldendorf leading the way then, and that is a substantial increase in pace from Christian Oldendorf. 1 minute 57.7 from Oldendorf that time around. Compared to Paulo Lima, he's up this game as well. 1 minute 58.6.
Yeah, maybe following the lines of Oldendorf is somewhat helping, but you can see the different corner exits there. Two contrasting approaches is how I'm going to put that. Great stuff from Oldendorf, great car control from him. The pit window is open. We've started to see some pit stops now. Damien Köhler is in, and we'll hand the car over to Maverick. And a few others making the pit stop as well, including one of the front-running Porsches. That is the Duarte driven machine. Bruno Duarte will hand over to Felipe Silva Jesus as we watch these GT40s fight it out for the race lead. Lima starting to fight back. I thought Oldendorf might just clear off, but no, it is actually... See how sideways that corner exit was for Oldendorf. I can't finish my thought. That's amazing. He's really pressing on. Both drivers, of course, are driving solo as well, so there's not going to be any driver change and then performance disparity. These two, as long as the pit stops are about even, are going to keep racing all the way to the flag. Oldendorf, though, smoking a little bit as he comes into the pit lane. Hopefully that's not a problem, but Oldendorf is in. Lima continues on.
Yep, so this is where Oldendorf pits in earlier, so it's kind of an undercut, if you like, but with the minimum pit times, it's not really a case of an undercut, it's just maybe to get into a little bit of clean air, if you can so call it that. We've had 44 cars still out on track, or at least 42 at the very least. But yeah, it's a case of trying to find your own space out on track. We had a brief yellow flag, it's since been cleared, onto green flags now, but there is Christian Oldendorf then servicing his mandatory stop.
Yeah, amazing stuff. Oldendorf in the pits then, and so there's just some chatting going on down there, which is all good. Fairly undramatic pit stop for now. Hopefully no problem with that car after the smoke we saw earlier on. Brasido has continued fourth as well. We were talking about that Porsche, of course, earlier on. Is now past Moitians in the Shelby Cobra Daytona as well. So Moitians is down to, well, what is currently fourth place with the pit window ongoing. It was a bit of a weird moment there for Lima. I think braked a bit late there into the corner, had to release the brake just to kind of get through the turn ultimately, but a bit late on the brakes going into the turn. And you see the bubble on the roof there, of course an innovation to get some of the taller drivers into some of the GT40s in period. And it was the one and only GT40 that Jeremy Clarkson could drive back in the day. Was one of the actual chassis had one of the factory cars, or one of the JWA cars rather than factory cars in '68 had a bubble roof like the one on Lima's car as he comes into the pit lane. And so when Clarkson wanted to drive one on one of his VHSs back in the day, they had to find one of the bubble roof cars. At 6'6", he wasn't getting in otherwise.
Well, Paulo Lima brings the car in then, so that will, if they don't come into the pits, Claudio Vieira will hand over the lead of this race then, as we see one of the Porsches making their way down in towards the first corner. That's the 157 there, so that is Alfonso Garcia Caceres, who's making the way out on circuit. That 157 yet to make a pit stop in this race, but currently running 9th place overall.
Uldendorf out of the pit lane then, in the number 168 car. It's going to be interesting to see where he is relative to Lima as he exits the pit lane. So we'll keep an eye on that. If we can follow Uldendorf to the first couple of corners of the next lap, we'll get an impression of what the battle for the lead will be in the second phase of this race, of course. And after this pit window is shut, we'll talk to you a bit about where everyone stands in their respective classes as well, but there's little point doing so right now with the pit window open and active. Lima then still in the pits. Uldendorf around the final corner of the lap here at the Circuito Estoril. He's got another GT40 just ahead of him. That's Viggo Holstein's car, which has now served its pit stop down in 20th place. No sign of the Lima GT40, and indeed still in the pits as Uldendorf comes by. Now, is this a sign of a short stop? Is this the sign of a long stop? I'm not sure, but one way or another there's a big disparity in the pit stops.
Yeah, isn't there just? And there's two GT40s sharing the same bit of track there, which is always great to see. Unfortunately, it's not going to be for overall position, but we'll have to wait and see Christian Uldendorf make his way through. There he goes then, makes his way through. But yeah, good to see it for the short term, some GT40s battling on track. But yeah, it's a case of where has Paulo Lima, what's happened in the pit lane? He is now registered as now on an outlap, so now he'll rejoin and have a lot of work to do to work his way back up through the order.
Yeah, that was interesting. I'm verging on the thought that perhaps it is Uldendorf with the short stop, but we'll have to see how it all works out. There will be a notification of investigation should one be required. If there isn't one, then we have to assume it was just a long stop for Lima in the number 5 car. He's hustling wheel once again, but it often looked like Uldendorf had the outright pace advantage over the two, so it's going to be a hard fought battle from here for the driver of the 5 car. Brasido is also back out onto the circuit. Now, there might be something telling about the gap between Lima and the rest of the field, because it's about 35 seconds, and that is believable, understandable, but I'm not sure that it makes sense that Uldendorf is quite so far ahead of everybody else as he is. We'll have to see how this all plays out. We've got 1 minute and 8 seconds left in this pit window. The leading two are now into the pits. Vieira and Moitiens are both in pit lane, and it will now be Uldendorf in the race lead as Lima crosses the line in what is now P2, picking his way through some of the traffic. We had yellow flags momentarily, but they have been lifted, so assuming somebody just had a bit of a moment and carried on their way.
Yeah, that could be a very likely scenario to consider then, especially with the double yellows. That normally means that the car stopped either right in the firing line or near the track exit. Either way, they didn't find the gravel, so they were able to get back going again. And there is your race leader then, Christian Uldendorf, as he makes his way now through in towards the Parabolica interior. as he makes his way now back onto the power, the back end sliding out underneath him. He's very happy with that. The gap between the two leaders now is 24 seconds right now.
Well, that's a significant margin for anyone, and especially given their relative performance before, it will take quite the step up from Lima for anything to really come of this race battle for the lead, if this is the true picture going into the second half of the race. Just about everybody has now served their pit stop. So Vieira Pinto has just pitted in his Alfa Romeo. He was, I think, just about in time before the window closed. But other than that, we are at the conclusion of the pit window, and in the next few moments we should have a clear image of what is happening in this motor race in the respective classes as well, which we'll talk about in a bit more detail shortly. What a sight this is, seeing the 7s, the BMWs, the GT40s all together coming down this main straight at Circuit Estoril. As I said yesterday, I'm reliably informed that the braking zone for this place at the turn 1 changes every lap, and that was from a GT3 driver. Modern brakes, modern tyres, modern everything. I can only imagine what it's like in some of these big power cars like Moitian's Shelby Cobra Daytona. When you look at the power to tyre ratio, it's not fabulous, and the power to brake ratio equally. I must imagine it's very difficult to gauge when to step on those anchors.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, if it comes from a reliable source to say, oh, actually, that's Christian Oldendorf. Is that the spin there? Is that at Parabolica Interior? Or it's double yellow at turn 2? So that's at, possibly then turn 2 for Christian Oldendorf. But no, that was Parabolica Interior. So he had the spin there. So that gap he did have to Paulo Lima will have shortened significantly there.
Yes, I think maybe at least a dozen of those 21 seconds between them will have suddenly melted away. So very interesting. If it was simply a short stop for Paulo Lima, well, game back on, as Christian Oldendorf has a bit of a moment. The car seems untouched and as quick as ever, so I don't think there was any contact. I think it may have just been a moment, and the gap is indeed down to 12 seconds as the yellow flags continue to wave at turn 2, now also at turn 8. And look at Oldendorf out of the last corner, not perturbed in any way by losing control of the car. He continues to press on at pace, and yes, that is a Volvo sharing the circuit with a Ford GT40. The Volvo 121. Great to see that car in the pictures. Jorge Guiamales having a good race in that thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Christian Oldendorf. Oh, that's a spin there. And collision there for Paulo Lima. Looks like he lost the rear axle under braking there onto the brakes. And we mentioned there that it's a different braking zone every lap. But unfortunately for Paulo Lima, he hit the anchors there and hit the wall. A safety car has now been deployed with just under 16.5 minutes left to go. And unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have one fewer GT40 in this race.
Yeah, that's not the conclusion to that battle that we wanted. Safety car is out, and hopefully Paulo Lima can get out of his car shortly thereafter. But a big collision with the barriers there. Oldendorf then and the rest of the field are brought to a slower pace as the safety car will try and pick up the leader as best they can. But of course, in that situation, it is better to isolate the field as soon as possible, as opposed to worrying about picking up the leader. A wave by can happen later if needs be. But Oldendorf continuing to lead the way then. Vieira in second position now in his Porsche 911, the first of the 3-litre RS Porsches that really dominated this race last year here at the Estoril Classics. Moitians in third place. He's the first of the 1965 vintage cars. In fact, we've got 3 class leaders in the top 3, not for the first time this weekend. The GTP and sports car category machine of Uldendorf leading the way in the overall standings. Vieira, the first of the 1976 cars, and Moitians, of course, the first of the 1965 cars in the order. The first of the cars in the 1971 vintage class is the Alfa Romeo GT Am of Severa Pinto, the number 20 machine. Now that car, I think, started quite a way down the order, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just looking for it. Started 16th, actually, so not quite a massive gain, but for an Alfa Romeo GT Am, being up in the top 10, given some of the machinery that's out there on the circuit, is certainly a bit of a giant killing performance. Duarte ahead of him in another of the Porsches, and the Merlin Mark IV just behind on the timing screen. So 3 very different cars in that neck of the woods. And that, I think, is all of our class leaders. No, in fact, I'm forgetting about the GDS class, where the Porsche 911 short wheelbase, the number 327 car, is currently your class leader. That's Nuno Nunes and Piero Del Masso's car, and it is Nunes leading the way. As you can see, wave by going on now. They're looking for a brown GT40. Unfortunately, it's hard to miss a GT40 in the mirrors, so Christian Uldendorf isn't about to sneak by the safety car with any particular ease. And Uldendorf will, of course, have a few pieces of lap traffic between him and the rest of the field if and when we get a restart in this race. But regardless, he will be hoping for a clean run from here. GT40 followed by Volvo on the safety car queue. And actually, Claudio Vieira is only about 4 cars back from Uldendorf. But of course, they won't be able to overtake before the safety car line. And well, frankly, Uldendorf has the straight line speed advantage over that Volvo, so he's going to clear off when the race restarts. And I think Vieira is going to be more than a little frustrated behind.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, as you rightly said, you cannot overtake once the safety car peels into the pit lane until the start-finish line. We've already had a number of cars get a drive-through penalty for not following that instruction. So for Christian Uldendorf, he can wait for the safety car to peel into the pit lane. He could try to slow down at a consistent pace. You have to be at a consistent pace and predictable pace as well. So you can't just slam on the brakes once the safety car starts to try and speed away from you. But he could try and play this tactically if he really wanted to. Once the safety car turns its lights off, he can then try and just slow up slightly. Safety car comes back into the pit lane, and as soon as he gets the all clear, he can hit the throttle and try and break away from Vieira behind, because Vieira, as you rightly said, Adam, cannot pass the 3 or 4 lapped cars ahead until Claudio is past the start-finish line.
Absolutely. Of course, we saw the impact there for Paulo Lima. We know there's a lot of debris down at the first corner, so it is going to take a little while for the sweep-up operation to be completed. That much is certain. A pit window is completed then, so everybody has made their stops and can just focus on their race from here on out. And due to just how quick Uldendorf and indeed Lima were going prior to the safety car, there aren't many cars still on the lead lap. In fact, the proof is in the pudding with the car that's just 2 cars back from the queue on Uldendorf. 10th overall, Viggo Holstein in the other GT40 is a lap down. So only the top 9 are on the lead lap at this stage, which really shows the pace of that early GT4 battle.
It really does. Really good to see as well, as race currently under the safety car then, and it's making its way down the start-finish straight, and I assume the safety car is going to try and take the field in through the pit lane. I think that was what was supposed to happen, but that's not what has happened. I assume the safety car was trying to bring the field through the pit lane there to avoid cars coming across the sort of debris down at turn 1, but that hasn't happened, unfortunately.
Is there still debris? The car's gone. Well, no, there's still an active recovery going on, so we're definitely still meant to be under safety car. The safety car lights were still on. That is a miscommunication all round. Hopefully everybody else has the memo. Not everyone went through the pits, though, certainly. Uldendorf and several others, including Guimarães in the Volvo, continued on their way. That is a wee bit of a head-scratcher. That's going to cause a little bit of confusion. Here is the safety car queue, what little is left of it, as I think the rest of the field has just continued on their way, but we're still under safety car here. Well, this is going to be a messy one for race control to try and figure out, frankly. I'm scratching my head, and thankfully I have little responsibility in the matter. But the safety car is still very much out here at Estoril. I suppose they'll have to wave by the cars that are behind and pick up the leader again.
That will be the way forward, won't it? It was a case of trying to go through the pit lane to avoid cars having to go through turn 1 whilst the recovery is still in progress, but of course that didn't happen. So yeah, that would be the most straightforward decision for the safety car to pass the incident zone and then to wave through those he has behind. The only problem is those he has behind may have lost positions in that, so a little bit of a headache, as you said there, Adam. It's not going to be straightforward to sort that all out, but safety car, the only responsibility safety car driver has is to pick back up Christian Oldendorf.
Yeah, that's not ideal. I imagine there'll be some heads in hands, frankly, in race control and organisation. I'm sure it came up in the briefing, but nonetheless, we will work this out in due course. Oldendorf is now coming into the pit lane. I'm not sure if everybody else is, but Oldendorf has come into the pits. The Volvo has continued around on the circuit. There's the safety car. We've got a red flag. That might be the best way forward, you know. Red flag is out then. The safety car's only just exited with the cars that were behind it. So, yeah, no, this is difficult all round to suss out. Now, with a 50-minute race and 7 minutes 54 left on the clock, typically speaking, that would result in a red flag. The percentage of distance completed would result in a red flag becoming a checkered flag. We'll see if that's the case here, but Oldendorf was leading at the time of the, let's call it the incident. The question is, will he be factored in as the winner? I suspect if the race were to end here that he would be, even though he was the driver that kind of led everyone astray. But nonetheless, we'll work it all out in the postscript. For now, we know that we have a red flag. For now, we somewhat assume that the race will conclude here, but that is to be confirmed.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on what race control will decide from this point onwards and go from there. But I'm assuming Christian Oldendorf will have the race lead, and I think what Christian Oldendorf might have tried to do was realise a lap later that he was supposed to go through the pit lane, so then went through the pit lane, but then everyone else behind him perhaps stayed out on track, and that's what sort of caused that secondary confusion, because it seems like Oldendorf got through the message of what he was supposed to do, but without those safety car lights it wasn't as obvious as to other drivers as what he was going to do, or trying to lead others through the pit lane again. So yeah, a little bit of a confusing one here, but yeah, not often you get those sort of incidents down at turn 1. But there is Christian Oldendorf jumping out of the car, a bottle of water in hand from one of his team members then to keep him hydrated, and yeah, we'll await to see how this one all plays out.
Now pit lane is set to open at 6 PM, but that is for the CER1 grid, our next and final race. So that feels like confirmation that the race is going no further here. What we don't have yet is confirmation of a final order, but that will come. But with cars peeling off into the paddock and confirmation the grid will open for the pits will open for the next grid, that feels like a premature end to the race, unfortunately. Red flag out. There was an incident there for Paulo Lima in his Ford GT40, but it's not anything with that incident. It's more the sheer confusion of the safety car issues we've had there that are going to end this race some 8 minutes before it was supposed to. As it stands, Uldendorf, I would suspect, might end up with the race victory. Failing that, it would be the car that was in second place at the time. That was Claudio Vieira in his Porsche 911, the 3-litre RS. That's all very much to be confirmed at this stage. I also noted that Daniel Köhler moved up at some point past Muitjens, but that might well have been another symptom of the split safety car and all of that confusion. All we know for now is that the race is almost certainly not resuming. That hasn't been bulletined, but you can see the cars exiting stage right and ending their day early. Well, a slightly confusing conclusion then to this race, to say the least, Kieran, but still, we had some great battling in that one, and the Iberian Historics, as always, providing a unmatched level of variety on this weekend.
Absolutely, and it was a great battle for the GT40s whilst it lasted. It was a really entertaining watch. Christian Uldendorf and Paulo Lima right on the ragged edge of adhesion there. And it was a shame to see Paulo Lima end his race the way he did, but it means though Christian Uldendorf, we think, is going to be declared the winner of this race. It hasn't, as you said, hasn't been confirmed just yet, but we do have one more race upcoming, which is the Classic Endurance Racing 1 category, which is going to be coming up very, very shortly. And it's our final race of the weekend upcoming, Adam. It's absolutely flown by.
It really has, yes, and it will be a great way to conclude the weekend. A 1-hour race set to take place going into the dusk at the Circuito Estoril. Of course, the Classic Endurance Racing 1 category is a class for the early 1970s cars. So you're looking at Chevron T70s, Ford GT40s on the grid, Chevron B19s in abundance as well. A really interesting mix of cars, quite a few Carrera RSRs and cars of that nature on the grid as well. And very much looking forward to seeing that cavalcade of late 60s and early 70s sports car racing to wrap up our weekend here at Estoril.
Yeah, and those final results have been confirmed now with the checkered flag then. So it is Christian Uldendorf who takes the victory here. So second place has gone the way of Claudio Vieira. Third place the way of Muitjens there in the Shelby Cobra. That's your overall top three, and they're all class winners in their own right. And then we have, I believe it was Nuno Nunes winning the GDS class in the 327 Porsche 911 short wheelbase.
Yes, and the Alfa Romeo GTM of a Severa Pinto winning in the 1971 bracket as well. So Uldendorf is listed as race winner, then Vieira second, Muitjens third, as we've already covered. Brion Sanchez in fourth place in his Porsche, and the similar car of Brasido in fifth place is next. The Cobra 289 that you can see there third in the current traffic jam rounded out the top half dozen in what was a very intriguing Iberian endurance historic race. And it started off with Ford GT40 versus Ford GT40. Uldendorf pressing on to try and find his way around Paulo Lima. Both drivers, singleton drivers. We expected this battle to go on for the duration of the race. They would, however, become a little bit separated at the pit window, but Oldendorf was in full attack mode. This was post-safety car period as well. Meanwhile, Brasido in his Porsche that started down in the teen positions was making his way through the field there on the offensive against Köhler in his AC Cobra 289. Huge gaggle of cars fighting further back in the field. And Lima, unfortunately, a bit further behind Oldendorf towards the end of the race, but nonetheless carried on pressing on in second position until his incident there towards the end, and will be classified down in 10th position ultimately, as we now get ready for the final race of the weekend here at the Estoril Classics.
Allowing yourself to get carried away by the moment. That is how a great vacation should be. Being able to forget everything, even the little choices of life. Having to choose between this or that. Whether this will be in the morning or in the afternoon. Whether catching the waves or laying by a pool. Whether reading a book or taking a nap. Whether visiting a museum or enjoying the terrace. Whether by car or by foot. Whether simple or sophisticated. Just leave it up to the moment and see where things take you. It's entirely possible when nothing is missing and everything is so close. Every path is the right path.
The early 1970s called, and they want to offer us a fabulous grid of sports cars. That's exactly what we're going to get now with the CER1 category here. The Peter Auto organised classic endurance racing, of course, have been running for a very, very long time indeed. Used to be a regular fixture on the Le Mans Series support package, but these days an integral part of the overall Peter Auto travelling brigade. And I think we're in for a particularly interesting race here with these cars. We've got one being towed back, unfortunately, so someone is not going to be able to take the start by the looks of it. But we do have a pole sitter, and that pole sitter is in this car. It's someone we just saw racing, of course, in the touring car race. Emil Breitmeyer in the 124. That's a Lola T70 Mark IIIB. And then alongside him is the Hyatt-driven Chevron B19. Happy faces all round as we get ready to go racing. That is one of the most spectacular cars on the grid. That was our third place sitter. That's the Porsche 908-03 of Enrique Gemperl and Marc de Siebenthal, the chap who waved at us a few moments ago. That car is very special indeed, and I can say that though for so many cars on this grid. We are ending with something rather fabulous, Kieran. A really evocative grid of big V8s and light sub 2 litre cars sharing the same piece of circuit, and a healthy mixture of early GTs as well. This one should be very fun.
Should be indeed, and it's not a bad way to round off what has been a fantastic weekend worth of racing. A little bit of rain sprinkled into the matter as well at some point in this weekend, but we have an hour awaiting us and our drivers to take us back to the 60s and 70s to take us through these great cars. A pat on the head there. That's not for Rolf Sigrist there, getting right into the moment then in the Chevron B19. Looking on there, and there is the number 15 machine. So John Emberson is going to start then. So this is the last outing then for John Emberson and Nigel Greensall. It feels like, you know, we haven't said many races, we haven't covered many races this weekend that haven't had that dynamic duo in the race.
No, exactly. There isn't an English motorsport commentator in the land that doesn't recognise Nigel Greensall's helmet, incidentally. He races so often that all of us know to look out for the blue and the yellow stars. And that's assuredly not in the car just yet. John Emberson, visor down, getting ready to go in the 15 car. Let's run you through some of the grid then. Emil Breitmeyer is on pole position in the yellow number 124 Lola T70 Mark IIIB. He leads in the prototype over 2 litre class. In the under 2 litres, the first of them is the car that is on the front row with him. That's the number 100 car, Charlie Hyatt, quite a famous little Chevron B19 there. I'll try and tell you as much about the cars as I know as across the hour-long distance. The aforementioned Porsche 908, the number 4 car, to be started by Enrique Gemperl on row 2 of the grid. Jamie Constable will be alongside that thing in the Chevron B19. So the 199 car with a good starting position there, the second of the Chevrons. Then you've got the rather special McLaren M6B, 5th on the grid, in the hands of the brothers Banks. That is going to be a competitive car for sure as well. Max and Andrew Banks splitting the driving duties in that car. Next up, it is the another one of the Chevron B19s, the number 19 car, which will be started and indeed finished by Rolf Sigrist. He is driving solo in this race. Then it's John Emberson starting the number 15 car, which he of course shares with Nigel Greensall. Tony Seiler, who we just saw driving through shot a moment ago, 8th position in his Lola T70 Mark IIIB. Serge Kirchhoff, who we've seen race several times this weekend, is 9th on the grid. He is alongside, to round out the overall top 10, another Lola T70. And that is the number 99 car driven by Nick Chester, who will hand over later on to Robin Ward. We won't run you through too much more of the grid because time is of the essence, but just to let you know, a little further down we have the GT1 class cars, not GT1 in the literal FIA class sense, but that is the name for the production-based cars on this grid, and the first of them is the number 40 car. No prizes for guessing what type of car the 40 is. It is, of course, a Ford GT40, and Philippe Skimama is starting that class. A very competitive class, actually, featuring Datamazo Panteras, Porsche 911s. There will be a lot of fighting further down the order among the GT machines as well. I have no doubt of that. As you said, Kieran, there's been spits of rain so far this weekend. Some residual still on that particular camera lens, but wet or dry, this hour-long encounter should be great to watch.
Should be indeed. Yeah, we've seen a little bit of water on the circuit cause a little bit of chaos, just a slight tad. We'll see what happens over the next hour then as our drivers are rolling through then. Breitmeyer and Hyatt sharing the front row, and Lola and Chevron respectively then through in towards the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. They will run then. Our final race of the weekend here at the Estoril Classics is moments away.
So then Breitmeyer and Hyatt will be our front row starters. The Chevron B19, one would normally expect to lose that drag race despite the best effort of Hyatt in the 100. But Charlie Hyatt might throw us a surprise. Keep an eye on Enrique Gemperl and Mark de Siebenthal in that wonderful Porsche 90803. That thing has good power and it's very nimble, so best of both worlds in theory. The red lights are on, and the red lights now will go off and switch to green. We are underway and racing for the final time this weekend. The Classic Endurance Racing grid number 1, and sure enough, it's the power cars that go to the front, and it's Enrique Gemperle that goes to the front. The Swiss driver goes to the front of the order, goes from third to first position by the time they get to the first turn. Everyone's still picking their way through the field, but it is the number 4 car that leads it. Here comes the Chevron, revenge of the lightweights. The number 100 car, Charlie Hyatt, goes up to second place. The McLaren, the M6B there, challenging for third position as well. That is the Banks-driven machine. Let's see whether we can see a move here from Max Banks on the T70 as they approach Parabolica Interior. Look at the T70 close up on the B19 as they run down to Parabolica Interior. The big power of the pole-sitting car. A bit of a snap, though, of oversteer. That will have woken up Emil Breitmeyer if he was feeling any kind of dozy. It's Enrique Gemperl, though, that leads the way in that fabulous Porsche 908.
Yeah, nice start there from Gemperl, as you said, right down the inside. Charlie Hyatt fell initially down to 4th place, but has recovered back up into 2nd place. And Emil Breitmeyer looking for a move down the inside. So too is that's Siegrist then. That's Rolf Siegrist in the number 19 machine. That's Chevron B19 as he looks to try and take full advantage and trying to find a way past Emil Breitmeyer in these early stages. But as we head our way around the Parabolica Ayrton Senna to complete the first lap's worth of racing then, it is a fantastic start from the Porsche, and it's Enrique Gemperle who leads the way then over the start-finish line. It's Charlie Hyatt in 2nd place, Max Banks in 3rd, Emil Breitmeyer in 4th place then. It's Rolf Siegrist in 5th place. Jamie Constable is in 6th place there in the 199, and now looking for a move to try and go down the inside here. Later on the brakes, can he find the way through? It's going to be a tight line on the entry there. Might have to skip over the curb just very slightly, but he is now up into 5th place.
Great effort from Jamie Constable, who shares the car this weekend with Steve Brooks, the Chevron B19. Not the first car by any means that either party has driven this weekend, but straight back through goes Siegrist in the rival machine. Siegrist firing right back the Swiss racer in his B19. The big muscular cars up ahead, the McLaren M6B ahead of the Lola T70 Mark IIIB. The pole-sitting car, the 124 machine, got unsettled here a lap ago, of course. Emil Breitmeyer and that was a little bit of a drama, but he caught the slide well and continues on in this race. That car, the T70, one of 7 factory-built Lola recreations from the 2000s. Meanwhile, that McLaren M6B that is leading it in this battle for third place at the moment. Max Banks pedaling this car. They built this thing, the McLaren M6B, to take the fight to the early Lola T70s in Can-Am, and the M6A was the initial car. The M6B was the customer car produced 1 year later. This car was initially sold to Joe Bonnier, actually, and had race wins in Karlskoga in Sweden, and then raced in Can-Am with some success. But here comes the 1-2-4 under braking there. It looked as though Breitmeyer was going to make a move on Banks, but we didn't get to see the conclusion of that. You see here a bit of a generational scrap among the 2 Lola T70s. That's the 53 car hustling. That's Richard Bradley at the wheel again, just behind Chester in the 99 car, fighting further back. And we see confirmation that Max Banks did not relinquish third position. Breitmeyer remains down in 4th.
Yeah, Richard Bradley, by the way, in that Lola T70 started 18th, is now currently running in 7th place. So really good start there from Richard Bradley, and he looks to try and see if he can find any further moves there. Yellow flag at turn 2, indicated by race control there, as we watch on down at the Parabolica interior. As we make our way through, then there is your battle there briefly for 7th place. Bradley and Chester who are going to be battling away for position there. There's 3rd place Max Banks as he makes his way now through in towards Aurelia, and now Gancho with Emil Breitmeyer right behind him. It's sort of 2 by 2 by 2. It's a Noah's Ark scenario here with plenty of battling right behind, and Rolf Siegrist and Jamie Constable right behind as well, battling for position. Constable really looking to see if he can find a way past at Rolf Siegrist. Both of the B19s at the moment, and both giving us a fantastic scrap.
Exciting battles right through the order. The leading car in the GT1 class is not our pole sitter in that category. It's now the 113 car from 31st on the grid, and I'm not particularly surprised because of the man who is driving it, Mikael Funk, as we get a look here at the 199 Constable still fighting it out here with the 19 of Rolf Siegrist. Siegrist goes down a position again at turn 1, but it's not the first time we've seen that happen. Does he fire back once more at turn 3? Jamie Constable will be under a good amount of pressure here, and as that battle continues, just to loop back around, it is Mikael Funk that leads the way in the Ford GT40 Mark II in the GT1 category, former front runner in ADAC Pro Car, or as it was called at the time, the production Tourenwagen series throughout the 2000s, and then even had some spells in the World Touring Car Championship as well. So he's a handy driver. He's a handy driver that I think is listed in a couple of different cars, so he's going to be out there all race long, albeit in different machines.
Oh, nicely done. Well, there is Jamie Constable then. He's moved up to 5th place. He'll now try and close in on Emil Breitmeyer and Max Banks up ahead. He's certainly got the pace. He's quicker than them through the first sector, as there are certainly more specks of rain on the camera than when we last saw that camera shot. But watching on then, Max Banks and Emil Breitmeyer heading our way through the S's now as we head our way through on towards the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Still Banks ahead of Breitmeyer. There's just no way through for Emil Breitmeyer at the moment in the Lola T70. Currently matching each other for pace. Our battle for 3rd place right now. As there you go, Breitmeyer indicated that he's P4 by the team there. Jamie Constable, meanwhile, is not too far behind either. He's matching pace up ahead as well, quicker than them through the first sector, but then losing time through the middle sector. But he has roughly stayed at the same gap he was before.
There is Charlie Hyatt in the rather striking Cannon livery on his Chevron B19. regularly driven in period by John Burton, and also had Bob Wallach drive it at Montlhéry in 1971. So a car with a good little bit of history to it for sure. In second position overall, of course, ahead of quite a few of the big cars, and that might prove to be a theme with the little B19s, especially if the rain comes down more. They might be a little more agile in the slippery conditions, and moreover a little more able to put the power down than some of their bigger brothers in the over 2 litre class of this grid. Jamie Constable in 5th position then has slightly gapped his adversary Rolf Sigrist in the battle for 2nd in the under 2 litre class, but Charlie Hyatt in terms of that class battle well clear of all the other chevrons and the other light cars in that category.
Yeah, and looking to try and extend that gap over Max Banks, which he is doing consistently by about 0.8 of a second per lap. Still, it's Enrique Gemperle at the top of the order, leading by 4.5 seconds. Just about saw him on the start-finish straight there. As you said, the 113 had a fantastic start there. Funk making good on that time in the car. Michael Funk in that Ford GT40 Mark II. Yeah, really found his way up the order and consistently lighting up the timing screens in class. 1 minute 53.544 from Michael Funk last time around is the fastest lap in GT1. And I'm just trying to look down the order. It's a good 7 or 8 seconds that he is ahead now of the number 40 machine in Philippe Skimama.
Yes, Skimama falling through the field a little bit overall and losing that GT1 lead, but we watch Enrique Gempel there working his way through the traffic in the leading car. Contact! Big contact there with the Porsche, and that Porsche on Porsche contact looked very nasty indeed. One of the Carreras sent heavy into the wall there. That is going to be at the very least a safety car there. Enrique Gempel making contact. I think his car stayed straight, but it was a little bit ambitious, that dive to the inside at 5. And unfortunately Gempel continues on, but with some wounds on the car from that big contact. 50 minutes of the race left to go. The safety car is confirmed to be out, and that was nasty stuff. That collision at the pinch point at turn 5. The race then is understandably neutralised at this juncture. The gaps will close in once again, but that is the least of our concerns for now. Hopefully everyone is okay as the yellow light boards flash around the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. So the safety car has just picked up the first driver to them. In fact, I think that is Charlie Hyatt, who's third in the queue there. So it wasn't too far away from actually picking up the race leader there. But in a scenario like that, it's just making sure you get the cars behind you, neutralise the field as much as possible, and then you can worry about the wave arounds later on the way.
So Gempel is behind the 100 car, so Hyatt is ahead of the 908. So it appears there's been a change of lead. I was wondering if Gempel had damage that he was bringing the car back in, but no. But Hyatt has ended up in the race lead after that.
Yes, in the number 100 there, the Chevron B19, there is Charlie Hyatt then in the lead of this one. There is Gempel in second place now, classified behind the safety car there, and we'll have to wait and see if Gempel can get the lead back when we do go back to green flag racing, and we'll see when that happens. Jamie Constable has moved up to third place in that. I missed that one. Jamie Constable getting up onto the overall podium places ahead of Max Banks and Emil Breitmeier, as there goes the two wave arounds then. And now the safety car will pick up Charlie Hyatt at the top of the order there. And I think, is that the number 4 that might sneak through? I think it is. Was that supposed to happen? I'm not so sure.
No, that was the number 5. That was Olivier Breitmeier in his Chevron. One of the B19s in the under 2 litre class. But yes, nonetheless, that was supposed to happen. He wasn't supposed to overtake the leader and the safety car there. Breitmeier with his machine from 1971. I note that one of the cars in the pit lane, there are a couple that have come into the pits One of them is the 110 car, the Sabre D4. In case we don't get to see or talk about it again, I do want to explain that car very quickly. Franco Pedrazzi at the wheel of the Sabre D4. It's a 2.5 litre Porsche Flat 6 that powers the machine. An Interlagos 3 Hours winner back in 1972, and it is a South American built car by Porsche specialists, raced in period by Franco's father Massimo Pedrazzi, and a very exciting vehicle that has taken to the circuit this weekend. But we got a little look there at the turn 5, and certainly a big accident that is going to take a while to clear up here. We'll give you more information as we know it, if there is any information to be known. But for now, the cars continue behind the safety car. Enrique Gemperl's car, of course, the Porsche 908, and I respect that the 908 perhaps not as well known of a race car as its brother, the 917, in all of its infamy. Now, the 908 was a contemporary of the 917, and actually the World Sports Car programs at the time were split, really, between 917s and 908s. The 908 was effectively the handling car. If you were going to the Targa Florio, it's probably better to be in a 908 than a 917 ultimately, and that was the philosophy behind the 908's existence. This particular chassis, 908-03002, was a development car. One time in period it was built by Paul Frere driven by Paul Frere for a book that he was writing at the time, and some sources suggest that it was also raced, as a matter of fact, at one time at the Nürburgring 1000 kilometers in 1971, and one of the drivers there was none other than Helmut Marko. Yes, that one. And he raced that car, according to some sources, in 1971. I'd like to get to the bottom of that one day. I did mention at the top of this race that that car's the best of both worlds in a lot of ways, and it is. It's powered by a 3-litre flat 8 engine, which doesn't lack power, but it also weighs little more than 500 kilos, which is getting on for 350 kilos lighter than a Porsche 917 was at the time. So at circuits like the Targa Florio and the Nürburgring, the nimbleness of that 908 was the way forward for the Porsche teams that could afford both chassis.
Absolutely, and we've just got word from race control as well that contact between the 78 and the 4, which is Enrique Gemperle, and the 478 machine, which is Benucci, who was behind the wheel, is under investigation. So we'll see what race control will make of that. Looking into the rest of the race then, but the pit window is open in less than 9 minutes time. We've had a bit of time under the safety car for drivers to sort of, I guess, have a system reset at this point. We get another chance of a single file rolling start, as make sure we have close look at the telemetry as well, with 43.5 minutes left on the clock. Safety car still deployed at this moment in time though, with a pit window opening not too far in the distant future. It's Charlie Hyatt though who's at the top of the order, and Enrique Gemperle will have to do what he did at the first start on that first occasion and see what he can do getting up the order. He'll have Charlie Hyatt to deal with down in towards turn 1.
Yes, it's going to be a while, I think, though, before the safety car is lifted, given that the tyre barriers have been disrupted so significantly at turn 5. I will say the good news in that regard, frankly, is that we've stayed under safety car. We've seen the car getting towed away already, and if there were cause for significant concern regarding the driver, the car would already not be moved, and the race would have been red flagged. So hopefully all things are at least somewhat okay on that front. Now, may as well continue talking car history, because I've got a moment and I've got some notes that I probably should try and use at some point. I've largely skated over my notes this weekend, but Jean-Louis Bonnet in the queue. He's the first Porsche 911 in the queue You'll note the Brumos colours on that car, and it's not an homage, it's a Brumos car. Team boss Peter Gregg, Hurley Hayward, Al Holbert variously raced this car, and it won the IMSA GT and the Trans Am titles in 1974 and 1975. It also won the 1975 Daytona 24 Hours overall, which was the first ever 24-hour Daytona sanctioned by IMSA. Raced on in new hands thereafter, but has now been restored to its original condition. So that car, again, a hugely significant machine with a lot of history behind it. And that is always so wonderful to see these cars that, you know, they could claim a spot in a museum, but thankfully they're on the racing circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jean-Louis Bonnet gets the absolute honour of driving that one. It is classified right now as 13th in GT1. It did start at the back of the grid then. But yeah, it's great to see some history out there to go through the stories as well. And really is... I mean, yeah, we're ending on a race like this when we have, in the late 60s, early 70s, these classic endurance racing cars now. One of the wipers on and one of the Porsches then, but no one else is. Oh no, there's a GT, that's GT40. More cars are having their wipers on now. That's could be a little concerning for some drivers involved. Those in the open cockpits though, I haven't seen them sort of wiping away at their visor, but there are spots of rain there at the camera at Parabolica Interior.
Yes, definitely. The locked off shot tells the story in regard to that. So hopefully it doesn't get too slippery nor slidey out there on the circuit. Just scrolling through my notes to see what else I can tell you about some of the cars towards the front. I would say one of the GT40s out there, a couple of the GT40s out there, have some interesting prominence as well. We haven't seen much of the Philippe Skimama car, but that one has one of the more interesting stories on the grid, by my reckoning. The story with it is that it's a genuine chassis from John Wilmot Automotive, JWA. Of course, the team that ran those ultra-successful Gulf Ford GT40s in the latter days of the GT40. The winning car in 68 and 69 was a JWA Ford GT40. There were 3 chassis left spare at the end of the GT40 production in 1969. And in 1994... John Wilmot looked into what I have to imagine was his shed, maybe a storage unit rather than a shed, and thought, you know what, I'm going to do something with these chassis. And this car, the one you just saw there briefly in the right of shot, the wide, imposing number 40 Ford GT40, that chassis GT40P-1088, and it was built to the same specification as the 1968 and 1969 winning JWA car, that of course being chassis P1075 for John's daughter, John Wilmot's daughter Janet. I believe used it on the road for many years, eventually sold it on in 2006 and eventually started to go racing in 2018. But I love the story with that. No, it doesn't have any period racing provenance, but very roundabout way of ending up with a racing GT40 for Philippe Skimama. All those years later, they looked in the shed and went, we should probably build one of those, shouldn't we?
Do you know what? It makes me think I should take a look in my shed and see if I just have a classic car just knocking about in there. But what a fantastic story.
There you go. I've got more if you want them. There's a common thread actually among some of the Chevron B19s, including the Rolf Sigrist car that you see just going through shot momentarily there. Of course, he was in a battle earlier on, so we've seen a lot of that 19 car, the white, blue, and red Chevron B19. That is one of the quote-unquote Italian Chevrons of the day. Now, there was, of course, with any historic or any racing program in general, you often have local importers, and that car was primarily hill climbed in the 1970s in Italy, but there were several interesting cars that came of that relationship. There was even a B19 chassis at one point, or no, it was a B21 chassis at one time that had a DFV motor attached to it to have a go at some of the bigger class over 2 litre cars, and that was certainly an interesting project. I think it raced a few times in European sports cars, but that was the only one built. They built one DFV powered Chevron and decided actually no, discretion might be the better part of valor, which is my interpretation of that is might have been a bit hairy then.
Only slightly. But then again, you know, it was these cars handled differently. That's what we're going to say. You know, in modern motorsport, you have all the aerodynamics to keep the car planted on the floor so that you can carry more speed into the corners. But you know, with these cars, you do need to see them going sideways. That's really the only way you're going to see them set some fast lap times, is if you do start power sliding, you do start losing the back end under braking. It's a little bit unstable under braking, and it was really more about being mechanically sympathetic with the car to make sure that not only it made it to the end, but also you got the most out of the car. The car would let you know that you're on the raggedy edge, and you at that point you could say, yeah, you're just about the limit of adhesion. That seems quick enough.
Safety car is due to be in this lap then. That's exciting news. These B19s, incidentally, largely powered by 1.8 litre Cosworth FVC engines, seems to be the way forward for the most part. And talked about the Italian importer. It was Eris Tondelli, Chevron's Italian agent, who shifted some 6 of them in 1971, and I believe we've got at least 2 of the chassis from 1971 here in this race. It's a B19, albeit one that did its racing in the UK and wider Europe, that will lead the race as this one begins. But of course, he is more than a little bit outgunned, really, by the Gemperle-driven number 4, the Enrique Gemperle in the Porsche 908-03 will be second. He's been rather caught out, though, by Charlie Hyatt. Hyatt may have pulled a masterstroke there. The pit window is now open, incidentally, so a few cars will peel into the pits as this race begins, but actually Gemperle has to worry more about the McLaren behind than the Chevron in front. He got caught napping, I think.
Yeah, that's Constable into the pits, Breitmeyer into the pits as well, and they were battling away at part of a podium overall in that battle. But yeah, Charlie Hyatt was not messing about on that restart, was he? Wanted to get things underway. No wonder we were under safety car for quite some time. I imagine Charlie Hyatt was just itching to get back to green flag racing. But yes, you're right, pit lane is open. We have 17 cars in the pits right now, so it's a very busy pit lane down there.
Yeah, no, I think the drivers that haven't pitted this time would be served well by not trying to go in right now. The most expensive traffic jam in Portugal, I'm going to wager right now. Possibly the Iberian Peninsula, possibly all of Europe, as they all try and find their way into pit lane. 3 cars, all of them with interesting historic provenance, all running in that top 3. There are some recreations on the grid as well, which of course are just as exciting. But when you know these cars have been doing it for over 50 years, it is that little bit more compelling, isn't it, to see that we're still running them all these years later. The 3 litre flat 8 in the Gemperle car up against the bigger, more thunderous V8 in the back of that McLaren M6B. A very compelling scrap. And let's see how the Charlie Hyatt car now stacks up in a straight line as they come onto the straight. They're not going to make up a 1.5 second deficit in one straight over Charlie Hyatt, but I suspect that the gap is going to come down a little bit. It was 1.4 at the line, and I dare suggest that by the time they hit the brakes, that's less than 1 second. Gemperle very late on the brakes and locked up a little bit there for good measure. We do have a couple of corners before the first sector split, but let's look at the sector split then from start line to sector 1. the gap has almost completely halved down to 0.8 of a second. By the end of that straight, the poor little Chevron, its 1.8 litre Cosworth FVC engine, is pretty much out of puff. And the Porsche, even though it was their, quote, handling car, still had a bit more to go.
Yeah, just a little bit, and yeah, Charlie Hyatt now taking over the lead and looking to try and hold on to it for as long as he can. Enrico Gemperle had a 5-second lead there or thereabouts before the safety car was deployed earlier on in this race. Now it's a case for Enrico Gemperle to try and find a way back past. We might see if he can close up here in towards Aurelia, but this is where Charlie Hyatt will start to get the better pace through that Chevron B19. It just seems like through the twiddly bits, Charlie Hyatt can carry a little bit more speed through there. That being said, it's safe to say that Gemperle is not letting him go that far up the road as we make our way through in towards Gancho. Then back on the power we will go, and through that middle sector, in fact, Gemperle closed up 0.3 of a second even more, so the gap's just over half a second. And now, Adam, we make our way through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, and Gemperle has the Porsche on his side.
Yes, let's see what happens then. Will there be a move made this time? The Porsche closes and closes. Hyatt has a little bit less weight to stop going into the first corner, but Gemperle is alongside. He gets all the way past, and with authority, he swerves the car in front of the 100, saying, yep, I'm all the way by, and you can stay all the way behind, my friend, at least for the time being. The two beautiful open top cars running together, and they come into cars just getting out of the pit lane. GT40s, 910s, all sorts of different cars proving to be moving roadblocks there. And there's the Scamama GT40. In fact, no, that's not the Scamama car. It's one of the other GT40s, but getting in the way a little bit there, and Hyatt almost sneaks it back around. Oh, I love this grid so much. I shouldn't be so blunt and honest, but this just makes me smile. Amazing to watch these cars fight each other around the Circuit of Estoril.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Adam, be more blunt, be more honest. It's great racing here, that is for sure, and with a little bit of lappery thrown into the mix as well, just adds a little bit more awareness for the drivers. It adds a little bit more drama in there as well. Stopwatches at the ready, they need to be the certain case here, as the number 70 is rather, trying to get out of the way, but doesn't need to jump out of the way, in essence there. And looking to see what we can do with Charlie Hyatt then as he makes his way through in towards there. It was Pierre-Alain France in the Lola T70 Mark IIIB that is now finding itself a lap down. There is Charlie Hyatt, and Gemperle has already opened up a 1.2 second lead. And as we make our way across the start-finish line, there Charlie Hyatt makes his way now into the pit lane from second place overall.
Yeah, and that factor again that we should probably mention is that these cars, or in Charlie Hyatt's case, this car will probably be just as fast as it was in the second phase of the race as it was in the first. Now I wonder if Gemperle staying out there on the circuit might be a hint to the fact that they don't necessarily expect it to be as fast in the hands of Mark de Siebenthal. Nothing against Mark, he can pedal a 908, which is something I can't do, but by the end, for sure, I wonder if maybe he's going to get roped in by some of the other cars, and Gemperle is just trying to build a gap. There's the 50 car, the Lola T212, or T212 if you prefer. Yerbstil and Willis sharing that car, the number 50 machine. Great to see that out there on circuit. 46-year-old Austrian is Stefan Yerbstil. And of course, we've seen Andy Willis a few times this weekend. He's the team manager at Hall & Hall Racing, and he's very good at pedaling these cars. So I expect that number 50 to make up some positions. I think it is now Willis at the wheel, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he's taken that car over and is running well within the sub 2 litre category.
I don't think that car has actually stopped yet as Willis, so it will be Yerbstil who will take over the car if that is the case. So yeah, running well at the moment though, currently within 1 minute 51s right now, so currently lapping quicker than Rolf Segrist. The gap is 13.3 at this moment in time, and Andy Willis is just making sure he gets as much performance and has as much fun as he can before he hands the car over. Our race leader then, Enrique Gamperle, is now into the pits.
Yeah, Gemperle is into the pit lane. Let's see what happens with his pit stop. Only 8 seconds back into the pits as well has come Armand Mille as well. We haven't said much about Armand in this race, but he's out there as well in a Lola T70. And that car is one of a few on the grid that can trace its origins back to the 80s. Yes, the 80s, even though it's a 1969 spec Lola T70 Mark IIIB. It was an 80s continuation run that Lola built in that decade, and pretty much all of them immediately went historic racing, although I understand a couple of them were road registered. We've had a swap there though in the pit lane. The Banks McLaren has come out ahead of Charlie Hyatt. Now that is very interesting. Of course, there will have been a swap of personnel in the Banks camp. It will now be Max at the wheel. Was it Andrew that started, or was it Max? I'm not sure. It hasn't updated on the timing screen just yet, I don't think. It still says Max on the timing screen. We'll see who's in the car for the second phase. But nonetheless, a change then for what could end up being the lead, depending on how quickly the 908 gets back out on the circuit. In the pit lane, let's hope that that was fully above board in regards to the pit stop times.
Yes, let's hope so indeed, as we'll see then Banks ahead of Hyatt now as we make our way out of Parabolica Interior. Just up ahead of those though is Jamie Constable in the 199 Chevron, currently putting in some good lap times. 1 minute 48.2 from Jamie Constable last time around. One of the fastest drivers out on circuit, period, as he looks to try and make up some ground in these, I guess you could say this sort of pit stop era, which is coming to an end in about 10 seconds time.
Yes, yellow flags out at turn 3, not sure for whom. The GT1 leaders are in the pit lane at the moment, and a few other cars are as well. The window is now closed, and that Chevron that was just pulling into the pits, I do hope it isn't trying to make its mandatory stop after the window. Amazing how close there the 100 car got around the final few corners. Charlie Hyatt was right on the back of Max Banks, and now Banks stretching the legs in the McLaren M6B down the straight. All things kind of reset again. Of course, a few years between these cars, and the further back you go, the more the years matter, as the 71 car, 1971 that is, goes to the inside and takes the lead. Charlie Hyatt at the section of the circuit that jolly well suits that little machine has moved up a position, but I think there have been some more shuffles in the order with all of this pit stopping, because Jamie Constable is ahead of the Charlie Hyatt car. The Porsche 908 is also ahead by the looks of it on the timing screen. So I think we've had quite the shuffle after the pit stops. And in fact, on his outlap at the moment and leading the cars that have pitted, seemingly, is the number 50 of Yerbstil. We talked about that Lola T212 a little earlier on, and it's registered at the moment as the leading car among those that have pitted, as the two Chevrons meet each other on circuit. And now, of course, that 199 car is being driven by Steve Brooks as Hyatt gets very loose.
Very loose indeed. Yes, you're right. It is the 199 that's just about in front there of Gemperle as we make our way around the final corner. Yes, it's Steve Brooks behind the wheel now of the 199. Absolutely correct. But look at this. Look at Gemperl, who's right ahead, and Charlie Hyatt giving a flash of the lights there. There is Gemperl looking to go up the inside there of that aforementioned number 59 machine. A beautiful car from Jean-Louis Bonnet. As we make our way through in towards turn 1, everyone has to negotiate their way through there, but they all make it through as Michael Birch is now into the pits. He has come in a couple of laps ago. Yeah, would be interesting to see if he made that before the pit window closed. I have my suspicions, but look at this battle. Nothing suspicious about this battle heading our way towards Curva VIP.
Yeah, no, great little scrap going on here. It's Yerbstil that's the first of those that have pitted, but he's so far ahead that I wonder, and I'll leave it at that. But it is the Gemperl car that is leading the way. Of course, there is a registered second driver that's supposed to be taking the wheel, that being Mark de Siebenthal. I don't know whether that change was made or not, but it's still registered as Gemperl, and it's still being driven very quickly indeed, so perhaps there was the decision to drive solo from Gemperl. I'm not sure. Constable, Hyatt, and then Max Banks all running together then. And these two are, well, fighting for third among those that have already pitted. Because Armand Miel is there in second position as well. He's done some leapfrogging in theory as well. But what a battle this is. The chevron sandwich between the big power cars. And here comes Max Banks as they come around the final corner. You can be sure that this is going to be quite the drag race. We're 5 wide at Estoril. There's something I never thought I'd say.
Wow, 5 wide. Absolutely love that. As Gemperl, we do believe, might still be in the car, still leading the way then down in towards the first corner. I think that is Jamie Constable still in the 199 there. Recognise that lid from a couple of races ago. But yeah, still there is Jamie Constable, absolutely trying to find his way past Gemperl. As we make our way through there, here goes Constable down the inside now in towards Pedro Lamy corner. And look at Charlie Hyatt trying to follow him through. In fact, trying not to follow him through, trying to do one better than that, and trying to make the pass there. This is a brilliant scrap. This is for third place overall, and it's chopping and changing every single corner.
It's the sub 2 litres cars versus the big guns here around Estoril. The conditions, you can see the kind of mist. I assume there's still a little bit of rainfall going on as well, which must be making it hairy. Banks goes past Gemperl. Another position made then. The Porsche 90803 starting to drop through the order. 3 wide as they try and get past Franco Pedrazzi in the Sabre D4. Hyatt going all the way around the outside of Constable, and he's going to make that work. Brilliant fighting between the two chevrons. The Constable car down to 4th position in this brilliant 4-way scrap. For third place. Noticeably more rain on the camera lens down at Gancho as well. And that 199 car has fallen behind and now has to be careful, of course, about the McLaren that follows it. Yeah, very interesting scrap going on here for third position. I think it's a scrap, though, that Charlie Hyatt has ultimately won.
Yeah, I think for the time being, he has got that battle won for the time being. But what a battle it was. It was great to watch there as Jamie Constable in the background there knows he's under a little bit of threat there from Max Banks in that McLaren M6B. Gemperl then starting to drop away. Maybe these tricky conditions playing their part here as Jamie Constable runs a little bit wide then through out of Turn 2. He did that earlier on in the pre-1986 F1 Grand Prix races, or at least today when the rain started to fall. As we still see there Charlie Hyatt in third place then. Further up the road, about 10 seconds, or I should say 7 seconds up the road, is the number 35 machine, Armand Miel. Now, Armand Miel in the 35, that Lola T70, had to, wasn't classified at the end of the session. Did put 17 laps in there, but basically had to start from the back of this grid and has found himself now up into second place. So it's a stunning drive from Armand Miel.
And Miel is about to take the race lead because, as the 22 car there gets rather pushed aside, indicating to say, oh, I'm staying left. But 1.8 seconds between the leaders as they cross the line, and Yerbstil in the T212 is being hounded by Armand Miel in second place. So the top two within 2 seconds at the front of the order. Charlie Hyatt fighting away with the 100 car. Again, I do wonder about the pit stop times on the top two, all things considered, but we'll wait and see on that front. What we know for now is that Yerbstil and Miel are running 1-2, and they're running pretty much bumper to bumper. We get a look there at the Data Mazo Pantera, car number 21, running 4th in class, and that has a very significant driver at the wheel at the moment. That is Ralph Kelleners at the wheel of the 1975 Data Mazo Pantera. Of course, a driver who has raced numerous times at Le Mans 24 Hours, class win there in 1996, and he was part of Porsche and Toyota's factory teams at the zenith of late 90s GT1 racing. So Ralph Kelleners will be making that Data Mazo Pantera shift. And how far behind the leading class is he? About 30 seconds. That isn't impossible.
No, it isn't impossible. I've learned over this weekend that nothing really is impossible when it comes to closing down gaps. I've eaten my hat too many times this weekend. I'm not a fan of eating another one.
Charlie Hyatt has slowed down. We just saw him getting overtaken by numerous different drivers. Yerbstil also slowing down. I think we've had a sharp increase in the rain. The lap times seem to be going up, but Charlie Hyatt was slow there on the run towards Parabolica Interior. He's been overtaken by Constable, he's been overtaken by Yerbstil, and he's falling through the order. Meanwhile, the car we follow there in first place, I think that was Armand Miel that we were car spinning there. One of the T70s having a spin. I can't see the number from here. I think it's one of the earlier shaped T70s. This man, Armand Miel, though, is leading the race, albeit being closed in on at a rate of knots by Jamie Constable. The gap was at about 6 seconds. It's now at 3, and the last laps, Constable was 4 seconds faster. Remember, we said the light cars would do better in the rain. That's exactly what we're seeing right now, as it looks like the rain starts to fall over Estoril once again.
Yeah, the rain's starting to fall, and it's starting to make an impact in those lap times. Yeah, not many people now lapping under the 1 minute mark, right, or at least the 2 minute mark, I should say. There's Jamie Constable closing in now on Armand Miel as we make our way through in towards the first corner, and then onwards we will go then through in towards turn 2. I mean, Armand Miel, this is going to be a long 15 minutes in this race. Jamie Constable managed to take 2 seconds out of the last first sector time alone. He's taken another 1.2 seconds out of that one this time around. The gap's now 1.7 seconds, and look at this little bit of Labrieres there, the Tommaso, that's trying to find its way through. And now we've got leaders now trying to make their way through at turn 5 here, with Armand Miel just trying to negotiate his way through that bit of lappery. Jamie Constable not too far behind.
Yes, they've got the task of trying to circumnavigate the battle for 21st overall, as Ralph Kelleners tries to find his way past Pierre-Alain France in his Lola T70. Gets it done. But Jamie Constable having to pick and choose his spots now, and of course the disadvantage he has is that the T70 of Pierre-Alain France, and possibly even the Data Mazo, can probably outgun it in a straight line, but he's just gone clear around the outside of both cars at the Arella Bend, and can resume his chase of Armand Miel. And much like a car chase at the start of the movie, I'm not sure it's going to last terribly long.
Yeah, that might be the case here, but we'll have to keep our eyes on this battle then as we make our way through in towards the final corner. Then Armand Miel with Jamie Constable closing in on him as we make our way through in towards that final corner, with 13.5 minutes left on the clock then, as it just looks like on the outside Armand Miel just struggles to get the power down or out of Parabolica. Ayrton Senna, and that instantly hands that advantage to Jamie Constable here as we make our way down in towards the first corner. 0.8 of a second the gap was at the line last time around, heading our way through in towards that first corner. It's a case of Jamie Constable will catch the back of Armand Meal, but with the track a little bit damp in places, maybe the outside line might be the way to go.
Constable to the inside line, and with the lighter car, he should be able to hold on to the position once he gets it. He gets through. Constable is now the leader, but Armand Meal, as long as he can get that power down and try and keep it in the right direction through turn 5, which suddenly feels an awful lot like a corner in these wet conditions, he might be able to fire back. I'm not sure Meal is going to be close enough. No, you could see the confidence disparity, frankly, there going through the kink at 5. Constable, I think, took that flat. I'm not so convinced about Armand Meal, but I can understand exactly why he's being ginger on the throttle. That, of course, is not a move for class position. It is for the overall race lead. But Max Banks in third position overall is closing in at a rate of almost 3 seconds a lap on Armand Meal as well. So among the big cars, the over 2 litre machines, there's no guarantee that Meal is going to hold on there either. We've got double yellow flags at turn 3 as we continue to follow Constable in the lead.
Yeah, that's at Lamy corner, so that's the double yellow flags there. But we see then Jamie Constable make his way through in towards the S's. Then Armand Meal just cannot quite keep up at the moment. Green flags now at turn 3, so we're back under green flag all the way. There you see Jamie Constable taking that outside line, the karting line in these conditions, which is always seems to be the way to go, as Jamie Constable will lead another lap here in our final race of the weekend. It's we've had some great racing action here at the Classic Endurance Racing number 1 category, and well, you said it better than I ever could, Adam. We were 5 wide here at Estoril.
Indeed, definitely didn't expect that at any point. They're just coming up there on the GT40. I just want to touch on that car, actually, especially since it's near the Brumos Porsche. Jean-Francois Decaux at the wheel of that car as Jamie Constable, our race leader, goes by. That car was originally raced all the way back in 1966. It's an authentic chassis built in late 1965 and entered by Fred English. Get this, some of the drivers, early drivers in the 66 season included Chris Amon and Richard Atwood. Chris Amon and Richard Atwood, and then for Le Mans, English enlisted Jochen Rindt and Innes Ireland. What a list of names that is. Continued to race in contemporary national and local level races until 1970, but that light blue Ford GT40 that they lapped down at turn 2, turn 3. Again, quite a bit of kit. The Formula 1 world champion of 1970, Jochen Rindt, among those that drove the car. And it looked there like Armand Meal got a bit too close for comfort with the Porsche 906 there of Luca Litardi, which was a little bit bracing, I'm sure, for both parties. And look at how heavy the rain is now. That is torrential. Yeah,
it's getting a little bit treacherous in the closing stages of this race, isn't it? It's just about making sure you keep it on the island. That's the most important thing. Max Banks in the 89 McLaren M6B is starting to close in, and Armand Meal, gap is 7.6 seconds with just over 9 minutes left to run. At that pace, it's not close enough. It's not quick enough for Max Banks to close in for a battle for second place. But class leaders then in the production sub 2 litre class, it's Jamie Constable at the top of the order. Armand Meal is a class leader at the production over 2 litre class, and in our GT1 class it is the number 40. That's the Ford GT car there of Philippe Skemama, who leads the way in GT1.
The Porsche 911 just behind Armand Meal on the circuit at the moment. That is Claudio Rodaro and Michel Speyer's car. Jamie Constable, I think, just had a spin at turn 2. I'll interrupt my facts for that. The 199 car having a spin, a half spin by the looks of it. I'm confident in that it's a spin because the car is back up to speed, unless it was a momentary issue. But the 199 is suddenly right back in the clutches of Armand Mille, and it doesn't look like it's over yet, but there's a replay to confirm that, yes, it was a spin. And I must say, Jamie, very well held.
Very well held indeed, and to hold on to the lead of the race as well. And when you've got Armand Mille right behind you as well, that is really good. Oh, he's lost it again, going in towards Parabolica. Ayrton Senna, a full 360 there. Did he keep that out of the gravel? Well, it's handed the lead back to Armand Mille. And what was I saying about making sure you just keep it on the island in these stages? That's exactly what Armand Mille is doing at this stage.
Exactly right. Constable was setting 2:01s where everyone else had kind of dipped at least 3 or 4 seconds slower than him, and I think he's now maybe finding out the confidence he'd had 1 or 2 laps prior can no longer really be exhibited safely. There's the Lola T210 of Jacob, the number 2 car, running a lap, or will be running a lap down shortly by the looks of it. Frank Jacob in one of the last Lola T210s to be built, running inter-series and European sports car racing. But there's a look back at Constable, and he did well actually to eventually get that kind of staying in the right direction, relatively speaking, because that could have ended up in either wall had it gripped up at the wrong time. 6 minutes and 45 seconds to go. It's getting damper, it is dusk, and as you see Constable again fighting the car. This is incredibly rough situation for everybody out there, and Max Banks is now closing in on for second place. He's to the outside of Constable as they run through the main straight. Doesn't quite get to the first corner before the lightweight chevron, but Armand Mille suddenly once again his caution on the right foot is paying off, and Constable is now under pressure for second place. I think everyone now is at the absolute limit of what they can manage in these current conditions, and no more. There's not much more speed to be found than the bare minimum to keep it going forward and straight. As Banks goes around the outside there, he looked like he had a lot more confidence, it must be said. Those spins, I think, may have scared Constable slightly, and understandably so, and he's through into second place there as they put a lap on one of the Lolas.
They do indeed. One driver to watch out for is Nigel Greensall in these closing stages. He's lapping pretty much the quickest out there. 2 minute 13.4 from Nigel Greensall on the last lap. He is 23.8 seconds behind Jamie Constable. But, you know, never say never, especially with Nigel Greensall around, as that's the McLaren that spins around there, the number 89 there. And it has the red flag has been thrown at the latter stages of this race with just over 5 minutes on the clock.
That will be the conclusion then. With that amount of times left to go, it's almost certainly going to be the conclusion of the race. Now, the spins for Constable, did they happen 1 or 2 laps ago? I think it was 2.
I thought it was 1 lap ago, but I could be wrong on that
well,
one.
if that's the case, no, you're more than likely right, because I'm hesitating on my own talk there. And if that's the case, that could well be that on count back, Constable ends up claiming his win back, which will be certainly a circumstance Armand Mille won't be best pleased with. But that might be the situation. The race is confirmed not to be restarting, unsurprisingly. The next question is, does the count back hand Armand Mille the victory? I suspect it might. We've got a car stopped on the approach to pit entry. I wonder if that's part of the reason we've had a red flag. Maybe there's a couple of cars off around the circuit, in addition to the conditions that frankly aren't horribly wet, but are just clearly making things very hard. And the last thing you want to do is have one of these wonderful race cars damaged beyond repair. There's Philippe Skamama going into assembly. He will finish 15th and moreover first of the GT1 class cars, so he will be the first of the production-based machines home. But your winning car, well, winning car on the timing screens right now, Armand Mille, heads down towards victory lane. The question is, I'm sure he'll be parked up centre. Will he remain centre? We wait for confirmation on that. Constable will pull up in second, and it will be Max Banks, despite the spin at the end there, in third. Well, Armand Mille certainly thinks he's won this race.
Yep, he certainly does, and goes off to celebrate accordingly as well. We will await for the checkered flag to be thrown as his team run over to celebrate with him as well. I mean, he drove brilliantly. When others were spinning around him, he managed to keep it on the island.
No, he did a very good job there. Yeah, he did a very good job there. And I note that Ralph Kellener's came in at the end of the race as well. So I think even Kellener's, with all of his racing experience at the very highest levels of motorsport, he came in possibly with an issue. Armand Mille, of course, the son of Richard Mille, taking his win and receiving plaudits from all parties. I'd love to chat to some of these guys about the race they just had. I imagine, though, it might be laden with language best not repeated on a broadcast, because that was very hairy stuff out there on the circuit. We have had some pit stop infringement notifications, not affecting any of the front-running cars, as best I can see, though, and that is good news. But the 62, the 50, the 66, the 68 and the 113 are all under investigation for pit stop infringements. Armand Mille is delighted to have claimed this victory, though, and after some of the most treacherous laps I'm sure he will ever race, I think just getting out of the car and realising that at least provisionally you are the race winner must feel incredibly sweet indeed.
Absolutely, especially when you've kept it on the track as well. You know, in that tricky circumstance, seeing one of your rivals spin off there when you're battling away for the lead of the race, and you've kept it all intact there. Must be a very satisfying feeling when you see that happen. But we will await the checkered flag before we do confirm anything. But yeah, a bit of a hectic end to that race, with some high-profile drivers being caught out by these conditions.
Absolutely, it's not often that Jamie Constable makes a mistake, much less two in the space of a few corners, but that's what we saw. He managed to keep it just about on the island in all regards, but he'll be maybe kicking himself a little bit if the result finalises in favour of Armand Mille, as we somewhat expect it to. But we'll wait and see what the information is as soon as they've locked it in. There is usually a one-lap count-back scenario, of course, and that is what we're anticipating on this occasion as well. The 35 car then, Armand Mille in the Lola T70 Mark IIIB, awaits information, as we all do, as to what order they will step up onto the podium. We believe we'll stay with the podium presentation as well as we have on previous days here. The reason I haven't yet run you through the finishing order is because we're not 100% sure just yet of anything, but the battles in that race were very, very entertaining. At one time, of course, immediately post pit stop, we had 3 cars fighting it out for third place, 2 of the little Lola B19s, as well as the big bore McLaren and Lola. Let's get a look back at this race then. Charlie Hyatt, who started on the front row, he was right up there at the sharp end of the order for a majority of the race, and we kind of almost forgot about the 1-2-4 car of Emil Breitmeyer there. He eventually was 13th at the time of the red flag, but he led only briefly before the number 4 Porsche took the race lead. That, of course, being Enrique Gemperl in the Porsche 908. He was at the sharp end of the order. Meanwhile, Andrew Banks at the start of the race in the McLaren was briefly up into second place, and after the safety car. There was a safety car period because of a collision between Gempel and another Porsche. Charlie Hyatt was back in the lead. Before the safety car came out, the lead was exchanged in favour of Charlie Hyatt. Gempel would try and close in, as would Andrew Banks in third position, the McLaren M6B, and Gempel eventually got it done. The combination of nimbleness and power in the Porsche 908 led him to the front, and Jamie Constable was a man on a mission. We briefly went 5 wide down the main straight as the racing continued on. Armand Miel had a little bit of contact, I believe, with one of the Porsches at one stage. This was while he chased Jamie Constable. Constable was building an advantage, but then he had not one, but 2 errors towards the end of the race. The red flag would go out soon thereafter, and Armand Miel would cross the line into pit lane first. The question is that the definitive result? We aren't 100% sure just yet, but Armand Miel is celebrating it as a victory for the time being. If the order on my screen remains definitive, it will be Armand Miel in the Lola T70 Mark IIIB that wins the race. Jamie Constable will be second in the Chevron B19 and winning the under 2 litre prototype category. And it'll be Max Banks in third place, the charging Nigel Greensall fourth overall and second in the sub 2 litre class in his Chevron B19. Fifth place to Yerbstel in the Lola T212. Sixth place for Tony Seiler in his Lola T70 Mark IIIB. Furiani in his Chevron B19. Seventh on the screen currently. Again, these aren't published yet as results in any capacity because the session is still officially under red flag rather than checkered flag. Enrique Gempel finishing 8th eventually in the Porsche that led much of the early stages of the race. Chester in his Lola T70 in 9th place and 10th position. The Pierre-Alain France Lola T70 that went a lap down just shortly before the safety car and the just before the red flag. Now, if that's the case, if France is 10th, then there was a lot of moving and shaking in the team positions. Because remember when I said that they were fighting for 21st overall? Ralph Kelleners and Pierre-Alain France were fighting for 20th and 21st positions at the time that they got overtaken. And that was only a few minutes before the red flag. So there must have been a lot of slipping and sliding down in the team positions, if that is all true. We'll have to wait and see what is decided. It's clear, regardless of whether we do a countback, that Philippe Skimama will be the race winner in the GT1 class in his special GT40, crossing the line to win that category ahead of the Speyer Porsche 911 Carrera car I was halfway through telling you about when Jamie Constable's woes began. If you were interested to know, it was raced in the 1974 DRM and European GT Championship by John Fitzpatrick, Hans Heyer and Bob Wallach, among others. But that car finishing second best today to Skimama in his GT40 within the GT1 class.
Well, I'll just take a moment to say what a brilliant weekend of racing it has been. I mean, even in that race we saw 5 wide. We've seen some beautiful cars out on track, giving us some beautiful racing by some talented drivers. I've thoroughly enjoyed the whole weekend. We had sort of our drier day, a more straightforward day in terms of weather. And we have a checkered flag, so I'll hand it straight back to you, Adam.
And what we've suspected has proven true. The countback has happened and Jamie Constable is now declared the race winner. Jamie Constable now listed as the winner in the 199 car by 2.8 seconds over Armand Miel. Now, I know Jamie is a sporting driver. I feel like he's going to be a bit disappointed in that as well. He made mistakes. He knows he made mistakes, and he'll feel I think a little bit sorry for Armand Miel that if the red flag had came out, 30-40 seconds later, it would have been a different result. But Miel then classified second provisionally, ahead of Max Banks in third place. Rouvière in his Chevron finishes fourth position. Now, Rouvière started dropping through the order at the end of the race there. So that's a bit of a get out of jail free card for him as well. The card that he took over from Gianluigi Candiani. Frederic Rouvier classified then in 4th position. 5th place to Enrique Gemperl, who was falling through the order at a rate of knots towards the end of the race. Nigel Greensall 6th. Tony Seiler 7th position. Furiani, Sigrist and Chester rounding out the top 10. And Skimama to confirm still the first classified car in the GT1 class, down in 13th place. And I think a few of the things we were kind of trying to pick apart towards the end of that race were more a matter of everyone piling in to the Parc Ferme area, more so than actual drama. For example, Ralph Kellener's now registered 3rd in GT1, so he did actually make it to what is now the checkered flag, 3rd in class there. So unless he had a problem right at the end, he was okay ultimately and 3rd in the class. But lots going on there at the end of that race, and Jamie Constable will now be regarded as the race winner. So says our timing and scoring.
Absolutely, yeah. Dramatic way to end it, really, isn't it? With a bit of rain, certainly not raining on our parade. A brilliant weekend throughout with some great racing, and I've thoroughly enjoyed this weekend, Adam. It was great to be back at Estoril Classics, and I'm rather glad they didn't change the locks, because I managed to sneak back in here.
Yeah, it was a great weekend of racing for sure, and the CR1 cars, so many of them with fabulous history attached, a really great way to end the race. I told you about some of it. I couldn't tell you about all of it within the time the race was going on, especially a race that dramatic. But yeah, some great history on these cars, and really a joy to see them still being used as intended all these years later. In some cases, these cars have crossed the Atlantic to be here in the current day. Cars that were originally sold and intended for a much different part of the world, and that's just one of the joys of these races. You get to see just about everything you could ever imagine in historic racing in one weekend, and that is very special.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, going back into taking a look back into the past, where yeah, you've got such a variety of different technologies on display. I mean, we had the modern endurance legends as well that brought us up to the mid-noughties, the mid to late noughties, and we even went all the way back to the 1950s. So that's at least 50 years worth of technology all on show here at the Estoril Classics, and we've gone from mainly mechanical to we had some electrical innovations as well in the mid-noughties to bring us a wide variety of beautiful machinery.
Yeah, very, very exciting grid that was for myself, the early 70s cars, and indeed that prototype era as a whole. So interesting for the kind of light versus powerful dynamic that we had, and they of course were still trying to replicate that a little bit going into the 2000s. You recall LMP 900 that eventually became LMP1 was not meant to be ahead of LMP 675 strictly, which eventually became LMP2. The idea was for them to almost be like the under 2 litre and the over 2 litre cars in the 1970s. The 675s were anticipated to fight against the heavier cars, the more powerful cars at the circuits that suited them better. That didn't often materialise, but we did get a few instances. For example, Team Dyson won with a LMP 675 car, the Lola MG, on a couple of occasions before it was reclassified to an LMP1 in 2004. And then, of course, later on, the P2 class in America, at least, became kind of the the thorn in the side of the factory Audis at some of the more nippy circuits like Lime Rock. So it did continue on into the 21st century somewhat, this interesting dynamic between different flavours of sports prototype, but it was definitely in its zenith in the days when the cars were... you'd often see manufacturers running different cars at different events. Ferrari with the 512 versus the 312. Porsche, of course, with the 908 versus the 917. But what we saw just there was telling, wasn't it? We had the flags up, and they've now been lowered. I think someone has pointed out we need that French flag in second, unfortunately.
Yes, I believe so. But going back to your point about the fine machinery we've seen on display this entire weekend, all of them have been turned up beautifully. I mean, for some of these machines, in fact most of them, you couldn't really even tell if they'd rolled off the factory in 1960 or if they rolled off the factory yesterday. It was absolutely unbelievable to see the wide variety of history that Adam has shared today about these cars. It's been utterly just so much fun. It's so much better to see these cars out on a track racing each other wheel to wheel, possibly even going 5 wide at the final corner, than it is to just see them stationary in a museum. And I'll always have it that way, and I always will.
No, absolutely right. It's a pleasure to see cars like this hustled well and truly. And I mean, a car like the 908, the 90803, by the way, good quick change job on the flags, although they are now... I noticed that the British flags are of different designs there. There's 2 different flavours of Union Jack up there. But that is what it is, circumstantial, I'm sure. But yeah, cars like that Porsche 90803, the car that we saw being driven by Marc de Siebenthal. Well, Marc de Siebenthal was meant to race it, but it ended up being solely Enrique Gemperl. You know, that could be in any museum in the world, up to and including Porsche's own. But here it is, racing and getting into it with cars in the heat of battle at the front of the order as well. You often notice as the years go on, the really valuable cars, people are a bit less eager to get stuck in. They'll race, but they'll run 22nd and 15 seconds off the pace because let's be careful. But sometimes you don't see that, and you get to see cars built for racing exactly as intended and exactly where they would have been in period, and that is right up at the front.
Yeah, and especially when we're looking at the 60s and 50s, you know, the FIA bringing in Appendix K to, in a sense, keep it as, you know, as they were, as built beforehand, in period as they can, whilst making the necessary safety changes to make sure that these cars are as safe as they can be. And yeah, that was a massive step forward from the FIA and really has shaped the way we sort of approach heritage racing and classic car racing, and I'm all for it. If there's ways that we can, you know, get the regulations to sort of reflect making classic cars and bringing them into the modern day, I'm all for it, because what we saw out there today was great fun, and I'd happily watch that. I'd do that weekend all over again.
Absolutely. I wish I was a bit more awake on Saturday. Apologies to anyone who could tell quite how my brain was leaking on Saturday, but we've had a better run of it today, and what a day it has been. What a weekend it has been for Estoril Classics. Still a fairly new event, of course, in the historic racing calendar. The first edition only in 2017. However, it is already established as a part of the calendar. You see the same cars showing up every year, but you also see more and more new cars showing up every year. More people marking it down in the calendar. Do not book a dinner with mum on this weekend because we are busy. But it is really incredible to see how much history and how many, in some cases I'm sure, $1 million cars have just been raced before our eyes here at the Estoril Classics. Yeah,
and that is an emphasis. These are high valued machinery as well. And for drivers to say, let's go racing with them is, at that point, I'd rather them than me, but mainly because they know how to drive these wonderful machines. That's the most important point. These are very competent drivers who know these cars pretty much like the back of their hand for some drivers. But then you have the likes of John Emerson and Nigel Greensaw who will say, I'll jump in that, I'll give that a try, why not?
One of the cars we saw in a bit of strife at one point, we saw John Romano in his 1967 Porsche 910 in the traffic at one point, and I think a couple of cars almost tripping up on him. Thankfully, I don't think it had any collision. It's good news, because that car is one of the few ones with a really long history that I didn't get to tell you about. And while we wait for this podium, which I think is becoming a bit like trying to herd sheep into a confined space, we'll just quickly tell you about that car. Gerhard Mitter and Lucien Bianchi raced it. It's an ex-factory car from 1967. Raced it at the 1967 Nürburgring 1,000 kilometers, Gerhard Mitter and Lucien Bianchi. And the reason I wanted to mention this is just because of some of the history of that specific race, because that car that John Romano was driving, it was the white and red Porsche 910 that we saw a couple of times, led until the very final lap of the race, and then electrical issues ended its day on the final lap on the Nordschleife, which was very, very cruel. And what was even crueler still is that Lucien Bianchi was also trying to qualify for that year's Indianapolis 500. He left Indianapolis being told, don't worry about it, you've definitely set a time fast enough in the practice sessions to qualify for the race. So he went to the Nürburgring. His car broke down on the final lap while he was leading, and then he got a phone call to say Jochen Rindt, Jackie Stewart and Graham Hill have all gone faster by borrowing faster cars, and you no longer get to start the Indy 500. So that was an unfortunate chapter of history, but no such disappointments for our overall podium. At least I think this will be our overall podium that we have coming up here. That does look an awful lot like Max and Andrew Banks. Yes, it is. And they are on the third step. Armand Miel, I'm sure a bit of a bitter taste given the circumstances, but he's still happy and smiling. Second place. The adrenaline will still be running, I think, for the next 3 months, given the car he was driving and the conditions he was driving them in. But Jamie Constable climbs up to the top step. The red flag countback handing him back the victory. And the top step of the podium falls to the Chevron driver.
Uma grande salva de palmas então para os 3 primeiros classificação geral desta Classic Endurance Racing. Podem celebrar agora com o champanhe.
And the anthems have been played, and I've just heard the word champagne. So cue the spray for the final time this weekend on the podium. We haven't always got to see the podium, of course, this weekend, given the compact race schedule, the amount of racing we've had for you today. Armand Miel definitely wins the race to get the champagne open. He's a bit of a rock star, isn't he? Bless him, he's having a lot of fun, and has a bit of a shower as well, as everybody celebrates. Great camaraderie as always in this paddock. Jamie still hasn't got the bottle open. Oh, Jamie, this is worse than the 2 spins, my friend. But maybe he'll just save them for the trip home.
Yeah, just be careful that cork doesn't burst open when you've tried to actually get the thing open in the first place. But I think that's going to be the least of his concerns as dusk falls on what has been a fantastic weekend here at Estoril.
It has been a glorious weekend of racing at the Circuito Estoril. The Estoril Classics firmly established now as one of the best historic events in Europe. It's one that myself, Adam Weller, and Kieran McGinley here with me in the commentary box have been delighted to bring you. If you've been with us all day, thank you so much for watching. If you're just tuning in at the end of the stream, go back and watch. It's been a fabulous day of racing. We look forward to doing it all again in 2025. And of course, this is the conclusion of the Peter Auto season as well in terms of the on-track racing competition. They'll be back stronger again in 2025. We can't wait to see you again soon in the historic paddocks. And it looks like we are getting one more presentation, that being Armand Mill at least winning in the top class, of course. He did manage to claim the win within the over 2 litre class. Max and Andrew Banks second in that class, and the Enrique Gempel driven car would have been third, but I'm guessing he didn't manage to get up there. Looks like they've got some extra goodies as well as trophies and bottles as well out of that result, which is very good, I'm sure. Just waiting for confirmation as to whether we're going to show any more of the podiums, but we've not had any word on that front. But going dark already at Estoril. The winter months are coming, and only a few more events left here at the circuit before 2025. It does start relatively early with the GT Wind Series in January, so the fans locally won't have to be starved for too long. But for now, the historic fans taking in what I'm sure is their highlight of the calendar, one of the highlights of the season, Kieran.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, I believe, is Nigel Greensall up there with John Emberson in the production sub 2 litre category. So it's the sub 2 litre category taking their podiums as well. And I would assume we've got our GT1 presentation as well.
Yes, so it looks like we're going to see all of these podiums, which is great. John Emberson and Nigel Greensall. You know how I can tell that John trusts Nigel? He went and got dressed while that car was on the circuit in those conditions in Nigel Greensall's hands. That is trust.
Definitely, man. Definitely trust, that is for sure. But yeah, brilliant driving. It's been great to see John Emberson and Nigel Greensall all weekend. They've just been thrown into whatever machinery they like, whatever machinery they have, and they've just made it work. They've been quick all weekend, and it's been a pleasure to see them drive such wonderful machinery.
It was, of course, Jamie Constable who climbed to the top step of that podium, and it should have been Rouvière in the other B19 that came out on top. This will be the GT1 presentation then. That is Ralph Kellener's and Detlef Vonderlik, it should be. They're in third position in class. The second place car in the GT1 class was, of course, the 68 Porsche, the 911 Carrera that I was telling you about a little bit earlier on. Claudio Rodaro and Michel Speyer taking the second step of the podium. Claudio on your right of picture, and left of picture being Speyer. And then your winner in the class, Philippe Skimama, in that GT40, wins it in the GT1 class. That is our final podium of the weekend. They're posing for pictures. They'll be having a debrief long into the night, I'm sure. And they can have a fun night, of course, because they are in Cascais region of Portugal here, the seaside resort capital of Portugal, and one of the best locations in Europe for a fun time. I'm sure there'll be some drinks, some roulette wheels, and some fine dining this evening for the drivers and teams of the Estoril Classics fraternity. We thank you so much for joining us for this weekend of racing. We thank all parties responsible for these fabulous championships. Of course, Peter Auto organising the Classic Touring Challenge, the Classic Endurance Racing Legends, Heritage Touring Cup, 60s Endurance, 2 Litres Cup and Gentleman Challenge, the Iberian Historic Endurance from Race Ready, and of course the fabulous Classic GP grid put together by them as well to really put a cherry on top of the 2024 Estoril Classics. Until next year from the Estoril Classics, we wish you good night, farewell And we'll see you again very soon for more high-octane historic racing action.